Chapter 1: First Encounter. In the early summer season, the weather shifts as capriciously as a child's mood. At this hour, though it is barely the hour of the snake, the sky is already dimming, hinting an impending downpour. Merely 3 miles from the Chongwen gate of the capital, a humble two-wheeled cart can be seen approaching along the post road. Its sides, coated in black oil, have become so weathered that their original appearance is nearly unrecognizable. A hand, wrinkled and with prominent knuckles, reaches out from within the cart to draw aside the curtain. The owner of that hand is an elderly woman, wrapped in a simple blue garment, her hair neatly concealed beneath a fine cloth. Despite her unadorned attire, she presents herself with a clean and tidy demeanor, unmistakably not of the coarse peasantry. This woman is Zheng Mama, an old servant of the Huzhou prefectural office. With the recent passing of Lord Su, chaos has ensued within the Su household. The orphan children left behind have found themselves utterly without support, witnessing their uncles and cousins vie for power, and even the modest dowry bequeathed by their late mother is at risk of being entirely consumed. Recalling the late Madame Zu's last wishes, Zheng Mama, after conferring with the 14-year-old Su Shuyao, hastily resolved to seek refuge in the far-off Duke Cheng's residence in the capital. Yet, the distance from Huzhou to the capital is a daunting journey of 1,000 miles, fraught with challenges. Zheng Mama gazed at the overcast sky outside, then turned her gaze back to the 2 young masters nestled together within the cart. She noticed that Su Shuyao had already stirred awake, her watery eyes half open, gazing at her. Startled, Zheng Mama quickly closed the curtain. With genuine concern, she inquired, "Why are you awake? It is still early for entering the city. You might as well rest a while longer." Su Shuyao glanced at her younger brother, who was sleeping soundly beside her, and gently shook her head. She beckoned Zheng Mama to sit beside her, whispering, "It matters not I have had enough rest, but I do pity you, Mama." Approaching her 60th year, Zheng Mama had endured considerable hardship escorting the siblings to the capital. Their journey traversed waterways through the Qiao Creek and Tai Lake, entering the Grand Canal of Jiangnan before reaching Tongzhou, taking over a month in total. Initially, Zheng Mama suffered from seasickness, but after taking medication, she gradually acclimatized, only to face further trials with the rising waters of the canal, living in constant fear, ultimately becoming little more than skin and bones. In contrast, the Su siblings fared differently. The younger one slept soundly, while the elder remained vigilant throughout the journey. Remarkably mature for her mere 14 years, Su Shuyao carried herself with the poise of an adult. Listening to Su Shuyao's thoughtful words, Zheng Mama felt a mixture of guilt and compassion. At her age, such a long and arduous journey was ill-suited, yet she could not bear to leave the 2 young masters to fend for themselves. With the memory of her late mistress's instructions and the grand Cheng Duke's household in the capital weighing heavily upon her, she persevered. Thankfully, the journey had been relatively smooth thus far, allowing Zheng Mama to breathe a quiet sigh of relief. It must be said that this trip was hastily arranged on the day when a young lady circled around Huzhou City. She suddenly commanded her attendants to pack their belongings. As she put it, "We do not know when Annie's people will arrive, so it is better for us to set off early." The pressure from the Su family's main branch was mounting. They had already sent people several times to urge the siblings to stay with them. Both she and Zheng Mama were acutely aware of the current state of affairs within that household. Madame has orchestrated for her nephew to appear before Su Shuyao, both intentionally and unintentionally, on multiple occasions. However, despite Su Shuyao's awareness of her aunt's machinations, she finds herself powerless to counter them. With no elders left in the second branch of the family, should the siblings remain in Huzhou, they would undoubtedly be devoured, leaving them with nothing but bones. Many years prior, Su Shuyao's maternal aunt had married the second master of the Chengguo Duke's household as a secondary wife. Before her mother passed away, she had instructed that, should her children find themselves without support, they could seek assistance from this aunt in the capital. Initially, Su Shuyao hesitated, but considering her younger brother's future and the relentless pressure from the first branch of the family, she felt compelled to submit to the harsh realities. The Chengguo Duke's household, established through merit, has now reached its 3rd generation, each distinguished by exceptional talents. The family maintains a rigorous code of conduct, and the venerable Lady Xiao still enjoys a reputation for her fairness and integrity. As an orphan, Su Shuyao seeks refuge within this household, aspiring to diligently oversee her younger brother's education. If her brother were to succeed academically in the future, she might also find a kind-hearted husband, thus fulfilling her father's solemn wishes before his passing. The impetus for her sudden departure traces back to the events of that morning in Huzhou. Wang Xiaowei, a close minister to the emperor and scion of the Qingyuan marquis family, had unexpectedly appeared in Huzhou. The Wang family and the Chengguo Duke's Xiao family are intertwined by marriage. Upon hearing that this prominent figure would soon return to the capital, Shuyao entertained the notion of following discreetly behind. Her calculations were astute. As long as she and her few elderly and vulnerable companions kept a safe distance behind his entourage, they would travel without concern. Initially, Granny Zheng remained skeptical, but now, comfortably seated in the carriage heading directly for Chongwenmen, she began to believe the young lady's words. However, as she observed the procession ahead, she expressed her worries. "Miss, we've followed them all this way, and that young master has likely noticed us by now, but has chosen not to dismiss us. Should we perhaps greet him upon entering the city?" She assumed that Shuyao, known for her propriety, would acquiesce. To her surprise, the young lady resolutely shook her head. No need. What concern would a young master of Wang Xiaowei's stature have for such a trivial act? Their social standing was vastly different. While they recognized him, he might not even remember them. Rather than risk being scorned for an awkward attempt to ingratiate themselves, it would be wiser to maintain a respectful distance. Shuyao believed this was precisely what the young master desired. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to them, Wang Xiaowei was also discussing their presence. He glanced at the imposing Chongwenmen before nimbly dismounting and approaching the luxurious carriage ahead. Inside, the distinguished young master was engrossed in a book, not even lifting his brow upon Wang Xiaowei's entrance. "Is it not that those people have followed us the entire way? You suggest we ignore them. Could it be that you know them?" Wang Xiaowei remarked unexpectedly. Finally, Xiao Mo, furrowing his brow, cast a fleeting glance at him before returning his attention to the book in his hands. "I do not know them," he replied succinctly after a moment. Wang Xiaowei had evidently grown accustomed to such treatment. He did not mind it and boldly seated himself opposite. His eyes wandered lazily around the room until suddenly they focused intently, and he reached out to grasp the book lying on the small table beside him. "How do you have this here?" "You." Wang Xiaowei's hand flipped through the pages at an astonishing speed, his face a mask of disbelief. At that moment, Xiao Mo found himself utterly disinterested in his reading. He discarded the military treatise in his hand and effortlessly snatched the book from Wang Xiaowei's grasp. Even as he casually leafed through it, he commented, as if offering a critique, "The artistry is rather commendable." After speaking, he cast a subtle glance at his cousin, whose expression was a curious blend of astonishment. Wang Xiaowei truly admired the man before him. He bore the demeanor of a paragon of virtue. How was it possible for him to peruse such an explicit volume with an utterly impassive countenance? Chapter 1. The First Encounter. It was the early summer season, and the weather, capricious as the face of a child, changed unexpectedly. Though it was only the hour of shun, the sky had already darkened, hinting at an impending rain. A mere 3 miles from Chongwenmen, a modest two-wheeled cart appeared on the distant path. Its wooden sides, coated in black oil, had become so worn and weathered that they were barely recognizable. From within the cart, a hand, wrinkled and bony, reached out to lift the curtain. The hand belonged to an elderly woman, dressed in a simple blue garment, her hair neatly wrapped in fine cloth. Despite her unpretentious appearance, she exuded an air of cleanliness and composure that belied her humble origins. This woman was Xiao Mo, an old servant of the Huzhou prefecture who had been thrust into chaos following the untimely death of Master Su earlier that year. With the Su family's children left vulnerable and their relatives scheming against them, even a modest dowry left by the late mistress was at risk of being devoured. Recalling the late mistress's final wishes, Xiao Mo conferred with the 14-year-old Shuyao, and in haste resolved to seek refuge in the distant Duke Cheng's residence in the capital. Yet, the journey from Huzhou to the capital spanned 1,000 miles, a formidable undertaking indeed. Gazing at the gloomy sky outside, Xiao Mo turned to the 2 young masters nestled together inside the cart, discovering that Shuyao had awakened and was gazing at her with her glistening eyes half open. Startled, Momo quickly closed the curtain and, with a face full of concern, inquired. You're awake? It's still early to enter the city. Why not rest a little longer? Xiao glanced at her younger brother, who was sleeping soundly beside her, and gently shook her head. She beckoned Chengguo Mo to sit beside her and whispered, It's nothing. I've had enough rest. I only worry about you, Momo. At nearly 60, Chengguo Mo had endured considerable hardship escorting the siblings to the capital. Their journey had taken over a month, navigating the waterways of Tiao Creek, Taihu Lake, and the Grand Canal from Jiangnan to Tongzhou. Initially, Momo had suffered from seasickness, but after taking some medicine, she managed to adjust, only to face the challenges of rising canal waters, living in constant fear, and losing weight until she seemed little more than skin and bones. In contrast, the Su siblings fared differently. The younger one slept soundly, while the elder remained vigilant throughout the journey. Remarkably, the 14-year-old girl exhibited a maturity that belied her age. Hearing Xiao's considerate words, Chengguo Mo felt a mix of guilt and affection in her heart. At her age, long journeys were indeed taxing. Yet with the two young masters still so vulnerable, she could not bring herself to relax. Pondering the late mistress' instructions and the esteemed Duke Cheng's residence in the capital, she persevered. Fortunately, the journey had proceeded relatively smoothly, and Momo found herself quietly releasing a sigh of relief. It was true that their departure had been rather hurried. On the day the young lady had returned from a brief tour of Huzhou, she had suddenly ordered the packing of their belongings. In her words, it was uncertain when her aunt's people would arrive, so it was better for them to set off early. The pressure from the Su family's main branch had been mounting, as they had previously sent people several times, seemingly intent on having the siblings reside with them. Both Momo and the young lady understood all too well the current state of affairs within the main house. The matron has deliberately orchestrated for her nephew to appear before Xiao multiple times, both intentionally and inadvertently. However, despite Xiao's awareness of her aunt's machinations, she finds herself powerless to counteract them. With the absence of elders in the second household, the brother and sister duo would inevitably be devoured whole if they were to remain in Huzhou. Years ago, Xiao's aunt married the second master of the Chengguo Gongfu as a secondary wife. Before passing away, Su's mother instructed her that should her children find themselves without support, they could seek assistance from this aunt in the capital. Initially, she was indecisive, but thoughts of her younger brother's future, coupled with the relentless pressure from the first household, compelled her to yield to the harsh reality. The Chengguo Gongfu, having risen to prominence through merit, has now reached its third generation, each known for producing exceptional talents, while the matriarch, Lady Xiao, remains well-respected for her fairness and integrity. As an orphan, Xiao hopes to find refuge there and subsequently guide her younger brother in his studies. Should her brother achieve success, she could then seek a kind-hearted husband, fulfilling her father's earnest wishes before his departure. The impetus for her sudden journey traces back to an event that transpired one morning in Huzhou. Wang Xiaowei, a close minister to the emperor and a scion of the Qingyuanhou family, has familial ties with the Xiao family of the Chengguo Gongfu. When she learned of his unexpected presence in Huzhou and that his entourage would soon return to the capital, she was seized by the notion of following them. Her plan was meticulous. If her small group of elderly women and children could discreetly trail behind their carriage, they would be shielded from harm along the way. Initially skeptical, Nurse Xing only came to trust the young lad's words once they were comfortably seated in the carriage heading straight for Chongwen Gate. Yet, as she glanced at the distant procession, concern creased her brow. "Miss, we have been following them for quite a while, and that young master has likely noticed us by now, but hasn't shaken us off. Should we not greet him upon entering the city?" She expected Xiao, known for her decorum, to agree, but to her surprise, the young lady shook her head resolutely. "There is no need. A young master from a family of such high standing as Wang Xiaowei would hardly be concerned with their trivial actions. Their social standings were vastly different. While they might recognize him, he would not necessarily return the favor. It was preferable to avoid any awkwardness resulting from an unwanted association." Xiao was confident that this was precisely what Wang Xiaowei desired. While they spoke of him, unbeknownst to them, he was also discussing them. Wang Xiaowei glanced up at the towering Chongwen Gate before nimbly dismounting and heading towards the opulent carriage ahead. Inside, the distinguished young master was engrossed in a book, not even raising his brow upon Wang's entrance. "Isn't it strange?" I mean, those people have been following us the entire way. You say we shouldn't pay them any mind? Could it be that you know them? Suddenly, Wang Xiaowei remarked. Before him, Xiao Mo finally furrowed his brow and shot a glance at him, then returned his gaze to the pages before him. I do not know them. Moments later, he succinctly replied. Wang Xiaowei had evidently grown accustomed to such treatment. He did not dwell on it, boldly taking a seat across from him. His eyes wandered idly around the room until they suddenly sharpened, and he reached for a book resting on the small table beside him. To think you possess this, Wang Xiaowei exclaimed, his hands flipping through the pages with astonishing speed, his face a mask of disbelief. At that moment, Xiao Mo had entirely lost interest in his reading. He discarded the military tome he held and seized the book that Wang Xiaowei was engrossed in. He casually leafed through it and, as if delivering a critique, remarked, "The artistry is quite commendable." After speaking, he cast a subtle glance at his cousin, whose expression was a curious blend of astonishment and intrigue. Wang Xiaowei was genuinely impressed by the person before him, who maintained an air of decorum even while perusing an explicit art book. How could he remain so composed? Chapter 2. The Gate of Assistance. It is said that stealing fragrance and plundering jade is the most sought-after spring palace booklet in present-day Huzhou. Renowned for the artist's delicate and exquisite brushwork, the characters within exude elegance without descending into vulgarity, and during their recent visit to Huzhou, Wang Xiaowei had often heard it mentioned. However, the market supply is scarce, with only a few copies circulating among a select number of affluent households. Wang Xiaowei had regretted missing the opportunity due to his hasty departure. To his surprise, his cousin had managed to acquire a copy early on. Wang Xiaowei looked at the person opposite him and chuckled awkwardly, a teasing expression on his face. Ah, the artistry is indeed commendable. Xiao Mo furrowed his brow, but chose to remain silent. When Su Shuyao's old horse-drawn carriage arrived at the city gate, it was indeed beginning to rain. The previously sparse line of carriages ahead became restless, as everyone sought to enter before the gates closed, eager to find shelter. The ominous dark clouds above hinted at an impending downpour. The vendors who typically conducted business at the city gate hastily gathered their wares, and as a cool breeze wafted in from afar, a tantalizing aroma began to waft through the air, drawing the attention of passers-by. Su Shuheng, nestled against his elder sister, stirred from his slumber as the enticing scent reached his nostrils. "Sister, have we arrived?" The 7-year-old boy, brimming with youthful innocence, leaned out to catch a whiff of the delightful fragrance. Although Zheng Momo was concerned that the bustling surroundings might provoke unwanted attention towards the young master, she held her tongue when she noticed Su Shuyao remained silent. Su Shuheng, displaying a semblance of understanding, opened the carriage curtain just enough to satisfy his curiosity before closing it again. He turned to glance sheepishly at his sister and Zheng Momo. With a gentle smile, Su Shuyao inquired, "Brother Hong, are you feeling hungry?" She then handed him a box of pastries, saying, "Have some snacks first. The vendors here cater primarily to travelers, and their prices are often unreasonable." Su Xiao's assessment was accurate. Moreover, with the rain falling outside, everyone was eager to enter the city, and she wished to avoid any complications at this critical juncture. Su Shuheng, feeling somewhat vexed by his sister's accurate guess, accepted the box of pastries nonetheless. He first offered a piece to Su Shuyao, then another to Zheng Momo. It was worth noting that, unlike previous occasions when the Su family servants accompanied them, this journey to the capital had seen them all dismissed, leaving only Zheng Momo to accompany the siblings. If Su Shuheng had previously regarded Zheng Momo with mere formality, at this moment, he truly saw her as a trusted elder to rely upon. Su Shuyao felt a sense of pride in her brother's thoughtfulness. While Zheng Momo smiled as she accepted the pastry, the carriage now filled with the sweet aroma of treats. As the procession moved slowly forward, the crossing remained sluggish. Soon, the rain intensified, and a commotion arose from ahead. The carriage jolted unexpectedly, causing Su Shuheng to lose his balance and nearly collide with the carriage wall, only to be saved by a timely pull from his sister. Zheng Momo also struggled to steady herself. Several individuals appeared somewhat pale, and Su Shuyu could not restrain herself from parting a curtain to inquire of the coachman, "Elder, what is amiss?" She observed that their carriage had veered to the side of the main road, while the line of carriages ahead, originally queued to enter the city, began to turn back. Although the carriage hired by the Su family seemed rather worn, the coachman was a simple-hearted elder with commendable driving skills. and his fare was notably lower than that of others. While Su Shuyu was not particularly frugal, she understood the wisdom of remaining inconspicuous while traveling. In that brief moment, she witnessed several carriages ahead, unable to avoid the situation, toss their passengers out. Indeed, her choice had proven wise. Miss, the city gates are likely to close soon. It seems we may have to wait until tomorrow to enter, came the urgent warning. Su Shuyu quickly grasped the unfolding situation as those ahead were animatedly discussing the matter. Watching the scattered carriages and crowds in the pouring rain, a frown creased her brow. Would they truly have to spend the night outside? The journey from Huzhou to Tongzhou had been smooth, with only a night's rest in Tongzhou, but now, having arrived, they were unexpectedly halted outside the city. Su Shuyu felt a twinge of regret, recalling the suggestion from Granny Zheng. If only they had urged the coachman to hasten and introduce themselves as relatives of the Duke of Chengguo's household, who, after all, had the esteemed lady of the house as an aunt to Prince Wang. Surely, they could have garnered some favor to gain entry without facing this predicament. As Su Shuyu pondered this, her gaze inadvertently drifted toward the city gate, where she fortuitously spotted Prince Wang and his entourage entering the city. It was as if she had eyes on the back of her head, for the man on horseback turned slightly to glance back. Clad in a sleek black outfit and wearing a jade needle raincoat, he maintained an upright posture. The figure was not Wang Xiaowei, the second son of the Marquis of Qingyuan, but rather a man who exuded a more formidable presence. Su Shuyu found herself momentarily entranced by this individual. Shrouded beneath the gloomy sky and the cascading rain, she could not discern how she appeared to him, but surely, her expression betrayed a blend of frustration and envy. In the distance, she observed him exchanging words with a nearby guard before he departed with an air of authority. Who was this man? What lent him such an imposing aura? In the fleeting moment that followed, Su Shuyu accepted the reality of her situation. She had missed the opportunity to seek assistance from Prince Wang and could only muster her resolve to instruct the coachman. Elder, please. Her words were interrupted as a guard approached their carriage, bowing respectfully before inquiring, might this young lady be a cousin of the Marquis of Qingyuan's household? Taken aback by the question, Su Shuyu took a moment to respond, her cheeks slightly flushed as she stammered, I am. The guard, seemingly unfazed by her hesitation, promptly replied, please, follow me. Zheng Mama and Su Shuheng were both somewhat perplexed, and Su Shuyo's doubts deepened. Cousin? It seemed she indeed shared some familial connection with that young Master Wang. Could it be that Wang Xiaowei had already discovered her identity? However, as she considered the matter further, she found it unlikely. Her family had never set foot in the capital for many years, and she had only half-heartedly written to her aunt after hearing Zheng Mama mention it. Thus, it was implausible that young Master Wang could possibly know of her ties to the Duke of Cheng's residence. His claim of her being his cousin must have stemmed from a mere sense of compassion towards a delicate young lady. Onlookers cast envious glances, and the guard felt as if he might be pierced by their stares. He was in quite a predicament. All merchants disembarking from the Tongzhou pier passed through this gate, and the process of checking goods and verifying personnel was indeed laborious. Yet, with closing time fast approaching, it was evident that this group would not be granted passage. The young lady in the carriage was clearly a relative seeking refuge in the capital, and since those ahead had already entered, it would be unreasonable to deny entry to his cousin lagging behind. Moreover, she possessed a complexion as fair as snow and exquisite features, accompanied by a younger brother and an elderly servant, making her plight amidst the relentless rain quite pitiable. Chapter 3 Chongwen Gate belonged to the East City, and, being adjacent to the transport docks, was frequented by wealthy merchants. In contrast, the West City was predominantly home to noble families, hence the saying East Rich, West Noble. The Duke of Cheng's residence was located at the end of Pingan Street in the West City, with two grand and imposing stone lions flanking its entrance, surrounded by pines and bamboos. This location was not difficult to find. Even if the coachman had never been to the capital, he could easily inquire among passers-by, as nearly everyone was familiar with the Duke's estate. The carriage arrived at Wudong Alley, which branched off Pingan Street, where the back gate of the Duke's residence was situated. Zheng Mama went to the gatekeeper to announce their identity, and Su Shuyu and her brother disembarked from the carriage, standing beneath the porch in wait. Although the coachman had collected his fare early on, he did not leave immediately. Upon returning from an audience with the sovereign, Xiao Mo unexpectedly spotted a familiar carriage. His brows furrowed in surprise as he glanced over. In stark contrast to Su Shuyo's group, The steward in the gatehouse eagerly opened the door upon seeing him and stood respectfully at the porch to bid him farewell. In that brief moment, the messenger who had gone to deliver the news returned, accompanied by a matronly stewardess. Upon seeing them, she hurried forward to greet them. Shuyao followed the matronly stewardess and felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity with the young master who had just entered, clad in a sleek black outfit. He was accompanied by a servant holding a jade needle raincoat. Suddenly, a spark of recognition ignited in Shuyao's mind. She recalled the young master she had hurriedly encountered at the city gate alongside Wang Xiaowei. Who was he? What brought him to the Duke of Cheng's residence at this moment? The questions flitted through her mind, but her steps did not waver. Mama Wu, the stewardess serving the second Madame Chun, noted that although the young woman before her was dressed simply, her delicate and fair visage, coupled with her alluring, almond-shaped eyes that sparkled like autumn waters, took her by surprise. The young lady raised in Huzhou has blossomed into a remarkable beauty, surpassing even the daughters nurtured within the Duke's household, and standing equally with the esteemed Lu girl, who is often praised by all. Previously, the second madam had received a letter from Huzhou but had not yet dispatched anyone to fetch her. Shortly thereafter, a reply arrived, stating that her niece had already set off on her own. At that moment, the madam merely furrowed her brow, saying little more. As Mama Wu engaged in pleasantries, she discreetly scrutinized the slender girl by her side, feeling a wave of relief within. The Duke's residence sprawls extensively. Upon entering, one is greeted by a russet-hued screen wall, followed by a fragrant garden, a rockery, a corridor, an arched bridge, and pavilions, meandering along a cobblestone path, where distant lights flicker from several courtyards. Through the floral trees and courtyard walls, winding paths converge, casting a soft, yellow glow in the gentle rain of night. Su Shuheng, led by his elder sister, felt a thin sheen of sweat form in his palms, and beads of perspiration gathered at his brow. In stark contrast to the vastness of the Duke's estate, their former home in Huzhou could only be regarded as a mere speck among these numerous courtyards. Though astonished, he understood the importance of maintaining composure, casting only furtive glances before bowing his head and allowing his sister to guide him. Yet, being a child, his tightly clenched hand betrayed his anxiety. Xiao gently squeezed his hand in a gesture of reassurance. Though merely 14, Xiao had borne the weight of responsibility since her mother passed away when she was 8, leaving her father engrossed in political affairs. The duty of managing the household and caring for her younger brother fell upon her shoulders, rendering her the pillar of strength for him, her resolute nature evident in every word and deed. After walking for a while, they arrived at a small courtyard. Xiao looked up and noticed the inscription above was somewhat faded, making it difficult to discern the writing. Mama Wu stepped forward to push open the courtyard door, her face adorned with a warm smile. "Young lady and young sir, please come in. The second madam knows of your arrival and had the place prepared for you." Although modest in size, the area was serene. "Do take a look and let me know if anything seems amiss," she added. As she spoke, her gaze subtly shifted to the girl across from her, seemingly observing her demeanor to gauge the character of this cousin. Among the three, 2 were of noble birth, while the young boy was still quite small. Thus the young lady's demeanor held great significance. Xiao was somewhat taken aback, having anticipated a visit to her aunt first, but instead, they had arrived at their lodging. She promptly smiled, glancing around. "Mama Wu, there is no need for formality. Please convey my gratitude to my aunt for her thoughtful arrangements. I appreciate your guidance this late hour." Madame Zheng hastily produced the prepared reward for her, which Mama Wu modestly declined before accepting. Her smile appeared more genuine thereafter. "I shall inform the second madam immediately. You may rest for now. Shortly, she will send someone to attend to you. As for your meal, I presume the young lady and young sir have yet to dine? I will ensure that provisions are prepared accordingly." Xiao smiled in agreement, understanding from Mama Wu's words that her aunt was not yet ready to receive them. She glanced at the swaying lanterns outside, fully aware that the hour was indeed late. Xiao did not dwell on the matter. After all, the two families had not been in contact for many years, and it was only when they found themselves in dire straits that they sought her out. Who could bear such a burden in their heart? They had come seeking the protection of the Duke's residence, akin to distant relatives who sought to benefit from the autumn wind. Yet, faced with the need to care for her younger brother, her heart could not harden against him. Exchanging a glance with Granny Zheng, Xiao began to pack up their belongings, which were few in number. Fortunately, She had previously arranged for their possessions to be moved to her family's ink shop, and she believed they would soon be transported to the capital along with the steward. Before long, she heard footsteps approaching. Raising her eyes, she saw 4 maids clad in crimson tunics, lined up to greet her. "We have met the esteemed young lady and young master. We pay our respects." Shuyao smiled warmly and invited them inside, inquiring about each of their names. She temporarily assigned Yuzhu and Mulan to care for her younger brother, while Xiao and Huixiang remained by her side. After a brief tidying up, food was promptly served. Following their meal, they busied themselves once more before finally resting under the attentive service of the new maids. The small courtyard comprised a main room, a flower hall, and 2 side chambers, with Shuyao and her brother each occupying a separate room. Adjacent to the side chambers were 2 smaller rooms for the maids' temporary rest, while the back room accommodated the servants. Before retiring for the night, Shuyao visited her brother in the right side chamber and sent Granny Zheng to rest. With the arrival of new faces, it felt inappropriate to say much at that moment. Lying in bed, she closed her eyes but soon found herself turning over, only to meet the gaze of a timid little maid. The maid, blushing slightly, quietly asked, "Do you feel warm, my lady? Shall I fetch a fan for you?" Shuyao shook her head and inquired, "Are you Huixiang? How long have you been in the residence?" "Yes, my lady. I have just been here for half a month. If you have any questions, I can call for Sister Qiaowei." The maid's words were somewhat stammered. Qiaowei was currently resting in the smaller room. Shuyao quickly reassured Huixiang, "No need for that. I was merely asking casually. Share with me what you know." From Huixiang, she learned that Qiaowei was a second-tier maid serving by her aunt's side, while Yuzhu was a third-tier maid. Huixiang and Mulan were newcomers who had recently arrived. Arriving in such an unfamiliar place, she had initially thought sleep would elude her. Yet, the gentle chatter of the little maid and the sound of rain outside soon lulled her into a deep slumber. In Shuyao's dreams, the Lantern Festival was as bright as day, with a cacophony of voices surrounding her. Suddenly, she felt someone covering her mouth and nose, carrying her away. While calls of Tao Tao, echoed from the crowd behind her, their voices hoarse and familiar. She pondered and pondered, but could not recall who it was. Meanwhile, the vigilante Huixiang, seeing that the young lady had fallen asleep, retreated to the smaller room, unaware that the girl in bed was frowning deeply, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, as if trapped in a nightmarish reverie. Chapter 4. A new arrival in the Jinhua Hall, where the second madam resided. A similar conversation unfolded between Chun and Mama Wu. "Have the arrangements been made? Is the girl truly as beautiful as they say?" "Yes, my lady. Everything has been arranged. In my humble opinion, the young lady from the 3rd household is not to be underestimated. If the madam is curious, perhaps she might consider summoning her for a visit while the day is still young. However, it is of little urgency, after all. I have been away for quite some time." Chin sighed, lamenting that her sister, too, was rather unfortunate, having borne a pair of children, only to depart this world prematurely. "Had I been blessed with a son," she trailed off, her voice fading. Wu Mama quickly stepped forward to offer comfort. "In all matters, is there ever a perfect scenario? In my view, the madam is indeed the most fortunate of all. Although the second young master is not your biological son, he shows you great filial piety." Chun snorted dismissively, closing her eyes to rest, and the matter was left aside for the moment. The following morning, Xiao awoke early, glancing at the time to find it barely dawn. Yet, with the lengthening days of summer, a hint of pale light was already filtering through the window. Her eyes roamed the canopy above, and she suddenly remembered that this was not her embroidery chamber in Huzhou, nor the small cabin that had been her constant view for the past several days. A slight smile graced Xiao's lips as she noticed the damp mark on her pillow. She touched the corner of her eye, feeling a twinge of bewilderment. Had she dreamed again? Last night, in a haze, she seemed to have transformed back into a child, surrounded by a cacophony, struggling to return. The details of the dream were hazy, memories pieced together from previous experiences. It was the last time she had such a dream since her mother passed away. "Miss." A voice from the side interrupted her reverie, and the green curtain was drawn aside to reveal a girl of about 15 or 16. This was her other maid, Qiaowei. Qiaowei was strikingly beautiful, with large, expressive eyes and a graceful figure. Under her gentle and efficient care, Xiao dressed and washed up, appreciating her silence and agility. For over a month, Xiao had managed her own affairs, and she was not accustomed to being entirely at the mercy of others. However, She recognized the importance of not dismissing the goodwill of her new maid, while also seizing the opportunity to observe her character closely. Yet, the more she observed, the more astonished she became. This girl truly embodied her name, Xiao, which means clever. In addition to skillfully selecting garments and styling hair, her discerning eye was remarkable. Despite the limited selection of jewelry in the box, she chose pieces that were neither ostentatious nor disrespectful. Shuyao recalled Hui Xiang's words from the previous evening. Sister Qiaowei is a second-tier maid beside the madam. Typically, maids entered service at the tender age of 8 or 9, with few reaching the age of 12 or 13. Now, at 15, Qiaowei remained a second-tier maid, not required to serve in close proximity to her mistress. As Shuyao observed her curvaceous form while she bent to work, a realization dawned upon her, shedding light on why such an exceptional maid had not ascended to first-tier status, but was instead assigned to serve her. A thought stirred within her, and she looked at the girl styling her hair in the mirror and asked, "Has your aunt mentioned how long you are to stay?" Qiaowei, continuing her task with unhurried grace, replied succinctly, "The second madam instructed me to serve the young lady well from now on." Her response was direct and commendable. Her temperament appeared quite agreeable. As for everything else, I shall observe more closely in due course. Today, Qiaowei styled Shuyao's hair into the popular dual buns favored by unmarried ladies, albeit with her own unique twist. The hair was not tied too high but fashioned into two round, plump shapes, adorned with a tassel-like jade ornament. Given her period of mourning, her attire was predominantly plain. Thus, she donned a white base garment with subtle floral patterns paired with a lake blue skirt, an outfit from the previous summer. Fortunately, it had been tailored slightly larger, fitting her perfectly now, though it could hardly be deemed fashionable. Before long, Su Shuheng arrived, accompanied by a maid. Su Shuyao instructed Granny Zheng to keep the two maids in the courtyard while she, along with her younger brother, Qiaowei, and Yu Zhu, proceeded to pay respects to their aunt. The day had brightened considerably, and they walked along the stone path. After a night of rain, the weather was now clear, leaving the ground slightly damp and the surrounding flora glistening with dew, appearing vibrantly lush. A few pomegranate blossoms lay scattered on the grass, their brilliant red contrasting with the lush greenery. Su Shuyao inhaled the fresh post-rain air, feeling a twinge of anxiety as she followed closely behind Qiaowei. Compared to the previous night, something seemed amiss. She glanced sideways at Su Shuheng, who stood straight and silent, and realized she had not taken her younger brother's hand. The 7-year-old boy had already begun to assert his independence. As she had mentioned to Granny Zheng during their boat ride, once they reached the Duke of Cheng's residence, they would need to remain vigilant. It was not their home where they could act whimsically under the protection of their father and elder sister. Now, with their father gone, only their sister remained. Su Heng, being the sole male among them, would have to become their sister and Granny's support. Thus, he needed to be stronger, embodying the essence of a young man. Seeking comfort by holding his sister's hand was evidently not befitting of a young gentleman. A faint smile graced Su Shuyao's face, and with it, her discomfort dissipated somewhat. In a short while, they arrived at Jinhua Hall, where the maids outside assisted in drawing back the curtains. Inside, several individuals were already seated, with a woman of considerable grace occupying the main position. She appeared to be in her early 30s. Dressed in a light gold brocade robe adorned with persimmon patterns, her hair styled into a peony coiffure, embellished with a jade and gold hairpin. The woman's features bore a resemblance to her mother from Su Shuyao's memories, and she quickly recognized her aunt. Grasping her brother's hand, she approached to pay her respects. Chun Shi helped them to their feet, drawing them closer for a careful examination, her voice tinged with emotion as she remarked on their safe arrival. She expressed that had they waited a few more days, she would have surely sent someone to meet them. Although her words carried a hint of reproach, they were imbued with genuine concern. Su Shuyao felt a flush of embarrassment, acknowledging her own lack of understanding that had caused her aunt to worry for them. However, given their circumstances, they had been compelled to leave. She refrained from discussing the challenges they faced, and Chun Shi did not press for details in such a setting. Still sighing, she heard the young girl before her continue. Her nephew suggested that sending someone would surely entail great effort. Upon hearing that the second son of the Qingyuan Ho family was passing through Huzhou accompanied by his personal guards, Su Shuyao seized the opportunity to board their ship. She reasoned that with the imperial guards in the lead, bandits and highwaymen would be unlikely to act under their watchful eyes. Her remarks elicited varied expressions among the people present in the room. Are you referring to your cousin from the Wang family, the esteemed fifth-rank left general of the Jinhui? Inquired the third young lady of the duke's residence, Xiao Jingshan, who was a year younger than Su Xiao. Madame Chen shot a reproachful glance at her daughter. Yet Su Xiao softly remarked, I do not know the young gentleman's specific name. I merely assumed that several ships were heading to the capital from Huzhou, and the second son must have taken the first one. Everyone was eager to board the following ships in search of refuge, which is why I hastily devised my plan to head to the capital. Does that mean you did not even exchange a word with your cousin from the Wang family? Xiao Jingshan continued, her tone teasing. Su Xiao smiled awkwardly but did not shy away from admitting, that is indeed the case. Laughter erupted among all present, and Madame Chen scolded her daughter playfully. Do you think everyone is like you, lacking in shame? It is already a stroke of luck to be able to travel under such auspices. You should not yearn for more. She then praised Su Xiao, acknowledging her cleverness. This was indeed a wise decision. It was the right choice to make. Even if your aunt had sent someone to escort you, it would not have been as safe as this journey. Su Xiao felt a sense of relief as Madame Chen introduced her to the sisters in the room. Just as they exchanged pleasantries, a maid announced from the doorway, the second son has arrived. The second son mentioned by the maid was none other than Xiao Jinjun, the sole offspring of the late Master Xiao, born of his first wife, Madame Qian. Su Xiao's aunt, Madame Chen, was a stepmother who had given birth to two daughters, Xiao Jingshan and Xiao Jingshi, while Master Xiao also had a concubine, Madame Zhao, who bore the fourth daughter, Xiao Jingtong. The young ladies rose to greet their elder brother. Xiao Jinjun first approached Madame Chen with utmost respect, bowing in greeting before saying, I heard that my cousin has entered the household, and I rushed over. I did not expect to arrive last. Mother, please introduce me. Madame Chen, smiling, beckoned Su Xiao and her siblings forward. At 17, Xiao Jinjun was not particularly tall, yet his phoenix-like eyes slanted upward, carrying a hint of mirth when he gazed at others. Today, he donned a rust-red robe, a color that lent him an air of charm. Su Xiao greeted him, calling him second cousin. Xiao Jinjun's keen eyes swept across her face, lingering briefly before he produced a small box from his pocket. This is but a trifle, a token for my cousin to enjoy as we meet for the first time. Unsure of what lay within the box, Su Xiao hesitated. Before she could respond, Xiao Jingshan interjected, Brother, you are quite biased. Why does our cousin receive a gift upon her arrival, while I have asked for something from you numerous times without success? Her tone carried a hint of playful defiance, yet it also conveyed familiarity and affection. Su Xiao glanced at her aunt, noting the smile on her face, indicating her delight in such sibling camaraderie. Xiao Jinjun, seemingly resigned, patted his sister's shoulder. Have you not taken enough from me in the past? Brother, is it that you are envious of your cousin? With the box in his right hand, he still extended it towards her. Even the second young lady, Xiao Jini, urged, Cousin, do accept it quickly. You must not be modest with our family's mischievous monkey. She has this nature, wanting everything. After speaking, Xiao Jini pulled her younger sister, reproaching her. At your age, you should feel some shame. The third young lady pouted. You are so generous. I choose to be this way. Since it was something she could accept, Su Shuyao took it with both hands. But upon meeting the gaze of her newly acquainted second cousin, she sensed a hint of coldness in his eyes. Su Shuyao was secretly astonished. Having just arrived with her brother, she should not have offended this individual in any way. Was she merely a scapegoat? The Duke's second household appeared harmonious, with a motherly affection and sibling closeness, yet one could not discern the true thoughts harbored within. At the very least, her impression of this second cousin was far from as straightforward as he seemed. Traditionally, the children of a stepmother and a former wife are seldom amicable, and Su Shuyao hoped to remain unaffected by this. However, she quickly realized that, as the niece of the Chen family, she had likely been automatically aligned with her aunt's side. Feeling somewhat helpless, she hoped the gift within the box was not overly extravagant, as she could not afford such opulence. The lively gathering dispersed after some time spent in conversation. As they departed, her aunt did not mention visiting the old lady Xiao. Su Shuyao thought it must be inconvenient at present. Nevertheless, on the way back, she could not help but inquire of Qiao Wei. It seems that the cousins have all returned to their own courtyards. Do we not need to pay our respects to the old lady today? Qiao Wei replied with a smile. The old lady went to the temple yesterday for a brief stay and has yet to return. Su Shuyao understood now. After Qiao Wei responded, she glanced at the young lady beside her and pondered, Are you worried about visiting the old lady? There is no need for such concern. The old lady within the estate is exceedingly understanding and courteous. The maid's words surprised Shuyao. Being a servant in the second household, Xiao Wei could express such sentiments, indicating that the old lady Xiao truly possesses a commendable character. However, Shuyao was eager to return to her own quarters for breakfast. As she reached a fork in the path, she unexpectedly encountered her second cousin, who had departed earlier, approaching from another direction. The group was taken aback. Shuyao intended to nod from afar and leave, but behind her, she heard Xiao Jinrong's voice calling, "Cousin." Shuyao halted mid-step, directing her gaze towards her second cousin, who indeed did not exhibit the same submissive demeanor he had shown in Jinhua courtyard. Xiao Jinrong's icy gaze scrutinized her, making Shuyao feel quite uncomfortable. "Did you call for me for a specific reason?" Shuyao raised her head, her expression revealing no trace of timidity. Rather, she appeared forthright. Xiao Jinrong withdrew his gaze and, with no other matters at hand, inquired, "Would you like to accompany me, cousin?" Shuyao shook her head, stepping aside to let him pass, only to hear him say, "Aren't you leaving? This path leads to the outer courtyard. Does cousin not know how to get there?" Why should she know? What was Xiao Jinrong implying? Watching him move further away, Shuyao turned to Xiao Wei beside her and asked, "Is what he said true?" Xiao Wei lowered her head to reply, "Yes, my lady." Upon entering from the outer courtyard, there exists another main path. However, this route is undeniably more direct. Shuyao glanced back towards the direction of Jinhua Hall, her brow instinctively furrowing in concern. Beside her, Xu Heng grasped her hand, exclaiming, "Sister." She turned to see her younger brother's face etched with worry and smiled as she inquired, "Are you hungry?" She then addressed the two maidservants trailing behind. "Let us hasten our return." Shuyao sensed an inexplicable hostility from her second cousin, despite having only arrived that very evening. What offense had she committed against him? Yet, the courtyard assigned to her by her aunt lay directly on the essential path leading to the outer courtyard. Had Xiao Jinrong deliberately emphasized this point, as if it were expected of her to be aware? Or did he presume that residing here was a prearranged agreement between her aunt and herself? With a resigned shake of her head, Shuyao recognized that although they had distanced themselves from the Su family, they had unwittingly entrusted their fate to the Duke of Cheng's household. As for what lay ahead, it would depend on her aunt and the conscience of the Duke's steward. Should she accept her fate? Certainly not. The moment her thoughts wandered to the esteemed matriarch, old Madame Xiao, a spark of determination ignited within her. While her aunt's true nature remained uncertain, she was aware that she could not rely solely on her. As they walked, the daylight revealed the inscription upon the door of her courtyard, Jiyun's study. Shuyao raised an eyebrow. The name, reminiscent of clouds after rain, was indeed a splendid choice. Meanwhile, within Jinhua Hall, Chen inquired of Mama Wu, "Did you truly witness the second young master engaging her in conversation?" Mama Wu accepted a cup of tea from a maid and placed it beside Chen, responding, "Indeed, madam, you may rest assured." Chen chuckled softly. "What is there to be at ease about? It is far too early for that. I merely hope she does not squander my careful arrangements." Mama Wu, ever the sycophant, remarked, "Madam possesses remarkable foresight. Yet, I perceive the young lady to be quite well-mannered." Chen replied, "Indeed, it is imperative for her to be well-behaved. Such decorum is most favorable. The unintentional may often appear the most genuine." Noticing the furrowed brows of her maid, she understood her confusion and chose to shift the topic, asking, "I wonder what her temperament is like. Is she obedient?" Lacking a son, Chen sought to influence her stepson's marriage. However, her own family had long since diminished, with only a sister leaving behind a daughter who had fortuitously sought refuge under her wing. This niece was not only beautiful, but also possessed commendable manners and conduct. She appeared to be the ideal choice for a daughter-in-law. Her only concern was whether Shuyao would align with her interests, for their bond was primarily one of blood, lacking significant emotional connection. Mama Wu, aware of Chen's intentions, selectively echoed her sentiments. "Madam, do not fret. The young lady has only you as her aunt. If she does not grow close to you, to whom else could she turn? Indeed, I am her sole support." Chen pondered aloud. Moreover, to have the second son of the Duke's household as a match is a stroke of fortune. Chapter 6. Meeting the uncle. The name Jian study is undeniably beautiful, yet it hardly seems a fitting abode for a typical young lady. Shuyao inquired of Xiao Wei and Yuzhu, but they could offer no explanation, only stating that the place had been uninhabited for quite some time, and its prior purpose remained a mystery. Shuyao chose not to inquire further, for her questions would neither alter their situation nor their status as guests. How could they possibly select their own lodgings? Yet, given the proximity of this place to the outer courtyard, she would have to exercise greater caution, remaining indoors whenever possible. Whether her aunt's arrangements were intentional or not is beside the point. Such decisions had placed her in a rather disreputable position, as evidenced by Xiao Jinrong's earlier demeanor. Breakfast had been prepared in advance by Granny Zhang, who instructed Huixiang to fetch it from the estate's large kitchen: a plate of vegetarian dumplings, 2 spring pancakes, and 2 bowls of millet porridge. Shuyao consumed only half a bowl of porridge, feeling satiated after just 1 dumpling. Xu Hong, on the other hand, ate sparingly of the porridge but polished off the spring pancake and accepted the dumpling that his sister offered him. Though the fare was simple, the chefs of the Duke's household were undoubtedly of a different caliber. Even the most basic millet porridge was cooked to a creamy, velvety perfection, melting in the mouth. After setting down her bowl and rinsing her mouth, Shuyao recalled the gift from her second cousin and hurriedly asked Xiao Wei to fetch the box. It was a small, intricately carved box made of sandalwood, which alone must have cost at least 2 taels of silver. Upon opening it, she discovered a piece of slightly yellow, translucent Qingtian stone, cool and smooth to the touch. Shuyao's eyes brightened. Could this be the exquisite light frieze variety of Qingtian stone, named for its luminescence under light? It was a premium material for seal carving. No wonder Xiao Jinshan coveted it. It was indeed a fine treasure. Those who appreciate painting and calligraphy often delight in collecting seals, especially those crafted from the rare light frieze variety. Shuyao was no exception. Yet over the years her finances had been rather constrained. Her father, a virtuous official, earned a modest salary that barely sufficed to support the entire Su household. Following his passing, her aunt had turned her attention towards her niece, believing that even a lean camel is larger than a horse, hoping to extract some benefit. However, in her eyes, the camel was likely inferior to the Duke's chief steward, who, as Xiao Wei mentioned, had acquired a 3-section residence in the capital. Shuyao contemplated the 1,000 taels of silver notes her mother had left her, which represented nearly her entire inheritance. As for her father, he had left behind a few inkstones and works of art, but these were illiquid, mere artifacts of value. Living in the expansive, opulent Duke's residence would require finances for both herself and her younger brother. Even the servants needed to be managed. Shuyao felt fortunate to have sold a few art albums before departing Huzhou. This method of generating income was quite scandalous, and she dared not let anyone know, including the steward who facilitated the sales, whom she described merely as creations of a free-spirited artistic master. Yet those few albums had stirred quite a commotion in Huzhou, eventually trading at 50 taels of silver each after several transactions. Shuyao mused that when she sold them, they were merely worth 10 taels apiece. And she couldn't help but sigh at the thought that she should have painted more. Now in the capital, however, she found it difficult to draw in front of her maids. Thus, she felt compelled to let out another sigh. Not far away, Huixiang observed her new mistress, holding the stone with a mix of delight and concern, puzzled as to what could possibly trouble her. A stone, not merely encased in an exquisite box, but also evoking such a spectrum of emotions from the young lady, is evidently no ordinary stone. It must be jade. Huixiang had been mingling within the Duke's residence for nearly half a month, so she was not entirely devoid of insight. As evening approached, a servant from the Jinhua Hall summoned the siblings. Shuyao had just finished her dinner and, having tidied herself, followed the maid towards the door. Xiao Wei, familiar with the serving maid, leaned closer and whispered, "Has the second master returned home?" The maid did not respond immediately. Instead, she turned her head to glance at the newly arrived young lady, who indeed possessed remarkable beauty. Recalling the rumors circulating in the Jinhua Hall, she felt compelled to speak frankly, raising her voice slightly, as if to present Shuyao in a favorable light. Indeed, the second master has just dined. Upon hearing that the young lady and her brother had arrived, he sent a servant to invite you for a meeting. The second master, Xiao, was the second son of the late Duke, his mother having been a subordinate who perished in battle and subsequently fostered at the Duke's residence. Delayed by the passage of time, she became a concubine in the household, passing away a few years prior. As a minor vice commander of the Southern City Military Command, holding a rank of the 7th grade, Zhao's daily duties involved maintaining market order and responding to disasters in the southern city. Such was the fate of many offspring from noble families in the capital, high status, yet engaged in relatively inconsequential tasks. Unless one possessed the military prowess akin to the eldest son of the Xiao family, or like the eldest young master Xiao Mo, who, although residing in the capital, commanded the Imperial Guard's 12 guards with a rank nearing that of the second grade. Even the second son of the esteemed Chengguo Marquis, Wang Xiaowei, though currently holding a 5th grade position as the Left General of the Golden Guard, had the power to mobilize soldiers, earning the respect of others. Not only was Su Shuyao listening intently to the maid's words, but Su Shuheng was also all ears. Their father had once been a scholar who succeeded in the imperial examination. Despite his many responsibilities, he had not forgotten his only son's education. At just 7 years of age, Shuheng had already completed foundational texts such as the 3-character classic, 1,000-character classic, and Disciples' Rules, and was now embarking on the Analects. However, since the passing of the second master, the tutor who had previously instructed him had returned to his hometown, and Su Shuyao had temporarily taken on the role of his teacher. Yet, this was not a sustainable arrangement. Shuheng would eventually pursue the path of the imperial examination and would need to attend a proper clan school. Contemplating these matters, the siblings were filled with a heightened sense of caution as they prepared to meet the second master. At this moment, the second master had discarded his official robes and was conversing over tea with his wife, Madame Chun. When Su Shuyao and her brother entered, they respectfully performed their greetings. Being a young lady, Shuyao was only asked a few questions regarding the situation in Huzhou before the second master turned his attention to his nephew, inquiring about his age and the books he had read, as well as whether he had previously engaged a tutor. Upon learning that he was currently studying the Analects, the second master, pleased, even posed a question from the text, seeking its interpretation. Although Shuheng had only just begun his studies and did not answer particularly well, the second master was nonetheless quite satisfied. In his view, it was quite remarkable that a 7-year-old boy, freshly bereaved of his father, exhibited such a fervent desire for learning. With a grand gesture, he declared, "Very well. Tomorrow I shall speak with the Shen family and arrange for you to attend the family academy alongside the third son's children." Su Shuheng hastily rose to express his gratitude to his uncle, while Shuyao beside him let out a sigh of relief. As Lord Xiao departed, he instructed his wife to procure some writing materials for the boy's studies and inquired whether a servant could be spared to assist in carrying the books. Madame Chen readily agreed, recognizing that her nephew's newfound significance in his husband's eyes was indeed a positive development. Yet, she remained somewhat skeptical. After all, at merely 7 years of age, how could one truly discern potential? The prospect of his future success felt far too remote. Nonetheless, as she busied herself with these arrangements, a thought stirred within her. Was her nephew not also without support? Should he eventually achieve greatness, would he not owe a debt of gratitude to the aunt who had sheltered and assisted him? Chapter 7. Ancestry. As she took her leave, Madame Chun held Su Shiyao's hand for an extended conversation. She inquired about the Jian studio. Is there anything lacking in that courtyard? Please, do not hesitate to voice your needs. Do not allow shyness to render you uncomfortable. Su Shiyao quickly shook her head, assuring her that all was well. Madame Chun affectionately patted her hand, her expression tinged with regret. If only it were not so far from here, we could converse more often. Unfortunately, you arrived at an inopportune time. Originally, there was a vacant courtyard near Jingshan that was allocated to Lu Yada last year. The mention of Lu Qingwan caused Madame Chen's brow to furrow involuntarily. She had heard that her stepson was rather taken with the girl. However, despite Lu Yada's many commendable qualities, Madame Chen harbored no fondness for her. Regardless of whether the two shared mutual feelings, she would never endorse such a union. Both the first and third households were legitimate offspring, while the second, being of illegitimate birth, was already in a precarious position within the Duke's residence. As for her, Madame Chun, who bore no children, found her status even more tenuous. Should her stepson marry the niece of the third household, it was likely that she would become a mere figurehead. Nonetheless, Madame Chun observed that Lu Yadu seemed to have her eyes set on higher aspirations. It was uncertain whether she would even consider Xiao Jinrong. Yet, she felt compelled to remain vigilant. When it came to others, Su Shiyao felt it inappropriate to respond, noting her aunt's apparent disapproval of the Lu girl. As an outsider who had never met Lu Yadu and had only just arrived at the Duke's residence, she had already heard her name mentioned twice. The first was in the morning when Mama Wu compared her appearance to that of Lu Yadu, and the second was from her current aunt. The frequency of such mentions suggested that Lu Yadu was not an ordinary individual, for the commonplace are seldom remembered. Xiao raised an eyebrow inwardly, yet her spoken words were exceedingly polite. Shuyao and my younger brother are immensely grateful for Aunt's care. If the distance is concerning, could it possibly be greater than the journey from Huzhou to the capital? Since we are already residing in the estate, what does this little distance matter? If Aunt does not mind, I would be delighted to visit daily, hoping it does not cause you any annoyance. Upon hearing this, Madame Chen's expression visibly stiffened. She was somewhat taken aback as she scrutinized the girl before her, noticing the slight redness at the corners of her eyes, which seemed to hint at a stirring of emotion. She could not help but chuckle at her own overthinking. The eloquence of her words was utterly enchanting, and for a fleeting moment, she found herself reminiscing about the heartfelt expressions she had shared with the ladies in her life, blurring the lines between authenticity and pretense. Yet the girl before her was merely 14. Chen did not harbor doubts about Su Shuyu. Rather, she lamented the loss of her former serenity. After all, who did not possess a time of profound emotions? She clasped Su Shuyu's hand, filled with poignant sentiment, and said, "Good child, you have endured much. From now on, consider this place your home. Share all your thoughts with your aunt." After speaking, she glanced up at the sky, noting that the hour had grown late, and hurriedly added, "All right, you should return now. Tomorrow, wake early with your brother, and I shall accompany you both to pay respects to the esteemed matriarch of the household." Su Shuyu obediently acquiesced and respectfully exited the Jinghua Hall alongside her brother. At that moment, dusk had descended, and lanterns flickered to life throughout the estate, resembling stars scattered across the night. As Su Shuyu walked along the cobbled path, intermittently illuminated and shrouded in shadows, she felt the gentle summer breeze caress her cheeks and hair, carrying the fresh scent of foliage. A faint smile tugged at the corners of her lips. A child without a mother assumes adult responsibilities early. Since the age of 8, Su Shuyu had not tasted the true joys of childhood. She vividly recalled that summer when her father had visited her ailing mother, sending her to the adjoining room to tend to her 1-year-old younger brother. On that fateful day, when her brother wept inconsolably, she thought to seek her mother for comfort. However, just as she stepped outside, she overheard a hushed conversation within. "If I were to leave, it would be ill-advised for you to raise the children alone. Su Shuyu, that child, is so well-behaved. Over the years, I have regarded her as my own flesh and blood. Yet only now, as I become a mother myself, do I comprehend the depth of a mother's love for her child. The jade pendant discovered on her person is clearly no ordinary trinket. I cannot fathom how it fell into the hands of others. For years, we have been mired in worldly affairs, neglecting to assist her in searching for her biological parents. If she grows up, you must reveal her origins to her. Even if we are powerless, perhaps one day she will seek the truth herself." The remainder of her father's words faded into silence. After what felt like an eternity, Su Shuyu, standing outside the door, found herself in tears as she retreated, finally grasping why a brightly lit marketplace frequently appeared in her dreams, accompanied by the distant call of Tao Dao. She never inquired about her age upon arriving at the Su household, perhaps out of fear, her memories of that period having been involuntarily erased. Or perhaps her youth had rendered her incapable of retaining any recollection of her past. Not long after, her mother passed away, and she wept inconsolably, kneeling before the coffin, repeatedly vowing to care for her brother. In the ensuing years, Su Shuyu matured swiftly, shouldering the responsibilities that followed her mother's demise like a true little adult. Little did she anticipate that 6 years later, her father would also depart. Before his passing, he summoned her to his bedside and recounted the events of that time. He mentioned that she appeared to be merely 1 or 2 years old, and that the details of her birth and age were approximations. They had encountered her on the 9th day of the 8th month, thus designating that as her birth date. She only recalled that the trafficker had mentioned that the goods in his possession came from the capital, but the specifics were lost to her. Her father advised her to remain well in the Su household, and remarked that searching for relatives was akin to finding a needle in a haystack for a girl like her, with hope being exceedingly dim. Moreover, the circumstances surrounding her disappearance remained unclear. If she inadvertently revealed her identity, it could attract the attention of those with ill intentions, posing a danger to her. Her father urged her not to fixate on the matter. However, he had not anticipated that she would find her way to the capital solely based on the faint familial connection to her mother and the Duke's residence. Reflecting on the arduous journey she had undertaken, Shuyao felt her spirits lift as she thought of her younger brother, who was soon to enter the Shun family academy. It was said that the Shun family had produced countless successful scholars, with their ancestors having aided several emperors in ascending to the throne. The current Grand Tutor, Shin Taifu, was the head of this illustrious line in the capital. The Shun family, with a legacy of scholarship and officialdom, was a prestigious lineage, and the children of noble families took pride in being admitted to the Shun Academy. Today, Shuyao met her uncle for the first time. Although they exchanged only a few words, she could discern that he was a good man, which brought her a measure of comfort regarding her forthcoming days at the Duke's residence. The evening breeze was quite pleasant, and as Shuyao walked slowly, she suddenly felt a gust of wind tug at the hem of her garment. Following the direction of the breeze, she spotted a tall figure clad in black, accompanied by several guards, striding past her towards the main road. Shuyao stood still, momentarily stunned, until Xiao Mo exclaimed, "Master, that is the eldest young master." The eldest young master? It was indeed him. Xiao Mo confirmed once more. Xuyao's mind raced. She had always believed she had come to the capital through the connections of the young prince of the Qingyuan Marquisate. But it turned out that the mastermind behind it was actually the eldest son of the Duke of Cheng. He had traveled to Huzhou with Wang Xiaowei, but it was under his cousin's name. No wonder Shuyao had sensed a chilling aura in the eyes of the man at the city gate. If this individual was the renowned heir of the Duke of Cheng, Xiao Mo, who commanded the entire imperial guards, it all made sense. Watching the shadow clad in black fade into the horizon, she lowered her gaze to adjust the slightly wrinkled hem of her skirt and smiled at her younger brother and the maids behind her. Shall we return? Chapter 8. Songha Hall. The following morning, Shuyao rose early. After being attended to by her maidservants for her grooming, she intended to call for her younger brother in the east wing. However, upon lifting her gaze, she saw Su Shuhing exiting his room and approaching her. A young boy, around 11 or 12 years old, followed him, while the originally assigned maidservants, Yuzhu and Mulan, stood awkwardly a short distance away. Shuyao felt a flicker of surprise. Before she could speak, the boy shyly said, "Sister, can I have a boy instead of a girl serving me? You said Hengguo is already a man." Shuyao chuckled in resignation, realizing the situation. The maidservants stifled their laughter as well. After adjusting her brother's collar, Shuyao replied, "Hengguo is indeed a little man, but until he grows up, he still needs someone to attend to him." To her surprise, the little fellow pouted and murmured, "Only when I'm older do I need a girl to serve me." Though her voice was soft, Shuyao heard clearly and understood much. However, she felt it inappropriate to acquiesce to her younger brother's request. Firstly, this was the Duke's mansion, where the attendants for the young masters and misses were predetermined. Secondly, Yuzhu and Mulan had been sent to serve her brother, and returning them would create an awkward situation. Furthermore, Hengguo was only 7 years old and truly required careful and considerate individuals to tend to his daily needs. Yet, since he did not desire a maid's attendance, Shuyao decided to take Xiao Mo and Huixiang along with the 11 or 12-year-old boy who would also accompany them. They had only set out after having breakfast, as instructed by their aunt the day before. The Duke's mansion was vast, and the journey back and forth could be quite time-consuming. So the elder lady had arranged for the younger generation to dine beforehand to avoid hunger during their visit. When Shuyao and her companions arrived at Jinhua Hall, the second young lady, Xiao Jini, and the fourth young lady, Xiao Jintong, were already present. Upon seeing her, Xiao Jini smiled and said, "Are you tired from walking? Come, sit down." The distance from her Jian studio to Jinhua Hall was indeed considerable, yet within an acceptable range. Shuyao felt a slight warmth in her body from the walk, and as she settled onto the stool brought by the maid, she replied with a smile, "I am well. It allows me to enjoy the scenery of the mansion." Xiao Jintong was rather reticent, appearing somewhat timid. After exchanging pleasantries with Xiao Jini, they were occasionally chided by Chen Shi, yet the atmosphere remained amicable. After a short while, the third young lady, Xiao Jingshan, arrived. The group, accompanied by their maids, proceeded toward the Pine Crane Hall where the elder lady resided, and as Shuyao walked behind, she caught sight of her Jian studio from a distance. Realizing that the elder lady lived in the same direction, not far from Pine Crane Hall, they encountered the third madam, Lu Shi. After Lu Shi exchanged pleasantries with Chen Shi, she noticed an unfamiliar girl beside her and inquired, "Is this your niece?" After scrutinizing Shuyao for a moment, she remarked, "She does not resemble you at all." Chen Shi shot her a glance, retorting, My sister is indeed more beautiful than I am. Chen Shi's father, Chen Jixing, had once been a senior physician in the palace but had to flee to Jiangnan after offending a noble. However, before his departure, he secured a favorable marriage into the duke's mansion, a bond forged due to the old duke's gratitude for being saved by Chen Shi's father in his youth. The duke's residence was powerful, and there was no need to emphasize social standing for a concubine to marry a legitimate son. Even Lu Shi, the third madam, hailed from a fallen family, yet her brother commanded military affairs and had risen to prominence after marrying into the duke's residence, now holding the esteemed position of the general of Ningxia. Today, Shuyao donned a deep blue printed coat, her hairstyle elegantly simple, yet this unadorned attire, combined with her youthful, exquisite features, radiated a unique, serene beauty. Lu Shi glanced at her once more, then surveyed the three young ladies of the Xiao family across from her. Indeed, she appeared distinct from others, prompting her to think how no wonder the servants in the mansion had been whispering about the arrival of a stunning cousin from the second house. After greeting Lu Shi, Shuyao quickly turned her gaze towards Lu Qingwan, who stood behind her. The esteemed Miss Lu, renowned in the Duke Cheng's residence, was undeniably exquisite, possessing not only impeccable features but also a tall and graceful figure, adorned in a delicate, primrose-colored embroidered gown with matching hair ornaments. She resembled a tender willow swaying in the breeze, evoking an array of beautiful descriptions from those who beheld her. Lu Qingwan approached to greet Shuyao with a smile. She had only heard of another cousin's arrival at the residence until she finally encountered the real person, and even her previously composed gaze now held a hint of seriousness. Confronted by this exceptionally beautiful woman, whose demeanor was gentle yet reserved, Lu Qingwan felt a familiar sense of competition among peers. Xiao Jingshan had always been the most attentive towards Lu Qingwan. Since her arrival, no elder or brother had refrained from praising her beauty. The third daughter of the Xiao family felt a twinge of discontent, believing that Lu's only merit was her looks and that she often feigned a pitiful appearance. She had previously wondered how she would react upon seeing a cousin more beautiful than herself, and indeed, she had noticed a fleeting stiffness in Lu Qingwan's expression. Such subtle changes might go unnoticed by others, but for Xiao Jingshan, who had been observing Lu Qingwan closely, it was more than sufficient. The Songhe Hall was adjacent to the easternmost side of the estate, with its entrance paved in blue stones and flanked by symmetrical flower beds, home to several sturdy five-leaf pines and some precious blooms. Noticing Shuyao's gaze drawn towards a peony, Xiao Jingshan kindly reminded her, "It's time to go." Surprised, Shuyao withdrew her gaze and entered the Songhe Hall with the others. Once all the granddaughters had paid their respects, Chen Shi introduced Shuyao and her brother to the matriarch. "Mother, here are the orphaned children left by my unfortunate sister. Shuyao, Shuheng, come greet the matriarch." Shuyao respectfully knelt and performed several bows, expressing her wishes for the matriarch's well-being. She was then assisted to her feet by a maid beside the old lady. The matriarch appeared to be in good spirits, her eyes bright and attentive. After carefully observing Shuyao, she nodded and remarked, "Indeed, quite remarkable. Yesterday, a maid in my courtyard mentioned a celestial beauty had arrived, and I was skeptical, but seeing her now, it is indeed true." At that moment, Xiao Jingshan playfully chimed in, "Grandmother, having seen a pearl, you might forget about your granddaughter, who is but a mere fish-eye." Her feigned sorrow elicited laughter from the crowd. The old matriarch shot her a teasing glance and then patted Shuyao's hand, saying, "Good child, you have suffered. From now on, feel free to stay in the residence. If you lack anything, tell your aunt. Do not regard yourself as an outsider." Feeling the warmth of the matriarch's hand and meeting her compassionate gaze nearly brought tears to Shuyao's eyes. She lowered her head and responded softly, "Thank you for your kindness, matriarch. I will be grateful." After exchanging a few more words with her, the matriarch allowed Shuyao to stand down and then teased Shuing, inquiring about the child's schooling, before concluding the conversation upon hearing from her daughter-in-law, Chen Shi, that the second master of the Xiao family had already made arrangements. At present, everyone has partaken in breakfast and is not in a hurry to return. The venerable matriarch, Lady Xiao, appears quite fond of her granddaughters, including Lu Qingwan, who seems to share a warm rapport with her. Shuyao, seated at the lower end of the table, listens as Lady Xiao converses with the third madam, the Lu matriarch, about Lu Qingwan. "Your father is not here, so as your aunt, you should take the children out to meet other ladies. allowing others to know that we have such capable daughters in our household. Shuyao raises her head and notices that there is a certain forced smile on Lu's face. Unsure of the underlying reason, she glances at Lu Qingwan, who also appears to bear a look of distress. Chapter 9. Crisis of Trust. After uttering this remark, Lady Xiao swiftly shifts the conversation to another topic. Yet, it is not long before the Duchess, Lady Wang, enters Songha Hall with light steps, mentioning that her nephew from her maternal family has arrived at the residence and is currently waiting outside to pay his respects to the matriarch. Lady Wang's seemingly casual statement acts as a stone cast into a tranquil lake, stirring a ripple of intrigue among the young ladies present. Even Lu Qingwan, who had appeared melancholy moments ago, straightens her posture slightly. Initially, Shuyao does not pay much attention until she sees a young gentleman clad in a white shirt adorned with cloud patterns enter Songha Hall. Greeting Lady Xiao with a smile, it dawns on her, so it is him. After paying his respects, Wang Xiaowei sits down to converse with Lady Xiao, and the exchange between the elder and the youth flows harmoniously. The younger cousins remain respectfully silent, listening intently. Shuyao, too, finds herself in a similar predicament. Being an external cousin, she ought to excuse herself from the conversation. However, as Lady Xiao does not dismiss her, she must remain seated quietly. She anticipates continuing this guise of indifference, but at that moment, Chen speaks up. Mother, you inquired about where the Wang family's son went recently. He would not tell you the truth, but you could ask the daughter-in-law. Lady Xiao, not engaging with her remark, playfully rebukes. Oh, I know you well. You remain confined within the walls of this residence daily. Where would you encounter the Wang family's son? Shuyao senses the impending words of her aunt and feels her cheeks tighten. She raises her gaze towards Wang Xiaowei, who seems to have noticed her and offers a slight smile. Before Chen can continue, the second son of the Wang family takes the initiative. Grandmother, it seems we have guests in this room. Why have you not introduced them to Xiaogao? Lady Xiao, following his gaze, smiles and replies, You have sharp eyes indeed. How could I have forgotten this? Allow me to introduce you. She points to Shuyao, saying, This is your cousin from the Su family, just arrived from Huzhou. Then she gestures towards Su Shuang, and this is her younger brother. Poor dears, who traveled alone. Fortunately, they encountered no mishap along the way. With this proclamation, Chen is left without an opportunity to interject. At this moment, Shuyao rises and bows to Wang Xiaowei, saying, Thanks to my cousin from the Wang family for the assistance along the journey. I wish to express my gratitude here in person. Lady Xiao, displaying surprise, exclaims, Oh, what is the reason for this? Please, do share. Shuyao recounts her journey, detailing how she accompanied the Wang family's son on his boat to the capital. After listening, the matriarch of the Xiao family clapped her hands in laughter, exclaiming, You are quite the clever one, my dear. Since you were in Huzhou before, how did you recognize him? Shuyao responded playfully, What you may not know, dear matriarch, is that even the merchants and porters in the city were aware of young Master Wang's visit to Huzhou, so how could I possibly be at a disadvantage? Upon her utterance, everyone in the room erupted into laughter. The three young ladies from the second branch were already privy to this matter, yet they displayed no outward signs of knowledge. Lu Qingwan, however, cast her gaze towards Shuyao, for she had distinctly seen Wang's cousin smile at Su's family member just moments prior. Meanwhile, Wang Xiaowei felt a tinge of embarrassment after the ladies' banter. Inwardly chastising Xiao Mo, he had been discreetly lurking in the background, using his reputation to investigate while stirring the waters, only to find himself not only collecting Spring Palace manuscripts, but also leveraging his name to assist this cousin from the Su family. Wang Xiaowei did not linger for long before departing, while Shuyao left Songha Hall only as noon approached. Lu Qingwan accompanied her along the same route, with the two cousins from the second branch inquiring about Su Heng's experiences traveling from Huzhou to the capital. Although Lu Qingwan did not ask, she listened attentively as they spoke of their difficulties at the city gate, attributing their entry to young Master Wang's assistance. How did your cousin know you were his relative? This seemed implausible. Did you truly not exchange a single word on the journey? Asked a girl clad in pale yellow, her voice soft yet pointed. Indeed, echoed Xiao Jingshan and Xiao Jingyi. The group turned their attention to her, seemingly skeptical. Shuyao could have retorted, Why not inquire with young Master Wang? However, she refrained, merely smiling wryly. Yes, I too wish to know. Perhaps I simply resemble a cousin here to visit. The group pondered the tales they had heard from the servants about a dilapidated old carriage, accompanied by an elderly servant and a pair of ragged siblings. with nary a maid in sight and only a single trunk as their luggage, truly a pitiful sight. Suddenly, they began to empathize with young Master Wang. Being a man of stature, he likely extended a helping hand, referring to her as a cousin merely to uphold the lady's dignity. Xiao Jingyi approached Shuyao, smiling as she took her hand. Thank goodness we encountered young Master Wang, or we would have had to wait an entire evening to see you. Xiao Jingshan laughed nervously, quickly diverting the conversation. Lu Qingwan appeared as graceful as a willow in the wind, yet her expression betrayed a hint of discomfort. This bout of mistrust seemed to have settled. Only Su Shuheng, observing his sister's silence, felt a pang of regret for his indiscretion. The 7-year-old boy had begun to grasp the treacherous nature of human hearts. The earlier gaiety dissipated, and he came to understand why his cousins had focused their inquiries on him, responding so eagerly. It was out of disbelief in his sister, aiming to extract information from him. Even after returning to Jian's studio, Su Shuheng remained somewhat sulky. Su Shuyao, however, did not dwell on it, having resolved to seek refuge. She had already set aside her pride. Her identity is that of a distant cousin, reliant on the kindness of others, resilient like wild grass, yet lacking in any principled stance. For the sake of silver, she would sacrifice the artistic skills she had honed over the years to depict the Spring Palace volumes. Little did she anticipate that her character paintings would stand out so remarkably, elevating them several tiers above those available for purchase in the market, nearly inciting a significant uproar. Su Xiao gently ruffled her younger brother's hair, urging him not to gaze at her so intently, assuring him that she was well. Hurry inside to wash your face and join me for lunch. I believe I spotted your favorite steamed crab roe shrimp. The little boy, upon hearing his sister's mention of food with such cheer, appeared far from angry. The thought of indulging in the steamed crab roe shrimp that he had not tasted in ages indeed brightened his previously sullen expression. Chapter 10. The past Wang Xiaowei emerged from the pine crane hall of the venerable Lady Xiao and swiftly made his way to Xiao Mo's study. As the commander of the Imperial Guards, Xiao Mo, in addition to his overt responsibilities, was occasionally tasked with discreet investigations for the emperor. Thus, it was not surprising for a commander of the Imperial Guards to make a clandestine appearance in the Jiangxia region. The Chengguo Duke's residence had long been stationed along the northern frontier, and now Xiao Mo's father, the Duke of the Xiao family, was no exception. Even Xiao Mo himself was summoned back, as the emperor had noted that both father and son were stationed at the border. And with him being the heir apparent of increasing age yet still unmarried, it warranted his return. However, upon returning, he did not remain idle. He soon took up the mantle of commander of the Imperial Guards. The public only saw the prominence of the Chengguo Duke's residence. Yet such prestige was not merely bestowed by fortune. Since the Xiao family established their household, nearly every generation has produced valiant warriors. And the literary talents and strategies of the Xiao sons are equally commendable. Focusing on Xiao Mo, he had already showcased his martial prowess on the battlefield. Now, back in the capital, although he led a contingent of Imperial Guards not currently engaged in battle, he bore the crucial mission of safeguarding the imperial city, necessitating a balance of various responsibilities. Currently, he enjoyed the emperor's favor, almost becoming the elderly sovereign's right-hand man. Wang Xiaowei's visit today was prompted by the recent events in Huzhou. After discussing pertinent matters, he naturally brought up Su Shuyao and her brother, having been surprised to learn that they had sought refuge at the Duke's residence. You truly had no inkling? I genuinely did not. The 19-year-old pondered for a moment before recalling his cousin's mention of their arrival. Wang Xiaowei's mind conjured the image of a face as delicate and expressive as a hibiscus. Adorned in a deep robe, her exquisite features strikingly beautiful. When she had expressed her gratitude, her eyes seemed to shimmer with the clarity of autumn waters. And her words were soft yet playful. What troubles has befallen your cousin's family? After posing the question, he felt a twinge of regret, realizing how little his cousin, who rarely inquired about women, could possibly know. Sure enough, when he looked up, he found Xiao Mo regarding him with a hint of surprise, prompting him to awkwardly add, "Do not misconstrue. I merely lament the fact that a young girl must journey to the capital with her younger brother, which is indeed a formidable challenge." During the previous half-month aboard the ship, her few appearances had been shrouded by a veil, leaving Wang Xiaowei unaware that she was, in truth, such a young and gentle lady. Xiao Mo cast a fleeting glance at him, his tone remarkably indifferent as he remarked, "She possesses greater acumen than you. Do refrain from displaying your feudal sympathy." In their dynamic, Wang Xiaowei consistently found himself at a disadvantage, a circumstance to which he seemed resigned, despite the mere 2-year age difference between them. As the eldest grandson of the Duke of Chengguo, Xiao Mo was burdened with expectations even before his birth. From the moment he entered the world, his status as the designated heir was unequivocally established. Upon his arrival, the imperial edict proclaiming him as the heir swiftly reached the duke's residence. This young heir, upon whom so many hopes rested, did not disappoint. He exhibited precocious wisdom from an early age. As Wang Xiaowei's mother once remarked, he appeared solemnly earnest, yet secretly harbored a mischievous streak. In his youth, Xiao Mo was reticent and maintained an air of aloofness towards people and matters alike. Nevertheless, whenever the other children found themselves in a predicament, they sought his counsel. Often, their mischief would ensue from following his advice, yet they managed to extricate themselves unscathed. The elders could do little to reprimand him, resorting instead to sternly admonishing their own children, which resulted in Wang Xiaowei receiving considerable scolding from the marquis. Thus, it was hardly surprising that Wang's mother held a particular opinion of her nephew. Of course, these events transpired in their early years. Xiao Mo matured swiftly and, as time progressed, distanced himself from their company. By the age of 12 or 13, when he witnessed his father depart for the frontier, he yearned to accompany him. Unfortunately, the Duke refused his request. Undeterred, the young boy clung beneath the carriage and managed to follow the entire way without succumbing to hunger. The absence of the child caused considerable distress within the Duke's household, until news arrived from the frontier stating that the young heir was indeed accompanying the Duke in military campaigns, alleviating the family's worries. This revelation nearly caused the elderly matriarch and Wang's family to faint from shock. However, the Duke was known for his resolute nature, and none dared to challenge his authority. Thus, Wang's family could only weep daily, fervently wishing ill upon their husband while anxiously awaiting urgent news from the frontier. As the year drew to a close, the young lord returned, taller and leaner, to be met with tears and embraces from his grandmother and mother, though reprimands were utterly avoided. The young lord had declared that he might depart again at any moment. After such a heartfelt reunion, he indeed did not return to the frontier after the new year. No one dared to broach the subject, fearing it might prompt him to leave again. Upon reaching the age of 16, Xiao Mo ventured to the frontier once more, where he swiftly displayed remarkable military prowess. Not only did he possess an intimate knowledge of various maps, but he also excelled in troop deployment strategies, occasionally collaborating with soldiers to explore traps and mechanisms, which significantly reduced casualties among the Dayan Dynasty's troops. In the subsequent 2 years, Xiao Mo achieved numerous military accolades, and it was rumored that his return to the capital this time was to address his lifelong commitment. Wang Xiaowei's mind flickered with thoughts of his fifth brother's recent mention of Miss Jingshu, who remained as amiable as ever. Before he could finish his thought, he noticed the young lord, who had been seated, already striding towards the exit. With a resigned smile, Wang Xiaowei followed a few steps, calling out, "Hey, what are you truly contemplating? After all, you are betrothed." Just as he began to voice his concern, he saw Xiao Mo turn back, stating, "If you have no matters at hand, you may as well return." Wang Xiaowei gazed at him, shaking his head in resignation, and truly halted his steps. Once the other had departed, he leisurely exited the study and returned to his residence. Xiao Mo sat in a pavilion nestled among the mountains, draped casually in a deep blue brocade robe, the front revealing a pristine white undergarment that elegantly accentuated the lean waist of a martial artist. The maid Ji Chun stood to the side, observing her master's indifferent expression as he gazed into the distance. The slanting rays of the sun partially enveloping his brows and eyes, exuding an indescribable sense of solitude. After a brief pause, she approached him, saying, "Master, the old lady has sent someone to summon you." Ji Chun, possessing delicate features and a graceful figure, caught the attention of even the guards lurking nearby. Yet the young lord did not even turn his head, merely responding in a detached manner, "I understand." In Songha Hall, upon hearing the maid's report, the elderly matriarch closed her eyes, allowing those behind her to continue massaging her shoulders and back. Soon, the announcement of the young lord's arrival echoed from outside. "Grandmother, your grandson has come. I hear you called for me." His voice was clear, tinged with a hint of mirth. "If I hadn't called you, would you have come at all?" The old lady retorted with a huff. Xiao Mo wore a feigned smile, replying, "How could that be?" He then motioned for the maid behind the old lady to step aside and began to knead her shoulders himself. "Be gentle, be gentle." My old bones cannot withstand your roughness, she exclaimed, prompting the young man to sheepishly pause and take a seat opposite her. A moment of silence enveloped the room before the elder spoke again. You are avoiding me, which I must address. What are your intentions regarding the marriage with the Shin family? It would be prudent for you to confide in this old woman. Xiao Mo replied respectfully. I shall follow your arrangements, grandmother. Yet, the old lady regarded him with a calm expression, neither pleased nor angered. A sudden wave of sadness washed over her. This child was too distant. She longed for her grandson to marry and have children, but she also wished for him to find someone truly warm-hearted. Chapter 11. A warning. The old lady paused, recollecting another matter. Regarding your third aunt, I have already spoken to her. The Liu family is acting too recklessly. Our duke's residence must not be entangled in such murky waters. The matriarch held no ill will towards the Liu girl, previously, aside from her eldest grandson. She had not closely monitored the marriages of the younger generation, trusting their parents to be prudent. However, upon recently hearing Xiao Mo mention that Liu Qingwan's father seemed to be secretly engaging with the princess, she felt compelled to take note. Since her third daughter-in-law had intentions to deepen ties with the Liu family, it was necessary for her to offer a word of caution. Xiao Mo acknowledged with a sound of agreement, conversing with the old lady for a while longer before taking his leave. The old matriarch sighed as she thought of her third son, in the Xiao family's third branch. The eldest was to inherit the title and must remain stationed at the border, while the two children from the first branch were commendable, with the eldest returning to assume the role of the commander of the imperial guards, a testament to his own merit. The emperor favored the first branch, leaving the second and third branches without substantial positions, although the second branch was of lesser status. Xiao Zhaoping had a commendable temperament and currently held a nominal position in the military affairs office, behaving himself adequately. The third son, being the legitimate second child, could not inherit the title, thus the old lady had been somewhat lenient in her oversight of him since childhood. He merely hoped to spend his life under the auspices of the noble house, maintaining its legacy, yet he was a man of ambition. Lady Xiao furrowed her brows, uncertain if he was aware of the matters concerning the Liu family. Contemplating this, she inquired once more to the matron beside her, has Scholar Xiao returned? Scholar Xiao, the third son of the Xiao family, was currently serving in the Ministry of Revenue. Though he held merely a seventh-rank position, he toiled from dawn till dusk. Such roles in the 6 ministries were far from the leisurely appointments reserved for the offspring of nobility. One must work alongside the scholarly officials who entered the ranks through examinations, for idleness was never commendable. Matron Liu stepped outside and soon returned to report. It is said that the third master has returned and is seated at the table for his evening meal. He will come to see you shortly, old madam. Lady Xiao responded with an "oh," and then closed her eyes, leaning back. Matron Liu signaled for a maid to assist with the fan. It was not until nightfall that the third master entered the side room of Songha Hall, lifting the curtain and calling for his mother. The maid presented a stool, and Scholar Xiao took a cloth to wipe the sweat from his brow, saying, "It is hot. Why is there no ice in Mother's chamber?" Fortunately, it had been used during the day, but now that it was night, it had been removed. A maid stepped forward to fan the third master, and the room was illuminated by flickering lights. "Mother," Lady Xiao waved her hand to dismiss those nearby, and then asked, "How much do you know of the Liu family's affairs?" She fixed her gaze on her son, noticing the hesitation on his face, which clearly indicated he was not entirely uninformed, prompting her to frown deeply. Sweat beaded on Scholar Zhao's forehead as he earnestly replied, "Mother, though the emperor currently favors our Xiao family, he is already over 60. Who can predict what the future holds?" He refrained from mentioning that while his elder brother might inherit a title, what of his children? They would have to start from the most humble 7th rank. Or perhaps even that would elude them. He had no daughter and could not enter the palace to become a consort. But now that the second prince had extended a hand of friendship, what harm could there be in striving for a merit that could benefit our family? At present, the first prince, despite being the eldest, was not born of the empress and lacked the emperor's favor. His talents were mediocre at best. Only the second prince, a legitimate son of the empress, bore a prestigious status. Although merely 20 years of age, he already exhibited the demeanor of a sovereign, garnering the admiration of both court and common folk alike, including the emperor's mentor, Master Shun, who praised his intellect. To Scholar Xiao, the second prince was nearly an undisputed choice for heir. If the Xiao family were to reject the second prince's overtures now, what fortune would await them should he ascend to the throne? Though he harbored personal ambitions, His thoughts were ultimately for the greater good of the Xiao family. Scholar Xiao was well aware that since its establishment, the Xiao family had never aligned with any prince. Neither his elder brother nor his mother would permit such a course of action, yet the third master came with the intention of persuading his mother. Times had changed. Who would remain indifferent to an evident advantage? However, he had yet to formulate a strategy to convince his mother when his thoughts were already perceived. With a resounding crash, a teacup was hurled to the ground at the feet of the third master. His heart trembled, and he hastily knelt, exclaiming, "Mother, who do you accuse? How can you be certain of your judgment? You are being foolish, Scholar Xiao." The elderly matriarch pointed at her son with both hands, her voice trembling with anger. Noticing he still had words to say, she continued, "The emperor is still alive. How do you think I know this?" It was the emperor who inquired about the relationship between the Mo family and our Xiao family. The old lady cast a cold gaze upon her son. "Do you think the emperor is unaware of these petty schemes? The emperor is a precious being. Even in casual conversation, he would not speak aimlessly. Do you comprehend this?" Xiao San, frightened, turned pale, stammering, "Mother, I have not yet agreed." He recalled his previous encounter through his uncle with a eunuch from the empress's palace, and cold sweat began to trickle down his back, trembling like a leaf in the wind. Mo had not immediately informed him, but had first investigated the current affairs of the Lu family, realizing why that individual suddenly mentioned the Lu family. Since Lu had married into the Duke of Cheng's household and had 2 children, she was indeed part of the Xiao family. As for that young lady Lu, she could stay if she wished, but the matter of marriage was off the table. Do you understand? Seeing that her third son had grasped the implications, the old lady laid out her views comprehensively. Xiao Xiaolian, listening to his mother's arrangement, felt gratitude. He could not bring himself to divorce and remarry, and his 2 sons could not do without the Lu lineage. His mother's intention was that the Duke of Cheng's household would protect his wife, yet they must delineate boundaries with the Lu family going forward. The son understood. Xiao Xiaolian bowed deeply, then stood up in a daze. "Very well, you may go." Xiao San returned to the Lu family courtyard with heavy steps. Upon seeing him, Lu hurriedly approached. Hearing that her husband had returned, the matriarch of Songha Hall rushed over to summon him, clearly with matters to discuss. Observing his demeanor and recalling the old lady's previous instruction to socialize with her niece, Lu hesitated to ask directly but instead expressed concern. "Has something happened in the household?" Xiao San waved his hand, and once inside, dismissed those nearby, pulling her to sit before the bed, and solemnly said, "I need to tell you something. Listen carefully." He then conveyed to Lu the words his mother had said, albeit with slight alterations. Although Lu hailed from the Lu family and shared a close bond with her brother, she had become the wife of the Duke of Cheng and had 2 children, thus she understood the weight of priorities. However, she would not remain passive. Since the emperor had brought it up, it served as a warning to these individuals. She could send a letter back, subtly advising her brother, which was within her means. As for the outcome, it was left to fate. Chapter 12. Sending the younger brother to school. Regarding this matter, Su Shuyu was oblivious. She only knew that Lu Qingwan had fallen ill shortly thereafter. Following her second cousin and third cousin, she went to the Rose courtyard to visit the sick. Finding the delicate girl reclined in her brocade quilt, although her complexion was pale, her gaze was far from weak. In fact, Su Shuyu detected a fierce determination in her. She felt a sense of familiarity with that look, later realizing that the defiance reflected in Lu's eyes resembled that of a drowning cat in the Su family's old residence. Even with 1 foot submerged in muddy water, it had not forgotten to turn back and deliver a fatal blow to its formidable aunt. Su Shuyu became increasingly curious about what had transpired with Lu Qingwan. Several individuals emerged from the Rose courtyard, accompanied by the customary gifts of inquiry from their cousins. Except for Xiao Jinrong, all the other cousins had sent their maidservants to deliver their tokens. Upon seeing her second brother approach personally, the third young lady, Xiao Jingshan, felt a twinge of displeasure. "Second brother, could you not have sent a maid to deliver your greetings?" Hearing her voice, Xiao Jinrong turned to see not only his third sister but also his second sister, Xiao Jingyi, along with a cousin who had come to the residence seeking a match. Suppressing his irritation, he glanced at the maidservant stationed at the entrance of the Rose courtyard and ultimately decided to halt his steps, deeming it prudent. Su Shuyao observed Xiao Jingshan moving closer to converse with her elder brother, seemingly assessing the situation as they departed, while their cousin Jingyi stood nearby waiting for them. She took the initiative to say, Shuyao still needs to deliver some items to Auntie at the Jinhua Hall, so I shall take my leave first." The third young lady, Jingshan, paid her little heed, but cousin Jingyi appeared to scrutinize her with a fleeting glance before responding with a simple acknowledgement. In the days that followed, Su Shuyao continued to reside discreetly in Jiyun's studio, venturing only to the Jinhua Hall and Songha Hall to pay her respects. However, even these daily visits required traversing a significant portion of the inner courtyard, inevitably leading to encounters with the young masters of the household. On several occasions, she crossed paths with Xiao Jinrong outside the Jinhua Hall or on her return journey. Recalling his earlier remarks upon her arrival, she harbored a less than favorable impression of her aunt's stepson, though she did not allow this to manifest outwardly. Each time, she would politely greet him as second cousin and refrain from engaging in further conversation. Her demeanor was neither submissive nor overbearing. She adhered to the most fundamental courtesies without displaying excessive warmth. After several such interactions, Xiao Jinrong began to regard her with a contemplative gaze. Nevertheless, he did not believe that this cousin from the Su family was genuinely as demure as she appeared. Perhaps she was merely biding her time for a more significant stratagem. The more aloof she acted toward him, the more he suspected her of harboring cunning intentions akin to those of his stepmother, appearing faultless while potentially harboring ulterior motives. Unbeknownst to him, Su Shuyao was entirely oblivious to his suspicions. A few days later, word arrived from the residence of the second master, announcing that an arrangement with the Shun family had been finalized, allowing Su Heng to commence his studies the following day. The siblings were quite elated, as the Jinhua Hall had recently sent over writing materials. Su Shuyao instructed Yuzhu to assist her younger brother in organizing the items into his satchel, repeatedly admonishing the accompanying young servant, "You must stay close to young master Su Heng at all times, and endeavor to accompany the fourth and fifth young masters on your way back. Should you encounter any trouble, do not hesitate to seek their assistance. If you face an insurmountable issue, you must return promptly to the Duke's residence for help. Do you understand?" The young servant was a native of the household, his father being a steward in the residence of the second master. His surname was Cheng, and he had long aspired for his son to gain literary knowledge. However, there had always been a fixed number of young servants attending the young masters in the household. Given that the second branch had only Xiao Jinrong as a sole heir, Steward Cheng had long since given up hope. Unexpectedly, the arrival of a cousin from the Su family changed that. Upon learning that Su Shuheng was to attend the Shun family academy, Steward Cheng promptly approached the second master, which led to Cheng in being assigned to Su Shuheng's side. Cheng listened attentively, fearing any oversight. In the past few days, while accompanying Master Shu Heng, he had gradually learned a few characters. His heart surged with excitement as he recalled his father's earnest admonitions. This was indeed the moment to exert oneself. He patted his chest and assured, "Rest assured, miss. I understand everything in my heart." His eyes sparkled with intelligence, and he was indeed a clever lad, thought Su Shuyao. The Shun family resided in the West City, merely 2 alleys away from the Chengguo mansion on Pingan Avenue. Su Shuyao escorted them to the second gate and waited briefly until she saw 2 young masters from the third room emerging one after the other. The fourth young master, Xiao Jinwan, was now 15, and it was said that upon turning 16, he would no longer need to attend the clan school. For the sons of noble families in the capital, participating in the imperial examination would be considerably easier than for ordinary students. They could even bypass the preliminary examinations and proceed directly to the main examination. The eldest young master of the Xiao family was inheriting the title, while the third son had accompanied the duke to the border. The second son remained at home, rumored to be seeking a leisurely position directly from the emperor. Much like his father, accompanying Xiao Jinwen was the fifth young master, Xiao Jinli, who was only 13. Upon seeing the two approach, Su Shuyao hurriedly led her younger brother to greet them. Xiao Jinwen had received instructions from his father the day before, and upon seeing them, he naturally invited Su Shuheng to join him, saying, "You shall ride in the same carriage with me shortly." Su Shuyao's heart fluttered as she looked up at the youth who was merely a year older than herself. He wore a pale blue round-collared robe adorned with bamboo patterns, and his half-bundled hair was secured with a jade hairpin, his eyes sparkling with mirth as he gazed at her. "You must be the cousin from the Su family," he remarked, his voice still bearing a hint of boyish huskiness as he transitioned from childhood. Su Shuyao, somewhat surprised, nodded. Although she had been informed by her maid from a distance that this was the fourth young master of the Xiao family, this was their first formal encounter. "Greetings, fourth cousin," Shu Heng asks that you look after him, she began, but then felt a twinge of impertinence. Why should she request assistance from a young master of the Duke's household? However, upon meeting the encouraging gaze of the youth, her embarrassment lessened. Then I shall trouble you, fourth cousin. Su Shuyao believed that Xiao Jinwen's invitation for her younger brother to share a carriage signified that he had matters to discuss, perhaps even a desire to look after him. Turning her gaze, she noticed the food box held by Mo Lan and promptly presented a box of pastries she had prepared the previous night to Xiao Jinwen. These are for my younger brother. If you don't mind their simplicity, please take them to the carriage to stave off hunger. Seeing him look at her, she added, they are of our Huzhou flavor. Xiao Jinwen accepted the pastries with both hands and handed them to a servant beside him. Su Shuyao then offered another box to the fifth young master. Xiao Jinli appeared quite robust, exuding a youthful charm. He took the pastries and, after sampling a piece, mumbled, delicious. Don't worry. I will protect my cousin from now on. No one will dare to bully him. He presented a playful demeanor, crumbs adorning his lips, which evoked laughter from those present. Su Shuyao too smiled, the corners of her lips curving, as she waved at her younger brother under the rising sun. Words linger on the tip of the tongue, unspoken yet brimming with concern, softening the heart. When the carriage began to sway, Xiao Jinwen turned back to see his cousin from the Su family still standing in place, looking reluctant to part. Chapter 13. 2 years later, Su Shuyu and her younger brother had settled into the Jiyun studio of the Duke of Cheng's residence. In the blink of an eye, 2 years had slipped by. During this time, Su Shuyu seldom ventured outside, rarely straying beyond her aunt's abode. As for the Songha Hall, shortly after her arrival, the matriarch of the Xiao family had excused the younger generation from the customary greetings, requiring attendance only once every 10 days. As cousins residing in the estate, both Su Shuyu and Lu Qingwan were also exempt from these periodic visits. Su Shuyu did not perceive the daily greetings as a burdensome obligation. However, as the matriarch had decreed, compliance was expected. With her younger brother attending school, she found herself inevitably interacting more with the fourth and fifth young masters of the Xiao family. Occasionally, when bringing treats for her brother, she would also prepare some for the 2 young masters. They graciously accepted her offerings, yet she remained oblivious to whether they actually consumed them. With limited resources, she could only express her care in these small gestures, mindful not to overstep boundaries, for propriety dictated a certain distance between the sexes. Her third aunt guarded her 2 sons as if they were precious gems, and as a cousin living under another's roof, excessive attentiveness could arouse suspicions of seeking favor. Strangely, none of the young masters of the Xiao family had secured engagements during this period, while her second cousin, Xiao Jini, had been promised to the eldest son of the Li family 2 years prior. The Li family, originating from the Zhao County Li clan, was a prestigious lineage with a legacy spanning centuries. They had produced 17 chancellors and over 100 scholars. And the current eldest son was not only destined to inherit the family, but was also a celebrated top scholar. Such a young gentleman, distinguished in talent, appearance, and lineage, would be sought after even by royal princesses. Yet, after years of scholarly pursuits, the eldest son of the Li family was poised to make his mark in the official court. Hence, after much deliberation, he chose the second daughter of the Duke of Cheng's residence. Although the second master of the Duke's household was of little merit, the influence of the main branch was considerable. One family flourished in nobility, while the other shone brightly among the gentry. The union between the Xiao and Li families was not only one of social standing, but also mutually beneficial. Madame Chen was pleased with this match, advising the matriarch to steer clear of the turmoil surrounding the royal succession. Securing an alliance with the Li family was indeed a favorable choice. Yet, Su Shuyu remained in the Jiyun studio, acutely aware that this was the inevitable path for the young masters entering the inner courtyard, and she had been cautious, ensuring no missteps occurred. Madame Chen was not in a hurry. As the stepmother, she believed she had ample means to persuade Xiao Jinrong to comply. However, the eldest son of the household had yet to finalize his engagement, and the younger brothers could not proceed without his consent, especially with their niece still in mourning. Now, after 2 years, as Jeannie prepared for marriage, Su Shuyu would soon conclude her mourning period, and at the age of 16, perhaps it was time for her to take action. Similar to Su Shuyu, Lu Qingwan of the Rose Courtyard led a similarly reclusive life. In the beginning, the third madam attended several banquets and tea gatherings with her niece. However, for reasons unknown, their participation gradually diminished. Even to this day, unless someone deliberately brings it up. Very few would recall that the residence of the Duke of Cheng still hosts two remarkably beautiful cousins. After the 15th of August, the second daughter of the Duke of Cheng finally wed the eldest son of the Li family, and the wedding was celebrated with great fanfare, with even the noble ladies from the palace sending their congratulations. On this day, Shuyao, still in mourning, donned a newly tailored gown from the household. Although it lacked red embellishments, it was nonetheless more vibrant than her usual attire. As the garments were a gift from the Jinhua Hall, Shuyao felt there was no reason not to wear them. She did not place much importance on superficial customs. Her father had passed away 2 years prior, and she and her brother remembered him in their hearts. As for everything else, being a guest in another's home, she naturally prioritized the preferences of her hosts, especially on her cousin's joyous occasion. On this day, Shuyao wore a light green embroidered robe. Her hair was sleek and black, her brows and eyes bright, and her neck was as delicate and white as snow, making her resemble a fresh lotus standing elegantly on a branch. At the banquet, numerous ladies quickly noticed this striking new face. Upon inquiry, they soon learned of her identity. When they discovered she was merely an orphan without parents, they collectively sighed in relief. After all, the intentions of the young ladies present were not entirely innocent. It was a well-known fact that the marriages of several young gentlemen from the Duke of Cheng's household had yet to be settled, and everyone was keenly observing the situation, especially the heir apparent, who at a young age had already risen to the rank of a second-grade commander in the imperial army, a figure of notable talent both in literature and martial prowess. Moreover, Xiao Mo was tall and handsome, and although his cold, star-like eyes exuded an air of aloofness, the youth possessed a noble aura that was complemented by his illustrious lineage. As long as there was a chance, no one would hesitate to attempt to win his favor, perhaps believing they could be the one he desired. It was said that the eldest son of the Xiao family had been betrothed to a daughter of the Shin family, yet now at 20, there had been no developments, indicating a possible rift in their engagement. The young ladies, their thoughts in a flurry, not only focused on the young men of the Xiao family, but also cast occasional glances toward the unassuming Shun Jingzhu nearby. If it were reasonable for the Xiao heir to remain unmarried in previous years, considering the young lady's tender age, it seemed increasingly untenable now that Shun Jingzhu had turned 16, yet the Xiao family remained inactive. As the eldest daughter of the esteemed Shin Taifu, Shun Jingzhu was not only graceful and beautiful, but she also possessed a remarkable talent for calligraphy. In fact, the fathers of the young ladies at the banquet often encouraged their daughters to learn from this distinguished young lady of the capital. For Shun Jingzhu's reputation extended beyond the circle of noble women to even the emperor's court. It was said that during a palace banquet where noble ladies showcased their talents, Shun Jingzhu remained unfazed by the competition. When provoked by Princess Huayang, she reluctantly took to the stage and performed blindfolded calligraphy. The young lady, composed and self-assured, executed her craft with fluid grace, earning her a round of enthusiastic applause for her exquisite cursive script. Not only is the calligraphy visually captivating, but it is also performed in a dance-like manner, seamlessly blending the aesthetic appeal of the royal banquet with the art of blind writing, thus ensuring its quality. The emperor was present at the scene, not only praising the esteemed tutor Shun for his effective upbringing, but the empress also bestowed upon Shun Jingzhu treasures of gold, silver, and jewels, while reprimanding Princess Huayang for her haughty demeanor, leading to a period of introspection for her. As a result, the reputation of the talented Shun Jingzhu spread widely, nearly becoming a paragon among the noble young women of the capital. Therefore, in light of the recent complications regarding her engagement to the heir of the Duke of Chengguo, it was inevitable that the young ladies harbored some amusement at her predicament. What does it matter if she is recognized as a talented individual? In the end, her marriage remains unfulfilled, and she faces disdain. Amidst the gazes directed at her from all corners, Shun Jingzhu maintained her composure, her posture regal, and her smile warm and gentle. As for her true feelings, only she was privy to them. Shuyao was unaware of these circumstances until the third young lady, Jin Shan, whispered in her ear, revealing that this was indeed the betrothed of the young master. She merely cast a fleeting glance, noting the other party's friendly smile in return. Regardless of her own prospects for marriage, her brother would eventually have dealings with the duke's household, and Shuyao had no desire to create unnecessary enmity. No matter when this future duchess might enter the household, expressing goodwill in advance is always prudent. Chapter 14. An unexpected encounter as for Lu Qingwan. She recognized the identity of the individual without the need for introduction. However, she possessed additional insights, having heard that Shin's family had caught the Empress's eye that day, which was why the engagement between the Xiao and Shin families had been delayed. This was something her aunt had confided in her. Today, Lu Qingwan wore a light blue robe paired with a white skirt adorned with swirling patterns, her hair elegantly styled in a cascading bun. After a considerable time apart, the young woman seemed to have grown even more delicate and graceful. The once tender willow had matured, now exhibiting a captivating charm. Following an indirect warning from the emperor, Lu's father had seen the departure of a deputy general and 2 other officers to Ningxia, all of whom were aligned with the emperor's interests. Consequently, he had to proceed with utmost caution, fearing for his own safety. Now, 2 years had passed, and of the 3 who had originally gone to Ningxia, only 1 remained. While the emperor had neither punished Lu's father for past grievances nor failed to acknowledge his political achievements, allowing the Lu family to breathe a sigh of relief. The wedding procession from the Li family arrived neither too early nor too late. Although the groom was the top scholar of the Dayan Dynasty, the sons of the Xiao family stood tall and dignified, none daring to overstep their bounds as they lined up outside the boudoir of Xiao Jini. Among the suitors, the young Master Li, of average stature, exuded the demeanor of a gentleman, his countenance gentle and refined. Clad in a crimson robe, with a golden belt cinched at his waist and a golden crown adorning his head, he stood at the forefront of the wedding party. Though his grace and charm paled in comparison to that of the eldest son of the Xiao family, he nonetheless held his own against the other young men. Even Lu Qingwan, peering discreetly through the window, couldn't help but murmur, "What a remarkable talent." Yet, as her gaze shifted to the bride, who was the center of attention, she felt herself overshadowed simply by her lineage. The Lu family has fallen into decline. After much effort, my father finally attained the position of general of Ningxia, only to attract the ire of the sovereign due to his clandestine friendship with the prince, rendering him unable to act. At 16, Lu Qingwan felt a sense of urgency within her heart. 2 years prior, the elder Lady Xiao had sent her aunt to introduce her to the world, a clear indication of her intentions. Yet how could she resign herself to such a fate? Her gaze instinctively drifted towards the languid figure of Xiao Mo outside, her yearning intensifying. This occasion marked the first time she witnessed Su Shuyao's ascent to matrimony from such proximity. Xiao Jini, possessing a rather unassuming appearance, had adorned herself with makeup, her brows delicately shaped, her lips painted a vibrant red, and her cheeks flushed with the shyness of a newlywed, enhancing her allure immeasurably. Before Su Shuyao could scrutinize her closely, a red bridal veil obscured the newlywed from the onlookers. Subsequently, the second daughter of the Xiao family, surrounded by a throng of guests, proceeded to the main hall to bid farewell to her parents. Lady Chun, observing the newlyweds, expressed heartfelt admonitions befitting a matriarch. Once the couple was sent off, she turned away, dabbing her tears with a handkerchief. Su Shuyao approached to offer her consolation, uttering words of good fortune. Having just bid farewell to her beloved daughter, Lady Chun was hardly in the mood for idle chatter, especially as there were still guests to attend to, prompting her to encourage Su Shuyao to mingle with the other young ladies. Following the earlier commotion, the guests gradually dispersed. Some departed after the feast, while others lingered in the garden. Exiting her second cousin's quarters, Su Shuyao unexpectedly encountered the servant of her fourth cousin, who, upon seeing her, exclaimed, "Ah, so it is Lady Su. Our young master has been searching for you." Naturally, Su Shuyao thought of her younger brother, who had not attended the clan school that day, and promptly inquired, "Where's my fourth cousin?" The servant pointed towards a nearby pavilion. Although it appeared close, traversing the distance took some time. Xiao Jinwen was situated at the northeastern corner of the estate, beneath a small pine hill, adjacent to an artificially excavated lake, with an arched bridge leading to a pavilion at its center, surrounded by lush bamboo and blooming flowers, the gentle waters and soft breezes creating a most delightful scene. However, her fourth cousin was not in the central pavilion, but in one by the shore, the path winding upwards directly to the mountain summit. As she walked along this route, she could clearly observe the figures within the central pavilion, a few noble ladies either admiring the scenery or engaging in idle chatter. The sounds of conversation drifted from the mountain, indistinguishable as to whether they were male or female. Su Shuyao paid little mind to it, though she seldom visited this area. She was not unfamiliar with the path. Presumably, Her fourth cousin had matters concerning her younger brother to discuss, as Xiao Jinwen had been a considerable support over the past 2 years. Upon reaching the location indicated by the servant, she found Xiao Jinwen indeed present. Shuyao approached, perspiration glistening on her forehead, and upon seeing him, hurried forward. Fourth cousin, is it about my brother? Xiao Jinwen raised his hand, a gentle smile on his face. Pointing to the beads of sweat on her brow, why the haste? Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Shuyao, maintaining her good-natured demeanor, urged, pray tell. What is the matter that requires my attention? Do not rush. He spoke as he took out a silk-wrapped bundle from his bosom and handed it over, containing the reading notes I had compiled over the years. My cousin had forgotten to give it to him when he left, and thus I thought it would be the same to entrust it to you for return. Shuyao accepted it with both hands, the warmth of the young man's body still lingering on the fabric, stirring a touch of emotion within her. She expressed her gratitude on behalf of her younger brother to her fourth cousin, then gracefully bowed once more. In the distance, on the mountain path, Xiao Mo stood with his hands clasped behind his back. Shun Jingshu noticed he had remained silent for quite some time while gazing downward, prompting her to approach. What are you looking at? She inquired. However, as soon as she moved, the young master Xiao had already turned his head and ascended the path. Shun Jingshu, feeling a tinge of annoyance, could not help but stomp her foot and followed after him. What is the matter with you? I have gone to great lengths to seek you today, and yet you present yourself in this manner. Go back. Do not seek me any longer. The man clad in a deep green brocade robe turned his head, his expression remarkably indifferent. Why? The noble young lady, renowned throughout the capital, now bore a face strained with unfulfilled desire, defiantly raising her chin to regard the man. Xiao Mo intended to say more, but, as his gaze settled on a point in the distance, he merely gestured dismissively behind him. It was only after Shin Jingshu had walked far away that he coldly commanded, "Come out." Lu Qingwan trembled slightly as she emerged from beneath a tree along the mountain path. Elder cousin, I did not intend to eavesdrop, she stammered. She had been following the noble ladies when others ventured to the pavilion to feed the koi. She had excused herself due to a stomach ache to come here instead. Having resided in the estate for 2 to 3 years, she was more familiar with the whereabouts of the young master than most. Unfortunately, she had stumbled upon a captivating scene of courtship, and even while hidden, her heart brimmed with subtle excitement and exhilaration. A singular thought echoed within her. Elder cousin had outright rejected Shin Jingshu. Yet, in her excitement, she forgot her own predicament. As Lu Qingwan tentatively lifted her gaze to the man before her, she was met with his icy demeanor, and upon locking eyes with his frigid gaze, her heart involuntarily constricted. Leave. His voice was utterly devoid of warmth, lacking even a hint of gentleness. Lu Qingwan had rarely conversed with this elder cousin. When they did meet, she merely exchanged polite greetings without sensing any particular fondness or aversion. However, at that moment, she felt a strong wave of disfavor emanating from his command, leaving her both humiliated and uncomfortable. She fought to contain her emotions, but as soon as she turned her head, tears streamed down her cheeks. Chapter 15. A fortuitous encounter. Xiao Mo's gaze swept across the pavilion where the noble ladies had gathered, as well as the winding mountain path. The pavilion at the foot of the mountain was now deserted, the youthful laughter that had once filled the air long since vanished. A guard returned, addressing him, "My lord." "Speak." The guard hesitated as he sensed the palpable disdain in the young master's eyes and faltered. "There was no one here aside from Miss Lu. I saw you conversing with the young lady from the Shin family and did not intervene." Xiao Mo chose not to look at him again, instead asking, "Was that my fourth brother at the foot of the mountain?" "Indeed. Go." After Shuyao left the pavilion, she did not join the throng of noble ladies, but instead wandered through the garden at her leisure. Today, she was accompanied by Qiao and Huixiang. She asked Qiao to retrieve Xiao Jinwen's study notes and leisurely walked with Huixiang. Although the season had reached mid-autumn, the garden showed no signs of decay, particularly the newly planted chrysanthemums for this upcoming marriage. The path she traversed was flanked by pure white flowers on one side and bright yellow on the other, exuding a delightful fragrance. Standing beside a perfectly blooming yellow chrysanthemum, Shuyao raised her gaze and spotted a young man standing nearby, dressed in a light blue brocade robe. Fluttering in the breeze, he appeared somewhat forlorn, likely due to his slender frame. Shuyao recalled the lines of a poem, "When autumn arrives on the 8th of September, my flowers bloom while others wither." She tilted her head to observe the glaring sun above, finding her inexplicable emotions slightly amusing. How had this young man stumbled upon this place? She had lost interest in the flowers and was about to leave when a voice called out from ahead. "Miss, how does one reach the outer courtyard? Might I trouble your maid to show me the way?" It sounded like the beginning of a conversation. Though Shuyao rarely ventured out, she had encountered similar situations in Huzhou before, prompting her to glance at the young man standing by the yellow chrysanthemum, seemingly melancholic. His gaze was clear, and his demeanor appeared genuinely sincere. Shuyao, possessing a unique insight into appearances, found herself unable to discern the authenticity of his words. Turning to her solitary maid behind her, she casually remarked, "Just follow us." She was also heading back to Jian's High, and this young gentleman could easily find his way to the outer courtyard by accompanying them. He seemed to grasp the situation well, refraining from unnecessary inquiries. And they parted ways at the entrance of Jian's High. Expecting him to thank her and leave, she was taken aback when he took a few steps back and asked, "You are not from the Duke's residence, are you? May I inquire about your place of origin?" At this, Huixiang became quite anxious, wishing she could scold him for his presumptuousness. The fact that they were already unaccompanied by a stranger was transgressive enough. Yet, considering the large number of guests at the wedding banquet today, it was understandable if he had simply taken a wrong turn and needed directions. However, this young man seemed to overstep by lingering and asking questions. "You should leave quickly. How can you pursue a young lady with such inquiries?" Huixiang insisted, attempting to pull her mistress into the courtyard. Shuyao observed that the young man did not appear angry, but rather seemed awkward and somewhat aggrieved. "Huzhou," she stated directly, looking at him. Upon hearing this, she noticed a flicker of disappointment in his eyes, though she did not comprehend the reason behind it, and hurried into the courtyard. Huixiang promptly instructed the servant to close the door, as if fearing he might intrude again, and even secured it with 2 bolts. Shuyao shook her head, not taking the incident to heart. Outside, the young man glanced at the inscription Jian's High above the door before turning to leave. His servant approached in haste from a distance, asking, "Where have you been, young master? I searched the chrysanthemum patch for you, but found no trace." The young master referred to was Xiao, the legitimate grandson of the esteemed Minister Shun. The Shun family in the capital comprises 4 branches, and Xiao's father, Xinyan, is the second son of Minister Shun, currently serving as the right deputy minister with the 4th grade title in the court. Xinyan has an elder half-brother, and the Shun family has always upheld a strict family tradition. Yet, from whence did this firstborn son suddenly emerge? The tale is indeed peculiar. When the old matriarch of the Shun family first married into the clan, several years passed without her conceiving, despite enlisting the finest physicians in the capital. All to no avail. Thus, her mother-in-law took it upon herself to elevate a concubine into the household. Following the birth of this firstborn son, however, the old matriarch seemed to transform into a hen brooding over eggs, subsequently giving birth to 3 sons in quick succession. The Shun family has always prided itself on its scholarly pursuits. Although the 3 sons achieved the status of Jinshi, they were not particularly inclined towards officialdom, choosing instead to educate the children at the Shun Clan Academy. The 4th son currently occupies the esteemed position of Minister of the Imperial Academy. Hence, it is no surprise that the scions of noble families aspire to enter the Shun Clan Academy, for it boasts not only the esteemed Grand Tutor Shun, who serves as the Imperial Mentor, but also figures like Minister Shun, who is dedicated to overseeing educational policies. Xiao did not respond to the words of his accompanying servant, his thoughts lingering on the young woman he had just encountered. He felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity at first sight. Thus, the eldest son of the Shin family, who was seldom dishonest, found himself telling a fib without a hint of embarrassment. Given the proximity of the Shun residence to the Duke of Cheng's estate, he had spent considerable time traversing both households during his childhood. Even with his eyes closed, he could navigate the area without getting lost. Earlier, while casually conversing with some young gentlemen, he had heard about the rare chrysanthemums planted just a wall away in the inner courtyard, prompting his desire to take a closer look. With nothing pressing to attend to, Xiao was well aware that this area would not be frequented by any ladies. However, shortly after his arrival, he unexpectedly encountered that young lady, who was exceptionally beautiful. Yet, his focus was not on her appearance, but rather on the inexplicable sense of warmth she evoked within him. The young woman's visage unconsciously reminded him of his lost sister. Had she been alive, she would have been of a similar age now, he mused. He stubbornly inquired about the young lady's origins, harboring a flicker of hope within his heart. Over the years, his parents, as well as he himself, had invested considerable effort into this matter, yet they had only managed to unearth meager clues. It was clear that the person who had abducted his sister had traveled westward. Given that Huzhou lies in the southern Jiangnan region, how could she possibly be his sister? Xiao shook his head with a wry smile. Realizing he had become somewhat obsessed, seeing his sister's likeness in everyone, the servant observed the eldest young master's distracted demeanor and shook his head, fully aware that thoughts of the young lady had resurfaced. Over the years, whenever the young master reminisced about the lady, he would wear this same despondent expression. It was a pity, for the young master had been merely 5 years old at the time, yet he bore the lifelong burden of guilt over his sister's disappearance. The servant was at a loss as to how to console the frail eldest son of the Shin family, so he silently followed behind, waiting for him to emerge from his melancholy reverie. They continued their silent walk when suddenly, a figure obstructed their path. Xiao stumbled, nearly colliding with the person, while Xiao Mo instinctively caught him. "Be careful." Xiao finally regained his composure. "Thank you." The figure continued onward, ignoring him. "What were you doing in the inner courtyard?" Xiao Mo questioned sharply, fixing his keen gaze upon Xiao. "I was admiring the chrysanthemums," he replied. Xiao Mo made no attempt to stop him. As the families of Shun and Xiao were already quite familiar with each other, he was well aware of Xiao's character. However, the image of the scene he had witnessed while descending the mountain lingered in his mind. The sight of that lady Su accompanying this man, and their farewell in front of Jian's studio. He couldn't help but scoff coldly at the memory of the two young men and women laughing and chatting in the pavilion. Chapter 16. The Shun family in the evening. After Madame Ruan of the second branch of the Shun family had finished her dinner, she heard that the eldest daughter, Shin Jingshu, had returned. "Mother." The girl's voice, delicate and seemingly laden with profound grievance, came from beyond the curtain. Madame Ruan was momentarily taken aback and instructed a maid nearby to assist Shin Jingshu inside, while also sending someone for water. "Jingshu, come here quickly. What has happened?" Her tone was gentle, yet it betrayed her deep concern. The room instantly fell into a flurry of activity. Shin Jingshu, wiping away her tears, sobbed uncontrollably. Madame Ruan, recalling that she had visited the Duke of Cheng's residence that day, could surmise some of the circumstances. Jingshu had been betrothed to the young Master Xiao since childhood. Yet after all these years, as both had reached the age where they must marry, the Duke's family remained unresponsive. Who could bear such a burden in their heart? Madame Ruan tentatively inquired, "Did you meet the young master today?" The girl, clinging to her, refused to lift her head, and after a long pause, she spoke resentfully. "Mother, please, no more about it. If it comes to that, I shall not marry young Master Xiao. That engagement was originally meant for my sister, and I merely fulfilled the promise on her behalf. Now that he does not wish it, why should our Shin family pursue it?" Mentioning the lost child brought a wave of sorrow to Madame Ruan's heart. Yet, what could be done? After all these years, the child remained missing. Had Jingshu not mentioned her, Madame Ruan would scarcely have allowed herself to dwell on the daughter she had carried for 10 months. Her husband had always said that one must look forward. They all needed to move ahead. As for Heir, he had taken the blame upon himself, which was burdensome enough. Madame Ruan lowered her gaze to the girl before her, who was only half a year older than her own daughter. After the child had gone missing during the Lantern Festival, the Shun family had decided to foster Jingshu under their name to preserve the connection with the Duke of Cheng's family, keeping the matter of their granddaughter's disappearance discreet. They hoped that if the lost child ever returned, it would not tarnish their honor. At that moment, Madame Ruan found it difficult to accept. But thinking of the marriage alliance and her own daughter, she suppressed her discontent and acquiesced. However, all these years, it was Jingshu who had been dutiful in front of her, affectionately calling her mother and softening her heart. Madame Ruan was not made of stone. She had already come to regard Jingshu as her own daughter. Moreover, the girl was truly remarkable, not only excelling in calligraphy, which had garnered her acclaim in the palace, but also displaying virtue, grace, and talent in every respect. Madame Ruan took great comfort in this, and even though the child was fostered under her name, it did not prevent her from meeting her biological parents. Yet, perhaps due to having lived in the second branch from a young age, Jingshu had not formed a close bond with the first branch. In moments of distress, she is always the first to seek solace in her embrace, much like now, as she clings affectionately. "All right, my dear Shu, you have been wronged, but henceforth, such nonsense must not escape your lips," Lady Ruan gently chided while stroking her daughter's hair. Shen Jingzhu pouted. It's precisely that. They simply do not wish to honor the betrothal set forth by great-grandfather years ago. Lady Ruan, feeling a tinge of helplessness, observed her daughter who, despite her poised demeanor in public, displayed a rather spoiled and clingy nature when in her presence, often uttering petulant remarks. After pondering for a moment, Lady Ruan finally proposed, "In a few days, I shall visit the Duchess of Chengguo. Will you accompany me?" Lady Ruan and the Duchess had been close friends in their youth, often visiting the estate of the Qingyuan Marquis, which was merely a street away from the Ruan family home. Shen Jingzhu, though tearful, focused intently on her mother's words, her expression brightening with a hint of delight upon hearing her proposal. Seeing this, Lady Ruan playfully pinched her nose. Who was it just now that declared the engagement null? Shen Jingzhu pouted in response. I merely speak on behalf of my sister and our Shen family. Shen Xiao had been waiting outside for some time, opting not to interrupt, but instead listening to their exchange, feeling a weight in his heart. When the maid moved to draw back the curtain, he quickly gestured for her to stop and retreated alone. Once Shen Jingzhu achieved her aim and exited the courtyard, the maid informed Lady Ruan of the eldest young master's earlier visit. Lady Ruan sighed deeply, contemplating calling her son back, but ultimately waved her hand dismissively. Let him be. Her eldest son had never fully accepted his sister Jingzhu, believing that she had taken the place of his younger sibling. He stubbornly clung to the hope that his sister would return, remaining trapped in the guilt of losing her at the tender age of 5, regardless of her attempts to soothe him. In the Jiyun study, Shuyao returned to find her younger brother indeed engrossed in his studies. A wave of concern washing over her. 2 years had passed, and Su Hong was still only 9 years old. At this age, the offspring of noble families in the capital were typically enjoying their youth. Yet Su Hong spent his days diligently attending the Shun Family Academy and remaining confined to the modest Jiyun study to study. Even Xiao Jinwen had remarked more than once that he was too rigid, suggesting that such a young child should strike a balance between work and play. Shuyao was acutely aware of this, but despite her repeated suggestions, her brother would dutifully respond while still returning to his books once she left. Relenting, she chose not to press further, understanding that he wished to shoulder more responsibilities and become her support. They resided in the Chengguo Ducal Manor, where their needs were met. Yet they remained guests, living under the scrutiny of others. Shuyao could only provide him with a little extra care to ensure he did not feel neglected or hungry, while matters concerning the academy were beyond her control. Since last year, Xiao Jinwen had ceased attending the academy, leaving only the young master of the Xiao family, Jinli, to accompany her brother. The thought of the youthful and spirited Xiao Jinli filled Shuyao with genuine worry. However, Adi mentioned that the master held him in high regard, and the Shun family's scholarly regulations were exceedingly stringent, even with a few unruly children. The prestigious title of the Duke's residence provided sufficient protection from any bullying. As Xiao contemplated these matters, Chengguo Mo quietly entered, hesitating at the sight of her. If there is something to say, please do, Xiao urged. Chengguo Mo glanced outside, noting that Xiang was still away attending to dinner. She approached Xiao and whispered in her ear, "My lady, Xiaowei and Yuzhu have been summoned by the second madam again." The aunt frequently called upon these two maids for inquiries, and Xiao had observed this pattern closely. Yet what could she say? The maids' contracts were firmly in her aunt's grasp. They were first and foremost servants of the Duke's residence, and only secondarily her own maids. Upon seeing the young lady's calm demeanor, Chengguo Mo felt a twinge of concern but remained standing. "It's of no consequence. You may go about your business," Xiao finally said softly after a moment. Chapter 17. The visitor on the 30th day of August, the final day of the month. It coincided with Xiao Mo's day of rest. Early in the morning, several maids, including Ji Chun and Ji Xia, gathered outside Mingzhi Hall, holding garments, footwear, and various toiletries. Not far away, Xiao Mo's personal guard hurriedly approached. Ji Chun, being the head maid, lowered her gaze, and shortly after, they heard a call from within, prompting them to enter in single file. Dressed in a white inner robe, Xiao Mo efficiently donned the clothing handed to him by the maid and swiftly slipped into his shoes. Two other maids, holding a copper basin and towel, stepped forward. Once he was properly groomed, everyone quietly retreated. Xiao Mo then seated himself in the grand chair at the center of the hall and inquired, "What is it? Speak." An unnamed guard glanced at the young lord and replied, "The Shen family has sent an invitation today. Madame Ruan and the young lady of the house will be visiting shortly." The Duke's wife insists that you be present." Following his words, the temperature in the room seemed to drop slightly. As the personal guard of the heir, he was naturally privy to more information than others. The heiress' attitude on the day of the wedding banquet had been quite evident, yet the Duke's wife and old Madame Xiao appeared intent on pursuing the marriage. Although the heir had publicly stated before old Madame Xiao that the decision rested with his grandmother, the guard knew that such words held no weight. If old Madame Xiao truly heeded his words, the heir would undoubtedly find a way to discreetly thwart the union. For some reason, he held this sentiment strongly. However, at that time, the eldest daughter of the Shun family was merely 14, and old Madame Xiao had only inquired without taking further action regarding their verbal engagement, even failing to exchange betrothal gifts. Thus, the heir need not concern himself. "Understood, you may leave," the heir said, contemplating these matters. In Jian's studio, Shuyao was assisting Adi in sewing autumn garments. Hunger was growing quickly, and the autumn clothes made last year felt somewhat constricting this year, noticeably hampering his movements. Shuyao felt reluctant to inquire with her aunt about the delayed arrival of this year's garments. So she resolved to take matters into her own hands and create a set for Adi herself. Upon cutting the fabric, a maid named Jean Ping arrived from the Duke's residence. Without entering, she called out to Shuyao, stating that the lady of the Duke's house had summoned her to accompany some guests. Shuyao nodded in acknowledgement, while Nurse Zheng, recognizing the maid as a favored attendant of the Duchess, offered to invite her in for tea before she departed. Jean Ping, however, waved her hand, declining the offer, as she had to visit Miss Lu's rose courtyard. After her hurried departure, Shuyao exchanged a puzzled glance with Nurse Zheng. The esteemed lady of the household, Yu Jiyun, was a figure they had always aspired to be close to, yet never had a maid summon them for any occasion before. It was peculiar that they were now called to entertain newcomers. Feeling perplexed yet compelled, Shuyao swiftly changed into a light apricot-colored garment and had Xiao Wei assist her in arranging her hair before stepping out. However, she realized that Jean Ping had not mentioned where the guests were located, so she followed the customary practice and proceeded towards Songa Hall with her two maids in tow. Her assumptions were validated upon reaching the hall, where old Madame Xiao was conversing with Madame Ruan, with Duchess Wang accompanying them. Seated nearby were the second Madame Chun, the third Madame Lu, along with Xiao Jingshan and Shun Jingshu, who were engaged in lively discussion about the fashionable garments of the upcoming autumn season. Though Xiao Jingshan was the third daughter of the Duke, her father was of illegitimate birth, and her mother had no sons, leading her to harbor a desire to curry favor with Shun Jingshu, who could potentially become her elder brother's wife. One sought to please, while the other was receptive, creating a delightful atmosphere. It was clear that all who should be present were indeed there, while those who ought not to be, or chose not to, were absent. The conversation soon turned to the two visiting cousins residing in the household, stemming from an exchange between Shun Jingshu and Madame Wang. On the day of the second young lady Zhao's wedding banquet, Shun Jingshu had encountered a setback with Xiao Mo. Although she was now conversing with the third daughter of the Xiao family, her thoughts inexplicably drifted back to a remark made during the banquet. The two visiting cousins were undeniably beautiful. Had their lineage been more prestigious, they would have undoubtedly attracted greater attention. Shun Jingshu could not recall who had made that comment, but it had lodged itself in her mind, remaining vivid even now. She remembered the moment she inadvertently met the strikingly radiant face of Miss Su, whose carefree smile inexplicably stirred a sense of unease within her. In response to Madame Wang's current praise, Shun Jingshu's heart stirred. "Aunt, do not only extol me. My niece was truly impressed by the beauty of the two sisters when she visited your residence last time." Madame Wang, perplexed by this, was met with Xiao Jingshan's inquiry. "Are you referring to Cousin Su and Cousin Lu? Is the other sister named Lu?" Shun Jingshu only knew one was surnamed Su, and due to the multitude of guests, she had refrained from approaching them, now feeling a tinge of regret. Her youthful voice was sweet, yet tinged with a hint of melancholy. At that moment, old Madame Xiao and Madame Ruan, who had been engaged in their own conversation, paused to listen. Whom is she speaking of? She mentions that two exceptionally talented cousins are residing at the old Madame's house. Ruan's expression turned to one of annoyance as she remarked, "Both of you have courtyards at the residence. If you find yourself bored here, why not accompany my sister Jingshan to seek them out?" Wang, however, recalled her morning admonition to her son, fearing that he might arrive only to find no one present. Hastily, she instructed Jinping to fetch them. From a distance, Shuyao could hear the sounds emanating from Songha Hall, and as she hesitated, a shadow suddenly darkened her vision. A tall figure stood before her. Slowly, she lifted her gaze to meet Xiao Mo's sharp eyes. Initially startled, she felt her heart inexplicably ease upon recognizing him as the heir of the estate. "Young master." Xiao Mo scrutinized her for a moment. Shuyao, displaying a composed demeanor, thought to herself that the esteemed heir would hardly be captivated by her beauty alone. She sensed that this cousin before her was not one easily swayed by superficial charm. This was Xiao Mo's first earnest appraisal of the cousin residing in the estate. Clad in a pale apricot dress, she radiated a gentle warmth. Her skin was as delicate as porcelain, and the slight tilt of her neck, illuminated by the sunlight, revealed the finest down. Her eyes, meeting his, sparkled like autumn waters, with the corners subtly upturned, hinting at a touch of allure. Reminded of what he had observed on the mountain days prior, a faint smile crept upon Xiao Mo's lips. Ambiguous, yet charming. "Are you from the second house? Do you wish to enter Songhua Hall?" Shuyao nodded slightly, feeling a peculiar sensation within. "Then please inform my mother that I must take my leave." Upon seeing her linger in confusion, he smiled and added, "The emperor is seeking me. I shall return only at night." At that moment, watching him vanish from sight, a torrent of coarse language she had heard on the streets of Huzhou surged within her. Chapter 18. The target of many arrows. Others had arrived at the door, but chose not to enter, instead leaving the task of communication to her, the awkward cousin. Shuyao instinctively understood that this was not a favorable situation. The memory of that chilling smile etched on his lips sent a shiver down her spine. She believed she had never wronged this young master, having never even exchanged words with him before. In fact, this was her first encounter at such proximity with the future head of the Duke's household. Compared to the misty glance she had stolen 2 years ago upon entering the capital, this moment was far clearer and more immediate. What could she say? If the coldness and indifference of a noble from the capital had been her impression 2 years ago, now it was layered with an unsettling chill. Undoubtedly, this young Master Xiao was strikingly handsome. He stood tall, his brows sharp and clean, his eyes like cold stars. When he smiled, it radiated a briskness akin to the first snowfall. She pondered where she might have offended him. Perhaps her prior journey alongside him to the capital had caused some displeasure? While Shuyao furrowed her brow in contemplation, Qiao Wei's voice broke through her thoughts. Miss Liu is approaching." Shuyao looked up and saw Lu Qingwan gracefully approaching in a delicate lavender dress. "Cousin Su." Her voice reached them even before she drew near. Shuyao smiled and stood in place, waiting for her. Lu Qingwan had already scrutinized the solitary girl from the second branch, noting her simple attire, which was striking enough. Remembering the gentleman she had seen from a distance, she cheerfully inquired, "Was that your elder cousin just now? Why did he leave without entering Songhua Hall?" Though both were cousins living under someone else's roof, Lu Qingwan and Shuyao were not the same. Lu's father was still alive, and the third madam, Lu, was more circumspect around her niece than Chun was. Hence, she was already aware of the identity of the guest they had come to see, and had speculated on the reason why the esteemed elder cousin had departed without entering. Shuyao glanced at her, since Lu had noticed. She saw no reason to conceal the truth. "Indeed, it was my elder cousin." Lu Qingwan was momentarily taken aback by Shuyao's candor, but then, recalling Xiao Mo's earlier smile, a pang of jealousy surged within her. She yearned to inquire about what her elder cousin had said, but hesitated, unsure of how to broach the subject. Having exchanged all necessary words, the two proceeded toward the main entrance of Songhua Hall. The maid stationed outside had already raised the curtain, adding cheerfully, "Ladies, please step inside. They are eagerly awaiting you." Shuyao entered discreetly and greeted the people within. And though she was unfamiliar with the woman seated next to the venerable matriarch, upon seeing Shinjingshu, she comprehended everything and felt the weight of the young master's malice even more profoundly. Initially, she thought he merely wanted her to relay a message to placate the Duchess, which did not seem overly serious. However, given the current circumstances, Shuyao resolved not to delve into this troublesome matter. Had the Wang family simply sent someone to inquire, they would have learned of the young master's departure, thus eliminating the need for her to convey anything. The relationship between cousins was already rife with implications. If she were to relay the young master's words about returning only at night without alteration, what would others think? He had left without seeking approval from his grandmother or mother, but had chosen only to inform her, which would inevitably place her in a precarious position. After contemplating the situation thoroughly, Shuyao decided to remain silent, yet someone was unwilling to let her off the hook. As the Wang family prepared to send a maid to summon someone from Mingzhi Hall again, Lu Qingwan cast a profound glance at Su Shuyao and volunteered, "Aunt." When I arrived, I saw my elder cousin conversing with Cousin Su. If you wish to find him, perhaps you could ask Cousin Su if she knows anything? Once she spoke, all eyes in the room turned towards Su Shuyao. Even Madame Ruan regarded the young lady across the way with newfound interest. She had noticed her beauty before, but upon a more careful examination, she sensed that there was something more to the young woman than mere good looks. The young lady sat there poised and tranquil, yet it was evident that she possessed a distinct aura that set her apart from others. Even if one were to overlook her exquisite features, the delicate contour of her profile and the fair skin encircling her neck resemble a lustrous pearl, effortlessly drawing attention to her presence. As for her attire, though it may not be fashionable and has seen better days, it does not appear shabby when adorned by her. Rather, it exudes a sense of unrefined elegance. Mrs. Ruan observed the young lady opposite her with an inscrutable expression, and coupled with the remarks made by Miss Lu beside her, her gaze gradually sharpened. Even the Duchess Wang seemed to regard Su Xiao as if meeting her for the first time, her countenance reflecting a hint of contemplation. Su Xiao, noticing the unfolding scenario, inwardly chastised the young master once more. Nevertheless, she maintained her composure, casting a tranquil glance at Lu Qingwan before addressing the Duchess with a serene voice. "Esteemed Duchess, earlier, upon seeing me and my companions heading towards Songha Hall, the young master inquired whether we wished to pay our respects to the old matriarch. I responded affirmatively, and sensing his urgency, he instructed me to convey to you, should my aunt inquire, that he has entered the palace." When speaking of the esteemed young master whom every noblewoman in the capital wished to marry, Su Xiao exhibited no trace of discomposure, nor did she display even a hint of the bashfulness typical of young maidens. She clarified the reason for not mentioning this matter upon entering, implying that the young master had previously instructed her to relay this information only if the Duchess asked. Otherwise, it was unnecessary to bring it up. Both Su Xiao and her words bore no flaws. The elders of the Duke's household averted their gazes, with even Mrs. Ruan feeling she had overthought the matter. Lu Qingwan, who had not previously engaged in verbal exchanges with Su Xiao, felt a pang of jealousy upon realizing the young master's differing demeanor towards her. She had anticipated that Su Xiao would falter, yet was surprised by her effortless handling of the situation. A sudden alertness arose within her, as she recognized for the first time that her usually unassuming cousin Su was indeed a formidable character. Suppressing her complex emotions, Lu Qingwan quickly concealed the flicker of discontent in her eyes. Although Su Xiao's remarks absolved her, the atmosphere in the room grew increasingly awkward for those present. The young master had fabricated a seemingly appropriate excuse, yet everyone was acutely aware of the underlying truth. While others entering the palace might be considered significant, for the esteemed Xiao Shitzi, it was merely routine. The household was well aware that Xiao Mo was frequently summoned to the palace, where the emperor valued his ministers, sometimes for official matters, and at other times simply for casual conversation or games of chess. Thus, there was no compelling reason for him to be absent, especially in light of the esteemed guests present, whose presence pertained to his lifelong commitments. The conclusion was evident. He was deliberately evading this marriage arrangement. Chapter 19. Attitude. The anticipated protagonist had yet to arrive, leaving both parties present feeling somewhat ill at ease. Particularly, Shen Jingshu experienced a profound sense of helplessness amidst the awkwardness. She had finally persuaded Mrs. Ruan today in hopes of leveraging her elder status to exert pressure on Xiao Mo, yet her efforts had ultimately failed. If he could not even make an appearance in the old matriarch's courtyard, how could one expect him to address the forthcoming matters? Xiao Mo was not only the eldest son of the Duchess, but also a man of age. He is undoubtedly the heir apparent, a high-ranking official of the second rank in the court. Shen Jingshu understands that, without his consent, their verbal marriage agreement cannot proceed. Despite the current amicable demeanor of the Duchess and the old lady Xiao towards her, who can surpass the affections of one's own blood relatives? Observing the cautious glances from those around her, Shen Jingshu ultimately allowed reason to prevail, her face adorned with a gentle smile as she thoughtfully remarked, "If the heir has matters to attend to, then those must take precedence. Aunt cannot hold it against him." Upon hearing her words, Madame Wang felt a slight sense of relief. Although her son was in the wrong, it was fortunate that the young lady displayed understanding. However, considering Xiao Mo's stance. She refrained from becoming too close to this young woman from the Shin family, instead opting for a vague conversation to shift the focus away from the current topic. Old Lady Xiao was already aware of the situation, but her grandson indeed ought to marry. This union, whether favorable or not, required some resolution. She contemplated in her heart that she would inquire about it with Mo upon his return. At this moment, Chun was seated lower down, harboring no particular thoughts regarding the heir, sending a message through his niece. A solitary girl, regardless of her beauty, could not alter her status. Moreover, if he did not even consider the granddaughter of the esteemed Shin Taifu, how could he possibly regard his niece? Today, she found herself unwillingly witnessing a fine spectacle, and her heart felt a tinge of urgency. Lu, too, likely shared her sentiments, especially since the eldest son of the Xiao family was already 17. With the eldest son yet to marry, it seemed unwise for the younger ones to voice their desires. While men are not typically anxious, her stepson had already taken a maid into his quarters. Xiao Jinrong remained unperturbed, yet Chun felt anxious for Shuyao. A woman's prime age for marriage is but a fleeting few years, and missing that window would mean irretrievable loss. Would she truly be expected to assist her stepson in marrying a noblewoman from the capital? As Madame Wan departed, Shuyao stood with the others in the corridor to bid farewell, observing the esteemed lady saying her goodbyes to old Lady Xiao. Entwining her hand with Madame Wang's in a display of reluctance, her expression bore a hint of deference. Shen Jingshu stood nearby, shyly smiling at both women, clearly aware that their conversation revolved around her. Shuyao felt a profound admiration for the efforts of motherhood, which reminded her of her own mother. Memories from before the age of 8 had grown somewhat hazy, yet her mother had been equally gentle and affectionate, often tending to flowers and plants with that same teasing expression when looking at her. With her father's modest salary, they had to support the entire Su household. Her mother's flowers, mostly gathered from the countryside, were not precious but thrived easily. At that time, her younger brother had yet to be born, and she often donned a floral dress, chasing butterflies and admiring blossoms in the courtyard while her mother sat nearby sewing. Occasionally, her mother would call her over to wipe her brow, her tone laced with gentle reproach, to which she would quietly plant a kiss upon her mother's cheek. In those days, the girl believed herself to be the biological daughter of her father and mother, her eyes filled with the innocent bliss of ignorance. Shuyao withdrew her gaze, feeling a pang of sorrow. It was all in vain. A soft murmur came from Lu Qingwan behind them. Shuyao understood her words, but feigned ignorance. After bidding farewell to Madame Wan and her daughter, the Duchess and her mother retreated inside, prompting the members of the second and third households to leave Songha Hall. The three young ladies proceeded, with Lu and Chun trailing behind. Xiao Jingshan, evidently intrigued by gossip, sparkled with mischief in her eyes as she turned to Shuyao and exclaimed, "Cousin, how did the elder brother address you at that moment? Share his words with me." Shuyao was destined to dampen the excitement, especially with her aunt and Lu present, not to mention the scheming Lu Qingwan beside her. Surely, she would not indulge in such idle chatter. Hadn't they already clarified matters in Songha Hall? Did you not hear? Shuyao playfully flicked her forehead. Xiao Jingshan clicked her tongue. You know very well that's not what I meant. I'm merely curious about the elder brother's demeanor when he spoke. Shuyao glanced at the third young lady of the Xiao family, who had been engrossed in lively conversation with Shen Jingshu earlier, and felt a surge of exasperation. It seemed Shen Jingshu's rise as a paragon of noble ladies had indeed strained the bonds among the younger women. Even those who did not vie for Xiao Mo might not wish to see her flourish. Shuyao chose silence, while Lu Qingwan, equally curious, refrained from inquiring further. Having already offended her earlier in Songha Hall, they both understood the unspoken tension yet maintained their pretense of sisterly affection. Meanwhile, Chun and Lu, walking behind, were discussing the matter. I can hardly wait for the marriage to be arranged. I wonder what the old lady thinks. It's not just this Shin girl, but also Wang and Zhang. They cannot prolong this indefinitely, right, second sister-in-law? Upon exiting Songha Hall, Lu's tone carried a hint of reproach as she spoke rapidly. Marriage is not something that can be hastily arranged. It does not come easily, Chen replied with the customary words of comfort. Lu scoffed, you're not in a hurry. She did not articulate why Chen wasn't anxious. It seemed implicit. Chen smiled, realizing her sister-in-law had misjudged her, yet she refrained from further debate. She too felt a sense of urgency, eager to assist Xiao Jinhong in finding a suitable wife. as she did not wish to be a mother-in-law beholden to her daughter-in-law's whims. What was to be done? She held the contracts of her niece's maidservants tightly in her grasp, a powerful leverage indeed. Occasionally, she summoned a few to Jinhua Hall for inquiries. Xuyao's existence seemed rather mundane, with her time occupied by embroidery and reading in Jian's study, alongside her younger brother. Although she had initially placed her in proximity to the outer courtyard, how could the young lady leave a lasting impression on the gentleman if she did not orchestrate a few chance encounters? Chun was equally troubled. Shuyao was too quiet. Even at the age of 16, her aunt had not facilitated any matchmaking, and surprisingly, she did not seem anxious. Let us wait and see. After today, the main household and the old lady should reach a decision soon. Will the heir marry or not? If so, let it be settled swiftly. If things do not go well, there should be an explanation for the brothers below. Chapter 20. Hidden Truths. At this moment, within the Songha Hall, Madame Wang had returned with the Ruan mother and daughter, noticing the old matriarch resting with her eyes closed against the grand pillow. It was a delicate situation. Neither advancing nor retreating felt appropriate. I know what you wish to say. You may leave for now. Should that young man return, direct him to me. The elder's voice was languid, devoid of anger. Madame Wang exhaled in relief, her heart yearning for her eldest son to marry soon. In previous years, with Xiao Mo stationed at the border, discussions of marriage were impossible. Upon his return to the capital, the young maid from the Shin family was merely 14, leaving them to wait. Now, 2 years had passed, and everything seemed ready, save for the marriage itself. Yet, there had been complications on her son's end. Madame Wang dared not finalize any arrangements without his consent, for she and her mother-in-law understood Xiao Mo's temperament. He was a force to be reckoned with. Should the household act on its own accord, unforeseen troubles could surely arise. She adjusted the bedding for the old matriarch before quietly exiting. The old lady had not fallen asleep. After a brief moment, she opened her eyes. Observing the elder lost in thought, Lu Ma, who was beside her, tentatively called out, "Old madam." The old matriarch glanced at her and replied, "Who is keeping watch outside? Bring those two in." Initially puzzled, Lu Ma took a moment to comprehend before responding, "Yes." Soon, 2 young maids responsible for handling the curtains were summoned. Noticing their mistress's silence, they exchanged glances, uncertain of the situation. One of them, trembling slightly, inquired, "Old madam, is there something you wish to command us?" The old matriarch replied, "Do not rush. Tell me, did the young master truly arrive at Songha Hall?" Evidently relieved by the inquiry, the young maid responded, "Indeed, I saw him from a distance." "Now tell me, how did the young master converse with the young lady from the Su family?" The old matriarch pressed further. The maid furrowed her brow. Recalling the details, the young master was nearly at the entrance of Songha Hall, yet somehow, he approached Miss Su and spoke to her, though I could not hear their words from afar. Afterward, he simply walked away. After a moment of silence, both the maid who had spoken and Lu Ma turned their gazes toward the old matriarch. "What is it?" Lu Ma could not help but ask. "It is nothing." The old matriarch replied with a gentle smile. "I recall the young master seemed to smile." Another maid chimed in during the conversation. Observing Lu Ma and the old matriarch's expressions, she grew bolder and added, "I truly saw him smile." "Are you certain he smiled?" "Absolutely." While they conversed, the young master smiled once, and after taking a few steps, he turned back and smiled again. The young maid eagerly recounted, her voice rising with excitement as she seized the rare chance to impress her mistress. Lu Ma scolded, "You chatter too much. Speak one falsehood, and I shall have someone whip you." The old matriarch waved her hand. "Enough, you may leave." As they prepared to exit, she called back the young maid who had been speaking. "What is your name?" "I am Chunya," the maid replied. "From now on, you shall run errands by my side." Until the little maid joyfully departed, Madame Lu remarked, "This Chun girl indeed possesses a certain cleverness, albeit her tongue is rather swift." Noticing that her lord remained silent, seemingly lost in thought, she felt a stirring within her. "Ah, my lady, are you concerned about the heir's feelings towards Miss Su?" Lady Xiao, regaining her composure, waved her hand dismissively. "Not necessarily. It's just that my grandson, apart from his own sisters, rarely engages with young ladies. Today, however, he allowed that Miss Su to act as an intermediary." Intrigued, she felt compelled to inquire further. Since the individuals had already reached the threshold, it was evident they intended to enter, rather than suddenly recalling some pressing matter. Even if he disapproved of the marriage, would her grandson fear anyone? When has he ever needed to fabricate a flimsy excuse? Lady Xiao raised an eyebrow, contemplating how, despite Miss Su's youthful beauty, she exhibited an admirable composure. Speaking of Xiao Mo without a trace of bashfulness, what was there for her to worry about? That day, Xiao Mo indeed returned home only at dusk, entering the Pine Crane Hall without even changing his attire. Upon reaching the entrance, he greeted Madame Lu and inquired about the day's happenings before proceeding inside. The old lady had already dined and was engaged in a game of do shou qi with the maids, not even lifting her gaze upon her grandson's arrival. She continued her game. Xiao Mo, standing nearby, watched with good humor until the game concluded, at which point the old lady dismissed the maids. "You do remember to come home, do you not?" She finally addressed him, noticing he sat quietly without initiating conversation. "Grandmother, there are ladies present. What business do I have here?" Xiao Mo replied, unperturbed. "Do not attempt to mislead me. Is that girl from the Shun family not a lady?" The old lady scoffed. Noticing his silence, she suddenly remarked, "You are not thinking about this, are you?" "Indeed," Xiao Mo answered succinctly. The old lady's brows twitched, and she felt a sense of relief wash over her. As long as he was not ambiguous, that was sufficient. 2 years prior, he had been indifferent. Even when his mother had broached the subject several times, she had refrained from pressing him. "More, you should be aware that this marriage was arranged by your great-grandfather, correct? Although the two families only have a verbal agreement, our Duke's household cannot afford to act dishonorably." The old lady spoke with great gravity, her gaze fixed upon her grandson, who, despite sitting, towered over her. The Shun and Xiao families had enjoyed close ties for generations. Mo's mother was a dear friend of Madame Ruan. Should they retract the engagement, it would undoubtedly tarnish these relations. However, her grandson, though born the heir, had experienced a solitary upbringing, bearing the weight of the Duke's future. Since the age of 5, he had risen at dawn to practice martial arts and archery, spending his days in the palace accompanying the princes in their studies. Despite his youth, he bore the responsibilities of a commander in the Imperial Guard. Without the hardships endured over the years at the frontier, and lacking formidable skills and insight, how could he command respect? Human nature is inherently self-serving. Lady Xiao wished for her grandson, who had shouldered so much from a young age, to live a lighter life, hoping he might find someone he genuinely cherished to keep by his side. The elderly matriarch, having experienced the vicissitudes of life, is acutely aware of the significance of finding a suitable wife for her grandson. Hence, she refrains from pressuring him. However, the price of this understanding must be made clear to him. The grandson is cognizant of this, and Xiao Mo gazes at his grandmother, reassuring her that there is no necessity for the Shun family to seek an alliance with their noble house. A smile dances in his eyes as he observes the change in the expression of the matriarch. Chapter 21. Engagement. Changsun's words are laden with meaning, and the old lady swiftly comprehends their implications. She is well aware of Mo's capabilities, and since he has stated it thus, there must be undeniable evidence. The matriarch furrows her brow, momentarily rendered speechless. Her mind suddenly drifts back to the grand banquet 2 years prior, where the young lady of the Shun family shone brightly, even receiving accolades from the emperor and empress themselves. At that time, rumors had circulated, suggesting that the royal family had taken an interest in Shu. Yet, those whispers had soon dissipated, and she had not given them much thought. "Are you referring to the second prince?" the old lady inquires in a hushed tone. "It is likely that the empress has secretly offered the Shun family hope. Otherwise, do you believe they would have waited until now to approach our noble house?" Xiao Mo's voice carries a hint of derision, though his demeanor remains remarkably casual. The matriarch frowns, recalling the gentle demeanor of the Ruan family she had encountered earlier that day. The Ruan lady appeared kind-hearted and devoted to her daughter, seemingly not the type to engage in such schemes. However, nothing is absolute, and perhaps she had misjudged. As she gazes again at Changsun, a glimmer of pity flickers in her eyes. "When did you come to know of this?" "Upon returning to the capital. At that time, you had said to leave the decision to me. Were you not concerned that I might indeed finalize an engagement for you?" Noting the calm and composed demeanor of her grandson, who seemed unfazed like a fisherman patiently awaiting a catch, the old lady felt a twinge of frustration. "You would not have settled it then," Xiao Mo replied with serene confidence. The old lady faltered, realizing that her grandson's eyes sparkled with a trace of mockery, leading her to grasp his meaning. It implied that at that time, the daughter of the Shin family was still hoping for a marriage bestowed by the palace. Even if they approached their noble house, she would likely find reasons to delay. Having unraveled the complexities of the situation, the matriarch's expression hardened. Initially, she believed the fault lay within their family, but now it became evident that deeper intrigues were at play. Do not worry, my grandson is not in haste. The younger brothers in the household need not wait for me, Xiao Mo reassured her, recognizing her concern for his matrimonial affairs, yet he truly felt no urgency. It shall be as it must. I will speak with the second and third branches tomorrow, urging them to expedite matters with the younger brothers, the old lady sighed, then added, but do not think it will be so easily resolved. Even if we do not settle with the Shin family, we must consider other eligible young ladies. Xiao Mo's eyes sparkled with mirth. I shall leave it to your esteemed judgment, grandmother. The matriarch feigned an attempt to strike him, but he deftly evaded. Grandmother, you should rest. I am weary today and shall return to freshen up, he remarked, shaking off the dust from his official robes. With a wave of her hand, the old lady urged him to depart. As anticipated by Chun, the following day, Sungha Hall summoned her and the Liu family. The elderly matriarch did not mince words. Jinrong, Jinwen have grown up. It is time for you to take action and assist them in selecting suitable wives of virtue and grace. The family of the brides need not be illustrious, as long as they do not tarnish the reputation of our noble house. Upon hearing this, Liu felt a swell of excitement, while Chun, with a complex array of emotions, acquiesced. The matriarch's emphasis on disregarding family background heightened the likelihood of facilitating a union between her niece and stepson. Liu had already discreetly set her sights on several young ladies, eagerly awaiting the matriarch's approval. Thus, upon leaving Songheng, she hurried back, scarcely glancing at her sister-in-law, Chun. Though Chun strolled back to Jinhua courtyard at a leisurely pace, she soon sent someone to Jian's studio to summon Su Shuyao. After greeting Chun that morning, Su Shuyao was uncertain of the purpose behind her aunt's summons. Yet she followed the maid without delay to Jinhua Hall. Upon entering, she was met with Chin's beaming countenance. Yaoer, come here. Have you grown tired from your journey? Noticing a fine sheen of sweat on her forehead, she admonished the maid. Why did you not take your time? There was no need to rush. The maid, appropriately contrite, lowered her head, though she recalled that the second mistress had not spoken in such a manner moments ago. Having instructed her to fetch her cousin without even changing her attire, she had hurried, fearing she might delay her mistress's important business. Yet, as a maid, she dared not question her master's intentions. Su Shuyao approached Chun, performing her greeting, only to be gently assisted to her feet. You need not bow every time you visit. It makes our aunt-niece relationship seem distant. As she spoke, Chun scrutinized Su Shuyao closely, growing increasingly astonished. Chun was well aware of her niece's beauty. In her memory, the young Chun had been attractive, but Su Shuyao bore no resemblance to her mother. Having never met Su's father, she naturally concluded that her niece had inherited her father's striking features. If 2 years ago Su Shuyao had appeared as a mere bud, now she had blossomed, revealing her exquisite and charming allure. Chun gazed at her niece with satisfaction. What man could possibly overlook such beauty? Chun understood that her stepson did not show the same respect as he outwardly displayed, and he would likely harbor some aversion towards her. However, she believed that most men are duplicitous, and she doubted that Xiao Jinrong could truly dismiss Su Shuyao. The question remained on how to orchestrate this affair, which required careful planning. Chen knew she could not openly discuss the marriage proposal with her stepson, as she was merely a stepmother and Su Shuyao a genuine orphan from an unremarkable family. Anyone who heard of her meddling would surely label her an unkind stepmother. Yet, if Xiao Jinrong were to act inappropriately, she would bear no blame. Thus, she had initially arranged for Su Shuyao to reside at Jian's studio, having heard that her stepson often frequented that place. At this moment, Su Shuyao sensed a distinct shift in Chen's demeanor, though she had always been treated kindly. Today there was a warmth in Chen's gaze that seemed to envelop her in sweetness, laced with ulterior motives. She was unaware of her aunt's intentions, nor did she comprehend where she stood in her aunt's schemes. Nevertheless, she managed to maintain her composure and said, "Please do not scold her. It was my cousin who urged us to move quickly, fearing we might delay your matters." Chun, regaining her senses, took her hand and seated her beside her. "Good child, you mustn't always be so soft-hearted. Had she not shown urgency, would you have felt anxious?" After a moment, she looked at Su Shuyu and sighed. "You are already 16, are you not? By next spring, you will enter the mourning period." Su Shuyu lowered her head, finding the topic quite sensitive and unsure how to respond. She merely whispered, "Yes, do not be shy. It is due to the mourning period that I have refrained from hastily arranging a marriage for you. Rest assured, I have my own considerations. Observing Su Shuyu lift her gaze, Chen responded with a knowing smile. Su Shuyo's heart raced. It seemed her aunt was already aware of something. A vague sense of unease washed over her, yet she found herself unable to utter any words of refusal. Chapter 22. The Fourth Young Master's Thoughts Indeed. Now that she had sought refuge in the residence of the Duke of Cheng, she ought to have anticipated this. Having lost her parents, her aunt, as an elder, possessed the authority to determine her marriage. What sort of person would she choose for her? Su Shuyu felt a pang of distress. Her younger brother was still small, and she was not prepared for marriage at this moment. After a long hesitation, she feigned shyness and said, Shuyu is not in a hurry. I have yet to complete the mourning period. Chen did not allow her to continue, instead patting her hand. You need not speak further. Your aunt will ensure you do not suffer any loss. In Chen's eyes, given Su Shuyo's status, marrying Xiao Jinrong was certainly not a misfortune, just as she, a young maiden, was considered fortunate to be matched with a widower from the second branch of the family. How could one easily enter the esteemed residence of the Duke of Cheng? It was merely her thin ties of kinship that left her with Su Shuyu as her obedient niece, allowing this fortunate opportunity to fall upon her. Su Shuyu watched her aunt's confident demeanor, feeling a wave of trepidation. Yet, there was little she could do, and she reassured herself that she was still within the mourning period. Even if her aunt intended to arrange a marriage for her, there were still months to go, and she need not display an anxious countenance at this moment. Su Shuyu suppressed her unease, adopting a submissive attitude. Thank you, aunt, for your concern. Chen was pleased with her sense of propriety, smiling as she replied, That is right, I would never cause you harm. Well, I am merely confiding in you, so you need not dwell on idle thoughts. After conversing for a while longer, Chen finally sent her back. Su Shuyu walked in silence along the path back to Jian's studio, followed by two maids. Huixiang, unsure of why her mistress appeared sullen after leaving Jinhua Hall, thought that the second lady's consideration of the young lady's marriage was a good thing. Having accompanied Su Shuyu for so long, she refrained from prying, merely feeling a tinge of curiosity. Xiao Wei, however, was much more astute, having spent ample time in the residence. The second lady frequently summoned her and Yuzhu to inquire about matters concerning Jin's studio, leaving no detail unexamined. Initially, they believed that the second lady genuinely cared for her two nephews and shared some of their daily inconveniences. However, after several inquiries, they discerned that there was no intention of change from the direction of Jinhua Hall, leading them to a belated realization. Perhaps the second lady's interest in the two at Jin's studio was superficial, yet her persistent questioning raised suspicions in Xiao Wei's mind that it was more an act of surveillance than genuine concern. As a maid in the Duke of Cheng's household, with her contract firmly in the hands of the Chen family, Xiao Wei chose not to disclose her observations to Su Shuyao. Instead, she remained cautious, reporting only the mundane details of daily life. Her instinct compelled her to protect Su Shuyao. Through 2 years of observation, she had come to appreciate her cousin, who was neither demanding nor harsh with her servants. Even when aware that Chen would summon the two when she was distracted, she never inquired further. Xiao Wei understood that Su Shuyao was a clever girl. They maintained each other's dignity, allowing themselves and Yuzhu to remain comfortably at Jian's studio. Xiao Wei relished the tranquility of these past 2 years. Unlike her time at Jinhua Hall, where she had to be perpetually mindful of her attire and expressions to avoid the scrutiny of the second master Xiao, she found solace here. Each time the second master visited Jinhua Hall, she would instinctively keep her distance. Xiao Wei vividly recalled a previous occasion when the second master had posed a question to her, accompanied by the second lady's icy gaze. It was only after a maid within the hall had discreetly informed her of her transgression that she understood her mistake. From that moment on, she became the most inconspicuous maid in Jinhua Hall until her arrival at Jian's studio 2 years ago. However, after today, she sensed that this delicate balance might soon be disrupted. The second lady appeared close to her cousin, yet it was likely that the one from Jinhua Hall was secretly plotting something significant. What was she to do? With a hint of bitterness, Xiao Wei squeezed her clammy palms, just as Huixiang softly remarked that the fourth master seemed to be nearby. Following Huixiang's gaze, Xiao Wei indeed spotted fourth master Xiao Jinwen standing a short distance away, his eyes seemingly lingering on her cousin. Yet, Su Shuyao remained oblivious, her head downcast as she walked her own path, completely unaware of her surroundings. As Huixiang was about to speak again, Xiao Wei silenced her with a glance. Let it be unnoticed. Why complicate matters further? Over the past 2 years alongside Shuyao, she had observed the fourth master's evident attentiveness towards them at Jian's studio. The girl seemed to sense it as well, making an effort to avoid him. Hui Xiong was indeed rather naive. Shuyao was genuinely unaware, preoccupied with her aunt's words from Jinhua Hall, feeling quite flustered. Xiao Jinwen watched as the delicate apricot-hued figure walked away, the girl with her head bowed, disregarding everything around her. Naturally, she also disregarded him. A slight disappointment flickered in Xiao Jinwen, but it was merely a fleeting feeling. Previously, due to matters concerning Su Shuang, he had interacted with this cousin from the Su family frequently. She had been attentive to his younger brother, yet seemed indifferent to everything else. Eternally courteous, distant yet polite. Xiao Jinwen, as a descendant of the Chengguo Duke's residents, has always been perceived by others as gentle and well-mannered. Therefore, looking after his younger brother at the clan school was hardly a burden. He was more than willing to assist. Moreover, it is human nature to show compassion towards the weak and vulnerable. However, as he extended his help to the siblings, an inexplicable emotion began to stir within him. Something elusive and ambiguous. For instance, during their last encounter, he could have easily handed his notes directly to Su Shuang, yet he deliberately summoned her through his personal servant. Watching her approach, her forehead glistening with sweat as she hurried to meet him, Xiao Jinwen felt a flicker of delight. Although he later learned that his cousin Su was anxious about her younger brother, he couldn't shake the pleasantness of that moment. As the figure of Su faded from view, leaving behind an emptiness, he smiled wryly and said to his servant, "Let us go." Meanwhile, as Chen summoned Su Shuyu, Lu also called for her son. Yet, he resided in the outer courtyard and had only just returned after securing a position elsewhere. When Xiao Jinwen arrived at Lu's courtyard, the maidservants had been waiting outside, and upon seeing him, they greeted him with flushed faces. "We greet the fourth young master." Xiao Jinwen, known for his gentle demeanor, often stirred romantic feelings among the maidservants of Lu's courtyard. After all, not all young masters from the Chengguo Duke's residence possessed his amiable nature. For instance, the fifth young master was quite irritable with the maidservants, always brusque when visiting Lu's courtyard, unlike the fourth young master, whose countenance radiated warmth, treating even the lowly maidservants with kindness. Chapter 23. Truth and Deception. Upon entering Lu's chamber, Xiao Jinwen found that the maidservants had already arranged stools and brewed a pot of hot tea. After paying his respects to his mother, he sat down and picked up the tea. The maidservant smiled shyly before retreating to the side, waiting attentively. Lu gazed lovingly at her son, who, though still not of age, had already surpassed the third master in height. Her son was consistently gentle and well-mannered, rarely causing her concern. Coming from a noble family, Lu had been raised in privilege. Although the Lu family had fallen from grace, the pride of her lineage remained deep-rooted. Within the Chengguo Duke's residence, the third master was the second son, overshadowed by two elder brothers. Her husband's status had always been inferior to that of the Duke since birth, and Lu herself was not as esteemed as the Qingyuan Marquis family. Fortunately, she had borne two sons, which, although not comparable to the main branch, was indeed luckier than Chen's situation. As her sons matured, Lu was determined to find them suitable wives. Contemplating potential families for alliances, she remained silent for the moment. Observing his mother's joyful expression, Xiao Jinwen wondered what delightful news she might wish to share. After taking a sip of tea and setting the cup down on the low table, he inquired with a smile. Lu signaled to the attending maidservant, who quickly went to the inner chamber and soon returned, carrying a book. "Come here." Lu beckoned to her son as she reached for the book. Xiao Jinwen approached with a sense of bewilderment, discovering an illustration of a young lady on the open page, accompanied by her name, age, and lineage. Realizing the implications, he instinctively averted his gaze, feeling a touch of discomfort. The sons of the Xiao family maintained a certain decorum in private, with the exception of Xiao Jinrong, as the rest had yet to take concubines. Lu, observing her son's demeanor, chose not to press him. "Your mother summoned you for this matter. If you find it inconvenient here, you may take it back with you." Her words only intensified Xiao Jinwen's unease. Lu was merely teasing her son while informing him that arrangements for matchmaking were underway within the household. Xiao Jinwen soon departed from Lu's presence, feeling somewhat dazed. He had casually glanced at the booklet in his mother's hands, noting that the young ladies depicted were all of varying beauty, embodying the qualities of refined young women from distinguished families. As his mother remarked, Their grandmother preferred that they refrain from seeking unions with similarly prominent families, as the Duke's residence was currently in a state of high-profile prominence, necessitating a more subdued approach. Thus, rather than pursuing lofty connections, they were to consider young women from reputable, scholarly lineages. Xiao Jinwen closed his eyes, attempting to recall any specific young lady from the booklet, yet found no impression lingering in his mind. However, upon lifting his gaze, he inadvertently recalled a fleeting silhouette that had crossed his mind earlier. He smiled lightly, not allowing himself to dwell on it. Later that evening, when the second master of the Xiao family returned home, Chen spoke of the elder matriarch's wishes, relaying that their mother intended for the younger brothers to marry first, without awaiting the heiress' decision. "Is there anything you wish to convey regarding Jinrong's matrimonial affairs?" Chen inquired while pouring wine into the second master's cup, her demeanor cheerful. The second master paused, fork in hand. "Oh, did mother truly say so?" Chen cast him a playful glance. "When have I ever misled you? I speak only the truth." The second master chuckled, savoring his meal and taking a sip of wine. "What instructions does mother have?" Chen replied. "She simply mentioned not to be constrained by high-status families." The second master nodded with a smile. "In that case, please assist him in finding a suitable match. The young lady should possess a pleasing appearance and character, embodying grace and virtue, with a sound education as well." As Chun listened to her husband's requirements, a pang of envy surfaced within her. After all, being the only son, finding a match of such caliber was no simple task. Yet, when she applied these criteria to Su Xiao, she found them to align perfectly. Chen could not help but smile softly. When she raised her gaze again, her eyes sparkled with tender affection, realizing that the intent was to seek only the best. The second master reached out from across the table, gently patting her hand, expressing a hint of sentiment. "You have worked hard." Over the years, Chen had indeed treated Xiao Jinrong well as a stepmother, ensuring he lacked for nothing and allowing the servants in his courtyard to thrive without interference, never imposing a motherly demeanor. Even her two daughters affectionately referred to him as second brother. The second master, observing keenly, understood that if Chun had influenced them, the children would not have formed such a natural bond with their second brother. After the two elders finished their meal and freshened up, the couple indulged in a tender exchange of affection. Subsequently, Chun and Lu were both preoccupied with their tasks. Lu quickly settled on the daughter of Hanlin Academy scholar Zhou Yanfu, Zhou Shua. Although Zhou Yanfu held only the 5th rank, his position as a scholar in the Hanlin Academy, responsible for drafting documents and advising the emperor, bestowed considerable weight both in the court and among the public. Moreover, the Zhou family had long been esteemed, with many successful candidates among the younger generation emerging like bamboo shoots after the rain. For example, last year, Zhou Shua's elder brother was recognized by the emperor as the 2nd place in the imperial examination. Though he currently held a modest editorial position, there was no doubt that, given time, he would rise further. This was the best match Lu could secure at the behest of the matriarch, and she promptly reported this to Songhua Hall, where the elder lady offered no objections. Simultaneously, Chun in Jinhua Hall was also diligently presenting a list of suitable young ladies for the elders' consideration, articulating her insights with commendable thoroughness. Mr. Xiao was quite pleased with her attentiveness regarding their son, encouraging her to proceed as she saw fit, expressing his faith in her judgment. Chen smiled and said, "Very well. I shall summon Jinrong tomorrow to discuss his thoughts." Mr. Xiao, though he verbally dismissed the need, appeared visibly reassured. The following day, indeed, Xiao Jinrong was summoned to Jinhua Hall by his stepmother. When he realized that Chun was genuinely considering a promising match for him, a fleeting look of astonishment crossed his face. Had he misjudged his stepmother? Was she not intending to foist upon him the solitary girl residing in Jian's studio? With a furrowed brow, he cast his gaze upon the list of young ladies presented by Chun. The birth dates and family backgrounds were clearly noted. None were illegitimate daughters or from impoverished households. He then looked at his stepmother, whose gentle smile resembled a bottomless pool, concealing its depths much like her character. Instantly, he lowered his head and respectfully said, "I appreciate your efforts, mother. I find all the young ladies quite agreeable. Please feel free to make the decision." Chun, satisfied, replied, "Rest assured, I shall present the list to your father for his consideration. I will also consult with your grandmother to ensure that you are not wronged." Her words were so tactful that it was difficult to pinpoint any flaws. Chapter 24. Who is scheming against whom? Once Xiao Jinrong exited Jinhua Hall, the smile on Chen's face vanished. Indolently casting aside the list of young ladies, she turned to Mama Wu and instructed, once the second young master leaves the residence, have someone summoning Luo. Hearing this, Mama Wu's expression sharpened, and she bowed her head in acknowledgement. In Jian's studio, whether due to Qin's earlier conversation or not, Xia had been feeling a sense of unease in her heart these days. The engagement of her cousin from the fourth branch had been settled, and she heard that her aunt was also seeking a match for her second cousin, which surprised her. Just days prior, Qin had hinted at her desire to keep Xia in the household. Xia did not believe that Qin intended for her to become Xiao Jinrong's concubine, as the autonomy granted to such roles was indeed quite limited. During this time, the lady from the Rose Courtyard fell ill once again. Xiao's relationship with her had always been rather tenuous, and following the incident at Songa Hall, she chose not to visit personally. Instead, she sent her maidservant with some homemade delicacies as a token of goodwill. Over the past 2 years, Xu had not notably improved in any skills, except for her culinary abilities, which had seen significant enhancement. When she first arrived in the capital, her cooking could only be deemed passable. However, upon entering the Duke Cheng's residence, she was compelled to invest effort into her culinary endeavors to prevent her already meager finances from dwindling further. Therefore, when faced with the task of visiting the sick, it merely required a bit of materials and physical exertion. On this particular day, after returning from Jinhua Hall, Xu inadvertently noticed that the box where she kept her books and letters seemed to have been disturbed. Initially, she suspected it was merely a careless mistake made by her maid while cleaning and paid it little mind. However, after sitting in her room for a while, she occasionally glanced up to find her maid, Xiao, casting furtive glances at the box. When their eyes met, Xu could distinctly sense something amiss in Xiao's gaze. Setting down her book, Xu furrowed her brow in silence. Xiao had served her in Jian's studio for over 2 years, and her temperament was typically composed. Choosing not to continue reading, Xu approached the box and began to inspect its contents. Suddenly, an unsigned letter caught her eye. A jolt of surprise coursed through her, and as she scrutinized the letter, her complexion turned pale. It was a love letter from a man to a woman, signed only as young Master Qiao. Xu was certain she did not know any gentleman by the surname Qiao who could be plotting against her. She turned her gaze towards Xiao, who appeared equally bewildered and alarmed. Do you know this young Master Qiao, or how this letter came to be here? Xu stood up, her gaze sharp as she scrutinized her maid. Xiao shook her head vigorously and then suddenly knelt on the ground, anxiously asking, My lady, is it not from the second young master? Xu closed her eyes, realizing that it was indeed Xiao who had placed the letter there. Mistakenly believing it to be from the second young master, she glanced at the maid, who was nodding desperately, seemingly understanding everything now. My lady, what shall we do about the letter? Xiao continued to inquire anxiously. Xu, with an impassive expression, retrieved the letter and, after taking out a fresh sheet of paper, began to write something before placing it back inside. Calmly, she returned the box to its original position. Throughout this process, Xiao watched in stunned silence, her initial panic subdued by her mistress's composed actions. After a moment, Xu lifted her gaze and fixed it on Xiao, stating, From this moment forth, you must act as though you know nothing. Do you understand? Their eyes met, and soon tears welled up in Xiao's eyes. Xu observed as she raised her sleeve to wipe her eyes, struggling to hold back her tears. The two sat and stood in silence, and the room momentarily returned to its previous tranquility, as if nothing had transpired. As expected, it was not long before a clamorous voice could be heard from outside. Granny Zheng, who had been working in the outer chamber, hurriedly entered, exclaiming, My lady, there are many people outside. Shuyao smiled gently as she softly closed the book in her hands. Let us go outside and take a look. At that moment, Qin stood at the entrance of Jian's studio, accompanied by the second master Xiao. Shuyao glanced back, meeting the cold gaze of Xiao Jinrong. Yet, upon their eyes meeting, his lips curled slightly into a smirk. It was Jinrong's first visit to his cousin's courtyard, not out of any intention to intrude, but rather due to his mother's command, which left him no choice but to come. He hoped that his cousin would not take offense. After saying this, he clasped his hands in a respectful gesture, embodying the essence of propriety. Shuyao averted her gaze, just as she heard Qin command, Search inside. Afterward, she looked toward her niece in the distance, seemingly reassuring. Do not worry. Your aunt will take care of you. Shuyao slightly bowed her head, acknowledging the gesture, though her heart was far from being at ease. The second master Xiao appeared utterly bewildered. Upon returning to the estate today, he was met by Chun, who hastily approached him, exclaiming, "Master, you have finally returned. I have urgent matters to discuss with you." She then lamented, "I have been busy arranging Jinrong's marriage these past few days, selecting only the finest young ladies, and even invited the second young master to meet them. Who would have thought that, while he appeared agreeable, he secretly entangled himself with my niece? That child, Shuyao, whom you have met, is of the quietest disposition and would never dare to reject him." Through Chen's lamentations, the second master Xiao finally grasped the situation at hand. Although he harbored some discontent at his wife's protective stance towards her niece, he could not deny the truth in her words regarding the girl. He had merely glanced at her before, but indeed, she possessed a rare and striking beauty. Could it be that his son truly entertained such thoughts? He promptly inquired if there was any evidence, which led to the current search of Jian's studio. Several maidservants politely excused themselves as they entered, not rushing toward the chests and boxes, but rather inspecting every corner with caution. Not far away, Xiao Jinrong appeared relaxed, even sporting a hint of a smile. Chun looked over at him, her brows slightly furrowed, a sense of uncertainty arising within her. She had instructed Ing Luo to deliver a letter that Xiao Jinrong had previously written to Miss Lu, which bore no signature, merely expressing a young man's admiration for a lady in flowery language. Yet, could there be any discrepancies in the words? Initially, she had been filled with confidence, believing that despite her niece's passive acceptance of the letter, it would tarnish her reputation. The master might begin to harbor regrets, ultimately compelling his son to marry Su Shuyao. In such a situation, Su Shuyao, as a woman, should have felt the utmost embarrassment, yet amidst her anger and sorrow, she felt no shame. Though her eyes were lowered, she stood tall, absorbing the commotion that did not belong to this small courtyard, her mind already formulating her next words. Chapter 25, the conclusion indeed. After a while, the unsigned letter was handed over to Chun, while the maid responsible for the search stood by with her head bowed, not daring to breathe. Chun was aware of the letter's contents. Thus, even though the second master Xiao internally resisted, the letter was still presented before him as the head of the second household. "Master, look!" Chun exclaimed, her face a mask of fury. Elder Xiao cast a disdainful glance at Xiao Jinrong, reluctantly accepting the letter before him. Under the penetrating gaze of both his son and wife, he opened the missive. Although Su Shuyao kept her eyes lowered, her lips subtly curled into a smile. What could it be? After a tumultuous surge of anger and tension, Elder Xiao finally exhaled in relief. He shook the paper, a hint of amusement beginning to grace his countenance. Noticing Chun approaching, he tossed the paper in her direction, saying, "Take a look." Chun hastily received it and was taken aback to see a drawing of a small cat, its eyes drooping, crouched beneath an eave to shelter from the rain. How could this be? Chun felt a pang of dissatisfaction, unable to resist seeking out the maids responsible for the search. They all bowed their heads, appearing utterly cowed. Before them stood Elder Xiao, and alongside him, the unmistakable glimmer of mirth in Xiao Jinrong's eyes seemed to mock her presumption. In that fleeting moment, Chun grasped the situation. She quickly masked her astonishment, tears welling in her voice as she exclaimed, "My lord, it is entirely my fault. I have wronged Jinrong." Elder Xiao, hands clasped behind his back, let out a cold snort. Chun turned her gaze to her niece not far away, who was also looking at her with a smile playing at her lips. In that instant, uncertainty washed over her. Could Su Xiao be involved in this? Yet, she had witnessed her stepson's calm demeanor. She had miscalculated. Though oblivious to where the misstep had occurred, she realized she must navigate this predicament. Meanwhile, Xiao Jinrong picked up the letter that his stepmother had carelessly discarded, surprised to find it was not the letter signed by Qiu Gongzi. Unable to suppress his curiosity, he glanced at the young woman nearby, only to see her approach Chun, seemingly unaware of his gaze. The girl's voice remained soft and gentle. "It seems this was all a misunderstanding. Uncle and aunt must be visiting Jiyun's study for the first time. Why not come in for a cup of tea before you leave?" Upon hearing her offer, Chen's expression softened, a smile gracing her features. "Good child, please do not hold it against your aunt for coming here. You know how important a girl's reputation is. If anything were to happen to you, how could your aunt live with the memory of your late mother?" With that, she took the girl's hand, unable to hold back her tears. Caught in this emotional display, Su Shuyao was momentarily taken aback, realizing that she must continue to play her part in this familial drama. She understood that her aunt meant well, Yet the misunderstanding had indeed clouded her aunt's judgment. Not only herself, but also her second cousin was not the kind of person to commit such acts. As she contemplated the letter exchanged with Xiao Jinrong, she shuddered at the thought of Qiu Gongzi, whose intentions she sensed were far from benign. What would she do if she had switched the letters, and Qiu Gongzi's was revealed to the public? Yet, Su Xiao had no choice but to maintain her stance, as Chun's blunder needed to be rectified. Even if her aunt had plotted against her, she had to feign ignorance. Su Xiao understood that in this duke's household, she must rely on Chun to survive. And to outsiders, they appeared as one. Uncertain whether it was the words of her niece that had an effect, Chen sure had by now dried her tears. She approached Xiao Jinrong, disregarding her stepson's indifferent gaze, and with a sincere attitude, confessed, "Jinrong, please do not let this incident create distance between you and your mother. Your cousin is a young woman who has lost her parents. Naturally, I was concerned upon hearing the news. Moreover, you are currently in the midst of courtship, and it was in a moment of desperation that I hastily believed the maid's words. I hope you can forgive your mother." Having spoken, she seemed about to bow her head in shame, but it was Xiao Leoi who pulled her back, saying, "Enough. If this is merely a misunderstanding, then let us all disperse." With that, he flicked his sleeves and departed. With her scheme thwarted, Chunshur felt humiliated and lacked the desire to linger. Su Shuyao watched their retreating figures and could not help but sigh. The invitation to tea at Jian's studio was merely a formality in this moment. Who had the leisure for tea? Moreover, casting a glance at the disarray of the several rooms, where could one find a place to rest? Xiao Jinrong remained unmoved, his gaze scrutinizing Su Shuyao. After a prolonged silence, he finally remarked, "Cousin Su, you possess quite the talent." With both Xiao Leoi and Chen Shi gone, Xiao Jinrong spoke without restraint, and so did Su Shuyao. She abruptly raised her head, her eyes fixated on the man opposite her, and her words lost the gentleness of their earlier pretense. Though she resided here, her second cousin should not mistake her for an easy target. She referred to the matter of the swapped letters, since he had discovered it. Why should he entrap her in injustice? This was the first time Xiao Jinrong had witnessed such defiance from the solitary young woman. He thought to himself that the previous docility had indeed been an act. He did not believe that she was unaware of Chunshur's scheme. The reason for the failure today lay in the fact that the letter was not the original. If she had not been vigilant, how could she have known so promptly? The stubbornness reflected in her eyes was more pleasing than her usual quiet and demure demeanor. Xiao Jinrong observed the slender, fair neck before him, unconsciously twisting his fingers at his side. With a cold snort, he chose not to continue the conversation and turned to leave. Regardless of whether he believed her or not, Shuyao had never intended to involve herself with him. After taking a few steps, he heard the woman's icy voice behind him. A smirk curled at the corner of his lips, escaping as a cold laugh. This Su family solitary girl had a tongue as sharp as her aunt's. Chunshur was adept at performing before their father, and she had learned the art perfectly. She presented herself as a paragon of virtue, as if he would be convinced by such a fade. With everyone departed, only the disarray of Jian's studio remained. Nurse Zheng instructed the maidservants to tidy up the place, and upon raising her head, she saw Su Shuyao sitting there, staring blankly at the paper in her hand. A pang of sorrow struck her heart, and the tears she had held back fell freely. Su Shuyao had not intended to weep, but Nurse Zheng's expression startled her. "Do not cry, nurse. I am well." She moved closer to Nurse Zheng and sat beside her. "It has been a long time since I last put pen to paper, and I did not expect to do so under such circumstances. See, it still captures the essence, does it not?" Her words left Nurse Zheng at a loss, neither crying nor laughing. She wiped her tears and suddenly recalled, the young master must be returning soon, right? After finishing her words, she hurriedly wiped her sleeves once more, expressing her relief that the young lady was unharmed. The matron urged to hasten the tidying up. Lest Zheng matron's words remain unspoken, while Su Shuyao had already entered the room and collected the paper adorned with a drawing of a cat. Chapter 26. A difficult situation before long. The room was neatly arranged. Su Shuyao then called for Qiao Wei to come forth. Today, Chen had lost face and would undoubtedly summon Qiao Wei to the Jinhua Hall to inquire about the events that transpired. Just say I discovered it myself. Upon seeing Master Qiu's letter, I suspected it was the work of others and decided to exchange it for another, Su Shuyao instructed. Qiao Wei nodded in agreement, her expression already one of deep gratitude, although the second madam had instructed her to secretly place the letter in the young lady's room. Qiao Wei felt that the young lady had the right to know. She could choose not to speak, but what if the young lady discovered it herself? Wouldn't he, the second madam, then have no grounds to blame her? Human nature is tender. The young lady treated these servants with kindness, a fact Xiao Mo observed daily. She had no desire to leave Jian's studio, nor to elevate herself to the status of a concubine. Fortunately, she had not fully adhered to the second madam's directives. Had Master Qiu's letter been seen by the elder master today, not only would the young lady's reputation be tarnished, but Xiao Mo, serving her, would also find herself in a precarious position. Xiao Mo had always understood this principle, and coupled with the young lady's deep reservoir of blessings, they had managed to avert disaster today. Despite the exposure of the incident, she was relieved that Shuyao had not forced her to choose between herself and the second madam. Xiao Mo felt trapped in her circumstances, navigating with utmost caution. Perhaps the young lady understood this predicament as well. As anticipated by Shuyao, Chen did not directly question her, but summoned a maid to inquire instead. Upon learning that the letter had been exchanged by Xiao Jinrong from the very start, her complexion turned pale. The identity of Master Qiu was unknown to her niece. But Chen was well aware. This Master Qiu was a notorious flirt, known for his penchant for seducing young ladies. And he had a reputation for being enamored with every woman he encountered. To complicate matters, he possessed a modicum of literary talent, composing a few dubious poems. And his father was the esteemed Duke of Yuzhong, favored by the current emperor. Many young ladies from respectable families in the capital had fallen prey to Master Qiu's advances. Upon discovering this latest turn of events, Chen ceased her inquiries into the maid's involvement, as the blame could be conveniently placed on her stepson. However, it was evident that her niece was not as docile as she appeared. Chen, feeling somewhat disheartened, lamented the unfairness of fate for not granting her a son to rely on. In her self-pity, she remained oblivious to Mama Wu's entrance. Mama Wu, witnessing the second madam pouring herself a drink, could not refrain from advising Madam, "You must take care of yourself. The two young ladies still depend on you." Chen did not acknowledge her. "Has the elder master gone to Zhao's?" she inquired, noticing Mama Wu's hesitant demeanor, prompting her to scoff. "I knew it." After speaking, she poured herself another cup of wine. Mama Wu, standing nearby, earnestly urged, "Madam, please do not drink any more. At this critical juncture, how can you still be consumed by anger? The second son may marry whomever he desires. Yet, in the eyes of this humble servant, it is rare to encounter a young lady in the capital who possesses the charm and grace of Cousin Biao. Although her lineage may be somewhat lacking, her beauty and temperament are undeniably commendable. Even if you intend to bestow your niece upon your stepson, surely you have your own reasons for such a decision?" Madam Chen paused, her hand clutching the wine cup, but ultimately shook her head. "No, this line of thinking is misguided. I have diligently assisted him in selecting a suitable bride. If such intentions had been present from the outset, all those promising candidates would have been dismissed." After expressing this thought, Madam Chen set aside her drink, her brow furrowed in contemplation. As Mama Wu wisely remarked, this is not the time for anger. She still has two daughters to consider. In the days that followed, Shuyao continued her daily visits to the Jinhua Hall to pay her respects. Yet it was evident that Madam Chen's warmth towards her had diminished. Shuyao felt little concern, for when a chess piece loses its value, such a response is only natural. Nevertheless, she maintained her daily visits without fail. As usual, upon hearing Madam Chen's cough, she would promptly deliver pear soup. And when she learned that Xiao Jinshan wished for her homemade pastries, she would roll up her sleeves and busy herself in the kitchen. Simultaneously, Shuyao harbored a quiet anxiety regarding her younger brother's studies. Aware that the marriage between the young master and Shun Jingshu might falter, she found herself increasingly restless. The young gentleman of the Chengguo Duke's residence had grown, with only the fifth son remaining at the Shun family academy. Soon he too would no longer attend. Thus, only her younger brother remained. Currently, she felt embarrassed at her aunt's house. Should her brother be expelled from the academy, it was unlikely that anyone would advocate for his continued education. Consequently, Su Shuheng was summoned by his elder sister each day upon returning from school, where she would inquire in detail about his relations with the academy's students and the treatment he received from his teachers. Though puzzled as to why his sister had reverted to her inquisitive demeanor from 2 years prior, when he had just entered the academy, he nonetheless satisfied her curiosity with complete honesty. However, what Shuyao did not anticipate was that despite her brother's assurances of normalcy, she would soon receive disheartening news. Her brother could no longer attend the Shun family academy. The reason was a shortage of students. The original teacher had departed. Moreover, the third master of the Shin family was in poor health and could no longer accommodate additional pupils. Upon hearing this news, Shuyao felt utterly deflated, while her brother attempted to console her, asserting that it was of no consequence if he did not attend the academy. For with the foundation he had laid over the past 2 years, he could study diligently at home. Initially, Shuyao was skeptical, but seeing him diligently applying himself in Jian's studio over the following days brought her some comfort. Regarding the matter of Su Shuheng's expulsion from the Shun family academy, inquiries were made from Jinhua Hall, but thereafter, there was no further communication. Shuyao had already ceased to place her hopes in her aunt and felt no sense of loss, merely concern. Time swiftly passed, and soon it was September, just days before the Double Ninth Festival. The celebrations at the Chengguo Duke's residence would not resemble the grandiose outings typical of other official families, ascending mountains and gazing afar. The old matriarch, though fond of tranquility, cherished the warmth of having her children and grandchildren gathered around her. Thus, in accordance with customary practice, on this day, the ladies would typically arrive early at Songha Hall to converse with the matriarch, while the younger generation would prepare shoes, socks, and embroidery as tokens of blessing. By evening, when the gentlemen returned home, everyone would gather in Songha Hall for a banquet, which would generally feature seasonal delicacies such as chongyang cake, chrysanthemum wine, and crab-stuffed oranges. This occasion presented a rare opportunity for Shuyao to see the venerable Lady Xiao, prompting her to invest greater thought into her gifts than usual. She had previously arranged for a pair of the old lady's shoes to be taken from Songha Hall. The soles and the uppers were already crafted, merely awaiting stitching. The inspiration to create shoes stemmed from hearing Lady Xiao reminisce about an elderly servant whose shoes were crafted by that very individual, her eyes glimmering with nostalgia and lament. Coincidentally, Shuyao possessed the skill to make shoes herself. The pairs adorning her younger brother's feet were all her handiwork, not only comfortable, but also adorned with exquisite embroidery, which had garnered admiration from the fourth young master on several occasions for her refined craftsmanship. Chapter 27. The Gathering on Chongyang Festival. As night fell, the eastern chamber of Jun's studio remained aglow with soft, dim light, casting a serene and gentle aura around the young woman engaged in needlework before the lamp. Xiao observed for a while, noticing the flickering light dimming, and took up a silver needle to adjust the wick. Perceiving the darkness encroaching, Shuyao looked up and, upon seeing her, smiled. "You may retire now. I shall finish this stitch." Xiao nodded but did not depart immediately. Shuyao resumed her silence, and the two, one diligently sewing, the other quietly accompanying, continued their tasks. After a considerable time, Shuyao yawned and put away her needle, while the maid quickly took the basket inside to tidy up. Tomorrow would be the Chongyang Festival, and for several days, Shuyao had been busy making shoes and crafting the traditional dogwood sachets, which Xiao had been keenly observing. Since the recent incident, the second madam, Chun, had not shown the same regard for Jian's studio. The young master had returned from the Shun family academy for several days without anyone inquiring after him. Xiao, aware of her mistress's unease, felt powerless to assist. Her gaze involuntarily fell upon the basket in her hands, which contained several exquisitely embroidered dogwood sachets, emitting a faint fragrance of dogwood and chrysanthemum. Previously, she had been astonished by Shuyao's ability to prepare various pastries and delicacies effortlessly, but now, after 2 years, she had grown accustomed to it. It was akin to her needlework. While it was expected of refined young ladies, it was remarkable that Shuyao could even craft shoes that fit perfectly. She reflected on Shuyao's background and began to comprehend. The young lady, having lost her mother at a tender age and caring for her younger brother, had to manage everything herself, which explained her composure and capability. On the day of the Chongyang Festival, Shuyao first visited Jinhua Hall to pay her respects to her aunt before proceeding with the party to Lady Zhao's Songha Hall. Today, she did not encounter Xiao Jintong. When she inquired, her third cousin lazily replied, "She is said to be ill, cowering all day long, so there is no need to concern ourselves with her." Following her marriage, the third lady, Xiao Jingshan, found the situation rather dull. She harbored a disdain for the lodger from the third household and held little regard for her half-sister, Xiao Jintong. Her feelings towards Shuyao, who resided with the second household, were equally complex. On one hand, she found her cousin's company quite agreeable. Su was unassuming and accommodating. Most notably, Her exquisite taste in aesthetics transformed even the most ordinary garments into captivating ensembles. Naturally, the young lady was drawn to beauty. On the other hand, the third daughter of the Xiao family regarded Shuyao with a hint of condescension, perceiving her merely as an orphan, fundamentally different from a daughter of the Duke's household. Thus, upon encountering Shuyao today, she offered nothing more than a languid greeting. Chun, witnessing this interaction, was unperturbed. Shuyao had long grown accustomed to such treatment. Today, she donned a pale blue dress with her hair styled in dual hanging buns, accented by a small hairpin at the crown and dainty lilac earrings that were subtly elegant. Chun cast a glance at her, but chose not to comment further. The household provided 2 sets of garments each season, and she had no intention of skimping on her niece in this regard. As for jewelry, the Duchess would annually procure some pieces for the family, though those delivered to Jean's studio were often remnants chosen by others. However, as Shuyao was still in mourning, there was no need for ostentatious adornments. The lilacs she wore were mere embellishments given by the steward, and upon seeing her wear them today, Chin found them surprisingly appealing. Not only she, but Xiao Jinsen also fixated on those earrings for quite some time, internally comparing them to the jade pendant adorning her own ear, ultimately concluding that hers were somewhat superior. Perhaps seeking to inject some solemnity into the atmosphere, Xiao Jinsan had donned a plain dress with a lotus pattern, while Chen wore a deep purple robe adorned with a square pattern. Shuyao glanced briefly before turning her attention elsewhere. Feeling the silence was excessive, Xiao Jinsan eventually initiated a conversation. "Cousin, your lilacs are truly lovely. They make me want to trade with you." Shuyao smiled. "I think they are quite nice as well." She did not take her cousin's words to heart, but added, "If you really like them, I could have someone deliver a pair to you after we return today." Xiao Jinsen hastily waved her hand, indicating her fleeting interest. After all, the jewelry shops outside offered plenty, and the third daughter of the Duke's household was hardly so easily swayed. "What has my cousin prepared for grandmother?" Xiao Jinsan's eyes darted towards the crimson pouch at Shuyao's waist, and suddenly her expression brightened. "You made this." Noticing her cousin's interest, Shuyao promptly instructed Xiao to fetch the one she had prepared. Chen was also intrigued, picking it up and sniffing it, discovering it indeed contained mugwort. Seeing her niece nod, Chen smiled. "You are quite thoughtful. During the Double Ninth Festival in Wu, it is customary for people to wear pouches filled with mugwort, which, as Chen referred to it, contained a subtle fruity aroma. While people in the capital also had a tradition of wearing mugwort, it was seldom done in practice." Upon seeing the contents of the maid's basket, Xiao Jinsan's eyes lit up, and she pulled Shuyao aside. "How many do you have? Please give them all to me." Shuyao raised her head and noticed her aunt waiting for them not far away. With a nod, she proceeded into Songhang, where the carefully prepared mugwort sachets were handed over to the third young lady of the Xiao family. Xiao adjusted the remaining pair of shoes in the basket. Feeling a twinge of anxiety for her mistress, Shuyao had put considerable thought into these gifts, and now with the sachets given to the third young lady, she wondered if this solitary pair of shoes would impress the old matriarch. Inside Songhang, Lu Shi and Lu Qingwan had already arrived, with the fourth young master's marriage set for the following year. With her son's engagement established, Lu Shi was currently basking in the joy of success. Upon seeing Chen Shi, she couldn't help but soften her tone, reflecting on the disparity between them, and remarked, "I was wondering why I hadn't seen you. Turns out you were at the back." After exchanging pleasantries and instructing the maidservants to bring stools, she teasingly inquired of Xiao Jingshan, "My dear niece, that charming pouch you're wearing, did you prepare one for your aunt?" When the person before her actually produced one from her bosom, she waved her hand with a smile, saying, "I was merely jesting. You young ladies should keep it for yourselves." Chen Shi scoffed. "You truly are in high spirits with all this festive cheer." With a gentle sigh, she concluded her remark. Lu Shi wished to offer some words of comfort, but refrained, considering the presence of the elderly matriarch above them. After a while, Wang Shi also arrived at Songhang, where the atmosphere was quite lively. She discussed the evening's arrangements with the old matriarch and exchanged pleasantries with several matrons, before joining her sisters-in-law in casual conversation. The Duke of Chengguo's household was in decline, leaving only the third young lady, Xiao Jingshan, to be the center of attention among the aunts and sisters-in-law. Xiao Jingshan presented a mugwort sachet to the old matriarch, saying, "Grandmother, do give it a whiff. Is the scent to your liking?" The old matriarch indeed brought it to her nose, responding, "Ah, it has a mildly sweet fruity aroma." not unpleasant at all. What prompted this thoughtful gift, my dear? Xiao Jingshan's expression faltered slightly, yet she maintained her composure, replying, "It was my cousin's idea. She mentioned that this is commonly worn during the Chongyang festival in Wudi." As the elder matriarch's gaze shifted back to her, Shuyao chimed in with a smile, "Indeed. It is quite popular in our hometown." Just as she spoke, a male voice resonated from outside. Chapter 28. The gift. Everyone in the room turned towards the source of the voice, as a tall and striking figure entered, illuminated by the light behind him, his clear eyes sparkling with a warm smile. "What brings you back so early today?" Lu Shi was the first to speak. Xiao Jingwen, who had recently joined the prince's elite military force, often spent the night outside the palace, making his appearances infrequent. He surveyed the room and bowed to his grandmother before taking a seat, explaining, "My elder brother allowed me to return early." Lu Shi raised an eyebrow, but refrained from further comment. Lu Qingwan cast a glance at her cousin, but quickly lowered her head. Her current position in the household was rather precarious. Previously, everyone assumed she would marry her fourth cousin, but now that her aunt had arranged a match for him, those rumors had been dispelled. The servants, observing her at the age of 16, regarded her with a mix of curiosity and scrutiny. Although there were other unmarried young ladies in the household, the situation of Shuyao was different, as she was in mourning. Xiao Jinwen, having finished his words, cast his gaze towards Shuyao, seemingly resolute in awaiting her response. Shuyao, naturally averse to the young lords of the duke's residence, contemplated whether to reply. It was then that Xiao Jingshan came to her rescue, exclaiming, "Fourth brother, we are discussing the bag of mugwort. Would you like to wear one?" Xiao Jinwen accepted without hesitation, yet his eyes lingered on the exquisite embroidery, asking, "Did you make this?" Having already told one lie, Xiao Jingshan had no qualms about repeating it. Indeed, it took quite a bit of effort. "Thank you, third sister. Then do give me one," the young man murmured. However, as he adorned himself with the bag, he cast a brief glance at Shuyao in the distance. Shortly after Xiao Jinwen's arrival at Songha Hall, the second and fifth young masters of the Xiao family also made their entrance. Su Shuhing arrived alongside the fifth young master, prompting Shuyao to smile at her younger brother. Earlier, he had been engrossed in his studies, but now he had come at the behest of the fifth young master. The atmosphere in the room was lively, filled with cordial exchanges. Similarly, after Xiao Jinwen, both the second and fifth young masters received a bag of mugwort. Seeing that Xiao Jinger had also received one, Shuyao felt a twinge of discomfort, although she had initially intended for her cousin to do her a favor. The recollection of Xiao Jinger's past actions dampened her spirits. Fortunately, the bags were uniform, adorned with common auspicious motifs such as magpies ascending branches and phoenixes heralding joy, and their contents were likewise identical. What surprised her, however, was the swift return of the duke's eldest son. This favored young master seemed to exude an aura of his own. Upon entering Songha Hall, the previously jovial aunts fell silent, not to mention his younger brothers and the young ladies present. Recalling the day he had sent her a message, a chill ran down Shuyao's spine. The elderly matriarch, sensing the shift in atmosphere, reproached, "The moment you arrive, they all turn into mute gourds. What mischief do you engage in on a daily basis?" Xiao Mo surveyed the room, raising an eyebrow in mild exasperation. "Grandmother, you saw for yourself. Aside from greeting you, I have not uttered a word. Today." He was clad not in his military attire but in a dark blue round-collared robe, lounging comfortably, unlike his brothers who sat rigidly. Transitioning effortlessly between cold authority and casual ease, he was indeed a puzzling figure, Shuyao mused. After the matriarch's playful banter with him, the guests felt less inclined to remain silent. Wang Shi scolded her eldest son, "Do not bring your military demeanor into the household." She then lightened the mood, saying, "Did not our third girl prepare numerous bags of mugwort? Quickly, present one to your elder brother." Xiao Jingshan promptly offered one with both hands to the young master, who coincidentally asked the same question as Xiao Jinwen. "Did you make this?" The third young lady's face flushed as she nodded, and then shook her head. Wang Shi and Lu Shi, thinking she had received assistance from her maid, comforted her. "No matter, the thought counts, and it does smell quite delightful." Xiao Mo remained silent, and indeed fastened the pouch of mugwort on his waist. This diversion eased the previously tense atmosphere. Subsequently, Xiao Jinshan presented a blue headband to the matriarch, exclaiming, "Grandmother, in addition to the pouch, I have also prepared this headband, which I sewed myself, without letting anyone else touch it. I wish for your long life." The old matriarch examined the headband closely, nodding in approval. The third girl was thoughtful. Following Xiao Jinshan, Lu Qingwan had her attendants bring forth her gift. Soon, a 5-panel screen adorned with a lifelike embroidery of pine and cranes was displayed before everyone. Majestic pines and graceful cranes came to life in the artwork. Upon witnessing this exquisite gift, even the third daughter of the Xiao family lowered her gaze, feeling a pang of inadequacy as her cousin's offering outshone her own. Apart from Xiao Mo, the young gentleman of the household approached with expressions of awe. Shuyao felt somewhat disheartened. Lu Qingwan's gift surpassed her own in both value and thoughtfulness. Such a grand screen could not have been embroidered in a day, requiring at least 3 to 6 months of dedicated effort. Clearly, Lu Qingwan had started her preparations early. However, glancing at her younger brother nearby, she felt a renewed sense of determination. When the guests returned from admiring the screen and turned their attention to the final young lady present, they were surprised to see Shuyao produce a pair of shoes. With a gentle and sincere smile, she said, "I am grateful to be here, under the kind care of the matriarch, which allows my brother and me to live in peace. However, we possess little, and upon hearing that you cherish shoes made by a late friend, I managed to make a pair for you. I wonder if they will fit." The matriarch accepted the soft satin shoes from Shuyao, and upon meeting the girl's glistening eyes, she affectionately pulled her close, exclaiming, "Good child. You have put in great effort." The elderly lady caressed the shoe's surface, seemingly moved. Then, she instructed a maid to remove her own shoes and, in front of everyone, don the pair presented to her. She even stood up and took a few steps, exclaiming their comfort. Lu Qingwan lowered her head, while Xiao Jinshan appeared less troubled than before. Chapter 29. Did she succeed? As a cousin residing in the second household, Shuyao had rarely made public appearances over the past 2 years, leaving the matriarch with little knowledge of her. Were it not for the impression left by her previous assistance in conveying messages for the eldest grandson, the matriarch might hardly recall her appearance. She only remembered her as a remarkably beautiful young lady. The matriarch patted her hand, saying, "The shoes are lovely. I truly like them. However, sewing can strain your eyes. So do take care and don't neglect your health just because you are young." Shuyao obediently nodded in agreement. Lu Shi glanced at her niece, noticing her downcast expression, and felt a twinge of regret. While Lu Qingwan had also put thought into her gift, it had missed the mark. Although the 5-panel screen was indeed lavish and elegant, what had the elderly lady not seen at her age? In contrast, the young lady from the Su family did not aspire to ascend to lofty heights. Rather, she took to heart a remark from the venerable matriarch. Her exceptional skill in shoemaking was indeed commendable, and this combination of factors was just the balm for the old lady's heart. Now 16, as an aunt, Lu naturally wished for her niece's well-being. The brother had sent his daughter here with aspirations toward the prestigious duke's household, did he not? Lu had initially intended for Lu Qingwan to marry into the family, but the old lady had opposed this, and with her brother's subsequent blunder, the matter was dropped. Later, when she sought to introduce her to society, her niece voiced numerous objections, stubbornly delaying the situation until now. Recently, seeing her diligently preparing a gift for the matriarch, Lu felt a flicker of hope. If she could win the favor of her mother-in-law and receive guidance, this marriage proposal would surely be more advantageous than her hasty attempts. Unfortunately, while Lu felt this was a missed opportunity, Chen seemed as if she were meeting her niece for the first time. Previously, she had regarded the gifts from the young ladies as trivial, neglecting to consider the contents of the maid's basket. Recently, Chen had deliberately kept her distance from Shuyao, as she remained troubled by an incident involving Jian's studio, which she found increasingly suspect. Since her niece had been aware of it beforehand, she could have suppressed the matter before Chen conducted her inquiries, yet she acted oblivious, allowing herself to be embarrassed in front of her husband and stepson. With the second elder master currently residing with the Zhao family and not returning to the main courtyard, Chen was filled with ire. She intentionally ignored Shuyao, which also extended to her nephew's schooling. Yet, it seemed that within a few days, Su was already contemplating leveraging her connections with the matriarch. Chen's anger subsided somewhat upon noticing the pouch of calamus worn at her daughter's waist. What should have been a trivial matter of young ladies pleasing their elders had led to such undercurrents of tension, not to mention the gentry present. Who among them was not observing intently? Xiao Jinwen had taken notice of Shuyao early on and felt a sense of joy upon witnessing her grandmother's approval. The young lady was without support, and as a man, he often found himself powerless despite his good intentions. The matter of Su Shuheng being unable to attend the Shun family academy had already passed several days, and the second branch had shown no signs of action. He remained uncertain of his uncle's thoughts. Xiao Jinwen contemplated whether to mention it to his father or seek assistance from the heir apparent. After all, this matter bore some relevance to him as well. Unlike his fourth brother, Xiao Jinrong harbored a secret resentment toward the cunningness of this orphaned girl. Merely a pair of shoes had overshadowed months of effort by his cousin from the Lu family. Apart from his two younger brothers, Xiao Mo had been quietly observing the entire scene. Watching Su's performance, he couldn't help but smile. Young ladies had a myriad of ways to curry favor with their elders, some being naive while others were more calculating. He had no intention of undermining her in front of the matriarch. Xiao Mo prided himself on his discernment and noticed that the old lady wore those shoes with complete ease. They fit perfectly. This revelation surprised him slightly. After stepping away from the elder Mrs. Xiao, Su Xiao quietly exhaled a sigh of relief. As she lifted her gaze, she found the young master staring at her. Before Su Shuyao could scrutinize him, he averted his eyes. A flutter of unease surged within her. She felt that being observed by him heralded no good fortune. Yet, upon taking her seat, she reflected that she had committed no wrongdoing, merely seeking to please the old matriarch. After all, is it not the inherent desire of every human to live well? She had toiled through several nights crafting shoes and preparing sachets of dogwood. The shoes were comfortable and well-fitted, while the sachets were timely and beneficial to health. These were indeed commendable endeavors. Others may not comprehend why the old lady was so pensive. In truth, it was not about Su Shuyao or the well-made shoes, but rather the heartfelt effort that evoked memories of bygone acquaintances. Su Shuyao chose not to dwell on the matter any longer. She had done all that was required, and now all she could do was leave everything to the passage of time. It was not long before the old matriarch, perhaps influenced by the indelible impression of the shoes, inquired about her age, to which she responded honestly. Upon learning that Su Shuyao was still within her mourning period, Lady Xiao paused thoughtfully and said, "I recall you reside in Jian's studio, not far from here. Henceforth, starting tomorrow, you shall come to Songha Hall every morning for an hour." Her words struck all present with astonishment. Just as Su Shuyao was about to nod in agreement, the old lady continued, "Third Miss and Miss Lu shall join you as well." Previously, Xiao Jingshan visited Songha Hall only once every 10 days, and Su and Lu, her cousins, would likely not even qualify to see the old matriarch outside of festive occasions. Once Lady Xiao finished speaking, she seemed indifferent to the varied expressions of the daughters-in-law and resumed discussing other matters. Lu Qingwan, realizing she was included, felt no thrill. She perceived that the old lady merely mentioned her and Xiao Jingshan in passing after calling for her cousin. After all her efforts, she believed she should have been the one most favored by the matriarch. Even without a comparison to Xiao Jingshan, surely she was superior to Su Shuyao, wasn't she? Yet, the outcome was contrary to her expectations. However, this was not the time for such thoughts. There were many days ahead. The evening banquet lasted until the hour of the dog. In high spirits, Su Shuyao partook of some chrysanthemum wine, which quickly flushed her cheeks. Her charming almond-shaped eyes sparkled with allure, and her cheeks and lips bloomed with a rosy hue. Upon noticing Master Shu Heng approaching, Xiao Wei hurriedly draped a cloak over her master's head and face as the fourth and fifth young masters were making their way over. It seemed that rain had recently fallen, ushering in a chill with the autumn showers. After the gathering dispersed, the Duke of Chengguo's residence fell into an unusually tranquil and desolate silence. Xiao Mo exited Songha Hall and strolled back to his quarters in the outer courtyard. Along the way, he inadvertently brushed against an object, instinctively grasped it, and tossed it into the nearby thicket. His attendant, Wu Ming, caught sight of the crimson pouch nestled among the bushes and felt a pang of regret for the third young lady within the estate. Earlier, the heir had donned it without objection, yet now he carelessly discarded it. Wu Ming could not dwell on it, merely casting a glance before resuming his forward stride. After a short while, the two encountered several young gentlemen from the estate, engrossed in lively conversation, with the fifth young master's voice ringing the loudest. Xiao Mo nodded to them, his gaze landing on the red pouches at their waists, a faint fragrance wafting through the air. His brow furrowed slightly as he suddenly called out, "Fourth brother, wait a moment." Xiao Jinwen was taken aback by his elder brother's abrupt summons. Although they were siblings, even with him now serving in the Imperial Guards under Xiao Mo, their exchanges were seldom. "All right," Xiao Jinwen replied with a smile. Gesturing to the fifth brother and Xiao Jinrong, you may return first. Once everyone had departed, Xiao Mo approached his fourth brother, swiftly yanking the crimson pouch from his waist. Observing the typically gentle and courteous Xiao Jinwen's face turn as pale as snow, he met his brother's gaze and said coolly, since you are betrothed, do not let your heart waver. He tossed the pouch aside casually and added, you have not witnessed those kinds of schemes, so you remain unguarded. Xiao Jinwen recognized the pouch as belonging to his cousin Su, which explained his sudden pallor upon its removal. He wished to protest, as he had often observed the interactions between the second and third young ladies, and understood the implications when he saw the third young lady reveal the pouch today. However, he found himself unable to defend either his own actions or those of Su. How could he explain that he was aware of its origin, yet wore it so solemnly? Moreover, his elder brother had not specified names. Before Xiao Mo, it seemed that his younger brothers were destined to be obedient. Xiao Jinwen parted his lips to speak, but fell silent. Eventually lowering his head, Jinwen understands. Xiao Mo patted his shoulder before turning to leave. Wu Ming followed closely behind, not daring to utter a word. In Jiyun's studio, Su Shuyao was blissfully unaware of these developments. Nor did she know that her simple act of preparing a few red pouches for her cousin would lead to her being labeled as cunning. Following the instructions from the previous day by old Madame Xiao, Su Shuyao made her way to Songha Hall at the break of dawn. Yet, upon reaching the outer hall, she overheard Lu Momo conversing with Lady Lu Qingwan, who was beside the old madam. Why hasn't Lady Lu slept a little longer? The old madam has only just risen, and I was a bit slow in my duties, so I came to serve Lady Lu a cup of tea. Having awakened early today, I thought it best to come and keep grandmother company. Su Shuyao raised her eyebrows, indeed awake quite early. She entered and called out to Lu Mama, then found a stool for herself to sit down. After Lu Mama finished pouring tea for Lu Qingwan, she brought over a jar. Su Shuyao quickly reached out to take it, saying, Mama, do not trouble yourself. I can manage. She would never dare to impose on the esteemed Mama who served the old lady. It was a modesty on her part. Seeing that Miss Su did not require her assistance, Lu Mama did not insist further and went to the inner chamber. Su Shuyao nodded at Lu Qingwan and greeted her, to which Lu Qingwan forced a smile, and they fell silent. It was not until Lu Mama called them into the room that the third young lady of the Xiao family entered. The three of them paid their respects to the old lady, who had already tidied herself up. Upon seeing them, she exclaimed, I have said it is unnecessary to rise so early. Young ladies like you should take your rest. She then inquired if they had partaken of breakfast. Su Shuyao nodded, mentioning that she had hastily consumed 2 shepherd's purse buns on her way. Lu Qingwan also nodded, her face slightly flushed. The old lady then turned her attention to the hurriedly arriving third young lady, noticing her awkward demeanor, understanding that she had not eaten breakfast. She commanded, all right, bring 3 sets of bowls and chopsticks. If you do not wish to dine in your own courtyard tomorrow, you may join us at Songha Hall. Since the old lady had made such a decree, the 3 of them sat down. On the table were a plate of shepherd's purse buns and several small dishes, while in front of the old lady sat a small bowl of rice porridge. The old lady then instructed the maidservants, serve each of them a small bowl of rice. The maid responded promptly, and soon the rice was ready. Su Shuyao, having eaten sparingly at Jiyun's study, found that this small bowl of rice was just right. Lu Qingwan, who usually had a small appetite, slightly furrowed her brow at this moment. However, seeing Su Shuyao and Xiao Jingshan picking up their chopsticks without hesitation, she swallowed her words. The old lady leisurely finished her rice porridge and sampled a few dishes before setting down her chopsticks. Once she laid down her utensils, Su Shuyao and Xiao Jingshan quickly followed suit. Only Lu Qingwan remained, staring at the half-full bowl of rice, unsure whether to leave it or finish it. The old lady smiled kindly, saying, do not mind us, just enjoy your meal. After glancing at Lu Qingwan's slender arm, she said nothing more. Lu Qingwan, true to her surname, possessed a delicate beauty, reminiscent of a willow swaying in the wind. When she first arrived at the Duke Cheng's residence, she had a bit more flesh, appearing healthier. Yet, after 2 years, the state of her beauty, akin to a captivating maiden, had become increasingly evident. After finishing breakfast, Su Shuyao and Xiao Jingshan sat aside sipping tea. When Lu Qingwan left the table, the 3 were called into the adjoining room by the old lady. Looking at them, she remarked, since Miss Su and Miss Lu are residing in my Duke Cheng's residence and have now reached the age for courtship, I shall keep you by my side for a time. It is long overdue. I regret that in the past 2 years, I was too engrossed in my own preferences, indulging in vegetarianism and prayers, thus neglecting important matters. Madame Xiao, upon concluding her remarks, addressed Xiao Jingshan. You too must be mindful, for you previously believed that with your mother by your side, all would be well. However, now that both of your cousins are present, we cannot neglect you. The three of them nodded in gratitude for their grandmother's guidance, after which Madame Xiao instructed the maidservants to bring in 3 writing desks. Chapter 31. The rumor is cast aside among the three. Xiao Jingshan had already been acquainted with the female tutor in the residence. Having learned to read and studied the 4 books for women, including teachings on virtue and propriety, she had also dabbled in music, painting, and poetry. Madame Xiao was well aware of her grandchildren's backgrounds. Yet, when she observed Shuyao, she found her elegant calligraphy, particularly her floral inscriptions, to be exquisitely beautiful. Internally, she expressed her approval and inquired about her father, learning that Su's father had also once passed the imperial examination. After a brief contemplation, she remarked, I have seen your younger brother. He is quite a clever young man. How fares his studies? Shuyao paused her writing, responding steadily. Thank you for your concern, madam. My brother is doing well, and his studies are commendable. He previously attended the Shun Family Academy for 2 years, where the teachers praised him highly. Hearing this, Madame Xiao appeared puzzled. Why did he only study for 2 years? Shuyao lifted her gaze to meet the elder's sincere concern and then composed herself, explaining. It is said that the teacher at the clan academy has been unwell and can no longer instruct students from outside the family. Realizing that Madame Xiao was unaware of this matter, Shuyao felt a flicker of hope ignite within her. Madame Xiao, upon hearing this, fell silent, brows furrowing. She was completely unaware of such an occurrence. Upon exiting the inner chamber, she instructed her maidservant to inquire further. In a short while, the maid returned, revealing that the young master had been residing in the estate, engrossed in his studies. This revelation infuriated Madame Xiao even more. She opened her mouth to summon Lady Chan, but reconsidered and held her tongue. Given the earlier incident in Jian's studio, Madame Xiao understood the implications. Otherwise, she would not have granted the Su family girl such an opportunity. After a moment of contemplation, the matriarch declared, when Mo returns, have him come to see me. The maid standing before her promptly acknowledged and withdrew. The third young miss of the Xiao family, seated by the writing desk next to Shuyao, displayed a hint of reproach on her face. Hasn't our cousin been attending the academy lately? Why hasn't my elder sister mentioned this to my mother? Surely, Aunt is aware. Shuyao gently replied, indeed, she is. She then resumed her writing, fully aware that if Madame Xiao learned of this, her aunt would likely harbor even greater dissatisfaction toward her. Yet, her purpose for coming to the capital was to secure her brother's future. There was no room for delay. Moreover, if her aunt truly cared, would she have waited until now? More importantly, Shuyao suspected that this matter might involve Xiao Mo. The one who tied the knot should be the one to untie it, and he should possess the means to do so. While she felt it inappropriate to seek out Xiao Mo, she reasoned that if Madame Xiao discovered the truth, he would inevitably be informed. An hour passed swiftly. It was said that on this day, the Pine Crane Hall awaited the arrival of the young master late into the evening. However, the steward responsible for procurement returned with news that stirred quite the uproar outside. The palace had just issued an edict declaring the daughter of the Shun family to be appointed as the second prince's concubine. At that moment, Mrs. Wang was sipping her tea when she suddenly gasped and immediately stood up, causing her teacup to crash to the floor. The maid beside her hurriedly scrambled to clean up the mess. Mrs. Wang then inquired, "Did you hear clearly?" The steward, looking quite anxious, replied that he had encountered a servant from the Shun family during his errands, who mentioned that the decree had only been announced that morning. Gradually, Mrs. Wang settled back down, her mind racing with thoughts about why, upon their refusal of the Shun family, the palace would take immediate action. Could it be that her son was previously aware of the second prince's interest in the Shun daughter, prompting him to deliberately keep his distance? Otherwise, how could one explain his sudden change of heart after years of being well-disposed? A sense of unease settled in Mrs. Wang's heart, and she hastily sent someone to check if her eldest son had returned. Upon hearing that Xiao Mo had gone to the imperial guards outside the palace and had not yet returned, her anxiety intensified. Unable to remain still in her room, she made her way to Songha Hall. With her grandson's earlier words in mind, the old matriarch merely lowered her eyelids and said, "Understood. You may continue with your business." Mrs. Wang could not discern the implications behind her mother-in-law's words and reluctantly returned. The heir returned to the residence the following morning, having heard that his grandmother had sent someone to summon him the day before. After changing his attire in Mingzhi Hall, he proceeded towards Songha Hall. Just as he stepped out, he encountered his mother hurrying towards him. Mrs. Wang blocked her son's path, scrutinizing him closely and noticing that he appeared somewhat haggard, as if he hadn't slept well. She patted Xiao Mo gently and said with a tender expression, "My son, let us seek a better solution." As Xiao Mo furrowed his brows to respond, Mrs. Wang urged, "You are going to see the matriarch, aren't you? Hurry along. They are likely waiting anxiously." With that, she stepped aside to let him pass. Xiao Mo shook his head and made his way directly to Songha Hall. Inside Songha Hall, 3 young ladies were diligently copying a Buddhist scripture. The old matriarch had not set a specific requirement for how much they should write, only demanding that they immerse themselves in the task. Su Shuyu understood that one's handwriting could reveal their inner state if the heart was tranquil. The words flowed smoothly without hesitation. Thus, she focused intently, unwilling to allow any distraction. After an hour had passed, she finally set down her brush with satisfaction. She glanced towards the desks of Xiao Jingshan and Lu Qingwan, noting that her 3 cousins had only managed to copy a thin sheet, while Lu Qingwan, who had appeared earnest yesterday, had not fared much better than Xiao Jingshan. Puzzled, Su Shuyu then caught the faint sound of conversation from the main room, as if a man were discussing something with the matriarch. She strained to discern the words, but could not make them out. Noticing her state, Xiao Jingshan whispered, "I thought you wouldn't be curious." She spoke with one hand covering her mouth, adding in a conspiratorial tone, "There's an older brother inside." Seeing that Su Shuyu remained expressionless, she huffed in annoyance. "Never mind. It's pointless to tell you." Xiao Jingshan had naturally heard from Chun that there were rumors circulating about the second prince taking her brother's betrothal. Meanwhile, in the third branch, Lu did not shy away from discussing matters privately, even in the presence of her niece. Thus, it is not surprising that the 2 of them only managed to transcribe a mere page, likely due to their restless minds. Before long, footsteps could be heard from outside, suggesting someone was departing. Su Shuyao speculated that it might be the elder brother mentioned by Xiao Jingshan. As the time had arrived, and the other 2 were still engrossed in their copying, she chose to divert her attention and casually picked up a Buddhist scripture to peruse. After a while, the elderly matriarch entered, her gaze scanning the hourglass placed in the corner of the room. She reached for the rice paper in front of Su Shuyao and noted with satisfaction that both the number of pages and the handwriting were flawless. She then addressed the still writing Xiao Jingshan and Lu Qingwan, saying, "Enough for today." Xiao Jingshan was drenched in sweat, while Lu Qingwan's complexion had turned slightly pale. As they set down their brushes, the matriarch turned to Su Shuyao with a smile, saying, "You stay behind. I have something to discuss with you." The third young lady of the Xiao family displayed no particular expression, but Lu Qingwan's already pallid complexion grew even more ashen. Chapter 32. A near fall. The elderly matriarch's sudden decision to keep her alone prompted Su Shuyao to harbor a faint suspicion. Recalling the person who had just departed from Songha Hall, the matriarch guided her to sit before the large bed by the window, and Su Shuyao felt a warm sensation enveloping her. Although it was only mid-autumn, the chill was palpable, and the small partition had yet to be warmed by the burning of charcoal. After writing for an hour, Su Shuyao could not help but feel her hands and feet grow cold. The matriarch seemed to sense her discomfort, saying, "It must be a bit chilly, right? I will have the maiden stoke the charcoal fire there tomorrow." Su Shuyao chuckled lightly. "It's quite all right." The elderly lady gazed at her with a smile, her youthful countenance reminiscent of spring, with bright, expressive eyes and a gentle, graceful demeanor that was truly delightful. After observing her for a moment, she remarked, "You are not like the Chen family." Su Shuyao felt an inexplicable pang in her heart as the elder continued, "Your features and temperament are entirely different. Even siblings born of the same mother can be remarkably dissimilar." The matriarch recalled the time when the patriarch was to betroth the daughter of Chun Jixing to his illegitimate son. Both children were as beautiful as flowers, and at that time, she had preferred the younger one. Yet that girl had resolutely followed her father out of the capital, ultimately marrying into the Chengguo family, leaving behind the elder Chun. She felt a twinge of nostalgia, realizing how swiftly time had passed. That little girl had long since passed away, and now her child had grown so much. The matriarch pondered the peculiar nature of human connections, recalling how she had once favored the younger Chun. and now found Su Shuyao equally pleasing to the eye. In the Chengguo family, there were more sons than daughters. The legitimate first and third branches had produced grandsons, while the illegitimate second branch had 3 granddaughters, which had brought the matriarch joy. However, the second daughter-in-law remained mired in sorrow over her lack of children and was overly protective of the 2 young ladies, causing the matriarch to abandon her desire for closeness. Listening to the matriarch's words, Su Shuyao felt a sense of relief and quietly remarked, "Auntie, you say I might resemble my father." Before she could finish, the matriarch beside her added, "You share your father's appearance and your mother's temperament." Su Shuyao's lips curled into a smile. She relished those words. Although she knew nothing of her biological mother, she felt an unusual happiness whenever someone remarked on her resemblance to the younger Chun. Though they share no blood ties, the nurturing of her mother has undoubtedly bestowed upon her certain inherited traits. The young girl's sweet smile only endears her further to the elderly matriarch, Lady Xiao. Observing the warm interaction between the elder and the child, Lu Mama cannot help but feel a pang of nostalgia. In her advanced years, the elderly lady finds joy in the lively and vibrant young women, yet there seems to be little connection with the few within the household. To her surprise, this distant cousin has captured the old lady's admiration. Thus, she cannot resist saying, "Miss Su should visit often. Have you not seen how the old lady's eyes twinkle in delight upon your arrival?" Su Shuyao finds this remark somewhat exaggerated, and she feels a twinge of apprehension towards the esteemed matriarch of the Guogong residence. Her previous attempts to craft shoes were motivated by a desire to curry favor. However, as she gazes upon the gentle and benevolent visage of the elder, she feels an unexpected kinship blossoming within her. She smiles back at Lu Mama and replies, "As long as the old lady does not find me unwelcome, I see no reason not to come." Lady Xiao clasps the young lady's hand and softly exclaims, "What a good child you are." She continues, "Regarding your brother's entrance into school, I have already discussed it with your elder brother. You shall wait patiently. At 9 years old, he meets the criteria for admission to the Guozijian, and in a few days, we should receive good news." Initially, Su Shuyao feels a slight discomfort upon hearing the term elder brother, yet as the elder concludes her words, all unease dissipates. The Guozijian, an esteemed institution, is not easily accessible to ordinary folk. If her brother were to gain admission, with the caliber of the instructors there, who could doubt his future success in the imperial examinations? A wave of emotion surges within Su Shuyao, akin to a gentle stream of warmth, filling her heart and manifesting upon her countenance. The maids and servants in the room observe the young lady's almost tearful expression with surprise, then come to appreciate the courageous feat of a young woman bringing her brother to the capital alone. Lady Xiao gently pats her hand. "Do not cry. This is the fault of our Guogong residents. You 2 siblings are both good children. Though nothing is yet certain, do not fret. The matter is nearly resolved, and you can rest assured that your elder brother has never failed to keep his promises." Su Shuyao, realizing she nearly shed tears in front of others, quickly suppresses the emotion. She obediently nods, "I understand, and I trust my elder brother." The words elder brother are uttered with considerable difficulty, yet they are finally spoken. Lady Xiao offers a comforting smile, and after exchanging some additional pleasantries, Su Shuyao departs from Songha Hall. Upon leaving, she perceives that the servants at the entrance are markedly more courteous than usual. The girl once known as Chuani is now referred to as Chunxing, and her role has evolved beyond merely holding the curtain at the door. Nevertheless, Chunxing steps forward to assist Su Shuyao with the curtain as she exits. Recalling how her previous attentiveness to the young lady had garnered the old lady's favor, as she watches Su Shuyao's figure gradually fade into the distance, she silently resolves to tread carefully in the future, ensuring she does not inadvertently offend this esteemed cousin. Although Songhang is the most distinguished courtyard of the Duke of Cheng's residence, it is also a place rife with gossip and intrigue, frequented by the masters. As a newly promoted junior maid, Chunxing has learned the nuances of courtly behavior, primarily that the preferences of the matriarch must be prioritized. The matriarch favors certain individuals, and the maids must serve them with utmost caution. After leaving Songhang, Su Shuyao initially walked slowly, but soon found herself unconsciously quickening her pace. The maids Xiao and Huixiang, who had been present, felt a sense of unease as they witnessed the second Madame's neglect of Jianju, apprehensive that Chun might soon direct them to undertake tasks detrimental to the young lady. However, upon seeing that the young lady had garnered the favor of the old matriarch, they breathed a sigh of relief. Shuyao was eager to return and share this delightful news with her younger brother. Yet her thoughts drifted to the elder brother spoken of by the matriarch, leaving her somewhat uncertain. She sensed that Xiao Mo did not harbor any affection for her. Yet given that this matter involved her brother's education and was initiated by the old matriarch herself, he had no reason to make things difficult for her. Otherwise, it would contradict his position as the leader of the Imperial Guards. Just as she contemplated this person, she unexpectedly found him right before her. Suddenly, a man's leg obstructed her path, causing Shuyao to stumble. In a reflexive motion, she reached out to grasp the leg, only to find nothing. She was then pulled back by a force, swaying precariously before finally regaining her balance. Still shaken, Shuyao looked up to see the man above her. His demeanor calm and his gaze indifferent. "Big brother," she exclaimed, perhaps startled by the encounter, her usually composed demeanor faltering. The silence stretched as the man remained silent. In her embarrassment, Shuyao suddenly realized that addressing him as big brother was inappropriate. She ought to refer to him as cousin. Earlier, in Songheng, the elderly matriarch had mistakenly regarded her as a sister of the household, causing her to speak foolishly. Xiao Mo quietly observed the young woman before him. Clad in a delicate lotus-colored dress, her lustrous black hair adorned with a single pearl hairpin, which accentuated her jade-like complexion. He could not help but acknowledge her beauty. It was no surprise that several of his younger brothers were enamored with her. Furrowing his brow, he recalled his grandmother's words. "You are aware of the cousin from the Su family residing in our household, right? You previously asked her to convey a message." Upon receiving his nod, the old lady continued, "It is her younger brother, who was studying at the Shun Family Academy, but recently mentioned he could no longer attend." Xiao Mo gazed at his grandmother as she smiled, and said, "You should assist him in gaining admission to the Imperial Academy. There are still slots available for students." He remembered questioning her, "Why me? When the city gate catches fire, the fish in the moat suffer. Do you not understand?" A wry smile crept onto Xiao Mo's lips at her words. "So it was you who asked the old lady for assistance?" Shuyao, having waited in silence, felt a chill run down her spine upon hearing this. Suddenly, it dawned upon her that the lofty air had obstructed her path, entirely unrelated to the tender moments shared among cousins. He was there to demand an account. A single misstep in her response could jeopardize her brother's future. Grasping the crux of the matter, Shuyao steadied herself, slowly raising her gaze to meet the man before her. Clad in a narrow-sleeved, intricately woven robe, with a rhinoceros horn belt cinched at his waist and adorned only with an inked jade ornament, he stood with his sharp jawline angled towards her. Though a smile graced his lips, it bore the chill of frost upon a rooftop. A hint of sorrow flickered in Shuyao's eyes. She was uncertain of her elder cousin's thoughts about her. Yet she found herself utterly devoid of assistance regarding her brother's education. While she had indeed hinted at this matter to the matriarch, as a solitary girl, she recognized her inability to sway the matriarch's decisions. As her voice trailed off, it grew softer. Xiao Mo regarded the young woman before him, her captivating eyes seemingly brimming with unshed tears. As she bowed her head, her long lashes gradually veiled the glimmering moisture within. He averted his gaze and, in a subdued tone, uttered, "Let us go." Shuyao had waited for what felt like an eternity, only to be met with that singular phrase. A wave of profound disappointment washing over her. She wished to hold back her tears, particularly in the presence of this man who regarded her as inconsequential. Initially, she had intended to portray a pitiable figure, naively hoping to move her iron-hearted cousin. Yet, as she feigned distress, her tears came unbidden, rendering her display somewhat contrived. What further embarrassed her was the fact that the observer merely urged her to depart. Had she failed in her performance? On her way back to Jian's studio, the thought echoed in her mind. She had planned to relay the matriarch's words to her brother upon her return, but now reconsidered. The two maidservants trailing behind her wore expressions of anxiety. In the Duke's residence, where he was stationed at the border, the eldest son held a position akin to that of the head of the household. Witnessing the heir's sudden appearance, the maidservants had been unable to call out to their young mistress in time. Hui Xiang, recalling their earlier conversation, looked at her forlorn mistress with concern and asked, "Miss, did the heir agree or not?" Shuyao glanced at her and then turned away, muttering, "I wish I knew." However, to her surprise, 2 days later, someone from Mingzhi Hall arrived, announcing that Su Shuhing's place at the Imperial Academy was secured, and he was to prepare to depart the following day. The anxiety that had gripped Shuyao dissipated instantly. With a slight smile, she addressed the maidservant who bore the news, saying, "I appreciate your effort in delivering this message. Please extend my gratitude to your master." She cast a glance at Hui Xiong, signaling her to provide some silver, but before they could act, the maidservant had already departed. Shuyao dismissed the thought, knowing that those who served at Mingzhi Hall were unlikely to lack for her small token of silver. Upon returning home, she began to pack for her brother, for once he entered the Imperial Academy, he would need to reside there. As she pondered, a wave of concern washed over her. However, Su Shuheng remained indifferent, persistently offering words of reassurance, his spirited demeanor uncontainable. Su Xiao, after a lengthy exchange, lifted her gaze to see the corners of her younger brother's mouth turned upward, prompting her to mutter a playful curse under her breath at the mischievous boy. His attitude inadvertently highlighted her own inability to let go. Due to his tender age, Chunin was permitted to accompany them, his face alight with excitement. Su Xiao arched an eyebrow, ultimately refraining from voicing her unfinished admonitions. That evening, news reached Jinhua Hall, prompting them to send someone over along with a gift of 50 taels of silver, designated for the young gentleman, Cheng Yi. Subsequently, Steward Cheng, who served the second elder master, also paid a visit. Upon seeing Cheng Yin, he reproached him, questioning why he had not informed the second elder master that the young gentleman was forbidden to attend the Shun family academy. Then, addressing Su Xiao, he remarked that the master had been preoccupied with his duties and was unaware of Cheng Yin's recent return from the academy. Sensing the steward's evident discomfort, Su Xiao offered reassurance, recalling how her uncle had assisted them, acknowledging their oversight and not reporting back. Both were acutely aware that the crux of the matter lay with the Qin family, yet they chose not to confront it. In truth, the Shin family had sent someone over, but the second elder master was unavailable. Similarly, Su Shuheng had reported back to Jinhua Hall upon his return. It was then that the steward pulled his son aside for a serious conversation. After a flurry of activity in Jian's studio, the following day, as Su Shuheng prepared to leave, another messenger from Mingzhi Hall arrived, stating that the heir had instructed him to escort the young gentleman. Recognizing the familiar face of the guard who often accompanied Xiao Mo, Su Xiao felt a profound sense of gratitude. After expressing her heartfelt thanks, she watched them depart with hopeful anticipation. Seeing the expression on Su Xiao's face, the unnamed guard comforted her, assuring her that visits could be made in between, and that the National Academy granted a day off each week, allowing for any necessary absences to be requested from the instructors. Su Xiao expressed her gratitude to the guard and bid them farewell. Once Su Shuheng had left, Jian's studio fell into a temporary stillness. Songhua Hall, having learned of Su Xiao's intention to accompany her younger brother, had granted her the day off. It had been several days since she last visited Jinhua Hall. Following the old matriarch's directive for them to visit Songhua Hall for an hour each day, the Qin family had excused Xiao Jingshan and her from their customary greetings, citing the old matriarch's needs as paramount. Reflecting on this, Su Xiao decided to visit her aunt, bringing along a bowl of snow pear, lotus root, and pork bone soup, which she had prepared in the small kitchen after learning from Mama Wu, who had visited the day before, that the second lady was unwell. Chapter 34. Shun Jingshu. Su Xiao sat in the spacious hall of Jinhua Hall for a moment before a maid summoned her inside. Chun Shi reclined on the intricately carved rosewood bed, appearing weak and languid. Upon seeing Su Xiao, a faint smile flickered on her face as she said, "You've come? Jian's studio is quite far. Did I not say you needn't run over here?" Su Xiao handed the soup bowl to the maid beside her and softly replied, "It's no trouble. Today, my younger brother has gone to the National Academy, and the old matriarch has granted me leave." She pointed to the soup bowl held by the maid and remarked, "I heard from Mama Wu yesterday that my aunt is feeling unwell. So I specifically made this snow pear, lotus root, and pork bone soup for her. Would you care to taste it?" At that moment, the maid had already placed the soup bowl on the small table by the bed. Chen did not move. Instead, lowering her gaze to the properly seated niece across from her, her tone tinged with a hint of apology. "I should have taken care of these matters. But due to my recent discord with your uncle, he has not returned to the main courtyard for several days. And thus the matter concerning Hengguo has been delayed." After a brief pause, she continued, "But now, it is no longer necessary. It is for the best. Since you have enlisted the help of the old lady and the young master, their connections surely surpass those of your uncle." Su Shuyao did not wish to engage in any further debate. Being considerate, she replied honestly about her younger brother's situation, hoping her aunt would not hold it against her. A strained smile appeared on Chenshi's previously pale face. Yaoer, life in this duke's residence has indeed been quite arduous for me. You must have suspected as much from previous events, right? You are such a clever child. I fear you have already sensed my concerns. I wish to keep you close. After this lengthy discourse, she paused again, struggling to speak. However, regardless of what I have done, it has always been for our mutual benefit. You understand this, do you not? As for how that letter from young Master Xiao came to be in your boudoir, I too have been ensnared. When Chunshi uttered these words, her pale countenance bore a sincere expression, and Shuyao felt little resentment. On the contrary, she remained remarkably composed. No one should bestow kindness without reason. When such kindness is encountered, it should be cherished, and one must learn to be grateful. If it is not encountered, one should lower their expectations. Thus, she smiled and replied, Shuyao understands. The two exchanged pleasantries for a while longer. The extent to which they believed each other remained known only to themselves. After Shuyao departed, Mama Wu lifted the lid of the soup bowl and remarked, Madam, perhaps you should drink a bit. The soup is still warm, and the grease has been skimmed off. It has been simmered to perfection. Leaning against the large welcoming pillow on the bed, Chunshi feebly replied, You drink it instead. Does my husband know I am unwell? Mama Wu lamented the soup in her hands, for regardless of their inner feelings, the young lady's demeanor was indeed quite endearing. Inhaling the fragrant steam rising from the bowl, she took a spoonful and said, The master knows. He even sent Mr. Chen to Jian's studio with many gifts for the young master. Madam, it would be wise to apologize now. Why does the master value the young master? Is it not because of you? Chenshi remained silent for a long while, and after some time, she finally said, I understand. You may leave now. The people of the capital are indeed curious. Initially, there was little progress in the marriage between the Shun and Xiao families, and many speculated that the fault lay with the young master. However, since Xin Jingzhu was appointed as the side consort to the second prince, people began to say that the royal family had taken an interest in the daughter of the Xin family, and the duke's residence, unable to compete, chose to withdraw. In the Fengyi Palace of the Dayan Imperial Palace, Empress Feng was listening to reports from the palace attendants when suddenly, someone announced that the second prince was requesting an audience outside the hall. A hint of fatigue appeared on Empress Feng's face as she waved her hand, signaling the attendants to withdraw, and then said, Let him in. The second prince, Zhu Jingrui, though blessed with striking looks and the esteemed status of a legitimate son of the empress, presented himself not with arrogance, but rather exuded the demeanor of a gentleman, embodying grace and tranquility. However, upon entering Fengyi Palace, his brow was furrowed, and an air of agitation seemed to linger about him. I have seen the empress. At ease. Might I inquire if there is an urgent matter that summoned me? Are you truly unaware? Empress Feng suddenly raised her voice. Who granted you permission to petition the emperor at this hour? Has that girl, Xin Jingshu, sought you out? The great hall fell into a profound silence, and the servants who had been in attendance retreated outside Fengyi Palace, yet the rising tide of the empress's voice could still be heard within. Zhu Jingrui's face paled, and after a moment, he responded, It is merely a position of a concubine, yet it binds the Shun family to us. Why must the empress react so vehemently? A cold laugh echoed from the upper seats. You are indeed reckless. Who in the capital is unaware of the alliance between the Shun family and the Duke of Cheng's household? You chose this moment to act, driven by impatience. Have you not heard what is being said outside? They claim our royal family has taken advantage of our power to seize the betrothal of young Master Xiao. Empress Feng, upon finishing her rebuke, wore an expression of frustration tinged with disappointment. Noticing her son's silence, she continued, Did I not previously inform you? Xin Jingshu harbors lofty ambitions. When she saw young Master Xiao stationed at the borders, she thought to stake her claim on you. We need only maintain an ambiguous stance, and now look. Your hard-earned reputation has been tarnished in an instant, and you have not even endeared yourself to the Xin family. Is my concubine not worthy of her position? He retorted. She is the sole granddaughter of the Grand Tutor Shun and the daughter of Shun Xinyan. Would she settle for merely being a concubine? Empress Feng, exasperated, suddenly recalled something and asked, How did you petition your father for approval? I merely expressed my admiration for the young lady of the Xin family, and said little else. Upon hearing this, Empress Feng appeared contemplative. After Zhu Jingrui exited Fengyi Palace, he found himself mulling over the matter. He had recently received a letter from Xin Jingshu, filled with the sentimental musings of a young woman. In a moment of impulsiveness, he had sought the emperor's approval, recalling their previous encounters in the palace. At that time, the emperor merely regarded him and asked, "Are you certain?" Zhu Jingrui nodded. "For the position of the principal wife?" He hesitated, recalling his mother's earlier words, and remained silent for a while. However, by afternoon, the imperial decree arrived at the Shun residence. Shen Jingshu, initially elated upon hearing of the betrothal decree, soon found herself disheartened to learn it was for a concubine's position, rendering the prospect rather unappealing. She understood that due to her impulsive actions, the Shen family was now tied to the second prince. Yet, a concubine was merely seen as a secondary wife in the eyes of society. Being a concubine, how could she ensure that her grandfather and uncles would stand by her side? Her grandfather had repeatedly warned against her uncle's involvement in the prince's succession contest. Nonetheless, her noteworthy performance at the previous palace banquet had inadvertently led to her acquaintance with the second prince. That day, Empress Feng had summoned her to Fengyi Palace, bestowing generous rewards upon her and expressing a desire for such a daughter, exclaiming how fortunate it would be to have her as her own. Shen Jingshu felt a flush of color rise to her cheeks, her thoughts becoming tumultuous. Upon exiting the Fengyi Hall, she unexpectedly encountered the second prince. The noble yet taciturn prince called her name, remarking that her performance had left a lasting impression on him. However, upon returning home, Shen Jingshu found herself waiting in vain for the imperial decree of marriage from the palace. Subsequently, young Master Xiao returned to the capital and assumed command of the imperial guard. Realizing that her hopes of marrying into the royal family were dashed, she hastened to persuade the Ruan family to revive the betrothal between the Shun and Xiao families. Unfortunately, Xiao Mo rebuffed her advances and explicitly declined her at the wedding banquet of the Xiao family's second daughter. Shen Jingshu recalled the shock and fear that washed over her grandfather and the Ruan family when they received the marriage decree, and she found herself torn between regret and resentment. Chapter 35. A night meeting. That night, Shen Jingshu stealthily made her way to the main house of the Shun residence. Jiang, her biological mother, was taken aback by the late-night visit from her daughter. Peering outside, she recognized the familiar maid, Xiaozhu, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Why have you come at this hour? Did I not tell you to visit less frequently?" Under the dim candlelight, the once prominent figure of the Shun family's matriarch appeared somewhat obscured, her prominent cheekbones glowing with a purplish hue. Compared to Madame Ruan of the second household, Jiang showed clear signs of aging. Shen Jingshu gazed at her mother, momentarily at a loss for words. The daughter who often played the role of a fragile girl before Madame Ruan now displayed a surprising composure. Master Shinchanbai had retired to the side of his concubine, leaving the two maids who were meant to keep vigil over Jiang fast asleep in the adjacent chamber. "Am I not allowed to come?" Shen Jingshu retorted coldly. "How many times must I tell you? The second Madame Ruan, is now your true mother. Have you not been doing well all this time?" Jiang's voice was devoid of warmth, her words lacking any trace of affection. She was entirely different in nature from Madame Ruan, who was gentle, gracious, and raised in a scholarly household, rarely engaging in disputes, exhibiting generosity towards others. In stark contrast, Jiang was of humble origin, unremarkable in appearance, seldom smiling, and harsh towards others, even more so towards herself. Even now, faced with her long-absent biological daughter, she wore a mask of indifference. Silence reigned once more. Suddenly, the previously stoic Shen Jingshu covered her face and began to sob softly. Jiang remained seated, motionless, and once Shen Jingshu had wept her fill, she wiped her tears and, with her eyes reddened, questioned her. "Do you not wish to know why I weep? How cruel you are. Sometimes I wonder if you are truly my mother. What is it that troubles you? Is it merely because you have become the second prince's concubine?" Jiang's voice remained calm and detached. "Is that not sufficient? It was your ill-conceived advice that led me to forsake the position of a respectable noblewoman to pursue a place devoid of hope, perhaps out of agitation." Her voice rose slightly. Jiang could not help but move closer, covering her mouth and glancing towards the inner chamber, admonishing, "Keep your voice down. Those two are not your people." "Indeed, but who knows what unforeseen circumstances may arise." With a furrowed brow, Jiang remained silent, seemingly lost in thought. Shen Jingshu gazed at her, internally acknowledging that she bore a striking resemblance to Jiang. No matter how much she feigned the demeanor of a gentle and refined young lady in public, or how much she acted like a pampered daughter in front of the Ruan family, she was still Jiang's daughter. Her truest self was encapsulated in the woman before her, selfish, indifferent, akin to a rat scurrying in a gutter. Shen Jingshu couldn't help but let out a self-deprecating laugh, only to hear Zhang's raspy voice once more. Do not come here again. You are the legitimate daughter of the second branch, and you must always remember this. Especially now that you have entered the second prince's residence. You should rely upon them, your mother, father, brother, grandfather, and the entire Shen family. Zhang's voice was low and hoarse, resonating with an unsettling chill in the stillness of the night. Shen Jingshu felt her heart tremble at the weight of those words. After a long pause, Jiang seemed to speak to herself. You came to find me, but you shall gain nothing. What was meant for you was given when you were merely 2 years old. With that, Jiang turned her back, refusing to meet her gaze. Shen Jingshu was suddenly overwhelmed by a chilling sensation, too afraid to inquire further or even utter a sound. She felt that coming here so late was a grave mistake. She should not have come at all. Yet, concerning the matter of the marriage proposal, an unsettling anxiety compelled her to seek conversation with this woman. In that moment, however, Shen Jingshu wished fervently that she had never set foot in this room nor heard such words. She longed to depart, to erase the occurrence from her memory. As she nearly fled, Jiang silently smiled. Shen Jingshu hurried away, with Xiaozhu, who carried a lantern, quickening her pace to prevent her mistress from falling. Exiting the main house, they rushed along, only to hear distant barking. Upon hearing the sound, the terror of fleeing from her biological mother receded significantly, allowing her to recall her current predicament. In the Shun residence, only Shen Xiaoyu owned a dog, a cherished Pekingese. Shen Jingshu clamped her mouth shut, suppressing any sound, while Xiaozhu paled in fear. They sensed Shen Xiaoyu lingering in the woods for a moment before abruptly turning to leave, accompanied by the fading cries of the Pekingese, which seemed to protest its owner's departure. All right, let us go. The man coaxed the dog, gradually distancing himself until only the rustling of the wind among the trees remained. Shen Jingshu, still shaken, hurriedly led her maid away. However, after they had left, a pair of master and servant appeared in the place they had just vacated, while the reluctant Pekingese frolicked on the grass. The man, seemingly fragile enough to be blown away by the wind, nonetheless possessed a gaze devoid of weakness. He meticulously followed the traces left behind, walking up to the entrance of the Shen family's main house, but did not proceed further. The following day, Shen Jingshu fell ill, prompting Ruan to send for a physician to attend to her. This illness brought a hushed calm over the Shen family, who had previously been in turmoil over the marriage proposal. Madame Ruan lamented to Shen Xinyan, "The child is not at fault. Why must the master exacerbate her distress with such inquiries? Since the imperial decree of marriage has been issued, we should focus on preparing for the wedding." "You foolish woman. After the decree was issued, I visited the emperor, and do you know what he said?" Shen Xinyan, with a flourish of his sleeve, was so enraged that his beard nearly bristled. "What did he say?" "The emperor advised me to remain calm and suggested that I seek my daughter's opinion instead." Contemplating the scene from that day, Shen Xinyan recognized that, as a subject, he could not openly defy the royal marriage arrangement. Thus, he had to invoke the alliance between the Xiao and Shen families. Madame Ruan, watching her husband's retreating figure, displayed a visage of alternating shades of blue and white. Shen Jingshu, hidden behind the curtains, twisted her handkerchief in distress. Suddenly, she bit her lip, a fierce determination flashing in her eyes, followed by blood trickling from the corner of her mouth as her body slid down against the wall. "Miss!" Xiaozhu cried out in alarm. Madame Ruan, momentarily lost in her own emotions, forgot everything upon hearing the exclamation. She hurried into the inner chamber, only to find the girl cradled in the maid's arms, her complexion ashen, blood staining her neck and lips. She gasped, "Sure." Chapter 36. The sisters of the mansion. Chaos erupted in Zhilong courtyard, and the physician who had just departed was urgently summoned back. Upon entering, the physician shook his head at the sight of the young lady of the Shen family. Such a young girl, why resort to such drastic measures as biting her tongue? Fortunately, only the tip of her tongue was injured, the bleeding had ceased, and the physician left after prescribing some medicinal powder and a formula to stop the bleeding and replenish her vitality. Madame Ruan remained by her daughter's bedside, filled with self-reproach. She lamented her momentary wavering, which led her to doubt her daughter because of her husband's words. The child nearly committed a grave mistake to assert her resolve. Madame Ruan tucked the blankets around her daughter and was about to leave when she noticed Shen Jingshu awakening slowly. She extended a delicate hand from under the covers, stubbornly clutching her garment. Tears brimmed in her eyes, spilling over as they traced down her cheeks. The girl whispered, "Mother." In an instant, Madame Ruan's eyes brimmed with tears, and she urgently reassured, "I know. I understand. Do not rush. Shuer, let us speak when you feel better." Upon seeing Shin Jingshu gazing at her with tear-filled eyes, she hastily took out a handkerchief to wipe her daughter's tears. Xiao Zhu, standing nearby, felt a twinge of discomfort and lowered her head. Madame Ruan spent the entire morning in Jilong courtyard, reluctant to leave even for a moment. Upon returning to her own courtyard, she felt the fatigue in her shoulders and back. Her head maid began to massage her while encouraging her to take care of her health. Before long, the eldest son, Shin Xiaoyu, arrived, swaying slightly. Madame Ruan promptly urged him to visit his sister. Although he acknowledged her request, he merely stood outside Jilong courtyard for a while before departing. At the Duke Chengguo's residence, Su Shuyu, since her younger brother entered the Imperial Academy, had only been spending 1 or 2 hours in Songha Hall each day. The young ladies were no longer children, and Madame Xiao was not a scholar. It was unlikely that any remarkable achievements could be expected. In addition to practicing calligraphy and copying texts, there are lessons imparting the principles of human interaction. Meanwhile, the Chen family has commenced discussions regarding a marriage proposal for Xiao Jinshan. The Lu family is no exception. The elderly matriarch has also urged her to contemplate her engagement to Lu Qingwan, realizing the unlikelihood of an alliance with the Duke's residence. The Lu family has repeatedly written to Lu Qingwan, urging her to return home. Previously, she had used her father's unease with the emperor as an excuse. But recently the Lu family delivered an ultimatum, demanding that she secure a marriage proposal within 6 months or else return to the ancestral home to comply with her grandmother's wishes. Upon receiving the letter, Lu Qingwan was nearly beset by illness once more. The mere thought of that decaying ancestral home, steeped in rigid traditions, along with her aunts and step-aunts, who she scarcely saw even once a year, sent chills down her spine. They would sit in their drab garments before the Lu matriarch, reverently honoring her, scarcely daring to breathe. Lu Qingwan's mother passed away young, and in her recollections, her stepmother bore a perpetual expression of sorrow. Seemingly incapable of smiling, at least Lu Qingwan had never witnessed her smile. She also had a half-brother, the offspring of the stepmother. As for her father, he had taken several concubines in Ningxia, reportedly fathering several illegitimate children. Neither Ningxia nor the Lu ancestral home held any allure for her. The prospect of remaining at the Duke's residence brought her a sense of solace. After the incident at Jiyun's studio, the Chen family had languished in despondency, but now, with the arrangement of Xiao Jinshan's marriage proposal, they seemed revitalized. The second master of the Xiao family was not one to harbor grudges. When his wife extended an olive branch, he graciously accepted it. Ultimately, his discontent stemmed from his aversion to the concubine, Zhao. Given that a negative impression had already taken root, it would be inappropriate for him to feign magnanimity. Regarding the marriage of Xiao Jinrong, the Chen family adopted a notably indifferent attitude. Such a stance was beyond reproach, as it is well known that good things often require time to unfold. After all, the heir of the household was still without a match at his age. Xiao Jinrong himself was not in a hurry, especially with the third branch of the family eager to marry off their daughter next year. It was only logical to proceed one family at a time, and the second master of the Xiao family chose to remain silent. He merely instructed the Chen family to prioritize the marriage proposal for the third young lady, as time was of the essence for a young woman. The Lu family was also aware of the correspondence sent to their niece, and seeing Lu Qingwan's troubled countenance, Lu matriarch resolved to diligently secure a marriage for her. She began to scour the capital for eligible young men, inadvertently hearing that the third son of the Qingyuan Marquis was seeking a bride. This piqued her interest. The Qingyuan Marquis's house is the maternal family of the Duke's wife, Wang, and this third son is the illegitimate brother of Wang Xiaowei, a son of Wang's half-brother. Although he is of illegitimate birth, the Marquis family upholds a commendable reputation, and Wang Jingcheng has ascended to officialdom through the imperial examination. While his current rank may not be high, his diligence sets him apart from the idle sons of nobility. Furthermore, with the familial ties between the Wang and Xiao families, should her niece marry into this family, she would likely not face harsh treatment. The more Lu matriarch contemplated this prospect, the more favorable it appeared. Thus, she promptly proceeded to the main residence. Upon hearing her intentions, Wang consented to return and consult with her elder brother after a moment's contemplation. The response from the Qingyuan Marquis' residence arrived promptly, leading to the decision for the two to meet. In consideration of the young lady's reputation, it was arranged that they would merely catch a distant glimpse of one another, with the venue set at the Duke Cheng's estate. To accommodate Wang Jingqing's schedule, the meeting was specifically planned for a day of rest. That morning, Shuyao and her companions emerged from the Songha Hall of the venerable Lady Xiao. Surprisingly, Lu Qingwan, who usually accompanied them on their return, declared, "You may go ahead. I believe I left my earrings in the Songha Hall." With that, she turned back. Shuyao paid it little mind, but beside her, Xiao Jingshan's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Leaning towards her cousin, she whispered, "Cousin, I suspect she is not truly returning for her belongings. Shall we place a wager? Whether she retrieves something or not is of no concern to me." Shuyao, indifferent to the matter, replied, "Follow me," and attempted to drag her along. Unable to resist, Shuyao found herself reluctantly trailing behind them. Just west of the Songha Hall lay a small pond adorned with water lilies. Though autumn had deepened and the flowering season was nearly at an end, a hint of verdancy remained. Above the pond, a quaint arch bridge had been constructed, offering a most delightful vantage point for admiring the scenery. Xiao Jingshan followed Lu Qingwan to the edge of the pond, and, upon spotting the pair of servants below, beckoned to her cousin behind her. Shuyao paused to observe her surroundings and noticed several men in brocade garments standing atop the arch bridge. At that moment, Xiao Jingshan, brimming with excitement, waved at them, exclaiming, "Second brother, fourth brother." Lu Qingwan, blushing, gazed up at the bridge, desiring not to intrude further. Shuyao hurriedly led her maid back, leaving Xiao Jingshan behind. Chapter 37. Disruption. Responding to the call, the three gentlemen atop the arch bridge turned their attention, naturally first noticing Xiao Jingshan. The young lady, clad in a delicate yellow gown, waved at them, her demeanor lively and playful. "Is that your sister?" Wang Jingqing inquired, having heard her earlier exclamation. A look of surprise graced his face as he turned to the two young lords from the duke's estate. Xiao Jingwen furrowed his brow, but nodded. He had been forewarned by his mother regarding the meeting, initially expecting only Lu Qingwan's presence. Thus he was taken aback by the appearance of three young ladies. Since Xiao Jingshan had already made introductions, and one had departed, he naturally redirected the conversation to the day's main focus. Pointing towards Lu Qingwan at the bridge's foot, he remarked, "That is my cousin." Only then did Wang Jingqing shift his gaze from Xiao Jingshan to follow the direction indicated. Lu Qingwan was indeed a sight to behold, and her proximity was closer than that of the Xiao family's third daughter. Having prepared herself earlier that morning for this encounter, she wore a light green garment adorned with intricate floral patterns, her figure graceful like willow in the breeze. In the somewhat austere autumn of the capital, her attire was the most vibrant of hues. As she sensed the gazes upon her, a delicate blush graced Lu Qingwan's cheeks, reflecting the perfect blend of coyness and charm. Wang Jingqing gazed at the young lady, her raven locks gently swaying, a faint blush already gracing one side of her porcelain-like face, stirring an involuntary tremor within his heart. He recalled the words of his mother before leaving the residence. This union was arranged by the Duchess, and the young lady hailed from the Lu family, being the legitimate daughter of the General of Ningxia, currently residing at the residence of the Duke of Chengguo. She had recently been taken under the personal guidance of the matriarch, Madame Xiao. The families were not far apart, and she suggested that he visit her on his day off to determine if he found her to his liking. Initially, Wang Jingqing had paid little heed to this, yet he was taken aback by her remarkable beauty. A flicker of unusual feelings ignited within him. Xiao Jinwan, observing his expression, had a rough understanding of his sentiments. As Lu Qingwan's cousin, he had spent nearly 3 years in her company, and given that the Lu family had previously entertained thoughts of a match between the two, Xiao Jinwen possessed a deeper understanding of Lu Qingwan than others. Indeed, his cousin was beautiful, yet the young lady was sensitive and proud, lacking the carefree charm that made Lu Qingwan so endearing. As Xiao Jinwen's thoughts shifted, he recalled the young lady who had hurriedly departed earlier. It was said that she had been granted a student's spot through the intervention of his elder brother on behalf of Su Shuing. Reflecting on his brother's counsel from that evening, a bittersweet smile crossed his lips. Aside from Xiao Jinwen and Wang Jingqing, there stood another observer on the bridge, the second son of the Duke of Chengguo, Xiao Jinro. Though he had not received the same guidance from the Lu family as his younger brother, he could easily surmise what had transpired as he watched the young men and women gazing at one another, one lost in thought, the other shyly retreating. With a natural intuition, he deduced the situation and, considering his cousin's graceful demeanor, he felt a sense of injustice for her as he observed Xiao Jinwen introducing her to Wang Jingqing. Thus, when the opportunity arose for a private conversation with Wang Jingqing, the second son of the duke pointed towards Xiao Jinwen in the distance and remarked, "Look at my fourth brother. He is indeed a paragon of elegance. Not only does he possess good looks, but his character is equally admirable. Lu Qingwan has often spoken highly of him in our presence." Wang Jingqing, initially lost in the delightful reverie of meeting the fair maiden, found himself drawn to the mention of the duke's fourth son. The youth stood tall, possessing a refined and handsome visage, his smile evoking the gentle warmth of a soft, intoxicating spring breeze. Captivated by that smile, Wang Jingqing, almost unconsciously, inquired, "How long has Lu Qingwan been at the duke's residence?" "She will have completed 3 years by the end of this winter," Xiao Jinrong replied nonchalantly. Yet at that moment, an unsettling feeling arose within Wang Jingqing. He could not claim the same striking looks as Xiao Jinwen. Lu Qingwan had shared a childhood bond with her cousin for 3 years, seeing each other daily, and given his superior qualities, how could she not harbor some feelings? He was aware that Xiao Jinwen had already spoken of a betrothal. It was likely that Lu Qingwan had been compelled to hastily accept another proposal due to this. Otherwise, she would not have waited until now. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, the initial romantic notions he had begun to entertain gradually dissipated. He would not be one of those immature young men, tormented by unrequited affection, who would despair over unattainable desires. He did not desire a wife who harbored no affection for him. Although the family of the Chengguo Marquis maintained a reputation for integrity, he was merely a son of a secondary wife. Growing up under the strict supervision of his legitimate mother, his aspirations were inevitably more pragmatic than those of his peers. Wang Jingqing longed for a partner who would stand by him as an equal, someone who would show concern upon his return home, their eyes filled with his likeness. Moreover, though his cousin Lu was indeed beautiful, her constitution appeared rather frail. In contrast, the third daughter of the Duke of Cheng was vibrant and full of life, her eyes sparkling with joy as she waved to them. Upon realizing the incompatibility, this young master Wang swiftly pinpointed Lu's shortcomings. Xiao Jinrong observed the man before him liberating himself from his initial peculiar thoughts, his gaze gradually regaining clarity, and he could not help but scoff inwardly. Such a fickle character was even less deserving of his cousin. After bidding farewell to the young master of the Chengguo Marquis, Lu summoned her son to inquire about the encounter. Upon learning of his reaction, she too sighed in relief. These past 2 years had been fraught with worry regarding her niece's marriage prospects. Ultimately, it was their Xiao family that bore the brunt of the blame. Her previous actions had inadvertently instilled hope in Lu Qingwan. Now, the prospect of marrying her off lightened the burden on Lu's shoulders. Lu Qingwan's initial desire was to remain in the Duke of Cheng's residence. She had never met the matriarch of another family. But compared to the elder lady of the Lu household, the matriarch of the Xiao family was undoubtedly the epitome of kindness. Lu Qingwan relished the atmosphere of the Duke of Cheng's household, coupled with her aunt's generosity and the amiable nature of her cousins. Her time spent there had been devoid of inconvenience. However, with another marriage proposal now in play, she found herself compelled to reconsider her aunt's words. With a spirit of tentative exploration, she attended the arranged meeting. Upon returning to the Rose Courtyard, she recalled the appearance of the young Master Wang, who possessed a rather mature and capable countenance. Even from a fleeting glance, Lu Qingwan had sensed his burgeoning interest, which filled her heart with a subtle joy. Like many beautiful young women, this Lu lady was confident in her looks and believed in their potent allure. Perhaps, within the 6 months allotted by the Lu family, the Chengguo Marquis' household could indeed be a viable option. Chapter 38. An unexpected turn. The third household awaited the response from the Chengguo Marquis' residence with a sense of ease, convinced that the marriage proposal was nearly secured. However, to their astonishment, events did not unfold as anticipated. 2 days later, a visitor arrived from the Chengguo Marquis' estate, and it was none other than the Marquis' wife, Lady Zhou, who was also the sister-in-law of the Duke's wife, Lady Wang. Lu decided to have this noblewoman meet her niece, bringing Lu Qingwan along to the old lady's Songha Hall. As they approached the entrance, they happened upon Chun and her entourage. Chun harbored a quiet resentment towards her sister-in-law's fortunate turn of events, having recently secured a match for her son. She was taken aback that her niece was also on the verge of a promising union. Yet, She could not fathom why the elder lady had insisted on bringing Jinshan along. Did the Marquis's wife have yet another family in mind for her daughter? Upon entering, they first paid their respects to the elder lady of the Xiao family and then greeted Lady Zhou with due courtesy. As Mrs. Zhou engaged in pleasantries with the others, her gaze fell upon Lu Qingwan. Expecting her to share a few words with her future daughter-in-law, she instead turned to Xiao Jingshan, smiling as she said, "This must be the third young lady. How much she has grown. When I first met her, she was but a tiny bundle." With gestures, she illustrated her point, prompting laughter from the crowd. Xiao Jingshan blushed and replied, "Madam, please do not say such things." Yet, Mrs. Zhou took her hand, inquiring about various matters with an affectionate demeanor. Lu Shi paid little mind to this, as Lu Qingwan felt herself to be the center of attention, only to find herself overlooked, stirring a sense of discomfort within her. Suddenly, she recalled that the lady before her was the legitimate mother, while that young master was a son of lesser status, which perhaps rendered the situation more understandable. However, Mrs. Zhou's subsequent words left everyone present momentarily stunned. Holding Xiao Jingshan's hand, she addressed the matriarch, saying, "Old madam, I have come today regarding the marriage of that third son of ours, hoping to seek your approval for Jingshan to return as a daughter-in-law. What are your thoughts on this?" Upon hearing these words, all were taken aback, including Wang Shi, who gazed at her sister-in-law with surprise. However, she refrained from speaking, realizing that, now that the matter was laid bare, her opposition or support would bear no weight. Wang Shi harbored some resentment towards Mrs. Zhou for such a sudden shift, pondering how she would explain this to her own sisters-in-law. Lu Shi's face turned pale, and with worry, she glanced at her niece, noting that she was anxiously twisting the handkerchief in her grasp, on the verge of tears, which filled her heart with compassion. She reached out to gently squeeze Lu Qingwan's delicate hand. After the initial shock, Chen Shi slowly regained her composure, and her mind began to contemplate this marriage proposal. Previously, she had envied Lu Shi, but now that it concerned her, she found the young master from the Wang family to be a viable match. Despite being a son of lesser status, the Wang family had few male heirs. The legitimate sons were merely two, both born of the countess and the eldest among them. Wang Jingcheng, being the youngest son of the household, posed no threat to anyone, living a more carefree life. Moreover, this young master had proven himself, participating in the imperial examinations like any scholar from humble origins, and had already received an official position from the emperor last year. Furthermore, since her Jingshan had always been spirited, Chen Shi had never envisioned her as the matriarch of any household. Thus, this match with the Wang young master seemed perfectly appropriate. The more she considered it, the more feasible this union appeared. The old matriarch, observing the unfolding scene, felt a headache coming on. However, Mrs. Zhou was a commendable person, and the marriage prospect was indeed promising. She recalled that the young master from the Wang family had recently visited their residence, where he had been greeted by her two grandsons at Songha Hall. Nevertheless, the change in suitor was reasonable, as they could simply state that he had come to meet the third young lady. The old matriarch glanced at Chen Shi, noticing the emerging look of delight on her face, and understood her inclination. Yet, she couldn't immediately acquiesce, so she addressed the gathered company, saying, "This matter is rather sudden and requires further discussion with my son and daughter-in-law before a decision can be made. After all, our families are already related by marriage, so there is no need for excessive circumlocution. After 5 days, I shall give you my response, if that is agreeable." With no immediate refusal, it appears to be settled. Mrs. Zhou, wearing a smile, consented, but before departing, she made another visit to the residence of the Duchess. Once inside, she addressed her sister-in-law with a grin, saying, "I understand what you wish to express. This is not my decision, but rather that of my illegitimate son, who claims to be taken with the third young lady of the Xiao family." Mrs. Wang found this curious, as among the two sisters, it was undoubtedly Miss Lu who was more striking in appearance, not to mention the young gentleman, who tended to judge solely by looks. Yet her nephew had chosen to admire the third maid of their household. Noticing her sister-in-law's confusion, Mrs. Zhou leaned closer and whispered, "You know what he said?" That young man remarked that Miss Lu appeared too fragile. Upon reflection, it is indeed true. One might consider it odd that he pays attention to such matters, which are typically noted by our elders. Mrs. Wang raised an eyebrow, but chose not to comment further. The two families were still in the phase of mutual observation, allowing room for retraction. However, this development made things all the more difficult for Miss Lu. Contemplating the Lu family of the third branch, Mrs. Wang felt a chill run down her spine. The second branch and the Duke's household were elated, while it was only she who would have to confront the situation with the Lu family. Shuyao learned of this news that very evening. The bearer of this information was none other than Xiao Jingshan, who seldom ventured into Jiyun study. Upon seeing her cousin's demeanor, Shuyao immediately sensed the gravity of the matter, yet she refrained from inquiring, instead attending to her with food and drink, awaiting her to divulge the details of her own accord. Sure enough, it wasn't long before Xiao Jingshan revealed, in a few days, "I shan't need to go to Songha Hall anymore." Shuyao responded with a simple hum. Xiao Jingshan continued, "Aren't you curious as to why?" Shuyao inquired, "For what reason?" At this, Xiao Jingshan blushed and quietly confessed, "Mother intends to keep me indoors to embroider my dowry." Coughing suddenly, Shuyao was taken aback by this unexpected news. Satisfied with her reaction, Xiao Jingshan posed another question. "Do you know who the gentleman is?" Uncertain, Shuyao urged her to share. This piqued her interest, and Xiao Jingshan, fidgeting, said, "You recall the incident when I accompanied cousin Lu last time? It is he." Shuyao was indeed aware and had also heard of Lu's efforts to arrange a match for Lu Qingwan. Her expression finally reflected delight, which pleased the third young lady of the Duke's household, who continued, her cheeks still flushed, "Even if it is as you suspect, I am at a loss as to how he has taken a liking to me," suddenly prompting the Duchess to propose marriage to our family. Observing that her companion was still lost in thought over the news she had shared, Xiao Jingshan began to recount her sweet troubles. "He is merely an illegitimate son. I truly cannot fathom how mother would consent. You should have seen cousin Lu's expression at that moment. It was as if she intended to devour me." With that, she playfully stuck out her tongue, appearing somewhat vexed. Chapter 39. Invitation. After sharing her sweet troubles at Jiyun study, Xiao Jingshan returned to her own quarters, not concerning herself with whether her cousin's sentiments were genuine blessings or mere jealousy. As the beloved daughter of the Duke's household, she had become accustomed to the attention. Yet ever since her two elder cousins had arrived, most comments from others revolved around their remarkable beauty. Xiao Jingshan harbored a palpable frustration within her heart. The actions of Wang Jingqing and Madame Ho had enabled her to emerge victorious in both substance and appearance. Regardless of whether young Master Wang truly possessed the remarkable qualities others extolled, his discerning eye for talent genuinely delighted her. After her cousin departed, Shuyao felt a twinge of melancholy, but ultimately dismissed the matter as inconsequential. It bore little relevance to her. Yet, with the prospect of even the third young lady of the Xiao family preparing for marriage, only she and Lu Qingwan remained in the household, along with the still youthful fourth young lady. Shuyao did not harbor a disdain for marriage, but neither was she particularly enthusiastic about it. Given her current circumstances and the stance of the Chen family, she was uncertain of what sort of family she might be matched with. While Shuyao held little faith in the Chen family, she enjoyed a pleasant rapport with the old matriarch of the Xiao household. She could genuinely sense the warmth and affection that the elder bestowed upon her day after day, which filled her with gratitude for her earlier decision. Since her mother's passing, such kindness from others had become a rarity in her life. Thus, for the elderly matriarch's kindness, Shuyao not only acknowledged it, but cherished it in her heart, manifesting her appreciation through her actions. For instance, upon her visit to Songha Hall that day, she instructed a maid to bring forth a bowl of nourishing porridge. The porridge contained yam and fox nuts, which, when steamed and cooked together, were believed to strengthen the spleen, enhance the stomach's functions, and aid digestion. Lu Mama received the porridge from the maid, and upon hearing Shuyao mention that the old matriarch had lacked an appetite during breakfast the previous day, she began to prepare the ingredients, marveling at the young lady's thoughtfulness. Lu Mama smiled as she placed the porridge on the table and lifted the lid, saying, "Old madam, do give it a try. It is said to be beneficial for stimulating appetite and aiding digestion." Lu Qingwan, seated nearby, paused mid-sip, but no one noticed her momentary stillness. Since her engagement had been usurped, she had seemingly become more withdrawn. Initially, everyone speculated that she would succumb to illness as she had in the past. Yet this time she persevered. Not only did she remain in good health, but she also frequented Songha Hall daily, often arriving earlier than Shuyao. However, one's spirit cannot be concealed. Each time she sat alone, the maids dared to approach her in jest, yet she remained solitary. Thankfully, the old matriarch occasionally engaged her in conversation, alleviating some of the awkwardness. After breakfast, as was customary, The old matriarch instructed the two young ladies to copy texts. This time, however, it was not a Buddhist scripture but a piece of calligraphy. Just as they were engrossed in their task, the arrival of guests was announced. Lu Mama, who came to relay the message, bore a subtle expression. It was Madame Ruan and the young lady from the Shin family. The old matriarch displayed no outward emotion. Upon noticing Su and Lu looking her way, she spontaneously suggested, "You two may set down your brushes for the moment and accompany me to receive our guests." The three exited the inner chamber to find Wang Shi had also arrived, accompanied by Madame Ruan and Xin Jingzhu. Madame Ruan was adorned in a tea-colored headpiece, complemented by a matching satin robe and an indigo skirt. The garments offered no discernible clues, yet her brow furrowed slightly, lacking the calm demeanor she had displayed during her previous visit. Upon further observation, Xin Jingzhu's complexion appeared less vibrant than before, even somewhat pallid. Shuyao merely cast a fleeting glance before approaching the two ladies to exchange pleasantries. With the presence of Lady Wang, the Duchess, she would not overstep her bounds. Yet the requisite courtesies must still be observed. Otherwise, why would the matriarch have summoned the two ladies in the first place? Xin Jingzhu was somewhat taken aback to encounter her two cousins today. Last time, they had been summoned rather casually. Yet this time they had emerged alongside the venerable matriarch of the Duke's household. Furthermore, the elderly lady's expression towards the young Su lady was imbued with warmth and affection, as if addressing her own kin. This scene struck Xin Jingzhu as somewhat jarring, but she had pressing matters to attend to today. As both parties sat, each harboring their own concerns, Madame Ruan finally articulated her purpose. She sought to invite the young gentlemen and ladies of the Duke's household to a small gathering, in light of her daughter's upcoming entry into the second prince's residence. After Madame Ruan concluded her speech, Xin Jingzhu turned to her cousins, Su Liuxiao and Su Shuyao, suggesting, "You two should accompany us as well." Just as Su Shuyao pondered how to respond, the aged Lady Xiao interjected, "I shall speak on their behalf. This is but a trivial matter. What harm is there in the children attending to enjoy a bit of merriment? It was kind of you to make this journey. Simply send out the invitations." Her words were naturally directed at Madame Ruan. Upon hearing the matriarch's approval, Madame Ruan finally felt a weight lift from her heart. Rumors swirled outside about the second prince usurping the engagement of the heir, which would undoubtedly tarnish her daughter's reputation. Yet, with her daughter set to enter the second prince's residence in a month as a concubine, an extravagant affair was not feasible. Thus, she resolved to host a modest gathering for some familiar young gentlemen and ladies. Initially, she had feared that the matriarch might decline. Grateful, Madame Ruan expressed her thanks to Lady Xiao. However, speaking of her daughter brought a sigh from her lips, prompting Lady Xiao to regard Madame Ruan with a hint of confusion. The eldest grandson had mentioned the Shun family's aspirations to ascend socially. Yet it appeared that Madame Ruan remained entirely unaware of the underlying issues. The elderly matriarch's gaze drifted towards the young lady seated beside Madame Ruan. Although her complexion was somewhat pale, she displayed no sign of resistance to the alteration of the engagement, unlike her mother. A contemplative expression began to emerge in Lady Xiao's eyes. Once Madame Ruan and her daughter departed, Lady Wang could not contain herself, exclaiming, "Must we truly extend our courtesy to them?" Lady Xiao replied with a huff, "We shall go. Would you prefer others to say your son was jilted? Moreover, were you not previously on good terms with Madame Ruan? Even if a familial alliance cannot be formed, let us not become adversaries." The Duchess, reflecting on her mother-in-law's words, recalled her eldest son and, upon closer observation, noted that Xiao Mo exhibited no signs of despondency. He likely had never favored the Shin girl. "This is for the best," Lady Wang concluded. "My son, a paragon of virtue, should certainly attend. Not only must he go, but he should also make a grand showing at the gathering to meet the young ladies." After speaking, she turned her gaze towards Su Shuyu and Lu Qingwan, saying, "You both should also make an effort to look presentable. Treat this as a commonplace social gathering. Perhaps the matter of marriage will resolve itself." Her words elicited smiles from the crowd, and Su Shuyu lowered her eyes, feigning shyness. Chapter 40. No need for thanks. The wedding dates for the third young lady of the Xiao family and the fourth young master were set for a year from now, Xiao Jingshan in December and Xiao Jingwen during the Mid-Autumn Festival. Compared to the 2 or 3 years of preparation that others typically required, a year felt rather tight, yet it was still manageable. Ever since the engagement of the third young lady was confirmed, Madame Chun had restricted her movements. Currently, Xiao Jingshan busied herself with embroidering her wedding gown and managing household accounts under the guidance of the second madam, while also learning the intricacies of domestic management. Occasionally, when Su Shuyu visited the Jinhua Hall, she would peek out, inquisitively asking questions. In truth, her cousin was similarly confined within the manor, with little novelty to share. However, today there was indeed a noteworthy event. Madame Ruan from the Shun family had come to invite the young ladies and gentlemen of the Duke of Cheng's household to a small banquet. Upon hearing this, the third cousin's eyes widened in surprise. Is that really the case? Is that elder brother attending? Su Shuyu shrugged, admitting her ignorance on the matter. The person before her exclaimed with excitement. Have you seen the young lady of the Shin family? How does she look? Is she well? She appears fine, Su Shuyu replied, pondering for a moment. Aside from looking somewhat pale, she seems quite composed. In fact, she appears more at ease than during her last visit, perhaps due to the settling of her engagement. Thinking of Madame Ruan, she couldn't help but recall the lady's demeanor in the Songha Hall, which had become even more obsequious than before. Through thoughts of Madame Ruan, Su Shuyu inadvertently thought of the young Chen lady. Upon realizing this, she was surprised at her own preoccupation with someone who bore little significance in her life. Then she discovered the reason, perhaps subconsciously. She felt a tinge of envy towards the favored young lady. How can she be so fortunate? She mused. The secondary consort is not even allowed to oversee the wedding preparations, and she is the granddaughter of the esteemed Shin Tai Fu, the only daughter of Shin Xinyan. Faced with a barrage of questions, Su Shuyu found herself at a loss for words, and could only respond vaguely. Could she possibly refuse the marriage? Unexpectedly, Xiao Jingshan leaned closer and whispered, there are rumors circulating that the second prince has taken away elder brother's engagement. But if that were true, why would he only grant her the title of secondary consort? That seems rather. She hesitated, wanting to express how unappreciative it appeared, particularly since Shin Jingzhu seemed to tolerate such indignity. However, Su Shuyu was disinclined to engage in such speculation, whether it pertained to Xiao Mo's potential breakup or Shun Jingzhu's climbing social ladder. It was of no concern to her. Instead of wasting their breath on the affairs of others, they might as well indulge in some good food. Speaking of which, Su Shuyu quickly added, I made some 8 treasure cake today and brought you a box. Would you like to try it? Xiao Jingshan eagerly called for a maid to bring it forth. Upon exiting the Jinhua Hall, Su Shuyu glanced at the time, estimating that the old madam of the Xiao family should be awake by now. The elderly lady had a habit of taking a midday nap, typically resting for half an hour to an hour after lunch. They returned to Jian's studio to retrieve the box of 8 delicacies cake prepared for the matriarch, and then made their way to Songha Hall. The maid stationed at the entrance, upon seeing them, seemed inclined to say something, but ultimately refrained from intervening, which did not concern Su Shuyao. However, as soon as she stepped through the Xiangfei bamboo curtain, she noticed a gentleman seated inside, a smile gracing his face as he conversed with the elderly lady. Exuding an air of casualness, this man could only be Xiao Mo. Su Shuyao was momentarily dazzled by the sincerity of his smile, a stark contrast to the cold indifference she had previously encountered. The scene before her left her in a state of indecision, unsure whether to advance or retreat. It was Zhao's matriarch who broke the silence, urging her to enter with a wave of her hand. The gentleman in the embroidered robe, initially seated sideways, turned his head towards her. Su Shuyao performed a slight bow, addressing him as young master. It was unclear whether he acknowledged her with a nod or merely tugged at the corners of his mouth. At this moment, she approached Xiao's matriarch, standing beside the stool brought by the maid, and said, Xiao made 8 delicacies cake after returning this morning, incorporating ingredients such as poria and urile seeds to bolster the spleen, especially for you to taste, matriarch. Upon speaking, she opened the food box, releasing a delightful aroma. The stool brought by the maid was positioned closely to the matriarch, naturally placing Xiao Mo within proximity. He observed the girl as she approached his grandmother, her voice affectionate and seemingly sincere. The fragrance of the delicacy filled the air, but Xiao Mo, unaccustomed to sweet treats, instinctively furrowed his brow. The matriarch had already taken a piece from Su Shuyao's hand, exclaiming, This is quite delicious, and your skills are commendable. After finishing, she smiled at the nearby Lu Momo, saying, It seems I shall require more kanji tonight. Lu Momo chuckled in agreement. Indeed, the kanji brought by the cousin this morning was excellent. She then turned to inquire about the ingredients Su Shuyao had used, to which Su Shuyao responded earnestly. The matriarch noticed that her grandson had remained silent for some time, perhaps finding it dull to linger there as a man, and urged, "Did you not mention having matters to attend to? You may leave." Xiao Mo raised an eyebrow, glancing at the food box containing the 8 delicacies cake, noticing a piece was already missing, consumed by his grandmother and Su Shuyao. He rose, lifted his robe, and departed. Su Shuyao exhaled in relief. With such a person before her, she felt unsure of how to respond. She decided to engage solely with the matriarch. She did not linger long in Songha Hall, and upon exiting, she walked southward, perhaps influenced by her earlier encounter with the young master. She cast a glance towards the path leading to Mingzhi Hall as she reached the corner and, upon spotting someone seated in the pavilion above, instinctively closed her eyes, reluctant to confront the situation. After a moment of hesitation regarding whether to approach and greet him, she recalled his previous assistance to her younger brother and ultimately resolved to ascend a few steps, bowing and addressing him, "Young master." The individual, seated high above, had likely noticed her long before, yet remained engrossed in his thoughts, taking a considerable time to turn his head. Su Shuyu could feel the gaze of Xiao Mo upon her. Noticing his silence, she said, "I came to express my gratitude for your assistance in helping my younger brother gain entry into the Guozijian. There's no need for that. It was your brother's own merit," came the indifferent voice from above, echoing the coolness of late autumn that he exuded. Surprised, Su Shuyu lifted her gaze and, from the disapproving look in the young lord's eyes, she found herself convinced by his words. Her brother excelled academically, but lacked opportunities and a guiding hand. This man before her was undoubtedly that hand. Yet, he dismissively denied any involvement, showing disdain for her gratitude. Naturally, he sought to distance himself from any obligations. Upon realizing this, Su Shuyu felt no sadness. Rather, she silently rejoiced at his businesslike demeanor. As a young woman with little to her name, she had no desire to be indebted to anyone. Chapter 41. In pure thought, since he had expressed himself so, Su Shuyu felt compelled to respond courteously, "Not at all. I must thank you again for your assistance, young master." After speaking, she intended to leave, but the man before her continued, "I noticed at Songha Hall that you added medicinal ingredients to the food you brought for the old lady. Do you have knowledge of medicine?" With a hint of uncertainty, Su Shuyu glanced up at him, her confidence wavering. "I have a slight understanding. If you are not well versed, it would be wise to refrain from adding such ingredients in the future." Xiao Mo scrutinized the young lady with impure intentions until her complexion gradually paled. He persisted, "There is no need to rush in seeking favors." At this point, Su Shuyo's face transformed from pale to a deep crimson, fueled by indignation. She lamented her impulsive decision to approach him. How much better it would have been had she not seen him at all, or even if she had, to have passed by as if nothing were amiss. His malice was all too apparent, a sentiment she had sensed from the outset. Her regard for the elderly matron, whom she admired, was intertwined with the young lord's closeness to her, and because of her brother, who had genuinely benefited from the young man's help, she had felt inexplicably compelled to express her thanks. Perhaps she had grown weary of life itself. Regaining her composure and allowing the flush of anger to subside, she addressed him, "Rest assured, young master, I will be more cautious in the future. The recipes for the medicinal cuisine and pastries were left by my mother, and they were derived from my grandfather, who was a seasoned physician." She spoke rapidly, disregarding his expression, and continued, "As for seeking to please, I sincerely wish for the old lady's good health more than anyone else. If you perceive it as flattery, then so be it." With that, she nearly fled the scene. It was only after she had vanished from sight that Xiao Mo awkwardly averted his gaze. The unnamed observer pondered the young lord's earlier words, realizing why the young lady had hurried away without even a proper farewell. Yet, one had to admit, the young lord had never engaged in such lengthy discourse with any young lady before. Did this not imply that he had some degree of interest in Su Shuyu? Upon Su Xiao's return to Jian's studio, once she had fully composed herself and set aside her feelings towards Xiao Mo to reconsider his words, she found her indignation somewhat diminished. As the eldest grandson of the matriarch, it was entirely reasonable for him to voice such concerns. The elder's health was already frail, and even the medicinal recipes passed down from the imperial physician might not be universally beneficial. If they were to conflict with any medications currently being taken, her well-meaning intentions could inadvertently lead to irrevocable consequences. Xiao Mo's attentiveness to this matter was, in fact, a testament to his regard for the matriarch, and she ought to feel pleased by it. Reflecting on her earlier demeanor, Su Shuyao recognized that while her reaction had been somewhat impulsive, It stemmed largely from her prior grievances regarding his conduct. Nevertheless, she did not hold it against him, even if his reminder about the medicinal cuisine was well-intentioned. His subsequent remark about not hastily seeking the matriarch's favor was undeniably laced with bias. Having departed from the situation, Shuyao resolved not to dwell on it further, silently reminding herself to maintain a distance from him unless absolutely necessary. The matriarch was the matriarch, and Xiao Mo was Xiao Mo. She could not presume that his status as the elder's grandson meant he shared the same empathetic understanding as she did. In the rose courtyard, Lu Qingwan had been wearing a look of persistent melancholy, causing her attendant, Mama Su, much concern. The young lady ought to ease her mind. After all, a single unsuccessful encounter hardly signified anything substantial. If the Marquis's household did not take a liking to her, it was merely a reflection of their own lack of discernment, not a commentary on her worth. This Mama Su had accompanied Lu Qingwan from the ancestral home to the Duke's residence, witnessing her once being cherished by all. At that time, the servants had believed the young lady was destined to become the mistress of the household, treating her with utmost respect and caution. However, since the matriarch had dismissed her engagement 2 years prior, and following the troubling incident involving the master, the young lady had undergone considerable changes both physically and emotionally. Not only had her health deteriorated, but her temperament had also grown increasingly sensitive and irritable. In stark contrast, that Miss Su, hailing from a fallen family, had proven remarkably resilient. Despite the tumultuous quarrels with her aunt and a lack of affection from the second branch's young master, she had managed to turn her fortunes around by currying favor with the matriarch. Mama Su, naturally, sided with Lu Qingwan. Ever since her daughter's engagement had been usurped by the second branch, resentment had taken root in her heart. Yet, some matters were not beyond her daughter's capabilities, but rather beneath her dignity to pursue. Though she harbored such thoughts, she felt compelled to advise, "My dear, do not let your spirits be consumed by anger. Do not be deceived by Miss Su's seemingly amiable demeanor. She is quite astute." At the first sign of her aunt's unreliability, she swiftly redirected her efforts toward the matriarch. A mere bowl of porridge and a box of pastries could win her assistance in arranging for her brother's education. Just wait and see. This is far from over. That one from Songha Hall might very well help her secure a suitable husband. Lu Qingwan, weary of Mama Su's incessant lamentations, replied dismissively, "Cousin Su is far more capable than I. I cannot compare." Mama Su spat in exasperation. "Do not say such things, my dear. In matters of the kitchen, does it truly require a young lady to be hands-on? Are you suggesting that Miss Su personally prepares all her dishes?" Madame Su leaned in close and whispered a few words. Lu Qingwan shook her head in distress, saying, "If we truly invite a chef into the third residence, won't the lady of the estate discover it? No, let's think of something else." However, inspired by Madame Su's suggestion, Lu Qingwan suddenly recalled her skills in incense making from the old Lu family residence, a craft she hadn't practiced in quite some time. As she pondered this, her eyes widened, shimmering with a profound light. Madame Su observed Lu Qingwan's transformation and silently chuckled. The two were quietly conversing within the room when suddenly a maid's voice rang out from outside, "Second young master, you cannot enter." Upon hearing the commotion, the master and servant quickly returned to their respective positions. Upon seeing Xiao Jinrong, Madame Su immediately adopted a pitiful expression and lamented, "Second young master, why must you do this? Our lady is already in enough distress. Could you not consider her feelings?" Lu Qingwan, her eyes brimming with tears, was indeed a sight to behold. Upon witnessing this, Xiao Jinrong halted in his tracks, raising his hand to gesture, "Please, do not cry. I merely came to see you. But this maid insisted I could not enter. I was worried something might be amiss, which is why I forced my way in." Lu Qingwan, with a sorrowful expression, replied, "Now that you see how it is, may I ask you to leave?" Xiao Jinrong, with a resigned smile, ultimately turned and walked away. Chapter 42. The young lady on the rooftop. Xiao Jinrong took a few steps out before turning back. Upon seeing him again, Madame Su, emerging from the room, did not hesitate to block his path, saying, "Miss is already rested. I hope the second young master will not make things difficult for this old servant." Xiao Jinrong glanced at the elderly woman, furrowing his brow. "Come here. I have some questions for you." In front of the entrance to the rose courtyard, Xiao Jinrong inquired, "Why was Lu's cousin crying? Is it due to an unfulfilled engagement?" His frown deepened, feeling a twinge of discomfort. What merit did the Wang family's illegitimate son possess for marrying? How swiftly his thoughts had changed. Was it not fortunate to realize he was not a suitable match? Madame Su, lowering her gaze, recalled the maid's words upon returning from Songha Hall. If only our young lady were like the cousin from the second house. Everyone in Songha Hall adores her. You do not know, but our young lady is quite alone there. She lifted her head, observing the second young master's worried expression. The engagement was one concern, but the fact that the young lady had to frequent Songha Hall daily made her situation all the more arduous. It would be best if the second young master refrained from further inquiries. Upon hearing this, Xiao Jinrong's frown deepened even further. He recalled the lonely orphan girl, the Su family, who had learned the rules alongside his cousin in front of their grandmother, and the scene from the Double Ninth Festival suddenly became clear to him. His initial intention had merely been to use Qiu Gongzi's trust to play a prank on Chun and the Su girl, only to find that his ruse had been seen through. Truly impressive. Xiao Jinrong stood there, his expression darkening, before finally waving his hand dismissively at the old servant and departing the rose courtyard. After his exit, a smile crept onto Madame Su's face. The maid in the courtyard found this somewhat peculiar. How is it that one moment she appeared resolute and unyielding, only to change her demeanor so swiftly? Did the second young master share some tidings with Su Mama that have altered the situation? Upon entering the room, Su Mama found Lu Qingwan not resting, but rather lost in thought, leaning against the head of the bed. With a pained expression, she reassured her, "My dear young lady, do not fret. Aside from your aunt, you have your dear cousins in this household. They are certainly far better than that Miss Su." Lu Qingwan, however, dismissed her mention of the Lu family, for her own son was of utmost importance. Initially, she was regarded as a daughter-in-law, but that regard could be so easily abandoned. Su Mama sensed the lingering resentment Lu Qingwan harbored towards the third lady of the house and momentarily recalled the second young master, pondering his feelings towards her. Leaning in a bit closer, she remarked, "It seems the second young master holds affection for you." Lu Qingwan was momentarily taken aback. Xiao Jinrong, possessing a somewhat effeminate visage. He had already engaged a maid within the room. His father was a concubine-born son, and he had an unlikable stepmother, Chun. It could be said that Lu Qingwan had never before cast her gaze upon him. In the presence of that young master Xiao, all other cousins paled in comparison. Yet, circumstances had shifted, with no hope remaining from her aunt's side. As she contemplated this individual, a calculating smile gradually emerged on her delicate face. Perhaps it was the prior conversation at Songha Hall that inspired this. Before the small banquet at the Shun residence, preparations were indeed made to tailor new garments for the three young ladies. Although Chun initially forbade her daughter from attending, Xiao Jinshan, seeing her two cousins going, petitioned the elder matriarch. The old madam, observing them, said to Chun and Lu, "Since you both will not attend, and the two young ladies are unfamiliar with the local society, let the third girl accompany her cousins. Such opportunities will not often arise." With the old madam's decree, Chun had no further objections. After being summoned by the Duchess to be measured, Su Shuyao returned as the sky began to darken. It seemed the old madam had given specific instructions, for the maid in charge of her fitting had been particularly meticulous, causing a delay. Unfamiliar with the surroundings of the main residence, she exited Wang's courtyard and, estimating the direction of Jin's studio, naturally chose the right path. Together with Huixiang, they traversed the dimly lit lantern-lit path until nearing the junction with the left path, where they spotted a man standing, accompanied by a servant. Su Shuyao paid little mind, thinking perhaps it was just one of the cousins passing by. However, just as she was about to proceed, she overheard the servant ahead say, "Is the second young master truly waiting here for that Miss Su? We've lingered for so long. Perhaps she has already departed." Su Shuyao's steps abruptly halted, and Huixiang, startled, froze in place as well. They crouched down, and from a short distance, another voice declared, "She cannot escape. Although we are on the left, she can still be seen if she approaches from the right." Is that Xiao Jinrong? What could he want with her at such a late hour? A torrent of thoughts surged through Su Shuyao's mind. Within the Duke of Cheng's residence, she believed she had been sufficiently cautious, yet it seemed she had unknowingly offended someone. Xiao Jinrong is one of those individuals who harbors considerable malice towards himself due to his aunt. Furthermore, that young heir seems to possess an inexplicable bias against her as well. Even Aunt Shun, should the benefits be substantial enough, would likely betray her at any moment. Lost in these thoughts, Huixiang stumbled, inadvertently causing Su Shuyao to trip as well. A soft gasp escaped her lips, and by the time Su Shuyao realized what had happened, it was already too late. hearing footsteps approaching from behind. She frantically retraced her steps and darted into a narrow path beside her. Her foot had just twisted, leaving her limping. However, Xiao Jinrong did not pursue her. The maid was also left behind, as a fragrant aroma wafted towards her. She surveyed her surroundings and discovered that at the end of the path stood a towering osmanthus tree, its trunk reaching towards a nearby rooftop. An idea sparked in Su Shuyao's mind. Xiao Jinrong had taken the wrong route and would soon return. She quickly gathered her skirt at her waist and made her way towards the grand osmanthus tree. It was deep autumn, and some flowers still clung to the branches, their fragrance enveloping her senses. Yet, she did not forget her precarious situation. Su Shuyao climbed up the tree trunk to the rooftop, where she felt an overwhelming sense of safety. She thought, even if Xiao Jinrong returned, he surely would not suspect that a young lady had taken refuge on the roof. She was not overly concerned for Hui Xiong. Xiao Jinrong would not find her, and capturing a maid would be of no consequence. Feeling some pain in her feet, she removed her shoes and socks. However, as Su Shuyao wiggled her delicate feet to examine them, she suddenly realized something was amiss. How could she see even the tiny details on the top of her foot so clearly? Shocked, she gazed into the room, where she found a guard holding a glass lamp, and his master was looking upwards as well. Their eyes met, both expressions filled with astonishment. Chapter 43. Embrace. Xiao Mo had not anticipated that a casual stroll would lead him to such an encounter. The fragrance of osmanthus filled the air, the moonlight cascading like water, illuminating the room with its gentle glow. The man, originally with his eyes closed, initially mistook the rustling sounds above for a mouse and paid little heed. Yet, as the sounds grew more distinct, he realized something was amiss, prompting him to light a lamp. Raising his gaze, he unexpectedly beheld a pair of delicate female feet, petite and glistening under the moonlight. After closing his eyes and reopening them, he was momentarily uncertain of his vision. But in the blink of an eye, he met the gaze of the young lady above. Her mouth fell agape, as if she had seen a ghost. As she stammered her words, she began to slide downward. Xiao Mo's expression shifted dramatically, and in an instant, he was outside the door. Su Shuyao internally lamented her fate. Her life was forfeit. Just as she slid off the eaves and fell into the air, her vision blurred, and her body was suddenly halted as if caught by something, interrupting her descent. She felt herself collide with a hard surface and instinctively reached out to grasp it. Once the momentum subsided, she realized her body was pressed against a warm source, the texture of the fabric against her skin distinctly clear. Su Shuyu looked up in terror, her gaze meeting a pair of clear, profound eyes. The man slightly lowered his head, as if just realizing the situation. After a lengthy pause, he finally spoke. "Aren't you going down yet?" Su Shuyu turned her head to see him standing with his hands hanging by his sides, completely detached from the scene. Confused, she wondered how he, who had been inside, ended up outside at that moment, precisely where she was about to fall. Was this young master intentionally trying to save her? Yet, such thoughts seemed trivial. She should feel grateful for this coincidence, as it spared her from collapsing on the ground, bloodied and incapacitated. Finally, Su Shuyu released her grip and slid down from him, performing a graceful bow before the man. "Thank you, cousin." Regardless of the circumstances, she felt compelled to express her gratitude. Xiao Mo, with a taut expression, regarded the young lady before him, whose smile appeared insincere. He raised an eyebrow, noting her swift change in demeanor, from terror-stricken to obsequiously charming. "What brings you here at such a late hour?" he inquired. Su Shuyu glanced around. Aside from herself and him, only the guard standing at the door remained, making it awkward to mention Xiao Jinrong. "I passed by the Duchess's courtyard earlier and was drawn here by the scent of osmanthus," she replied calmly, relieved that the danger had subsided. As a niece of the Chen family, she deemed it inappropriate to discuss the grievances of the second branch with this young master. After a moment, he simply responded with a non-committal hum, then instructed the unnamed servant behind him, "Go summon a maid from her courtyard." His gaze shifted downward, and he looked away. It was then that Su Shuyu became acutely aware of her bare feet, feeling slightly uncomfortable as she tucked her toes beneath her skirt. The exquisite glass lamp had already been placed on the table, and the man who had spoken earlier had vanished. Finding a place to sit, she took the opportunity to put on her shoes and socks. Bored, she glanced up at the glazed roof, where a large moon illuminated the nearby rocking chair, which swayed with the slightest touch. She noticed the luxurious sable cushion atop the bamboo chair, reflecting the young master's appreciation for comfort. On such an autumn night, With fragrant breezes wafting through, what could be more delightful than lying back to gaze at the moon? The thought alone ignited a desire within her to recline. After a while, two maids from Jian's studio arrived. Upon seeing her, Huixiang rushed forward, her face filled with concern. Miss. Just as Su Shuyu was about to inquire about the earlier events, she caught sight of Xiao Mo entering from outside, causing her to abruptly halt her question. To the two maids, she said, "Please assist me in leaving." Seated, Huixiang initially seemed unfazed, but upon hearing the request for assistance, she anxiously looked at Su Shuyu's feet. "Worried about any injuries? It's nothing serious. Let's go," she reassured, bowing once more to Xiao Mo before being helped outside by the two maids. Once they departed, the man inside pulled the sable-covered bamboo chair towards him and reclined, calmly asking, "What transpired?" Upon visiting Jian's studio, the atmosphere was fraught with anxiety among the individuals present. It was relayed that they were to meet their young lady, prompting immediate action without further ado. Standing before the master, a nameless servant reported, and upon receiving no reply, continued. A passing attendant mentioned that the second young master had previously been seen lying in wait not far from here. Upon hearing this, Xiao Mo waved his hand dismissively and closed his eyes, drifting back into slumber. Su Shuyu's foot was not a hindrance. However, Zheng Momo summoned someone to Jinhua Hall, only to be interrupted by her. As the granddaughter of a renowned physician, she possessed a modicum of skill. After a thorough examination, she discerned there was no damage to the tendons or bones. Thus, she applied some ointment for bruises and injuries. The following day, she sent someone to Songha Hall to request leave, explaining the situation. Upon hearing the news, the old lady Xiao immediately instructed a maid to fetch her medical name card to summon a doctor. When the physician arrived, he noted that the patient had already received treatment. In merely one night, the swelling had subsided. He praised the efficacy of her ointment and hinted at a desire to learn more. Su Shuyu merely stated that it was a recipe handed down from her ancestors. With her grandfather's sudden departure, she wished to avoid complications regarding the matter. Nevertheless, while she was nursing her foot, Lu Qingwan and Xiao Jingshan came to keep her company, engaging her in conversation for quite some time. Xiao Jingshan, upon seeing her, displayed a look of concern and inquired, "How did you sprain it? The Shen family is hosting a banquet soon. What shall we do?" Su Shuyu stretched her nearly healed foot, assuring her that it was of no consequence and that she would certainly accompany her. With a promising match on the horizon, Xiao Jingshan's tone was more spirited than usual. Next year, she would be married, and as a young lady, opportunities to attend banquets would become rare. She was eager to make an impression at the upcoming gathering. The thought of her cousin being unable to attend genuinely worried her, fearing that her grandmother might prevent her from going as well. Thus, upon learning of Su Shuyu's injury, Xiao Jingshan was notably the most concerned among those from Jian's studio. Lu Qingwan gazed at the individual resting in bed, her eyes lowering involuntarily. Earlier that day, she had encountered her second cousin in the courtyard, who, upon stopping her, uttered a peculiar phrase. "Lu cousin, do not worry. I have already avenged you." Lu Qingwan had been momentarily taken aback. Currently, her greatest disdain was directed towards the third young lady of the Xiao family, who appeared to be in fine form. Did she also harbor animosity towards Su Shuyu? Naturally, she did. Chapter 44. New garments in Lu Qingwan's eyes. Su Shuyu seemed to accomplish everything with ease. Tasks that she herself found daunting appeared to be completed effortlessly by her. Not only did they share comparable beauty, but Su Shuyu also possessed a variety of skills, such as shoemaking, pastry crafting, and an exquisite hand for calligraphy. Even in the realm of needlework, an area Lu Qingwan once prided herself on, Su Shuyu had surpassed her capabilities. The most infuriating aspect was Su Shuyu's silver tongue. Within Songha Hall, she effortlessly brought smiles to the old lady's face, and even the maids and servants were drawn to her charm. Reflecting on her own days at the Lu family estate, where she was compelled by her grandmother to practice needlework relentlessly, she could not help but recall the countless pricks her hands endured. Yet, she persevered and eventually mastered the craft, earning even her stringent grandmother's approval. Thus, during the Double Ninth Festival, she chose to embroider a folding screen. Little did she expect that Lu Qingwan, observing the lively scene of her cousins, would softly inquire, "How did you sustain your injury, cousin?" Su Shuyao, while managing her interaction with Xiao Jingshan, replied, "I lingered a bit too long in the Duchess's courtyard yesterday, and, without a lantern, I accidentally twisted my ankle." She had uttered this fib numerous times, to the point where her heart remained untroubled and her complexion unchanged. In truth, reflecting upon the incident now, Shuyao felt an overwhelming sense of dread. She could hardly bear to imagine the consequences had she truly fallen from the rooftop. At that moment, her only thought was to evade Xiao Jingsong, and emboldened by her nimbleness, she entertained the idea of climbing a tree. The crux of the matter was not merely climbing the tree, but ascending to the rooftop. By sheer coincidence, she encountered that young lord. Fortunately, his presence allowed him to serve as a human cushion, albeit a rather firm one. It was resilient enough. Had it been someone frail, the outcome could have been catastrophic. Leaving her to ponder how she would make amends, Xuyao's mind momentarily wandered, revealing a hint of distraction. Lu Qingwan, observing her demeanor, could not help but smile silently. After exchanging a few words with the ailing pair, they took their leave. As they walked, Lu Qingwan appeared to tread with a lighter step than usual. Since the incident involving the marriage exchange, she and Xiao Jingshan continued to address each other as cousins in public. Xiao Jingshan, with her flamboyant nature, had likely absorbed the oppressive atmosphere from her two sisters-in-law, hence the sudden elevation in her demeanor felt somewhat ostentatious. Noticing Lu Qingwan smiling, Xiao Jingshan could not restrain her curiosity. "Cousin, is there something joyful to share? Why not let me partake in your happiness?" Lu Qingwan halted, turning back with an expression of feigned helplessness. "Is my cousin not filled with enough joy? My matters are hardly worth mentioning." With that, she proceeded with her maid, leaving Xiao Jingshan to grasp the subtle implications of her words, thus feeling reassured. Shuyao had already inquired with Huixiang about the previous day. Indeed, after Xiao Jingsong caught up with her, he had released the maid, fearing that she might report his actions. After liberating her, he had called her back, as if to absolve himself, saying, "You fled like a rabbit. I merely wished to ask her something. Do not spread rumors." Observing Shuyao furrow her brow in silence, Huixiang pressed on. "Do you believe his words to be truthful? Had we not hidden, your ankle would not have been sprained." The young maid wore an expression of regret, prompting Shuyao to chuckle softly. At this juncture, it hardly matters what he claims. Why did that young lady not inform the second madam? Since the incident at Jian Studio, Huixiang was aware of the discord between the mother and son of the second household. Shuyao remained silent. Her aunt had even attempted to offer her to Xiao Jingsong. If she were to discover his true nature, who knows what further complications might arise? She felt it would be prudent to clarify matters with the young master during their next encounter, but it must occur in daylight, under calm circumstances. In the darkness of last night, had he truly intended harm, or could she have sought redress? Xiao Jinrong is merely apprehensive that his aunt might bestow him upon her. He harbors no desire to wed, and she has never entertained the thought of marrying either. A few days later, Xuyao's foot indeed returned to its former state. The newly tailored garments were delivered to the young lady's respective quarters. As September drew to a close, a light outer skirt was complemented by a sleeveless overcoat. Shuyao received a pale green and a soft lavender upper garment, with the overcoat fashioned from a golden brocade in apricot yellow and white, and a skirt matching the upper garment in color and material. Huixiang, cradling the attire, beamed with excitement. "Miss, would you like to try it on?" Having resided in the manor for over 2 years, Shuyao had seldom adorned herself with such care. Although the Duke's residence provided new garments each season, in the past, she had only selected from the leftover colors and styles chosen by her cousins at Jinhua Hall. This occasion, however, was different. The Duke's wife had overseen the selection, ensuring that the fabrics and designs were tailored to their unique styles and measurements. Accessories were also provided, each with a precious box. Shuyao recalled the look of regret on Xiao Jingshan's face during her visit earlier that afternoon. If only the skirt were a tad shorter and the sleeves a touch longer, she would have expressed her fondness for such a set. In the past, Shuyao would have readily offered them, saying, "If you like them, take them." However, today was different. These garments had passed the scrutiny of the Duke's wife, and to hand them over would be to cause her distress. With a smile, Shuyao said to the young maid, "I shall wear them for you to see tomorrow." Zheng Mama had already taken the stack of garments from Huixiang's hands, cautioning against creasing them, and swiftly began to help the young lady put them away. Huixiang pouted, feigning a tragic expression, which prompted Qiao Wei to playfully pinch her. Yuzhu and Mulan also laughed. Su Shuing was currently at the Imperial Academy. Yet the two remained steadfast at Jian Studio. During their leisure hours, they frequently visited Su Shuyao's room, eager to assist with various tasks. She noticed the maid's carefulness but did not intervene. After Lu Qingwan's last visit, she had expressed envy, remarking, "Cousin, you have 4 maids to attend to you. Unlike my rose courtyard, where I only have 2. When they are dispatched, I am left with only Mama Su and myself. It is often difficult to summon anyone." Xiao Jingshan, aware of the situation, interjected, "Those 2 are maids from my cousin's quarters. If you feel short-staffed, you may call upon one of the runners from my room." Xiao Jingshan had 4 personal maids, excluding the 2nd and 3rd tier attendants, amounting to at least 10 in total. Su Shuyao considered herself merely a visiting cousin and did not dwell on such matters. However, she had heard that Lu Qingwan had originally brought her own maids, only for them to be dismissed for various reasons, leaving her with just the 2 provided by the Lu family. Since her cousin had come to her aid, she chose not to pursue the topic further. Unbeknownst to her, Lu Qingwan had cast several glances at Yuzhu when her attention wavered, while they received their new garments. Xiao Mo managed to break away from his rigorous training for the day. As the year drew to a close, the emperor would organize various assessments and selection activities, including winter hunts. Though the imperial guards did not face the battlefield directly, they were always required to remain prepared. Chapter 45. Astonishing as twilight descended, Xiao Mo arrived at Songha Hall. Upon noticing the weariness etched on his face, the old lady inquired with concern, "Have you dined yet? Why not return to Mingzhi Hall to freshen up before coming here?" Xiao Mo took a seat across from her and picked up a plain stuffed bun to eat. Observing this, the old lady promptly instructed a nearby maid to bring him a set of chopsticks and a bowl. After taking a bite of a dish, he responded, "Did you not send someone to summon me, grandmother?" With a huff, the old lady retorted, "Have you forgotten what I discussed with you earlier?" Xiao Mo paused for a moment, then donned a cheerful demeanor, saying, "How could I forget? It's about visiting the Shen family, right? I have no objections. Madame Ruan made a special trip for this. Just show your face. It will help dispel the rumors circulating outside," the old lady continued. Noticing her grandson's silence, she added, "Several of your cousins are attending as well. They haven't participated in such gatherings before, so please keep an eye on them and ensure they are not taken advantage of." Seeing his brow furrowed in apparent reluctance, she half-seriously jested, "It's not solely for their sake. Tomorrow is a day of rest. Consider it a holiday for yourself. Additionally, take this chance to meet the young ladies of the capital. If you find someone to your liking, return and tell your grandmother, and I shall assist you in proposing." Xiao Mo, upon hearing this, felt amused, realizing his grandmother was employing a dual approach. He chuckled softly, "I shall obey your wishes." The old lady then added another helping of vegetables to his bowl, her expression one of satisfaction. "That is more like it." Xiao Mo had not anticipated his grandmother's considerable regard for that cousin from the Su family. This was not the first time she had enlisted his assistance. Reflecting on the young lady, he unconsciously recalled her delicate form, soft and fragrant against him, like an octopus wrapping its limbs around him. To be honest, he had been quite taken aback at the time, merely intending to offer a gentle restraint to prevent her from falling too awkwardly. Yet, she had clung to him as if he were her lifeline. With her earlier words echoing in his mind, he inquired, "I heard that my second aunt's father was an esteemed doctor?" At that moment, the old lady had finished her meal, and as the table was cleared, she was being attended to by a maid. After a brief pause, she replied, "Yes, he has passed on. He suffered a grievous injury at the time, and your grandfather, recalling the debts of gratitude for his past healing, took the initiative to arrange this marriage, albeit with some risk involved." Pondering for a moment, she lifted her gaze. "Do you have any secrets you wish to inquire about?" Xiao Mo's smile faltered slightly. "Did you not say he was no longer alive?" "I merely recalled that cousin's claim of having treated her own foot and thought to ask." In truth, he had remembered her assertion about her maternal grandfather being a royal physician and her family's inherited medicinal recipes. The reality of her words struck him, causing his smile to momentarily turn serious. The old lady, however, seemed unconcerned by the matter, as marrying into the Chun family was a straightforward affair, and the palace had long ceased its entanglements. She stated, "It is for the best if there are no lingering issues. The young lady is innocent and untainted. Unaware of the complexities, it is preferable to keep her out of any trouble." Xiao Mo did not linger in Songha Hall for long. After stepping outside and taking a few strides, he pondered for a moment before inquiring, "Has Miss Biao's foot injury healed?" His most frequent companions were the 2 guards, Wu Ming, who was visible, and Wu Ying, who remained in the shadows. Today, it was Wu Ying who accompanied him. Thus he had clearly perceived why his master had appeared outside that night. Wu Ying replied, "Yes, it has healed." The doctor we later consulted even praised the efficacy of the ointment. However, Miss Biao did not respond to him. For a time, Xiao Mo fell silent. Upon returning to Mingzhi Hall, he took the opportunity to wash away the dust of the day. The following day, Shuyao rose early to prepare herself. She had a total of 2 outfits, and Xiao Wei selected the light blue dress for her, paired with a sleeveless gold-threaded vest. Her hair was styled into a graceful and unique side bun, adorned with a pearl comb. Xiao Wei briefly glanced at a delicate yellow silk flower in the makeup box, ultimately diverting her gaze. She felt a twinge of regret. If only the young lady were not in mourning, she could have worn this flower in her hair, enhancing her beauty. Shuyao gazed at her elegantly coiffed reflection in the mirror and smiled. This is just right. Moderation is key. Yet, Xiao Wei, after inspecting the mirror, removed the pearl comb and chose another comb with slightly yellowish beads. Shuyao looked again and noted that it indeed added a touch of color compared to the silver-white one, prompting her to smile and praise her. You truly have an eye for beauty. Even without flowers, you still strive to enhance my appearance. As customary, Shuyao set out with her 2 maids, Xiao Wei and Huixiang. The young ladies and gentlemen of the estate were to first pay their respects to the matriarch in Songha Hall before departing together. When Shuyao appeared in the already crowded Songha Hall, she instantly captured the attention of all present. She obediently approached the matriarch, Xiao Laofuren, to bow and greet her. The elderly lady grasped her hand, inspecting her from different angles, and remarked to the Duchess, "I have already told you, this girl can indeed look more beautiful. Although it is said that one is adorned by their clothing, she wears her garments in a distinctive manner." Under the scrutiny of so many eyes, Shuyao felt a blush rise to her cheeks. How can Yaoer be as splendid as the matriarch describes? Xiao Laofuren chuckled and patted her hand. You simply do not often present yourself before others. Otherwise, those ladies would struggle to maintain their titles. She was likely referring to the beauties and talented individuals of the capital. In that moment, everyone was amused by the matriarch's words. Lu Shi glanced at her niece beside her, realizing that it was indeed Shuyao who had evoked such admiration. However, the elderly lady had not been so overt in her compliments, merely expressing a simple praise. Lu Qingwan was adorned in a canary yellow dress with a pale pink vest. She even sported a pink silk flower in her hair, appearing from a distance like a budding flower, exuding an ineffable charm. Yet, the slenderness of her figure did not quite align with the matriarch's aesthetic preferences. In contrast, the Su family girl, despite her understated elegance, possessed a rosy complexion, bright eyes, naturally red lips, and a graceful silhouette. Today, her side bun revealed a delicate neck, accentuated by a hint of lilac at her ear, showcasing her youthful beauty and gentle demeanor to perfection. As Lady Xiao lavished praise upon Shuyao, the expressions of the women present varied significantly, and even the 2 young gentlemen in attendance appeared somewhat ill at ease. Xiao Jinwen cast a fleeting glance her way. Ever since the incident with the scarlet pouch, he had endeavored to suppress this peculiar sentiment. However, upon encountering her again after many days, he found himself unable to quell the unusual stirrings within his heart. Sensing a gaze upon her, Shuyao was engaged in conversation with her 3rd sister, oblivious to his scrutiny. Their eyes met briefly, yet he was immediately drawn to his mother's gaze, imbued with a hint of inquiry, perhaps even concern. "Jinwen, are you unwell?" Lady Xiao inquired. Startled, Xiao Jinwen involuntarily flinched, forcing a smile as he replied, "Mother has noticed. I fear I did not sleep well last night." He rubbed his eyes, striving to manifest a semblance of genuine fatigue. Lady Lu observed her son and remarked, "If you are weary, it would be best not to attend." Xiao Jinwen lowered his head, contemplating for a moment before responding, "Very well then." Chapter 46. The Flowing Waters. Lady Lu recalled that her son was already betrothed and thus need not join the festivities. Beside him, Xiao Jinrong glanced at his younger brother, his countenance easing into a more relaxed expression. Though he was 2 years Jinwen's senior, the latter seemed to embody the role of an elder brother. Xiao Jinwen consistently exuded an air of courtesy, his smile gentle, and his demeanor considerate. Within the Duke of Cheng's residence, Xiao Mo was an unparalleled figure, born to the title of heir apparent without contest. Xiao Jinrong never compared himself to that esteemed individual, yet in the presence of his younger brother, he felt overshadowed. Jinwen appeared flawless in every regard, earning the admiration of everyone from the servants to the matriarch. He seemed devoid of faults, striving for perfection in all endeavors. In his company, others were inevitably drawn to him. Furthermore, with the presence of cousin Lu, it was likely that young ladies of her ilk favored such a disposition. Listening to the chatter around him, Xiao Jinrong's gaze drifted towards the center of the gathering. It was rumored that the solitary daughter of the Su family had injured her ankle that day. Remarkably, she seemed to have recovered swiftly. He had deliberately chosen to confront her that evening, spurred by the words of a maid in cousin Lu's household, hoping to teach her a lesson or frighten her into refraining from her relentless pursuit of favor. Unexpectedly, he found that she had already sustained an injury herself. Considering she had the sense not to report the incident to the Chen family, he decided to let the matter rest. After exchanging pleasantries, the guests departed through the second gate and boarded their carriage. Aware that Xiao Jinwen would not be joining them, the matriarch summoned her second grandson, Xiao Jinrong, instructing him to keep a watchful eye over the young ladies of the household. Xiao Jinrong assented dutifully, though he suspected that this did not extend to the Su family's solitary daughter. With her cunning nature, she hardly required his oversight. Once the children had left, the matriarch turned to her daughter-in-law, inquiring, "Where is Mo? He has been absent since morning, and I am unaware of his whereabouts." Wang Shi replied truthfully. The matriarch fell silent, though she wished to send her eldest grandson to check on the young ladies at the banquet. Ultimately, the choice lay with him. Given the Ruan family's attitude, providing the Shun family with an opportunity to save face would not be amiss. To show mercy when one can, especially when the position of the crown prince remains uncertain, Long Sun's visit serves to dispel the rumors of a prince coveting a minister's wife. Both parties have preserved their dignity, ensuring a pleasant future encounter. For this modest banquet, the Duke of Cheng's residence dispatched 3 carriages, with each of the 3 young ladies riding in one, while Xiao Jinrong rode on horseback, accompanied by guards and servants. The Shun residence was merely 2 streets away from the Duke's, allowing them to arrive quite early. Shun Jingshu and Ruan welcomed the guests, but to Su Shuyao's surprise, she encountered the gentleman she had met on her second cousin's wedding day. Observing him escorting Xiao Jinrong to the male guests, she was momentarily taken aback, realizing that he was indeed a member of the Shin family. Noticing Su Shuyao's gaze lingering on her brother, Shun Jingshu felt a tinge of disdain for the Su girl. Even if she admired her elder brother, there was no need for such blatant display. Some discretion would have been appropriate. However, given the prestige of the Shin family, it was evident that this Su maiden was not someone of equal standing. With a smile, Shun Jingshu greeted Xiao Jingshan, adorned in a striking crimson dress. Draped with a deep blue cloak, her hair elegantly styled into a high, serpentine bun, her stature naturally elevated. This ensemble made her stand a head taller than the 3 young ladies from the Duke's residence, indeed giving her an air of uniqueness. While she conversed with Xiao Jingshan, Su Shuyao and Lu Qingwan found themselves intentionally sidelined. Ruan, noticing this, felt a pang of guilt and invited them into the garden. The Shun family had gone to great lengths for this small gathering. The garden featured a lively spring and a meandering stream where various delicacies were presented. This so-called flowing wine arrangement involved placing an array of fruit wines, dishes, and pastries on trays, allowing them to drift downstream to the guests. Seated on either side of the waterway, the male and female guests could request the attendants to retrieve the trays as they floated by. Furthermore, an array of blossoms adorned the guests' backdrop, including seasonal chrysanthemums and potted roses and camellias, enveloping the attendees in a floral haven. With the gentle flow of water before them and fragrant aromas wafting around, what could be more delightful? Perhaps due to Madame Ruan's personal guidance, Su Shuyao and Lu Qingwan found themselves seated more towards the front, even in the middle of the gathering. As they settled in, whispers began to circulate. Who are these 2? They are simply stunning. One is as delicate as a willow, while the other is as pure as a lotus. It seems they are not from the capital, having come with the 3rd young lady from the Duke of Cheng's residence. Most of the chatter came from the women, while the male guests across the way expressed their astonishment with admiring glances. A few dandy youths stared unabashedly, while others, more reserved, simply glanced before lowering their heads. Among the more composed was the second son of the Qingyuan Marquis, Wang Xiaowei, who had previously encountered the 2 at the Duke's residence and now offered only a polite smile. Today, as the host, Shun Xiaoyu greeted Su Shuyao with a friendly smile. Despite feeling the scrutinizing gazes, whether intentional or not, Su Shuyao managed to maintain her composure, while Lu Qingwan blushed. Adding an extra layer of delicate charm, that only stirred the hearts of the men nearby. Xiao Jinrong, witnessing the scene, cast a warning glare. But others dismissed him as merely a secondary son, not taking his discontent seriously. It is a universal truth that everyone possesses a desire for beauty. Who can dictate where others direct their gaze? As the centerpiece of the gathering, Shun Jingshu already had a reputation as a talented woman, complimented by her tall stature and graceful beauty. Though she was to become a concubine to the second prince, who was a favored contender for the throne. Should he ascend to power, the status of a concubine would lose its significance. Hence, for this small banquet, she meticulously planned her attire in a vibrant crimson, seemingly to compensate for not being able to don red on auspicious days, while also harboring a desire to subtly compete with the principal wife. However, upon noticing the attention diverted to Su and Lu, Shun Jingshu felt a pang of regret for her earlier boldness. With a radiant smile, she rose and gestured to a servant in the distance, instructing him to open the spout of the nearby spring. As the mist-laden water cascaded down with a gentle roar, it captivated the guests' attention. As the water reached the guests, its flow slowed due to the gradual flattening of the slope. The steward, having received instructions, busily called upon the servants to place the dishes and wines onto the trays floating on the water's surface. The sounds of admiration filled the air, not necessarily due to the quality of the dishes, but rather the elegance and novelty of the presentation, as such a feast was not easily arranged by all. Even Wang Xiaowei, the second son of the Qingyuan marquis, paused his conversation to gaze upstream. Fortunately, he was seated near the front, and in a matter of moments, a servant retrieved a platter of crab-stuffed oranges and presented it before him. The dish, where crab meat and roe are steamed within an orange shell, harmoniously blending citrus aroma with the freshness of crab, offered an exquisite taste. Initially, only the guests at the front received the first few plates, but as more trays floated forth, the guests at the back gradually received their share as well. While savoring the delicacies, guests praised the Shun family's efforts. The attending maid informed them that the idea originated from the eldest daughter of the Shun family, prompting further compliments for Shun Jingshu, lauding her as a truly talented woman recognized by the emperor, capable of such ingenuity even at a banquet. Seated at the foremost position among the female guests, Shun Jingshu listened to the praises with an increasingly genuine smile. Clad in red, she exuded poise and grace. In such splendid surroundings, it seemed everyone had forgotten that she was merely a concubine unworthy of a grand wedding, a term often softened by her association with the prince. The Shun family's ostentation garnered admiration from the men, while some of the young ladies remained skeptical of her charm. Among the attendees sat a slightly plump young lady, indulging in delicacies while remarking, "One might think she is destined to become the prince's consort, given her audacity." Dressed in a delicate gold and peach-hued floral robe, the young woman's demeanor lacked the usual modesty expected of a lady, and her words demonstrated a certain disrespect towards the host family. While some might assume that her audaciousness towards the granddaughter of the esteemed Shun Taifu stemmed from noble origins or some form of backing, the truth was far less grand. This lady, known as Shi Zhongyu, bore a name that invited mockery due to its phonetic resemblance to something humorous. Despite her surname, she was merely an inconspicuous, illegitimate daughter from the second branch of the cavalry general's household. The legitimate offspring of the general belonged to the main branch. So one might wonder why this illegitimate daughter would dare to jest at Shun Jingshu's expense. The answer lay in the eldest legitimate daughter of the Shi family, Shi Qiyue, who was rumored to be the chosen consort for the second prince by the empress. Notably, both she and Shun Jingshu were regarded as the twin beauties of the capital, frequently compared to one another. Thus, Shi Zhongyu's words were an act of defense for her cousin. As soon as Shi Zhongyu spoke, a hush fell over the gathering. Several young ladies discreetly covered their faces with their sleeves, stifling their laughter. For a moment, no one responded. Just when it seemed the air would grow cold, another voice lazily interjected, "Who says otherwise? The invitation was sent to the house, and I am here merely to witness her folly. Yet, my brother insists she is admirable." The speaker was Wang Zhujun, the legitimate daughter of the Qingyuan marquis, a formidable character who feared no one. Her engagement in the conversation with the inconspicuous illegitimate daughter stemmed not from camaraderie, but from her disdain for Shun Jingshu. As for her brother, he was the man seated across from her, Wang Xiaowei. Their words, though soft, were clear enough for those nearby to hear. Wang Xiaowei immediately cast a piercing glance in their direction, followed by the supporters of Shun Jingshu. One retorted, What has Sister Jingzhu done to deserve this? Must we speak derisively at such a banquet? Which lady does not aspire to be the principal wife? But can she control that? The response continued. Did she not have an opportunity with young Master Xiao? Yet she chose to play both sides. Who can she blame for that? This remark sent a tremor through the assembly. Several attendees set down their cups, straining to catch this rare tidbit of gossip. Shun Jingzhu's smile faltered. For while she might not have directly heard these words, the channels of gossip were plentiful. The gazes and ears of those present inevitably turned towards the unfolding drama. The table was occupied by young ladies and gentlemen, devoid of elder supervision, and even her usual supporter, the matron Ruan, had discreetly withdrawn. Shun Jingzhu then glanced at her brother, Shun Xiaoyu, for despite their strained relationship, her reputation would inevitably reflect upon him as the eldest son of the Shun household. Yet, Shun Xiaoyu remained unfazed, leisurely enjoying his meal, seemingly indifferent to the unfolding chaos. A surge of resentment welled up within Shun Jingzhu. Her brother appeared to have never stood by her side. He was preoccupied with thoughts of his missing sister, unaware that the true reality lay before him. Contemplating these matters, Shun Jingzhu became increasingly resolute in her ambitions, inspired by the cold, ruthless woman who had imparted her objective. Although the Empress and the second prince had toyed with her, should they ascend to the highest echelons of power, her endurance today would prove worthwhile. As she sipped her fruit wine, her determination solidified further. At that moment, a commotion arose at the entrance, and a voice announced loudly, "The second prince has arrived." Everyone turned their gaze to see the second prince, adorned in a crimson dragon robe, approaching the courtyard surrounded by a retinue of guards. Following closely behind were the hurriedly arriving Shen Xinyan and the visibly pleased Ruan. The young lady at the table, who had been arguing with Shi Zhongyu and Wang Zhujun, shot a fierce glance at the two, her face betraying a sense of triumph. Meanwhile, Shun Jingzhu, seated at the head, tightened her grip on her wine cup, yet she restrained herself from displaying any overt reaction due to customary decorum. It was only when the second prince drew near that she, along with the other guests, rose to perform a respectful bow. The second prince, flanked by his entourage, cast a gentle glance towards Shun Jingzhu and addressed the assembly. No need for excessive formalities. Today, I am here for Miss Jingzhu's modest banquet, just like all of you. Please, indulge in your drinks and conversations without letting my presence dampen your spirits. Zhu Jingrui was already strikingly handsome, and with his demeanor akin to that of a clear breeze and bright moon, he stirred the hearts of the young ladies present. Even Shun Jingzhu felt her cheeks flush under his gaze. With the second prince's arrival, Shen Xinyan and Ruan also found it inappropriate to leave, and the atmosphere at the banquet grew noticeably quieter. After he had exchanged pleasantries with the palace attendants and taken a brief seat, he soon departed. Just as the guests were beginning to relax, word came that the heir of the Chengguo Ducal's residence had arrived. The attendees exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions akin to witnessing a ghost. Chapter 48. The care of Xiao Mo. The news of Xiao Mo's visit to the Shun residence stirred even the languid Su Shuyao from her stupor. Could it be that this cold and composed heir still harbored feelings for Shun Jingzhu, taking advantage of her unmarried status to play the role of a lovesick suitor? Not only Su Shuyao, but others shared a similar sentiment. However, many believed that Xiao Mo's presence was a testament to the fact that the enmity between the Shun and Xiao families was merely a fabrication. It was not as the rumors suggested. Shun Jingzhu did not seek to ascend socially through the second prince, nor was she forcibly taken from her husband. It was likely that the dissolution of the engagement stemmed from mutual consent. With Xiao Mo's arrival, the previous top seat for male guests was vacated. Under the scrutiny of all, this heir greeted Shun Jingzhu amicably, without the longing glances or words that Su Shuyao and others had anticipated. Xiao Mo took a seat beside Shen Xiaoyu, dressed in a dark robe embroidered with cloud patterns, his hair neatly tied back, setting him apart from the other young gentlemen present. Shun Jingzhu gazed at the man who was rightfully hers, her emotions swirling in a complex tapestry of feelings. Regret? Undoubtedly. There was a trace of it. She could have chosen to forego the pursuit of an uncertain future and simply await the proposal from the Duke of Cheng's residence with tranquility. Just days prior, Shun Jingzhu learned that Xiao Mo was aware of her correspondence with the second prince. No wonder he had grown increasingly indifferent towards her after returning to the capital, even to the point of ignoring her completely. As she discreetly observed the man across from her, her mind wandered. By this point in the banquet, no one was reaching for the platters floating in the water, and the presence of a second-grade military leader stifled any loud chatter. Even Shi Zhongyu and Wang Zhujun had become considerably more subdued. Xiao Mo had merely sampled a few dishes before setting down his chopsticks. During the meal, he cast a few glances towards the ladies of the court. Upon noticing the rare sight of his older brother, Xiao Jingshan waved enthusiastically at him. Xiao Mo's gaze then shifted to Su Shuyu, who, upon seeing him, took several sips of the fruit wine on the table, causing his brow to furrow in irritation. He recalled his grandmother's words, urging him to look after the young ladies of the household. This girl from Huzhou was utterly reckless, drinking merrily in an unfamiliar residence. As he observed her lips, which had grown even more crimson after indulging in the wine, he felt an inexplicable sense of displeasure. Turning his attention to the gentleman at his side, he was unsurprisingly met with several flushed faces. Even Xiao Jingsong was glancing in her direction. However, perhaps his interest was in the Lu family's cousin instead. After a moment's contemplation, Xiao Mo decided to rise and exit the gathering. Su Shuyu had initially been seated between Lu Qingwan and Xiao Jingshan. Yet, unlike her, Xiao Jingshan, as the third daughter of the Duke of Cheng, was well acquainted with such gatherings. Having recently been betrothed, she radiated a spirit of joy and mingled with others like a butterfly flitting among flowers. After expressing her fatigue to the lady beside her, she changed seats. Su Shuyu glanced at Lu Qingwan, who remained silent under the gaze of the gentleman. Then at the proper young lady who had taken Xiao Jingshan's place, feeling a distinct sense of boredom. As she contemplated stepping outside for a breath of fresh air, a strange maid from the Shun residence approached her. "Miss Su, someone is looking for you outside," the maid whispered in her ear. Noticing the presence of several members of the Duke's household, including Xiao Jingsong across from her, she felt a flicker of curiosity. Suddenly, she recalled the eldest son of the Shin family. With an image of his slender frame, nearly blown away by a gust of wind, her heart stirred with an unexpected pang. Was he seeking her out for some inquiry? Despite any potential threat he might pose, she felt an unexplainable warmth towards him. "Very well, I shall follow you," she said, and after a brief exchange, she departed the courtyard with Xiaowei. To her surprise, she did not find the eldest son of the Shun family awaiting her. Instead, Xiao Mo stood beneath a vine trellis, stripped bare of leaves, gazing in her direction. Su Shuyu bowed from a distance. "Cousin." Seeing him merely nod in acknowledgement, she prepared to walk away. At this moment, the maid had already departed, leaving her uncertain about the whereabouts of the person seeking her. Wait a moment. Just as she was about to leave, she heard someone behind her say this. Su Shuyu turned in surprise, realizing that the person searching for her might be right before her. She looked up with a hint of confusion, only to find this young master gazing intently at her. His eyes lingered on her face, perhaps her lips, and then he frowned slightly, as if displeased. Remembering his previous biases against her, Su Shuyu instinctively pressed her lips together. Xiao Mo observed the young lady before him, noting that she seemed particularly radiant today, a departure from her usual demure demeanor. Her hair, styled with a slight tilt, was adorned with a golden osmanthus pearl pin, revealing a delicate earlobe, smooth and pinkish white. His gaze shifted slightly. "Have you been drinking?" Upon seeing her look up at him in surprise, he added after a moment, "Grandmother asked me to keep an eye on you." Su Shuyo's previously wandering thoughts returned to focus. She considered her unfamiliarity with this young master. Their encounters had been scarce and marked by mockery or warnings, or she had merely been treated as a human cushion. Surely, he had no authority over whether she drank or not. She hesitated, realizing that in the absence of the Duke, this young master indeed wielded the rights of a head of the family. In that case, his concern over the younger generation's drinking seemed somewhat justified. However, upon hearing it was the old matriarch's request, Su Shuyu couldn't help but smile shyly. "I haven't drunk much. Thank you for your reminder, cousin." She gestured with her hand, indicating a modest amount. Seeing her playful demeanor, Xiao Mo raised an eyebrow and chuckled. Yet, as his gaze shifted elsewhere, he resumed his previous aloof demeanor. You should head back. Also, remind them to drink less when out, to avoid falling prey to unscrupulous schemes." Grateful for this rare kindness from the young master, Su Shuyu beamed. "We will be cautious, and I'll relay your words to my cousins as well. You must take care too, cousin." With that, she left in high spirits, unconcerned with whether he looked astonished. Shen Jingzhu, standing inside the door for a while, had been observing Xiao Mo and intended to speak with him. However, just then, she saw the solitary daughter of the Su family approach him. Smiling brightly, and calling him cousin. This usually stern man, known for his lack of warmth towards others, was now kindly advising her against drinking. There was a hint of tenderness in his smile that Shen Jingzhu had never experienced before. When had he ever spoken to her with such gentleness? If he and T always maintained a cold faade, how could she have ever found herself drawn to the second prince? Noticing Su Shuyu nearing, Shen Jingzhu hurriedly retreated. Xiao Mo furrowed his brow as he gazed ahead when suddenly, a low chuckle came from behind. What are you staring at? Lost in thought. He turned to meet Wang Xiaowei's inquisitive smile. Chapter 49. Double herbal medicine, eh? Where did she go? I thought I just heard a woman's voice. Seeing that he was ignored, Wang Xiaowei spoke again. Xiao Mo cast a faint glance at him and remarked, the young lady of the residence. Upon hearing this, Wang Xiaowei lost interest. There were only a few young ladies in the Duke Cheng's residence. 2 had already been married off, leaving only Xiao Jingshan and an illegitimate daughter. Xiao Jingshan was paired with her half-brother, while he could scarcely remember what the illegitimate daughter looked like. Observing his cousin across the table, Wang Xiaowei pondered on the implications of Jing Shu entering the royal residence. What were the Shun family thinking, binding themselves to her so early? Xiao Mo furrowed his brow and advised him to mind his own business before departing. Wang Xiaowei contemplated his retreating figure. Back in the courtyard, even the elegant gathering lost its charm as the evening progressed, with some guests excusing themselves to relieve themselves and others to stroll and admire the scenery. As the host, Shun Jingshu suggested taking the guests to see the star-picking platform at the Shun residence. While it was called the star-picking platform, it was essentially a high platform constructed by the Shen family, taking advantage of the terrain. Surrounding it were pines and bamboos, with a winding waterway at the base and stone steps leading from the foot of the hill to the top. Since there was nothing else to occupy them, the guests saw no reason to refuse. However, Shi Zhongyu and Wang Zhuqing, having spoken ill of the host family during the banquet, felt it inappropriate to join. Shen Jingshu then turned her attention to a few members of the Duke Cheng's household, inquiring if Miss Su would not like to take a stroll as well. Although the Shun garden lacked the grandeur of the Duke's residence, it possessed its own unique charm worthy of admiration. Su Shuyao was slightly taken aback. This was the first time since her arrival that someone from the other side had spoken to her directly, as such inquiries were typically directed at Xiao Jingshan. She felt a twinge of irony. She had been the one invited, yet the demeanor presented was rather standoffish. However, the decision to go or not was not hers to make. Perhaps the old lady of the Shun family thought them of a suitable age and was striving to create opportunities for them to venture outside. Su Shuyao had no desire to visit the star-picking platform, especially after the young master's prior admonition. Thank you for the invitation, Miss Shun, but we shall not go, she said, pulling the eager Xiao Jingshan back. Shen Jingshu did not press further, instead instructing the maidservants to attend to the guests diligently and not to neglect them. Yet, she cast a final cold glance back before leaving. After Shen Jingshu's departure, the courtyard, once bustling with the elegant gathering, now contained only a sparse few individuals. Su Shuyao glanced around and noted that apart from them, only Shi Xiaonyang and Wang Xiaonyang remained, prompting a sense of foreboding within her. As she had anticipated, Wang Zhuqing and Xiao Jingshan quickly conspired to lead them to a more entertaining location. What is there to see at the star-picking platform? In broad daylight, climbing up only reveals the sun, not the stars. It's utterly exhausting. We've climbed before, after all. Su Shuyao then turned her attention to Lu Qingwan, asking if her cousin wished to join. Lu Qingwan hesitated. Is it permissible for me not to go alone? Coincidentally, Su Shuyao also preferred not to attend. She then inquired where Xiao Jingshan intended to go, urging her to return early. After they departed, the remnants of the banquet were cleared away, replaced by steaming cups of tea. The maidservants of the Shan residence were particularly attentive. Su Shuyu took a sip of tea, recalling the pastries she had tasted earlier. Perhaps it was due to their having floated on the water for a while, but they carried a dampness that rendered them less palatable. She then beckoned to Qiaowei, saying, "What happened to the pastries I brought earlier? Please bring them out to accompany the tea." There were only a few dainty, round morsels nestled in a paper wrapping, and Su Shuyu indulged in two. The pastries were rather sweet, so she refrained from calling for Lu Qingwan, who had never been fond of overly sweet treats. Yet today, to her surprise, Lu Qingwan Qiaowei said, "I would like to try one." Though taken aback, Su Shuyu dismissed the thought, reasoning that perhaps Lu Qingwan was merely curious today. However, after consuming two pastries, she began to feel an unsettling change. Her body grew warm, and her heart burned as if aflame. A flurry of thoughts raced through Su Shuyo's mind. Could it be that the young master was indeed correct? Who was plotting against her? She considered the pastries she had consumed and wondered if Xiao Wei had a hand in it. Yet she quickly dismissed this notion. If Xiao Wei intended to harm her, she would have acted long before this moment. Struggling against her discomfort, Su Shuyu addressed the two maidservants. Accompany me outside for a moment. I have a bit of a stomachache. After exchanging a nod with Lu Qingwan, she exited the courtyard. As they stepped outside, a few maidservants were bustling about. Xiao Wei soon realized something was amiss, for Su Shuyo's previously dry complexion was now glistening with perspiration. Her cheeks were flushed, and her eyes sparkled with an unsettling allure. Upon considering the possibility, Xiao Wei grew anxious. Su Shuyu leaned closer, lowering her voice. Do not ask anything. Let us return quickly. Help me to the carriage. If anyone inquires, we shall say I have a stomachache and need to head back. Thus, Huixiang and Xiao Wei each took an arm, aiding Su Shuyu toward the second gate. However, after their departure, Lu Qingwan found herself in a similar predicament. The maidservant, recalling Su Shuyo's hasty exit, tentatively asked, Miss, do you need to use the restroom? Allow me to assist you. Lu Qingwan nodded, but upon reaching the courtyard's edge, she turned left. Wait, miss, you're going the wrong way. The maidservant began. But before she could finish, Lu Qingwan collided headfirst with a man. Upon closer inspection, she realized it was none other than young Master Xiao from the Duke's household. He had been lingering in the courtyard, deterred from leaving by his grandmother's earlier admonitions. Stepping out for some fresh air, he had heard from a servant that the young lady from the Su family had also emerged. Just as he was heading back, he encountered Lu Qingwan. With her face aflame, Lu Qingwan, breathless, addressed Xiao Jinrong, cousin, help me. Tears began to well in her eyes. Xiao Jinrong's heart raced. Though he had harbored feelings for his cousin, he had never imagined being so close to her. What is it? He asked, his voice hoarse. I think I may have been poisoned. Take me to find a doctor, Lu Qingwan stammered, leaning ever closer to him. Xiao Jinrong was not inexperienced. He recognized the signs from previous encounters with women seeking his affection. Upon this realization, his cheeks flushed a deep crimson. After a moment, he lifted his gaze towards the maid, commanding her to approach. The maid had just witnessed her mistress collide directly into the embrace of the second young master, and there was no time left to intervene. Now, observing her demeanor, she instantly comprehended the situation that had unfolded. She intended to summon another maid. Yet before she could articulate her request, Lu Qingwan, mindful of his desire for discretion, appeared as though she might topple over. Xiao Jinrong hurriedly caught her once more. Chapter 50. Taken away by him seeing Lu Qingwan in a rather precarious state, Xiao Jinrong permitted her to lean against him. However, her manner of leaning was less than appropriate, as she shifted her body against him. Being of a youthful and impetuous age, Xiao Jinrong could not help but experience a reaction. Eventually, the maid arrived, yet the second young master did not instruct them to assist Lu Qingwan. Instead, he removed his outer robe and draped it over her before lifting her horizontally into his arms. Meanwhile, as Su Shuyu and her two maids exited, they encountered the eldest son of the Shen family. He appeared to have just returned from seeing off a guest and, upon hearing from her maid that his mistress was suffering from stomach pains, inquired with genuine concern whether it was serious. He suggested that if it were severe, she might take a respite at the Shun residence while he fetched a doctor. Su Shuyu, suppressing her discomfort, declined, her face flushed and conveying an air of embarrassment. As a man, Shen Xiaoyu could not help but ponder the unspoken reasons that might afflict a woman, and thus he waved them off, allowing them to depart. Once the esteemed young master of the Shen family had been dismissed, the three of them exhaled in relief. Just when Su Shuyu believed she could discreetly resolve this troublesome matter without anyone being the wiser, she unexpectedly spotted Xiao Mo standing beside the carriage of the Duke's residence. In that instant, with the effects of the medicine overwhelming her senses, Su Shuyu felt an impending sense of collapse. Why was Xiao Mo here? Could she conceal her condition from him? Wiping the perspiration from her brow, she endeavored to steady her voice, addressing him, young master. Whether it was her imagination or not, her voice carried an unmistakable undertone. As per usual, Xiao Mo remained silent. Yet, unable to contain herself, Su Shuyu quickly added, Shuyu is feeling unwell, so I shall take my leave. Having uttered her words, she attempted to pass by him, covering her face. Wait, Su Shuyu, already overwhelmed with emotions, found herself seized before she could complete her sentence. Xiao Mo scrutinized her, inquiring, "What is the matter?" Su Shuyu gritted her teeth, her head bowed in embarrassment. The sensation of his powerful grip on her forearm felt all too real. She refrained from speaking, fearful that her voice might shatter under the strain. Xiao Mo furrowed his brow, casting his gaze towards the two maids beside her. Xiao Wei and Hui Xiong stood pale-faced, as if their mistress were under the influence of an aphrodisiac. Could things possibly worsen with the presence of a man? Although he was the eldest son of the household, and she ought to address him as cousin, her natural beauty had already been captivating enough, and now. "Speak." With the two maids remaining silent, Xiao Mo reiterated his question, his voice authoritative and impossible to dismiss. Hui Xiong stammered, It seems she is under the influence of something." Xiao Mo's expression was as tranquil as water, his gaze meticulously scanning the delicate maiden before him. Her lips appeared as if they might bleed. A vibrant shade of red. A pair of enchanting peach blossom eyes met his, exuding a hint of pity and a plea for mercy. Yet, the tightly clenched jaw revealed an inherent stubbornness. "Get in the carriage." Upon uttering these words, he grasped the young lady's arm and ushered her inside. Shuyao, still possessing a fragment of clarity, croaked, "You needn't." Her alarm was mirrored by her two maidservants, who, while distressed, were powerless to intervene. The original coachman had been replaced by the nameless bodyguard of the young lord. Xiao Mo did not summon the maidservants to join them, leaving them to trail beside the carriage. Occasionally, as the wind lifted a corner of the carriage curtain, they caught a glimpse of the scene inside, both wearing expressions of unease. Several times, the young lady seemed on the verge of leaning into the young lord's embrace, only to be gently pushed away by him. Xiao Wei felt a slight relief in her heart, thankful that her young mistress was in the company of the young lord. Given her mistress's striking beauty, had she encountered someone else, the outcome would indeed be troubling to contemplate. Fortunately, a figure like the young lord, a dragon among men, had likely encountered numerous beauties and thus did not regard their young lady as remarkable. As Xiao Wei's thoughts swirled chaotically, the carriage, having left the Shun residence, did not head toward the duke's manor. Could it be that the young lord intended to summon a physician for the young lady? Her confusion did not linger long. After approximately the duration of half a stick of incense, the carriage halted before a residence. The two maidservants exchanged solemn glances. They observed the bodyguard, who maintained a composure that exceeded even his master's, remaining silent and dutifully executing his orders. The carriage approached the gate but did not stop, continuing on until it reached a row of houses, where it finally came to a standstill. With a swift motion, the curtain was drawn aside, revealing the interior. Xiao Mo furrowed his brow and extended a hand towards the two maidservants who had rushed over, seemingly about to speak. Yet, upon glancing at the young lady, who was slumped at his side, he lowered his hand. After a moment of hesitation, he hoisted Su Shuyao up and carried her into the house. Reminiscent of a dockworker bearing a heavy sack, Hui Xiong remained in a daze, receiving a sharp nudge from the nameless bodyguard before he entered the house. Xiao Wei promptly pinched Hui Xiong, and the two of them followed inside. Within the room, Su Shuyao was becoming increasingly disoriented. Earlier, when Xiao Mo had cast her aside, she had managed to remain propped against the mat, reminding herself to avoid contact with him. Suddenly, a wave of coolness enveloped her, prompting her to cling desperately to him. Xiao Mo observed her intently, noting her damp face, her lips slightly parted, revealing a hint of her delicate tongue. His grip instinctively tightened, eliciting a soft sound from her throat. Whether of pain or something else, he could not discern. When he looked again, her eyes were glistening with tears. The man's brow furrowed even deeper, and after a prolonged moment, he finally moved toward the water basin within the room. With a resounding splash, the water erupted, drenching the man's already perspiring face, body, and even his ankles. This residence had long been uninhabited, and the water was naturally icy and piercing. Su Xiao had just been grappling with that refreshing chill when she unexpectedly fell into the water, floundering for a moment as she bobbed up and down. Perhaps due to her already weakened state, she found it difficult to find solid ground. Just as she felt she might drown, something pulled her back, allowing her to resurface. In the long-abandoned bathing room, a series of coughs echoed, startling Chen Chun and sending Liang Ke into flight. It took Su Xiao quite some time to catch her breath. Gradually, the intense heat enveloping her started to dissipate, granting her a semblance of clarity. As she opened her eyes, she met the gaze of the man above her. his dark eyes fixed upon her, exuding an unspoken intimidation. Chapter 51. Save her, please help me buy some medicine, Xiao said, avoiding the piercing gaze. Xiao Mo remained silent for a while before extending his hand. Xiao, huddled in the pool, was aware that she should evade that hand, yet found herself unable to move her legs. Xiao Mo merely stirred the water, and she felt her already drenched body unconsciously brush against his hand. "Are you uncomfortable?" he inquired, his brows slightly raised, scrutinizing the young woman before him with an unfathomable depth in his eyes. Xiao's heart trembled. She struggled to suppress the insistent itch within her, akin to ants gnawing at her. Although she had remained untouched by men, her previous experiences in Huzhou studying numerous erotic scrolls left her acutely aware of her predicament. Yet, she could not act. Before her stood Xiao Mo, which made her resolve even stronger. Taking that step would obliterate all her efforts at the Duke of Cheng's residence. To a man, such matters might be trivial, merely relegating her to the status of a concubine, given her background. However, if this led to her brother's disgrace or disappointment for the esteemed elder Mrs. Xiao, it would be a grave miscalculation. The old lady had treated her with such kindness, not intending for her to tarnish the reputation of her most esteemed grandson. Xiao bit her lip and turned her head away, striving to suppress the unnameable sounds threatening to escape her lips. "Please help me buy some medicine." Her maternal grandfather was a renowned physician, and the Yangchen family also possessed some medical knowledge. Xiao had absorbed a modicum of this medical wisdom, understanding that her condition did not necessarily require intimate relations, but rather could be treated with the appropriate remedies. Xiao Mo regarded her for a moment, extending his hand once more, causing her heart to leap into her throat. Yet, he merely rested his right hand upon her wrist, remaining still for a while. As he seemed to be checking her pulse, she was left uncertain whether she felt more disappointment or embarrassment. After a brief moment, his hand fell away. "Good," he declared before stepping outside. Shortly thereafter, Xiao Wei and Xiang entered, their faces paling as they beheld their young mistress in such a disheveled state in the pool. They recalled the young master's earlier words, "Go in and attend to your young mistress's bathing and dressing." It seemed he had gone to the cleansing room. Thus, what was there left to misunderstand? Though the young lady was thoroughly drenched and her attire disheveled, her belt remained impeccably tied. Could it be that the young master was truly this impatient? The two approached the edge of the pool, and upon testing the water's temperature, they were once again taken aback. It was astonishingly cold. Observing Xiao's figure pressed against the icy wall of the pool, her expression was one of ambiguous enchantment. Xiang hurriedly went over to pull her away. "Miss, wake up quickly. Such frigid water, the young master really is." Even if it could bring some comfort to the young lady, it would be hard to ensure she wouldn't suffer from lingering ailments later on. After a strenuous struggle with Xiao Wei and Xiang, they finally managed to draw her out. Fortunately, the young ladies always brought a spare set of clothing to prevent unexpected situations. They busily removed the wet garments from their mistress, dried her off, and helped her into a clean outfit. By the time Xiao was finally dry, Xiao Wei and Xiang were both drenched in sweat. Just as they completed their task, an elderly woman entered to guide them, urging them to let their young lady rest. Exiting the bathing chamber, they entered a spacious bedroom. There stood a large bed crafted from purple sandalwood, adorned with patterns of pines and bamboo clouds. In front of the bed was a simple table, and the canopy above was a clean, light blue, not resembling typical bedding for a lady. However, as guests, they had no grounds to comment. After splashing about in the water, Xiao's cheeks still bore a lingering flush. Yet she looked significantly better than when she left the Shun residence. Despite this, faint murmurs escaped her lips, stirring unease in those who heard. As Xiao Wei dabbed the fine sweat from her forehead, she pondered how this matter should conclude. Would the young lady simply lie here in this unfamiliar house? Should a physician be summoned? Lacking any clear idea, she instructed Xiang to step outside and inquire. Upon exiting the inner chamber, Xiang did not find the young master, but instead encountered the same stoic guard. "Hello, young sir. Would you like some cake?" She cautiously attempted to engage. There were only 2 pieces of cake remaining, and upon offering them, she realized their appearance was rather unappealing. Having carried them in her bosom while assisting the young lady, they had become somewhat crumbled. Noticing the guard frown at the pastry without reaching out to accept, she awkwardly withdrew her hand. "If you won't eat, then never mind." Saying this, she stuffed the cake, along with its remnants, into her own mouth. It was only after finishing that she recalled the young lady had become like this after eating the cake. What had happened to her? Witnessing the little maid's startled expression, Wu Ming couldn't help but inquire. No, no, no. Don't come near me, Hui Xiang exclaimed in panic as she saw him approach. Wu Ming shot her a glance, remaining still as expected. Hui Xiang lingered for a moment, realizing she was unharmed, and gradually relaxed. Yet, she had completely forgotten Xiao Wei's instructions. After a while, Xiao Mo returned, and upon reaching the door, he directly asked Wu Ming, "Where is she?" He then entered the bedroom. Inside, the maid was busy wiping sweat from her mistress, and upon seeing him enter, she promptly stood up. Xiao Mo sat casually at the long table, typically adorned with candle holders and books, holding a sandalwood box in his hand. He turned his head to see the maid still standing in place, and waved her away. As he opened the box, he revealed a silk-lined interior where a dark brown pill lay nestled. He then grasped the young lady's cheeks with one hand, pressing the pill directly to her throat. After a moment of bitterness, Shuyao let out a couple of muffled sounds, attempting to push the medicine away with her tongue, only to be restrained by the man's index finger. Eventually, after some time, the medicine was administered. The man, indifferent, wiped his fingers on his clothing. By the time Shuyao regained full consciousness, it was already late afternoon. The young master had come and gone, instructing the two maids to return to the estate once their mistress awakened. Although Shuyao still felt lethargic, her mind was sufficiently clear. As she surveyed her surroundings and recalled the day's events, it felt as though she were caught in a dream. Xiao Wei, having seen her inquire about the young master, wore a complex expression and sighed inwardly. Indeed, the young master had been of great assistance today, yet the young lady had lost much as well. Moreover, it was evident that the young master had already vanished, clearly unwilling to take responsibility. But where could the young lady voice her grievances? It seemed she would have to silently endure this injustice, keeping the matter tightly under wraps to protect her reputation. Shuyao turned her head and saw the maid's distressed expression, mistakenly thinking she was worried about concocting a lie upon their return. She reassured her, "Do not fret. You have all worked hard today, as has the young master." "Worked hard for the young master?" Xiao Wei murmured, feeling a strange sensation within her heart. Chapter 52. The yellow bird lurks behind. The two maids helped their mistress into the carriage, while the elderly servant escorted them to the entrance. Shuyao glanced back, but saw no sign of Xiao Mo or his guard. The carriage fell into a quiet stillness. As Xiao Wei and Hui Xiang fretted over their lady's future, while Shuyao reflected on her experience at the Shun residence. Previously, the food and wine had flowed effortlessly, and she had not perceived any issue, considering the guests from both banks were randomly selected. Even if someone at the Shun residence wished her harm, how could it be so fortuitous? The concern must lie with the subsequent tea and pastries. What about those pastries? She thought, extending her hand towards Xiao Wei. Xiao Wei remained silent, yet Hui Xiang's face flushed. "Mistress, do you still wish for pastries?" She stammered in surprise. Shuyao leaned against Xiao Wei, lacking the strength to engage with the silly girl. "The pastries were consumed," Xiao Wei added. Shuyao raised her eyebrows, thus. It seemed the tea at the Shun residence was indeed suspect. Was it Shen Jingshu? She seemed to genuinely dislike her. Shuyao felt helpless, believing she had done nothing to provoke the eldest daughter of the Shen family. Moreover, how well did they know each other? Aside from delivering messages for the young master at Songha Hall, could it be due to that incident? Furrowing her brow, she remained silent until the carriage halted before the side entrance of the Duke of Chengguo's residence. "Originally, I intended to personally visit Songhang to convey my safety. But as Shuyao's medicinal effects were just beginning to wane and her body was still quite fragile, she decided to have a maid relay the message after returning to Jianzhai. However, it was not long after their return that old Madame Xiao sent for Chunxing. The maid, under the old lady's orders, came to check on the young lady, expressing her concerns upon hearing that the young mistress was unwell and had visited the clinic. The old lady insisted that she would only feel at ease after seeing her in person. Upon witnessing Shuyao's pallor, she urged her to rest well and advised against visiting Songhang for the next few days. Shuyao reflected on her hasty departure from the Shun residence, recalling her conversation with cousin Lu, who would surely not reveal her seeking medical attention. It seemed that the young master had intervened to shield her from the old lady's scrutiny. The thought of Lu Qingwan naturally led her to ponder about Xiao Jingshan, prompting her to inquire, "How are my third cousin and cousin Lu? When did they return?" To her surprise, Chuanxing's reaction to her mention of the two was quite peculiar. The third young lady has returned to the manor, and so has Miss Lu, she replied, her demeanor noticeably awkward. Hui Xiang, witnessing Chuanxing's abruptness, remarked, "It's strange why she reacted so strongly when you mentioned the one from Changwei Courtyard." Unbeknownst to them, Zheng Mama, who had just entered, interjected, "You wouldn't know since you're not in the manor." Shuyao, who had been reclining with a weary expression, lifted her head, questioning, "What is the matter?" "It seems that something has occurred. That young lady may be marrying into our second branch," Zheng Mama remarked with a tone of lament. Upon hearing this, Shuyao's drowsiness dissipated, and even the maids, Qiaowei and Huixiang, were left agog. Seeing their astonishment, Zheng Mama chuckled. "It's not surprising considering the incident at the Shun residence. Miss Lu was drugged, and the second young master intervened to save her." Her words were somewhat hesitant. Yet the next events were all too predictable and did not require elaboration. However, did Lu Qingwan also fall victim to the drug? Shuyao exchanged glances with her maids, their expressions rife with subtle intrigue. Furrowing her brow, Shuyao grew increasingly uneasy. She had initially suspected that Shen Jingzhu had instructed a maid to poison the tea accompanying the pastries, but now she was no longer certain. If Shen Jingzhu wished her harm, surely there would be a motive behind it. She had taken the majority of the guests to the Zhaixing Terrace while instructing a maid to drug the two young ladies from the Duke of Cheng's residence. What was her intention? If Shen Jingzhu was behind this, the three of them should not have been able to leave the Shun residence unimpeded. Logically, someone should have been waiting along their path to tarnish her reputation. Yet, that was not the case. Shuyao recalled the peculiar way Lu Qingwan had requested that piece of pastry from Qiaowei, a cold smile gradually gracing her lips. The scheme was meticulously calculated, truly an impressive stratagem. It appeared that a scapegoat had already been arranged. But was she attempting to shift the blame onto the Shen family or herself? In Jinhua Hall, Chen's countenance was also shrouded in gloom. Aside from her, there were Lu, Xiao Erlao, Xiao Sanlao, and the troublemaking Xiao Ergongzi, alongside the tear-streaked face of Lu Qingwan. A young servant hurriedly approached, exclaiming, "Master, the young lady has returned to the manor." The young servant's mention of the Miss Su was not referring to the present Lu Qingwan, but rather to the lady from Jiyun's studio. What sort of person was she? It was said that her niece had gone to the apothecary in the street to fetch medicine, a fact relayed to her by her mother-in-law's messenger. Although Chun had inquired through the servant, her cold gaze was fixed upon Lu Qingwan. "Miss Su appears to be well, though her complexion is rather pallid," the servant reported. Lu Qingwan's eyes cast downward. "Did you not say that consuming her pastries was the cause of her condition? You claim she was akin to you. How did she come to know to seek antidotes at the apothecary while you two became entangled in this mess?" Chen's agitation was palpable, for it was indisputable that her stepson had been compromised by Lu Qingwan, and he himself was willing to acknowledge this muddled affair. Were it a woman of lesser standing, she could have been discreetly brought in through the back door. However, Lu Qingwan was not one to be treated so lightly, should Chen dare to utter such words. Neither the Lu family nor those from Ningxia would acquiesce. Thus, Chen could only take advantage of the current disarray to humiliate this potential future daughter-in-law. Lu Qingwan, appearing on the verge of collapse, still spoke through tears. "I only mentioned using Miss Su's pastries, and I could never harbor doubts about her intentions. Moreover, I also consumed food and tea from the Shen family." "Ah, so now the blame shifts to the Shen family. Tell me, why would that young lady, with no grievances against you, wish you harm?" Chen listened to Lu's words and grew increasingly convinced of her cunning nature. Her gaze turned icy as it fell upon Xiao Jinrong, yet a faint smile graced her lips. With both the Lu family and the third master present, she refrained from being overly harsh. However, upon reflection, it was clear that marrying this Lu girl paled in comparison to the prospect of uniting with her own niece. Lu Qingwan hesitantly suggested, "Perhaps Miss Su harbors resentment towards the Xiao family, believing that Miss Su has captured the heart of the young master." Chen scoffed. "You truly have a talent for self-aggrandizement. Mother, not only have Lu and Su experienced discomfort, but did you not hear from the third sister that the young lady who offended Miss Shun at the banquet has also fallen ill? It is entirely plausible that the Shun family is behind this." From his position, Xiao Jinrong could not help but defend Lu Qingwan. The second and third masters were sitting uncomfortably, forced to endure the verbal sparring of these women, which was already enough to unsettle them, especially since one of the parties involved was a young lady. Heir was unable to contain his frustration any longer. What was the point of pursuing this matter any further? Without evidence, it was futile. Since the situation had reached this stage, it would be prudent to begin discussing the marriage arrangements. Chun nearly choked on her own distress, despite her best efforts to prevent it. She was left with a daughter-in-law she did not favor. Yet, what could she do? Throughout the discussion, Lu spoke little, occasionally glancing at Lu Qingwan, her thoughts a mystery. Chapter 53. After her departure after the second and third households conferred, they resolved to inform the matriarch of the household about the situation. Lu reflected on how, 2 years prior, her mother-in-law had dissuaded her from pursuing such ideas, feeling a sense of relief. Her niece had resided in the household for over 2 years, and initially, she did entertain thoughts of fostering a closer connection between the two families. As time passed, and their interactions deepened, Lu gradually came to understand the temperament of Lu Qingwan, which was decidedly not the demeanor one would expect from a virtuous daughter-in-law. Observing her sister-in-law from the second household with a grim expression, Lu felt more shame than anything else. After all, she too bore the surname Lu. Upon hearing that the sons and daughters-in-law of both households were approaching her, Madame Xiao of Songha Hall chose not to voice any concerns. Once everyone had settled, Elder Xiao was the first to speak. "Mother, we wish to arrange for Lu to marry Jinrong. What do you think?" Given that the old lady had previously opposed entangling with the Lu family, it was difficult for the elder to articulate his request, especially with the recent troubling developments. Noticing their downcast demeanor, the old lady did not press the issue. "In that case, let us select an auspicious date." However, once they departed, her expression darkened immediately. Although Lu Mama was merely a servant, she had served the old lady for many years. Seeing her sit in silence, she cautiously inquired, "Is the old lady displeased with this match?" Madame Xiao scoffed. "What can be done if I am not satisfied? I only hope that the Lu family can behave themselves after their previous ordeal." With a hint of self-mockery, she added, "At this point, I find myself in agreement with that second daughter-in-law. Had I known, it would have been better to choose that girl instead. She possesses a more generous disposition, a pleasant nature, and her family is devoid of troublesome matters." After a long pause, Madame Xiao continued. Lu Mama was uncertain how to console her mistress. As an old servant of the household, she too believed that Miss Su had a more agreeable temperament. Reflecting on the situation with the young lady from Changwei Courtyard, she anticipated that if she were to become the mistress, there would inevitably be further complications. Yet, such thoughts were futile. What concern was it of a mere servant when even the second lady had failed to accomplish anything? Meanwhile, in Jian's study, Su Shuyao felt the unbearable itch that had been consuming her slowly recede, yet she had perspired excessively that day and felt quite weak. However, she could not remain in bed for too long. Otherwise, if the elders summoned a familiar physician, how could she conceal her condition? Therefore, the following morning, feeling somewhat revitalized, she dressed herself and ventured out. At Songha Hall, the old lady had already instructed Chunqing the previous day that there was no need for Su Shuyao to pay her respects today, leaving her with no choice but to visit Jinhua Hall. She intended to listen to what Lu Qingwan and Xiao Jinrong had to say upon their return yesterday. Perhaps the delicacies prepared by her maid had become the catalyst for their missteps. Not far from Jinhua Hall, Su Shuyao encountered her cousin, Xiao Jingshan, who also bore a pale countenance. Su Shuyao could empathize with her. The prospect of Lu Qingwan becoming her sister-in-law was certainly disheartening for Chun, and thus, the third young lady of the Xiao family was also displeased, having never favored Lu's mannerisms, reminiscent of the beguiling beauty of Westlake. Upon noticing Su Shuyao from afar, Xiao Jingshan scrutinized her from head to toe. After returning the previous day, she had heard about the incident involving Lu Qingwan and her second brother. Subsequently, from their conversations, she had learned that Su Shuyao too seemed to have left early due to some ailment. Given the prior troubles of the first two, Xiao Jingshan could not help but suspect that this cousin before her had also fallen victim to the same treacherous fate. Observing her now, she appears to be in good spirits, seemingly untouched by any misfortune. After a careful inspection, Xiao Jingshan asked with genuine concern, "Cousin, are you well? What transpired yesterday?" Su Shi nodded, "I am fine. Initially, I experienced abdominal pain, followed by a fever, which alerted me to my deteriorating condition. Upon leaving the Shun residence, I hurried to the medical hall, and after receiving treatment, I felt considerably better." Her vague response invited speculation. Insisting it was merely a stomach ache would only raise suspicion, so it was wiser to acknowledge her feverish state as well. Xiao Jingshan scrutinized her further, noting her pallor, likely due to a slight sweat. Then why have you come? Shouldn't you be resting at Jian's studio? Su Shuyu thought to herself. How could I not come? Even standing before you, you seem disbelieving. Yet, she replied gently. I am feeling much improved today, so I thought I would visit Aunt. Xiao Jingshan cast a glance toward the distant Jinhua Hall, her voice lowering conspiratorially. You cannot imagine the chaos that ensued after your departure. My mother is surely beside herself with worry. Despite her proximity, her voice carried. Su Shuyu raised an eyebrow, awaiting further revelations. You are unaware that cousin Lu fell victim to poison and had an incident with second brother, she began. Her cheeks flushing as she glanced at Su Shuyu, conveying a look that suggested shared understanding. Su Shuyu nodded hastily. Xiao Jingshan sighed. Our branch has truly fallen upon misfortune. Fortunately, I shall be marrying next year. Su Shuyu chuckled indeed. Aunt's careful plans have been thwarted by the interference of others. Who knows what turmoil will ensue for our branch in the future? With Lu Qingwan's cunning, it remains uncertain who will ultimately emerge victorious. Xiao Jingshan sighed again, and Su Shuyu felt a twinge of sympathy. With Lu Qingwan now at the helm of the second branch, it would likely become increasingly difficult for her cousin residing there. Such thoughts remained unspoken between them. Instead, Su Shuyu said, let us take things one step at a time. However, it should be noted that with Xiao Jingrong now married, there should be less cause for concern, correct? Their past conflicts primarily stemmed from Xiao Jingrong's overprotectiveness regarding his wife, always wary of Aunt's intentions to match him with someone. As Su Shuyu contemplated these matters, Xiao Jingshan continued, her tone tinged with nostalgia. Cousin, let me share one more incident with you. Before you left, Wang Zhujun and I had planned an outing, but I am unsure what possessed Shi Zhongyu. Halfway through, he began to disrobe. And despite the attempts of those nearby to intervene, it was futile. Coincidentally, Shun Jingshu's party had just ascended the star-picking terrace, witnessing the entire spectacle. Is that so? Su Shuyu found herself at a loss for words to express her reaction. Surely, the Duke of Qinghua's household would attribute Lu Qingwan's poisoning to the Shin family, as misfortunes often come in pairs. However, Su Shuyu remained skeptical. While Shun Jingshu had indeed taught the arrogant Shi Zhongyu a lesson, it had not adversely affected either her or Lu Qingwan. In fact, it had even facilitated Lu Qingwan's marriage prospects. Su Shuyao dared not let her guard down, feeling as if she were treading on thin ice, with the path ahead shrouded in uncertainty. Chapter 54. Delivering Medicine According to Xiao Jingshan. Shi Zhongyu had visited the Shun residence yesterday, accompanied by 2 maids. Upon witnessing their mistress's humiliation, the maids were rendered speechless. By the time they regained their composure, Shi Xiaonyang had already loosened her top garment, revealing a strikingly crimson undergarment. Those present could discern the intricate patterns clearly, and the rumors outside were now rife with details. Xiao Jingshan spoke of these tales with palpable excitement, as if her earlier worries had been entirely forgotten. Shi Xiaonyang was robust and currently in a state of agitation, leaving the 2 maids at a loss, ultimately requiring the assistance of the Shun family's servants to restrain her. Xiao Jingshan had initially called her Jingshu Jia, but after the incident involving Lu Qingwan, she found it difficult to utter the name. Su Shuyao clicked her tongue inwardly, pondering whether the Shi family would come to her aid. Yet, as a mere illegitimate daughter, what could she expect? The Shi family would be grateful, if anything. Were it not for the Shun family's intervention, she might have been utterly exposed. This commotion, however, likely jeopardized Shi Qiuyue's prospects of becoming the second prince's consort. Xiao Jingshan remarked, her expression turning grave, even for someone of her disposition. Su Shuyao listened intently, reflecting on the events that had transpired the previous day, causing an involuntary shiver to run down her spine. As they conversed, they soon arrived at the entrance of Jinhua Hall. Upon seeing them, Mama Wu hurriedly approached, saying, Madam has been quite troubled over the second young master's affairs and has only just risen. However, it should be fine for you 2 young ladies to enter. Upon entering the inner chamber, Su Shuyao and Xiao Jingshan found their aunt indeed appeared as if she had just awakened. Yet, despite having slept for some time, she showed no signs of vitality. On the contrary, her eyelids were puffy, and her complexion was dark, while a maid was applying powder to her face. The stark contrast of her half-white, half-black appearance even caused Su Shuyao, who typically maintained her composure, to lower her head. Chunshi looked at her niece with visible disdain, thinking her utterly useless. That Lu woman had effortlessly captured the heart of her stepson, while she had extended numerous advantages to her niece. Yet nothing fruitful had come of it. The mere thought of Lu Qingwan potentially taking charge of the second household filled Xiao Jingshan with displeasure. Mother, is there no room for change? At that moment, Chen Shi was already preoccupied with her own frustrations and had no desire to converse with her daughter, who had always been more of a hindrance than a help. Thus, she soon dismissed both of them. As Su Shuyao and her third cousin emerged, they spotted Xiao Jing'er ascending the steps to Jinhua Hall. Xiao Jingshan, upon seeing her second brother, adopted a displeased demeanor for the first time. Ever since childhood, Chen Shi had taught her to curry favor with the brothers in the household, particularly with this second brother, and she had always endeavored to do so. However, with Xiao Jing'er having found such an admirable sister-in-law, what could she expect for her future in her marital home? Xiao Jingshan perfunctorily greeted him with a curt second brother before storming off in frustration. Su Shuyao recalled the incident in the garden when Xiao Jing'er had cornered her and felt no inclination to be amiable. She merely nodded in acknowledgement, preparing to leave. Su cousin. At that moment, Xiao Jing'er called out to her, his face sullen, yet she did not approach him. Is something troubling you, cousin? Su Shuyu inquired. Noticing his silence, Xiao Jinrong gazed at the young lady before him, who stood there languidly, reminiscent of her arrival at the manor 2 years prior. Neither too far nor too close, she exuded a calm demeanor. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. Did you also take traditional medicine yesterday? He observed her for a while before making the remark. Su Shuyu, having anticipated this visit to the Jinhua Hall, had already prepared her response. Which type do you mean? She merely experienced some abdominal discomfort and a slight fever. Upon realizing her unease, she departed from the Shun residence for the physician's clinic, where the prescribed medicine offered immediate relief. Xiao Jinrong furrowed his brow at her words. Su Shuyu, disregarding his expression, turned to leave with her maid. He lingered at the entrance, recalling what his cousin had said to him earlier. Has cousin Su come to see you? Did she not seek you out? To which he had replied, no, why would she? After he had gone out, she too had left because of her ill health, leading Qingwan to mistakenly believe she was seeking him. The young lady had spoken shyly and hesitantly. At that moment, having just shared an intimate experience, Xiao Jinrong had thought little of it. Yet now, reflecting on it, certain unmistakable thoughts surfaced. Given that his cousin had almost confirmed Su Shuyo's condition, what could her true intentions have been in claiming she was seeking him? Xiao Jinrong rubbed his temples in frustration. Yet, what purpose did it serve to ponder such matters? Everything had already settled, with his cousin poised to assume the role of his wife. He had once envied his fourth brother, admiring how he had a biological mother strategizing for him, selecting a beautiful maiden from a well-connected family to enter their household. Now, that maiden had transformed into his own, leaving little room for change. Doubt crept into his mind. It was akin to a rabbit pursuing a carrot. Previously, it had fervently chased after it, full of energy. Yet, when that carrot was finally presented before the little rabbit, uncertainty clouded its mind. Xiao Jinrong had come to see his stepmother, having previously observed her relentless attempts to control his marriage, which had filled him with disdain. However, after witnessing her near collapse yesterday due to lost hopes, he suddenly perceived her as a sorrowful woman. Not only her, but he too shared in that sorrow. Su Shuyu, having endured such trials the previous day, felt utterly exhausted from her outing. She had been merely holding herself together outside, and now, upon returning to the Jingyan studio, she collapsed onto the bed, unwilling to move. Granny Zheng, witnessing her plight, felt a pang of sympathy. She had not accompanied her to the Shan residence, and, upon inquiring with the 2 maids who had gone with her, learned only that the young lady had suffered greatly. Just as she settled in, she overheard voices outside. Su Shuyu, half closing her eyes, gestured for Qiao Wei to see who it was. Shortly thereafter, Qiao Wei returned, exclaiming, Miss, it is a physician sent from Songhua Hall, here to check your pulse. As soon as she finished speaking, Su Shuyao was startled into sitting upright. The physician sent by the old lady? Given her current frail state, a seasoned doctor would likely see through her fade, wouldn't they? Her mind was in turmoil, grappling with thoughts of rejection, when a clear female voice rang from outside. Miss Su, I am the physician Jiang. May I inquire if you are currently at leisure? Standing at the threshold, Su Shuyao had no choice but to admit her inside. The physician took her pulse and advised her to rest well. Throughout the examination, Su Shuyao keenly observed her, noting the absence of any unusual expressions, which brought her a sigh of relief. However, as the physician was about to leave, she slipped a pill into Su Shuyao's hand with a twinkle in her eye, saying, just this one. After taking it, Not only will the residual toxins dissipate, but it will also nourish your blood and invigorate your energy. Even after the physician departed, Shuyao clutched the pill, her expression one of peculiar contemplation. Chapter 55. Xiao reveals the truth. Although she had endured considerable torment from that fierce medicine yesterday, she had not lost all awareness. The size and hue of the pill made it evident that it was the same one Xiao Mo had administered to her. Coupled with the smile of physician Jiang, Shuyao could discern the deeper implications. Setting aside Xiao Mo's earlier harshness, she felt a flicker of gratitude in her heart. Regardless of whether it was due to his status as the heir of the Duke of Cheng or the old lady's instructions, he had indeed offered her assistance. In a situation like yesterday's, Shuyao shuddered at the thought of what might have transpired had she encountered someone else. Of course, it could also be a reflection of insufficient allure. Shuyao raised an eyebrow and smiled. Seeing her mistress chuckling softly while holding the pill, Xiao inquired, "Did the young master send the physician to deliver this to you?" Shuyao nodded. Xiao's face brightened with a smile. She had caught a glimpse of the scene in the bathing chamber yesterday and had feared something untoward had occurred between her mistress and the young master. Yet upon reflection, she realized that had anything truly happened, her mistress would not remain so composed. Nevertheless, in the Duke of Cheng's residence, if her mistress could foster a good relationship with the young master, life would undoubtedly be easier. Thus, witnessing the young master sending medicine under the auspices of Songha Hall delighted Xiao immensely. After leaving Jian's studio, physician Jiang made her way directly to the Rose Courtyard. Inside, Lu Qingwan had already experienced enough embarrassment after being summoned to Jinhua Hall for a direct confrontation with the second madam. Yet, she held back her tears. Su Mama, watching her mistress stumble as she walked, felt a pang of sympathy and had privately chastised the masters of both the second and third families. Su Mama, exclaiming her intention to fetch a physician, was halted by Lu Qingwan. Therefore, upon hearing that Songha Hall had dispatched a physician, she hurriedly welcomed her inside. Upon seeing physician Jiang, Lu Qingwan's face stiffened momentarily, but she quickly regained her composure. Jiang proceeded to take her pulse and prescribed a remedy as before. As she stepped out of the door, her nostrils flared slightly, and she inquired of the maid who was escorting her. The scent of the incense inside was quite delightful. From where was it purchased? The young maid, showing no hesitation, readily replied, "Oh, that was made by our young lady herself." In fact, she was rather pleased. The household was still unaware of the young lady's talent in incense making. The servants of the Duke's residence often praised Miss Su, noting not only her beauty but also her intelligence and capability. She herself believed that her mistress was indeed exceptional, though her demeanor had somewhat changed following the collapse of her engagement. The female physician, Jiang, smiled and took her leave, subsequently reporting the situation to the matriarch at Songha Hall. Upon learning that neither of the two was gravely harmed, the elderly lady felt a sense of relief. However, unbeknownst to the household, the physician had left the Duke's residence to visit a private room at a tea house. By evening, Xiao Mo returned to the manor. Upon seeing him, the elderly matriarch could not help but mention the engagement between the second branch and the Lu family. Given the circumstances, she felt she had no choice but to acquiesce. Questioning whether the emperor would still pursue the Lu family, Xiao Mo nonchalantly replied, "It matters not." What exactly transpired that day? Was it indeed that girl from the Shen family who caused this trouble? The matriarch paused before pressing further. Xiao Mo chuckled lightly. Is it not the case now? The elderly lady thought to herself. Indeed, it was rumored outside that the Shun family's girl had intentionally embarrassed the young lady of the Shi family out of jealousy. Previously, she had personally urged Su and Lu to attend a banquet at the Shun residence, and now, with such an incident having occurred, she felt quite frustrated. The Shun family has become increasingly unreasonable. Fortunately, we discovered this early. Go speak with the head of the Shin family. Although our Duke's residence cannot publicly address the young lady's reputation, we cannot silently endure this injustice. Xiao Mo acknowledged her directive. The following day, instead of seeking out Shin Xinyan, the second master of the Shin family, he arranged to meet with Shin Xiaoyu, the eldest son, in a private room at the tea house. Shin Xiaoyu had passed the imperial examination last year and was currently serving in the Ministry of Works. Upon hearing that the heir of the Duke's residence sought him, he arrived without changing into formal attire. However, while others donned their official robes with an air of dignity befitting a court official, he appeared as though he had draped himself in an oversized sack. When the wind blew, it swayed ungracefully. He was indeed too slender. Even Xiao Mo's guards instinctively stepped aside, wary that he might collide with them and fall apart. The two had known each other since childhood, being of similar ages, and were quite familiar. As Xiao Mo gazed at Xiao across the table, he unexpectedly recalled the day he had visited the inner courtyard to see his cousin, Miss Su. He was aware of Xiao's reputation, having never heard of him initiating conversation with any female relative. What brought you to the inner courtyard to visit my cousin, Su? The question, abrupt and lacking context, would have left most perplexed, yet Xiao comprehended it instantly. Your young lady is surnamed Su? She left the Shun residence in a hurry the other day. Was there no issue? Faced with the barrage of questions from the seemingly unconcerned gentleman of the Shin family, Xiao Mo could not help but frown. He replied coolly, she is unharmed. Yet Xiao's expression remained earnest. Is she your cousin? Which branch of the family does she belong to? Have you sought a physician for her? None of your business. Xiao Mo arched an eyebrow. Your manner of speaking seems rather lacking in consideration, does it not? Today, it was you who sought me out. And yet when I pose inquiries, you remain silent. Since you choose not to speak, I shall take my leave. While others may fear the esteemed heir of the Guogong mansion, Xiao, he himself is unperturbed. He truly turns to leave, placing the teacup down upon the table and striding toward the door. However, the unnamed figure stands resolutely like a wall, blocking his exit. Xiao, unable to depart, simply turns back and sits down. He gazes at the unyielding heir and, with a sigh, states, since it is impossible for you to wed that Shin Jingzhu, I shall share a secret with you, one that remains unknown to anyone outside the Shin family. Xiao Mo remains silent, casting a glance at the guards by the door, prompting the unnamed figure to promptly close the door and withdraw. At the tea table, the young man, barely in his 20s, speaks with a voice laden with unspoken sorrow. You may not be aware, but Shin Jingzhu is not my biological sister. I lost my true sister when she was merely 2 years old. Upon finishing, Xiao wipes his face and looks at Xiao Mo, saying, I apologize that you have only now learned of this matter concerning my family. However, Shin Jingzhu is not just anyone. She is the daughter of my aunt. Xiao Mo, recalling the indistinct figure of the elder gentleman from the Shin family, remains momentarily speechless. Regarding Shin Jingzhu, had it not been for overhearing her conversation with the second prince that day in the palace, he might have proceeded with their originally planned marriage, not out of affection, but to fulfill a duty to the elderly matriarch and his own mother. Xiao Mo did not anticipate that a mere inquiry would unravel such a profound secret. Chapter 56. Years gone by thus. The Shin family allowed a daughter from the secondary branch to take her place? Xiao Mo finally asks. That is one reason. The other is to ensure that Tao Tao can return smoothly in the future. Otherwise, if the matter becomes widely known, even if we were to recover her, her reputation would be tarnished, Xiao explains, wiping his face once more. I have kept this hidden in my heart for many years. This is the first time I have shared it with anyone. The room is filled solely with the sound of the young man's choked voice as he bows his head, his slender shoulders trembling slightly. How old was she when she was lost? Tao Tao was merely 2. I was 5 at the time. Xiao recalls the events of that day vividly. He remembers that year's lantern festival being particularly grand, as the Imperial Workshop had begun preparations for the lantern displays well in advance. 5-year-old Xiao was eager to share this delightful news with his sister. Little Tao Tao, not yet 2 years old, was a cherubic child, calling out to her brother with a voice sweetened like syrup. Brother, mother says there will be lanterns on the lantern festival. What will the lanterns be like? The little girl inquires, propping her head on her hands. There will be dragons and lions. 5-year-old Xiao, having never seen them himself, answers based on his impression that these creatures were the most majestic and fierce. No, brother. It's a mountain, and on the mountain, there are flowers, like those in Mother's garden. The little one corrects him, shaking her head. The siblings dream together of the lanterns they have yet to see. Yet, on that day, their mother, who had planned to take them to see the lanterns, fell ill and entrusted them to the household servants. Once, the diligent caretaker instructed the 2 siblings to hold tightly onto the hands of their servants, cautioning them not to lose grip. The little boy confidently assured his mother, thumping his chest, that he would take good care of his sister. The aunts from the main house and the 3rd and 4th houses laughed heartily, dismissing his declaration as mere childish folly. However, events that unfolded later would indeed validate the truth of his innocent words. Upon reaching the lantern viewing area, He noticed the servant holding Tao Tao was standing too far back. So he gallantly volunteered to lead his sister forward. The two children became utterly captivated by the sights, and he lost track of when he had released his sister's hand. When he finally recalled this moment, he was surrounded by swaying lanterns and unfamiliar faces. Tao Tao had vanished, and the servant remained in her previous spot, her arms now empty. Xiao vividly remembered calling out his sister's name to the throng, his voice hoarse from desperation, until the lantern festival concluded and the night deepened. Ultimately, it was his father who emerged to search for him and forcibly brought him back home. So what does this have to do with Cousin Su? Xiao Mo's interruption disrupted Xiaoyu's painful reverie. Reflecting on the words of Miss Su from that day, he sighed in resignation. It had no significance. Yet, despite her not being his sister, she belonged to someone else's family. When I saw her leave that day in poor health, what harm could there be in inquiring about her condition? Xiao Mo raised an eyebrow. This was a reasoning only the person before him could articulate. However, recalling the physician's message, he earnestly replied, "Her health has indeed improved." "Oh, that is reassuring." Xiaoyu seemed to find solace in finally expressing the truth. As the gloom on his brow began to dissipate, before he departed, Xiao Mo inquired about the pressing matters at hand. "What exactly is happening at the Shun residence? Are you so eager to tarnish your reputation that you resort to poisoning your own banquet?" Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu wore a look of deep shame. Aside from Jingshu, he could scarcely think of anyone else involved. Yet, the other party pretended to be a victim in front of their mother. Contemplating this, the eldest son of the Shun family felt a shadow of melancholy. It seemed his mother had forgotten she had once given birth to a daughter herself. If she were to appear before him now, one could only wonder how beautiful and wise she would have become. "The matters you mentioned will be communicated to my father upon my return home. Mother has been thoroughly deceived by Jingshu and is currently lost in her own delusions. Only my father can bring her back to her senses," he remarked, his expression clouded with concern. In the Duke Cheng's residence, news soon emerged of Lu Qingwan's engagement to Xiao Jinro. The wedding was set for the end of the year, leaving little time before the current month of September concluded. Madame Chun, after a bout of anger, ultimately resigned herself to assist in the preparations for her stepson's wedding. The days grew tight, filled with busyness. Upon returning to the Shun estate, Xiaoyu went directly to his father Xinyan's study. Currently serving as a right associate censor with a fourth-rank title, Xinyan, the legitimate eldest son of the esteemed Xin Taifu, was known for his integrity and governance, and within the household, he had only one legitimate wife, Ruan. If one were to point out any shortcomings in his life, it would be in the matter of heirs, as Ruan had only borne him a son and a daughter. The daughter remains missing to this day, while the son, despite his youth, has achieved the title of Jinsher, yet his health is exceedingly frail. The doctor has warned that, given the current state of the eldest son of the Xin family, future progeny may be a formidable challenge. With no marriage in sight, how could there be descendants? Xinyan furrowed his brow, and upon lifting his gaze, he saw his emaciated eldest son enter. He was somewhat taken aback. Xiaoyu had been deeply affected by the loss of his sister in childhood and had never forgiven himself. Although he had diligently pursued his studies and attained an official position, he remained distant from both Xinyan and Ruanshi. Instances such as this, where he took the initiative to seek him out, were exceedingly rare. Xinyan smiled and invited his son to sit opposite him, calling for a servant to bring tea. "What brings you to seek your father today?" Xiaoyu gazed at his father's smile, his heart heavy with bittersweet emotion. For all these years, his father had treated him with such care and caution. In other households, it was often the son who tiptoed around the father, yet in the Shun household, the roles seemed reversed. Xiaoyu stiffly took a seat and began. "Does father know of the events that transpired at the banquet?" Xinyan paused, recalling that the daughter in question belonged to the main branch. Initially, Ruanshi had been devastated by the loss of her beloved daughter, weeping daily. He had thought that adopting another child might provide her with some solace. However, he had not anticipated that Ruanshi would invest her entire heart into this new child over the years. Now, not only had the promising match fallen through, but the entire Xin family was also precariously aligned with the second prince. Thus, the details of the banquet had escaped Xinyan's attention entirely. "Speak." The coldness in the man's eyes was palpable. Xiaoyu recounted the incident involving the Stone family's young lady's embarrassment at the banquet, along with the swirling speculations that had arisen outside. After listening, Xinyan asked calmly, "Have you investigated? Who is responsible?" The day had been crowded. and maidservants from the main branch had been present to assist. Such short-sightedness. Even without that girl from the Shi family. There are still the Wang family and the Ma family. A mere concubine, before even entering the household, has caused harm. How foolishly clever she believes herself to be. Shen Xinyan set down his teacup with a heavy thud. He then called for the steward of the household, and a middle-aged man hurried in. Shen Xinyan instructed, "Go to madam and convey that the eldest young lady will soon be entering the prince's residence. It is only fitting that she pays her respects to the main branch." Chapter 57. Reconciliation. As Shen Xiao exited his father's study, he encountered the steward hastening towards his mother's quarters. In the late autumn evening, the sun hung like a massive salted yolk on the horizon, casting an orange glow over the rooftops and creating vast shadows along the walls. The slender young man emerged from the shadows, his garments billowing wildly in the wind. Not far behind him, in the main residence, Ruanshi conversed with Shen Jingzhu. "Zhuer, are you suggesting that the rumors circulating outside are being deliberately spread by someone?" The pampered woman gazed down at her daughter's face, acknowledging that the incident involving the stone young lady had indeed occurred within the Shen household, an undeniable fact. Shen Jingzhu leaned against Ruanshi, her eyes filled with resentment. "It is possible that it was perpetrated by our own kin, aimed at tarnishing the reputation of our Shun family and undermining Zhuer." Upon hearing her daughter's words, Ruanshi found them to hold some merit. However, she did not notice the sly smile that graced her daughter's face, which seemed to reflect a deep-seated reliance on her. The warm moment shared between mother and daughter was abruptly interrupted by a maid who entered, announcing, "Madam, the steward from the Lord's courtyard has arrived." Mrs. Wan was taken aback. "Which steward?" "It is Steward Xiao, the one most favored by the Lord," the maid replied truthfully. Mrs. Wan furrowed her brow. Steward Xiao seldom ventured into the inner courtyard and had never sought her out with such gravity before. Upon hearing this, Shen Jingzhu, who was seated beside Mrs. Wan, straightened up. She believed she could handle Mrs. Wan, but dared not underestimate anyone close to her uncle, including her brother, who appeared to be in frail health. Steward Xiao did not enter the room, but relayed Shen Xinyan's exact words from outside. After listening, Mrs. Wan turned to her daughter, noticing her ashen complexion, and tenderly advised, "Zhuer, your father's words hold merit. After all, they are your biological parents." Shen Jingzhu hesitated momentarily, but quickly grasped the situation. Today's matter was directed at her, and her uncle's intentions were unmistakable. The more she wished to conceal her true identity, the more he would emphasize it, no matter her actions. This nominal father remained acutely aware that she was merely the daughter of a concubine. As Mrs. Wan offered her bland consolation, Shen Jingzhu felt a surge of frustration within her. Yet, what could she do? In the second household, Mrs. Wan was her only source of support. She closed her eyes, and tears streamed down her cheeks. "Mother, it's not that Zhuer does not wish to honor them. It is simply that Zhuer cannot bear to part from you. I wish to spend more time with you before leaving the estate." Understanding that she could not oppose Shen Xinyan's words, Shen Jingzhu resorted to this strategy of retreating to advance, hoping to elicit more of Mrs. Ruan's affection. Indeed, Mrs. Ruan, touched yet pained, endeavored to comfort her daughter. "You may visit me daily if you go. It will not change anything." However, Mrs. Ruan could not comprehend the turmoil within her daughter. For even if her daughter did not reside with her, the distance from the main house was not significantly greater than from her own courtyard. Thus, despite Shen Jingzhu's desire for sympathy, she ultimately returned to gather her belongings, feeling vexed and unsettled. Her maid, Xiaozhu, was startled to see her mistress's gloomy expression. "Miss," Xiaozhu gently called, "pack up everything I have become accustomed to using here and move it to the main house." After issuing her command, Shen Jingzhu stood by the window in silence, her gaze dark and brooding, starkly contrasting with the lively daughter in Mrs. Ruan's room. Although Xiaozhu did not understand the reasons behind her mistress's demeanor, she instructed the other maids to begin packing. Indeed, there was much to pack. Since moving in at the tender age of 2, everything from the large furniture to the smallest hair ornaments had become essentials for Shen Jingzhu. Mrs. Ruan's generous dowry and sole daughter status meant that she had always been provided with the finest. Consequently, Xiaozhu could only ask the other maids to pack away the smaller items, for moving to the main house for a while did not necessitate uprooting their entire home. As she was collecting her thoughts, the woman standing by the window spoke. "Handle that person quickly. The medicine I sent working. And weren't we supposed to wait until that stone woman leaves the residence before it manifests?" Xiao Zhu felt a surge of fear. Yet she swiftly exited the Zhilan residence and made her way toward the main house. In the residence of the Duke of Chengguo, once Su Shuyao's health improved, she resumed her daily visit to Songha Hall for an hour. Since the engagement of Lu Qingwan and Xiao Jinrong had been announced, it was customary for the bride to return to her family's home to await marriage. However, Lu Qingwan continued to reside in the Rose Courtyard, while the Lu family had acquired a house in the capital, intending to return before the auspicious date. Meanwhile, the second wife, Madame Chun, was currently overwhelmed with preparations for her stepson's wedding. With less than 3 months remaining, she had to complete the 6 rites, as if racing against time. Recently, Su Shuyao had also been recruited by her aunt as an extra pair of hands. Each morning, she would visit the old matriarch, and after lunch and a brief rest, she was required to assist at Jinhua Hall. On several occasions, she had encountered Xiao Jinrong, noticing that he often appeared as if he wished to speak yet refrained. However, this day, while delivering pastries to her third cousin, she spotted the young master Xiao standing not far away. The wide stone-paved path before her was ample enough for 2 to pass. Even 3 could walk side by side without issue. Just as Su Shuyao was about to walk by, Xiao Jinrong approached her. "Is there something you need, cousin?" Su Shuyao paused and turned, recalling how she had nearly injured herself while trying to avoid him previously. Xiao Jinrong regarded his cousin from the Su family, finding her demeanor one of calm detachment. Initially, he had surmised this was a clever guise. Yet, now that his wedding date was set, she continued her routine at Jinhua Hall, as if nothing had changed. Perhaps he had misjudged her? "How have you been, Cousin Su?" he inquired softly. "Not too bad," Su Shuyao replied, her gaze resting on him, responding candidly. She noticed a faint smile on his lips, but she was already preparing to leave. In the past, Jinrong had harbored many misunderstandings toward his cousin, and he felt compelled to apologize for the incident that had caused her injury. As he took a step forward, he suddenly spoke again, causing Su Shuyao to be somewhat taken aback. However, had it not been for his engagement to Lu Qingwan, she would have clarified her stance to him. People often preferred to resolve conflicts amicably, and she was no exception. A fleeting memory surfaced of her initial visit to Jinhua Hall, where she had encountered a young man clad in a reddish-brown robe, along with the lantern jelly she had yet to reciprocate. With genuine warmth, she smiled. "I am glad you think this way, Cousin Jinro. I hope to rely on your support in the future." After this, she took her leave. Xiao Jinrong stood in place for a moment longer before departing. The words of Xiao Mo echoed in his mind. "Since you have decided to take responsibility, there is no need to ask more. Excessive inquiry will not benefit you." His own question lingered. "Is the medicine from the Shun residence?" Chapter 58. A chance encounter. Before this moment, Xiao Jinrong had never harbored any doubts regarding his cousin Lu. When he first met this enchanting young lady from another family 2 years ago, he could hardly believe that such a delightful girl existed in the world. The young ladies of the Duke's residence predominantly hail from the second branch, and in stark contrast to the crude selfishness of Xiao Jingshan, Lu Qingwan appears to him as an ethereal being. Moreover, having heard that this cousin Lu is to be the bride of his 4th brother, his envy swells even further. Although Xiao Mo did not explicitly reveal the identity of the one who had drugged his cousin, he urged himself to refrain from unnecessary worry, for the truth was nearly palpable. After Xiao Jingsong departed, a figure emerged from behind the tree where he stood. A maid approached from a distance, inquiring about the whereabouts of the young lady, lamenting her fruitless search. Lu Qingwan silently brushed off the dried leaves that clung to her and made her way directly to the Rose Courtyard. Since the incident at the Shun family banquet, Su Shuyao had developed a reluctance to face the young master. It seemed as if the heavens had heeded her sentiments, as she had not encountered him again, neither in the old Madame S. Songha Hall nor in the gardens of the Duke's residence. This fortunate absence afforded Su Shuyao some much-needed time to gather her thoughts and approach the matter with a more serene disposition. As winter approached, she busied herself crafting a pair of felt boots for the old madam, dedicating several evenings to this task. That afternoon, after returning from Jinhua Hall, she meticulously completed the final stitches. Observing the pristine boots in her hands and noting that the hour was still early, she set off to Songha Hall accompanied by 2 maids. The old madam was exceedingly pleased with the boots, declaring they would be perfect for snowy days ahead. However, upon noticing the weariness in Su Shuyao's eyes, she chided her gently, stating that the shoemakers were skilled, and if she desired comfort for her elder, she ought to guide them in the future. There was a certain embroideress named Sun whose craftsmanship was exceptional. She wondered why such a young lady like Shuyao would not heed her advice. Hearing the old madam's words brought a warmth to Shuyao's eyes. While the gesture of gifting shoes during the Double Ninth Festival had indeed been meant to curry favor, her subsequent offerings of pastries and the crafting of these boots were entirely voluntary, akin to her affection for her younger brother. Lowering her gaze to conceal the welling tears, she thought of the old madam's comfort. With her grandmother from the Su family long departed and her mother having passed away early, Shuyao felt an instinctive closeness to this benevolent elder. As they conversed, both were momentarily lost in sentiment. Suddenly, a male voice interrupted, inquiring about the commotion behind them. Upon recognizing the voice, Shuyao's heart sank. Xiao Mo, why had he come at this moment? Hadn't the old madam mentioned that the eldest grandson was away at the outskirts of the capital? After so many days, she had believed she would face him with composure. Yet, the sight of the young master before her, coupled with the recollection of her actions on that day, caused her cheeks to flush. The old madam chuckled, asking him why he had arrived unannounced, as if to frighten her spirit away. She playfully reproached the maid responsible for the curtain, questioning why they hadn't notified her of the young master's presence. Shuyao thought to herself that it was indeed startling for him to speak out so suddenly amidst their conversation. After the old lady's interjection, the discomfort that had lingered in her heart began to dissipate. Xiao Mo, with a gracious demeanor, offered his apologies to the old lady. Shuyao, smiling, rose to her feet. Cousin. Xiao Mo surveyed her, noting her attire of a white base adorned with floral patterns, her hair elegantly styled, revealing a delicate and appealing neck. Yet, the young lady bowed her head, as if her earlobes were slightly flushed. He raised an eyebrow and chuckled. What were you discussing with grandmother just now? Hearing his laughter, Shuyao found her earlier embarrassment fading away. She replied earnestly, Oh, it was nothing much. I simply made a pair of felt boots for the old lady. The old lady had just tried on the boots and had yet to remove them, extending her foot toward her eldest grandson. See, these are they? Indeed, they are quite nice, he remarked after observing them intently for a moment. Shuyao glanced at the sky outside and chose not to linger in Songha Hall. However, after her departure, the old lady spoke of her to her grandson. The Su girl will soon be in mourning. You often travel outside, so if you happen upon a suitable young man, do keep an eye out for your cousin. Xiao Mo responded with a nonchalant mem. Noticing his lack of concern, the old lady pressed on. I speak to you seriously. Those noble families may be dismissive of her orphan status. What matters is a good disposition, ambition, and a simple household. Naturally, he should also possess an agreeable appearance, lest he be unworthy of your cousin Su. Xiao Mo chuckled softly. Your standards are rather high. The old lady, reverting to her usual wisdom, remarked, For a woman, marriage is akin to being reborn. One must tread carefully. Xiao Mo replied with a smile. Understood. I shall choose diligently until I am satisfied. Yet, he did not anticipate that the ensuing conversation would turn to himself. What about you? Did you find any young lady to your liking at the Shan residence the other day? I didn't pay much attention, he replied lazily. However, he realized this was not entirely true, as he had indeed been captivated by his cousin's charming persistence that day. Observing his demeanor, the old lady continued, Your mother mentioned she intends to host a gathering soon, inviting some young ladies from the capital. She raised her eyebrows playfully, as if to say, You handle it. Xiao Mo chuckled, thinking it would hardly tire her. When is this event scheduled? I need to know so I can avoid the military camp in the outskirts. The old lady frowned, warning, I advise you to remain at home that day. Do not provoke your mother. She added with a hint of warmth. Grandmother also looks forward to your swift marriage. A moment of silence enveloped the pair as they both fell into contemplation. Upon exiting Songha Hall, Xiao Mo, pondering his grandmother's words, inquired of Wuming, How old is that cousin from the Su family? Wuming, hearing his master mention the young lady, could not help but entertain more thoughts. His master had recently been quite entangled with her. Just the other day, he had been astonished by the young lady who had accidentally fallen from the rooftop. What impeccable aim she had, landing right on the heir's shoulders. Yet, life has a way of surprising one with the unimaginable. As he recalled the events of the Shun family's small gathering, Wuming felt a surge of excitement. He was lost in thought for a long while before finally recalling to ask, My lord, what did you just say? Xiao Mo shook his head, choosing not to respond. This cousin Su had been in the residence for over 2 years, remaining inconspicuous until now. Was she also preparing to be married? Chapter 59. Departing the residence, Lady Xiao was not one to deceive her eldest grandson. The Wang family indeed had intentions of hosting guests at the estate. However, upon considering the impending marriage of the second young master and the young lady from the Liu family, she realized that the household might be overwhelmed. Thus, she decided to postpone the event, opting to wait until the couple was wed. The wedding date was set for the 6th day of the 12th month, which was somewhat hasty, yet following the recent events, both families were in a frenzy of preparations. As November drew to a close, and with Liu Qingwan about to return to her family home, Xiao Jingshan unexpectedly brought along her fourth sister, Xiao Jintong, to Jian's studio. Shortly after entering, she inquired, "Cousin, what gifts have you prepared for Liu cousin's dowry?" Su Shuyao fell silent. Upon her arrival at the estate, she had possessed 1,000 taels of silver. Yet, after 2 years, she had already spent no less than 200 taels. This included expenses for the servants, return gifts, and the ingredients necessary for her culinary pursuits, all requiring silver. Although the Duke's household provided her with a monthly allowance of 2 taels, the monthly salary for Zheng Mama, an old servant from Huzhou, came from Su Shuyao's own hands. Despite having no close ties with Liu Qingwan and even harboring grudges, she had to maintain the facade of propriety. Xiao Jingshan's mention prompted Su Shuyao to realize that her cousin was also on the verge of marriage. While the dowry for Liu Qingwan could be somewhat casual, she could not afford to be negligent regarding her third cousin's gifts. After bidding farewell to the 2 cousins, Zheng Mama, noticing her distress over her finances, kindly offered her a cloth bag, saying, "The monthly silver provided by the Su family over the years has yet to be spent. If you are currently in need of money, please take this for your use." Zheng Mama had been with Su Shuyao since her childhood, having fled to Huzhou during a flood. Su's father, seeking someone to care for his daughter, took her in upon recognizing her kind nature and realizing she was alone in the world. Thus, even to this day, Zheng Mama remained unaware that Su Shuyao was not the biological child of the late Lady Chun. Su Shuyao gazed at the well-worn cloth bag before her. Zheng Mama had once mentioned that it was the only thing she clutched when she was separated from her youngest child during the flood, a piece of indigo fabric. She had later sewn it into a bag, using it to keep the monthly silver from the Su household. Over the years, it had indeed accumulated a considerable sum. However, Zheng Mama had never touched it. Su Shuyao understood that Zheng Mama was using this gesture to remember that child, imagining that if he were still alive, this silver would be saved for him. A wave of sorrow washed over Su Shuyao, and she quickly handed the bag back to Zheng Mama, exclaiming, "Why go to such lengths? The 1,000 taels left by my mother still has several hundred remaining. You are a young lady with limited funds. Do not feel obligated to reward the servants in the future," the elder advised her. "The king of hell is easy to appease, but the little ghosts can be troublesome. You must understand this, dear." Su Shuyao replied earnestly. In truth, the old lady had recently bestowed upon her many fine items, and even her aunt had sent her jewelry on several occasions. Su Shuyao, however, could not use these items for embellishment. The only gifts she could offer were the few calligraphies and paintings, along with an inkstone, left by her father. Yet she was acutely aware that she was not the biological child of Su's family, and thus believed these treasures should be reserved for her younger brother. Previously, she owned a stationery shop in Huzhou, which she sold when she moved to the capital. Now, she had opened another shop in the city, but its business remained lukewarm. Su Shuyao found it difficult to concoct reasons to leave the house, only occasionally receiving a message or ledger from the steward, Yang. Upon reviewing, she noted that the shop's profits were indeed dismal. After 2 years, they barely covered the rent and the wages for the steward and the staff. Just moments ago, her third sister had come to invite her to leave the house in 2 days to assist Liu Qingwan in selecting her bridal adornments, to which Su Shuyao had already consented. Furthermore, she wished to find an excuse to sneak a visit to her stationery shop. Chun, their mother, upon hearing that they were to leave the house, provided her daughter with a 200 tael silver note, instructing her to take her sisters to purchase some jewelry and flowers. She was fully aware that her daughter was going to select gifts for her future sister-in-law, yet refrained from stating it outright. Naturally, Xiao Jingshan accepted with a smile, claiming she wanted to treat Su Shuyao and her half-sister to a grand meal. As the 3 of them set out, they were also keen to inquire about the one who still resided in the Rose Courtyard. Stewardess Su came out to inform them that her young mistress was busy embroidering her dowry and would not be joining them. Su Shuyao, standing behind Xiao Jingshan, distinctly felt the older servant's gaze upon her, imbued with an almost imperceptible chill. She raised her eyes to meet the other's gaze, only to see stewardess Su bow her head before she averted her own, for the sake of allowing the three to converse. Xiao Jingshan had requested only one carriage for the day. This carriage, however, was significantly more spacious than the usual ones. Even with the three of them aboard, there was still room for an additional maid to attend to them. In the center, a small table was arranged, adorned with a delicate tea set along with a selection of dried fruits and pastries. Among the three, Xiao Jingshan summoned a maid named Agate, while Xiao Jingtong's maid was called Chao Chao. Xiao Jingtong spoke little, her features remarkably delicate, with a petite oval face and a pointed chin, her voice soft and gentle. Shuyao had initially presumed that this rarely seen fourth young lady of the Xiao family would follow the same demeanor as Lu Qingwan, but after spending time together, she discovered that they were entirely different. Although timid, Xiao Jingtong bore no malice towards others, her words gentle rather than sharp. On the contrary, she was quite easy to get along with. While she did not initiate conversations, she would respond bashfully when addressed. Her maid, Chao Chao, was a robust character. Before boarding, a young servant had brought a sturdy table made of ironwood, intending to ask the occupants to make space, but Chao Chao effortlessly carried it into the carriage. The young servant's eyes widened in astonishment. Yet, seemingly oblivious, she placed it right before her mistresses, prompting a muffled laughter from everyone inside. Xiao Jingshan teased her with a smile, advising her to take it easy and to feign a bit of restraint so as not to frighten away the suitors. Fourth young lady Jingtong blushed, but was fiercely protective of her maid, for Chao Chao was already taken. Xiao Jingshan pursed her lips, displaying a look of indifference, clearly believing that she was merely regarded as a ready source of labor. Jingtong wished to argue further, but then recalled that the girl they were discussing was set to marry the son of the headman from the concubine's village. If she were to go through with it, there would indeed be a great deal of work involved, leaving her momentarily at a loss for words. However, Chao, unfazed, remarked, "If I'm considered labor, so be it. Without work, how can one expect to eat?" Her words clearly revealed her to be a girl who had endured hardships. Su Shu hastily shifted the topic, and Xiao Wei proactively assisted in brewing tea, allowing the conversation to veer into other matters. Chapter 60. Resuming old trades. Upon exiting the Duke of Cheng's residence, they found themselves on Pingan Avenue. After navigating through two intersections and walking straight ahead, they soon arrived at the most bustling area of the capital. This was the renowned Xiao of the Dayan Dynasty, aptly named for its width that once allowed horses to trot freely. However, those were times long past. Although Xiao remained spacious, it was now populated by only a few pedestrians. Were it not for the government's prohibition, one would not be permitted to ride freely. At most, one could leisurely traverse the street in a horse-drawn carriage. Lining both sides of Xiao were numerous shops, with several renowned for selling jewelry, garments, and fragrant bombs. Although Su Shuyu had never visited, she could already recall several names thanks to her third cousin's detailed introductions. Their carriage ultimately halted before a two-story building adorned with colorful glass lanterns, where the characters Langang Pavilion were emblazoned in gilded letters. From its name, it was evident that it was associated with fine jade. Originally, Langang Pavilion solely dealt in jade ornaments, those pure jade accessories worn on wrists, waists, or around necks. However, it gradually evolved to include gold-inlaid jade, silver-inlaid jade, and various exquisite jewelry. Not only were the designs intricate and attractive, but they also exuded a remarkable quality. Whether as hairpins, combs, or earrings, or even as pendants adorning the body, Langang Pavilion offered an extensive array of jade-related items, all guaranteed to satisfy customers. Xiao Jinshan's purpose in visiting was to assist Lu Qingwan in purchasing a pair of exquisite jade earrings inlaid with gold. Upon noticing the carriage from the Duke of Cheng's residence, a shop assistant hurriedly approached. Once informed of their intentions, he promptly displayed the finest jewelry from behind the counter. Ultimately, Xiao Jinshan spent 50 taels of silver on a pair of jade pendants, while Su Shuyu, watching her, decided to add a hairpin to her purchase. In the end, Xiao Jintong opted for a matching pair of bracelets. As they were bought as a set, the shop assistant offered a discount, and the total came to only 120 taels of silver. Following this, the third young lady of the Xiao family intended to browse clothing shops. Su Shuyu recalled her plan prior to leaving the residence and expressed her desire to buy some riding supplies for her younger brother, intending to have a maid deliver them later. Xiao Jinshan paid little mind to her words. Knowing well that her cousin was financially constrained and assuming it was merely an excuse. Thus, they arranged to reconvene in front of Langong Pavilion shortly, and the two parties quickly went their separate ways. Suyao's writing supply shop was not far from their location. However, it was not situated on the precious real estate of Zaamaji, but required a turn into a nearby alley. This alley bordered Kapanji, which was typically frequented by officials and scholars. When Shuyao arrived, the shop was devoid of customers. Manager Yang, having received prior instructions, hurriedly welcomed her, exclaiming, "Ah, young lady has arrived." However, upon surveying the desolate entrance, he awkwardly added, "It is still rather early. The area will only come alive after noon." Shuyao furrowed her brow as she gazed towards the street outside, which ran parallel to the bustling Ma Street, and indeed, there were few passers-by at that moment. She was well aware of the shop's circumstances, having known about it for some time, thus feeling no disappointment. She stepped inside to inspect the neatly arranged items. But when she came across a stack of notepaper, her brow furrowed in curiosity. "Is anyone interested in this?" she inquired. "It's decent enough. We didn't have this before. But I noticed it sold well at other shops, so I decided to stock some," Manager Yang replied, a middle-aged man who, at that moment, was rubbing his hands together with a somewhat obsequious smile. Shuyao couldn't help but smile back at his demeanor. Yet, as her gaze drifted back to the decorative notepaper in her hand, she found its patterns rather mundane. "Unfortunately, we lack a direct supply for these. They were sourced from other shops, so the profit margin is quite slim," Manager Yang continued, still rubbing his hands. Shuyao picked up another stack of plain paper nearby. "And what about these? Are they available?" "These are useless. Young ladies and young gentlemen must have patterned paper for writing letters and composing poetry," Manager Yang lamented, his expression one of distress. "This type is abundant, I presume?" Shuyao inquired once more. "Indeed, there is plenty of this." "Very well," she replied with a light laugh. Manager Yang, puzzled by her meaning, was about to ask when they heard someone at the door inquiring whether the shopkeeper was present. Shuyao and Manager Yang simultaneously looked up to see a young man dressed in a gray cloth coat standing before them. Upon noticing Shuyao's presence in the shop, he momentarily faltered, then waved his hand, saying, "Since there is a guest, the shopkeeper should attend to the young lady first." Shuyao shook her head. "My matters are settled. You may go." She directed this to Manager Yang, knowing that others perceived her as a customer, thus she spoke as one should. However, as she prepared to leave, she instructed her maid to retrieve several stacks of the plain notepaper from the shop. Ultimately, she lingered for a bit longer, and when she finally stepped outside, she indeed noticed that the number of pedestrians had increased. This street was lined with shops selling writing materials, paintings, inkstones, and seals, predominantly catering to male clientele, and at that moment, most of the individuals out and about were men. As they caught sight of Shuyao, a young lady of remarkable beauty, many turned to look. A few, realizing she was standing outside a stationery shop, altered their course to approach her. Initially, Shuyao felt a bit bewildered. She had often roamed around Huzhou City with such poise and confidence, and it had always been well received. Yet, upon glancing down, she was reminded that she was dressed in women's attire today. Her two maids, witnessing the attention she garnered, grew anxious, cursing the lecherous men under their breath while attempting to pull her back into the shop. As Shuyao contemplated how to evade the situation at the entrance, a voice called out from not far away, "Young lady, come this way." She turned her head and beheld the young gentleman who had recently entered the shop, now gazing back at her with a benevolent smile. The man's expression was open and honest, devoid of any lewdness. Hastily, Shuyao donned her hooded cloak, lowered her head, and slipped behind a cluster of banana trees beside the shop. Observing her actions, the two maidservants quickly followed suit. Manager Yang, noticing the fleeting smile on his face, resumed attending to the customers in the store. Whispers rippled through the crowd. "How peculiar. Where did that young lady go?" Manager Yang chuckled. "Did you not see? She took a bundle of peach blossom paper to write letters." As a result, this inconspicuous little shop unexpectedly welcomed a surge of customers. Meanwhile, Shuyao expressed her gratitude to the gentleman before her. He replied with a dismissive wave, glancing at the thick bundles of paper in the maidservant's hands, saying with a smile, "My lady, there is no need to purchase so much." Shuyao retorted playfully, "With many sisters at home, each shall have a bundle." Which is just right. Upon returning home that day, Shuyao began to embellish the edges of the paper with floral designs whenever she had a moment. Occasionally inspired, she would draw the cowherd and weaver girl gazing across the stars, naming this special paper a thread of connection. Chapter 61. Receiving guests beside her. Huixiang examined the flower-adorned paper, exclaiming, "How beautifully you have painted, my lady. Are you truly going to gift all these to your sisters in the household?" She recalled her mistress's words to that unfamiliar gentleman. Xiao, observing Huixiang's enamored expression, remarked with a smile, "You seem quite taken with them. Do you think they are for your use?" Over the past 2 years, the two maidservants had learned some characters alongside Shuyao. Although Xiao was not young, she studied diligently and made considerable progress. In contrast, Huixiang's attempts at writing resembled a chicken's scratch, often providing amusement. Huixiang grimaced, "No. Such beautiful paper is far too precious for me to use." Shuyao lifted her gaze from the writing desk, asking, "What would you do with it?" "Keep it by your pillow to admire and inhale its fragrance every day." Shuyao laughed, for that was indeed the point. The maidservant Xiao shared a knowing smile, having accompanied her mistress to the shop and overheard her conversation with manager Yang. "My lady is indeed devising ways to earn money." In Xiao's heart, her mistress's image seemed to rise even higher. Previously, she had only witnessed Xiao's culinary and embroidery skills, which, while impressive for a young lady, were not entirely astonishing. However, witnessing her artistic talent deepened Xiao's admiration. Reflecting upon her years spent in Jinhua Hall, she recalled how the second Madame Chun had gone to great lengths to ensure her daughters mastered painting. Ultimately, despite hiring esteemed instructors, the results of their efforts paled in comparison to the effortless strokes Xiao had delicately applied to the edges of the paper. As Xiao busied herself at Jian's studio, the 6th day of the 12th month soon arrived. She had previously received instructions from her aunt to entertain the young ladies visiting their residence, for which Madame Chun had thoughtfully introduced her to the noble women likely to attend the banquet. For instance, one might inquire about the passage of years, the number of sisters at home, whether they are legitimate or illegitimate, as well as the current official ranks of their fathers and brothers, and the kinship ties between various families. In this manner, Xiao has acquired a modicum of understanding. Of course, her aunt suggested that she bring along her 2 cousins, but Xiao was well aware that this was merely a polite gesture. How could a cousin, being but a mere girl, surpass her own cousins in the family? Thus, on that morning, as the ladies of various households began to arrive in succession, Xiao simply trailed behind Xiao Jingshan, serving as an unobtrusive green leaf. Occasionally, when she noticed her being momentarily hindered by some matter, she would step forward to offer her assistance. Having attended the previous 2 banquets, there were at least a couple of young ladies who recognized her and would respond when others inquired about her, saying, "Oh, that one is a cousin from the Duke's residence." The questioner would then exclaim in acknowledgement and turn to converse with someone else, just like the previous 2 occasions. Regardless of how stunning Xiao appeared or how meticulously she conducted herself, her status remained an insurmountable chasm. This time, the eldest young lady, Xiao Jingru, had also returned. Xiao had spent the past 2 years avoiding the Jian studio, thus missing the opportunity to meet her. Later, during her second cousin Jeannie's wedding, Xiao Jingru was still in her confinement. To be precise, this was her first encounter with her elder cousin. Today, Xiao Jingru donned a robe of exquisite flower-patterned satin in a deep indigo hue, her hair styled in a peony bun, adorned with a golden hairpin set with green gemstones, presenting an image of both opulence and grace. Xiao Jingru was married to the young Lord Cui Feng and from the Marquis of Wan's family, and within just a few years, she had borne 2 sons and a daughter. Consequently, she was held in high esteem both by her mother-in-law and husband. Furthermore, with a father and brother like Duke Chengguo and Xiao Mo, she was undoubtedly a guest of honor wherever she went. Yet, this eldest young lady did not possess a haughty disposition. Rather, she was quite amiable. Accompanying Xiao Jingru was her second sister, Xiao Jini, who appeared considerably more subdued in contrast to her elder sister's grandeur. Xiao Jini had a rather delicate appearance, but after her marriage, she had become even more understated. Xiao greeted them with a smile, saying, "Elder cousin, second cousin." Xiao Jingru took her hand and remarked, "I have often heard my mother and grandmother speak of you, and I have always regretted not having met you until now." After a moment, she nodded at Xiao, genuinely finding her quite beautiful. Xiao had already heard too many compliments about her own beauty and felt no particular emotion in response. However, she was somewhat astonished to hear that the old lady Xiao and the Duchess had mentioned her name frequently. As for the old lady, She visited the Songha Hall daily for an hour or two, thus naturally cultivating some rapport. Yet, when it came to the Duchess, they had exchanged few words, and she suspected this was merely her elder cousin's politeness. Shuyao smiled and replied, "The same goes for me. I have only heard of my elder cousin's name, and today I finally see the real person." Xiao Genie chimed in with a smile. "You are unaware, dear cousin, that the elder sister has left those noble ladies just to come see you, and she even brought me along." Upon hearing her younger sister's words, Xiao Jinru playfully winked at Su Shuyao, saying that seeking her out was one reason, but moreover, she truly felt uncomfortable lingering there. What could those ladies possibly discuss? Aside from strategizing how to manage the concubines within the household, they would only contemplate how to handle the legitimate sons and daughters. Xiao Genie's expression momentarily stiffened upon hearing this, yet she quickly regained her composure. She had been quite engaged in the conversation and did not find it tedious at all. In her heart, she mused that this elder sister, having married a commendable husband, was perhaps oblivious to the struggles of others. While they conversed, the young ladies seated around them turned their attention toward them. In the capital, Xiao Jinru was always the object of envy and flattery, and soon enough, a few young ladies approached to greet her. Xiao Jingshan also came forward, dutifully calling out, "Elder sister." Noticing the gathering crowd around her, Su Shuyao refrained from moving closer. However, her second sister, Xiao Genie, later took her hand and chatted for quite a while. In the previous 2 years, Su Shuyao had maintained a cordial relationship with this second sister. In her recollection, Xiao Genie was comparatively more considerate in her speech than Xiao Jingshan. Yet, if given a choice, she would prefer the company of the third sister. As Xiao Genie gazed at her, she remarked, "I truly do not understand how second brother ended up marrying cousin Lu. I was under the impression that mother favored you." Upon hearing this, Su Shuyao found herself at a loss for how to respond, both in expression and words. Of course, her second cousin was well aware of cousin Lu's merits. Su Shuyao replied rather dryly, "The newlyweds are about to pay their respects. Even if I know that my mother once harbored such intentions, it is unnecessary to discuss it with her." Thus, she inquired about her second sister's life in the Li household, diverting the conversation. As Chapter 62 recalls, Chun Shi felt a surge of emotions, yet managed to wear a faint smile when the two newlyweds paid their respects. Su Shuyao craned her neck to look inside. The room was adorned with bright red couplets, surrounded by friends and family exchanging auspicious words. However, there were also those who scoffed, displaying a lack of enthusiasm, among them the third young lady, Xiao Jingshan. The couple's union had been hastily arranged, prompting the curious to seek out information. Such inquiries inevitably led to whispers and rumors. Su Shuyao spent the entire day greeting guests in the flower hall, and once the newlyweds completed their ceremony, she promptly made her way to Jiyun's study. While others were eager to catch a glimpse of the bride, she, having encountered Lu Qingwan numerous times, felt no need to join the commotion. As the season of December arrived, the days turned clear yet carried a hint of chill. Escaping the crowd and clamor, the wind swept through the courtyard, infiltrating her collar and neck. Su Shuyao tightened her almond-colored gown. Though her steps remained slow, her feet still sore from standing all day in the banquet hall. Just as she turned the corner of the main hall, she spotted Xiao Mo approaching with a gentleman. Su Shuyao did not scrutinize the man closely, but simply called out, "Elder cousin." Xiao Mo was clad in a dark green robe, as if he had just returned, draped over it a deep gray satin cloak embroidered with gold. Upon suddenly hearing the sound, he momentarily froze. Yet, instead of departing immediately, he scrutinized her for a brief moment. In that fleeting instant, the young lady before him had unconsciously shifted her feet twice. "What is wrong with your foot?" Upon his inquiry, Su Shuyao remembered, "Oh, it's fine, I'm standing." Xiao Mo nodded and refrained from further conversation. As they engaged in dialogue, Wang Wendong, who had retreated to one side, wore a faint smile. After Su Shuyao departed, he subtly probed his cousin. "Is she a relative from your household?" Xiao Mo cast him a sidelong glance, remaining silent. "Which branch of the family?" Wang Wendong, the eldest son of the Duke of Qingyuan, was also the elder brother of Wang Xiaowei. A few years prior, he had taken a legitimate wife, who tragically passed away during childbirth, leaving behind a boy who had just turned 2. Observing Wang Wendong's curiosity, Xiao Mo remarked, "What is your interest in this?" "The household is currently arranging for me to take a second wife." This revelation piqued Wang Wendong's interest. The first time he encountered this young woman at the ink shop, he found her strikingly beautiful. However, He had not contemplated anything further. Later, when those rascals surrounded her, he had merely intervened to lend a hand. Their encounter was fleeting, and he had departed shortly thereafter. In retrospect, it evoked a smile. Yet, the impression she left was remarkable. Not only was her demeanor poised, but she also lacked the haughty airs typical of noble women, while not exhibiting the shyness of a sheltered girl who recoils from men. Noticing the smile on his face as he reminisced, Xiao Mo's gaze sharpened. He regarded Wang Wendong and said coolly, "Just an orphan, though my grandmother is quite fond of her." Observing his cousin's subsequent silence, Wang Wendong raised an eyebrow. A rather shrewd young lady. Unbeknownst to Shuyao, her outing had led her to encounter someone with familial ties to her household. After Xiao Lu's marriage, Shuyao refrained from further excursions, instead instructing her maid to deliver the flower stationery she had painted to the shop. Upon seeing it, Manager Yang was overjoyed, repeatedly inquiring which renowned artist had created such exquisite pieces, deeming them superior to the previously sought-after stationery. Xiao Wei chuckled, "Manager Yang, just sell them. There will be plenty more to come." The master had sent her over without revealing the truth, and Xiao Wei felt obliged to help conceal certain details. As Su Shuyao anticipated, these flower papers sold exceptionally well. Remarkably, due to the shop's unique offerings, other businesses began to flourish as well. After all, purchasing beautiful paper necessitated high-quality ink and fine pens for crafting elegant characters. In a short span, this flower stationery became fashionable in the capital. Even Xiao Jingshan purchased some, which greatly surprised Su Shuyao, prompting her to instruct the maids in the courtyard to keep quiet. Those painted papers were carefully stored away and were not to be displayed before outsiders. Unbeknownst to her, even Princess Huayang in the palace acquired several sheets of the sought-after flower stationery for correspondence. Although Princess Huayang was not born of Empress Feng, she was the only cherished little princess in the entire imperial palace, making her especially favored by the current emperor. As a royal princess, she was naturally discerning when it came to men. As the emperor had previously expressed, she found all others unworthy. Yet her gaze was irresistibly drawn to the heir of the Chengguo Duke's residence. In the study of Ming's Hitang, Xiao Mo's eyes skimmed over a letter delivered from the palace, which he had no desire to open. However, as he departed from the desk, he inadvertently knocked over the books placed atop it, causing them to scatter across the floor with a clatter. A young maid responsible for tidying up hurried over. Yet, the young master did not leave. Instead, he lowered his head to gaze at the sheet of paper that had fallen from the envelope. The pale pink stationery depicted a man and a woman, their garments flowing, gazing into the starry expanse, truly evocative. The maid, observing the young master standing still, hesitated to approach. After a brief moment, she called out, "Young master." Xiao Mo seemed momentarily startled, then swiftly picked up the letter. He then spoke in a nonchalant tone, "Clean it up." The maid, having been captivated by the scene, could not suppress her curiosity about what the Princess Huayang had pinned to elicit such a response from the young master. Standing in the corridor, Xiao Mo held the letter for a while, a faint smile gracing his lips. Once the maid had tidied the desk, the young master resumed his seat, finding a booklet laid before him. Staring at the familiar technique, he was momentarily taken aback. This booklet of spring scenes was now adorned with floral stationery. It was evident that it was not the work of the old master, but rather much more juvenile, yet unmistakably linked to him. Xiao Mo had dabbled in painting during his youth, having once apprenticed under an elderly master. The old man depicted everything from figures to flowers and insects, truly capturing life and bringing it to life on paper. However, he later abandoned the art to pursue martial training and accompany the princes in their studies at the palace, leading to the old man's departure and frustration. Thus, when he chanced upon a booklet reminiscent of the old man's style while passing through Huzhou, he purchased it. When Wu Ying entered and beheld both the spring scenes booklet and Princess Huayang's letter spread out before the young master, he felt momentarily bewildered. The curiosity in his eyes was unmistakable, prompting Xiao Mo to glance up before lowering his gaze once more. "Go, investigate the origin of this stationery," he instructed. Yet, after the guard departed, a peculiar thought crossed his mind, causing his expression to shift oddly. Chapter 63. A reunion at Songa Hall. Wu Ying took his leave. When he returned, his expression was notably complex. "Master, this stationery originates from an inconspicuous stationery shop in the city," he began, the young guard hesitating to continue. Xiao Mo, holding a book, glanced at him with a calm demeanor, offering no prompt. "It appears the shop belongs to your cousin," he added. The cousin he referred to could only be Shuyao, for the other cousin had now assumed the title of second young mistress. Wu Ying found the recent occurrences rather uncanny. How was it that everything seemed to connect back to her? It was merely an inquiry into the stationery's origin, yet it had somehow led back to her. Upon receiving prior information, when Xiao Mo once again passed by that inconspicuous little shop in his carriage, he indeed witnessed the maidservant of the Su family presenting a thick stack of floral stationery to the shopkeeper. "She's gone," he remarked, lifting the curtain for a brief glance. "Gone? Aren't you curious to take a look?" Yet, the guards had no authority to object. In the second residence of the Duke of Cheng, Xiao Jinrong and Lu Qingwan were in the blissful throes of newlywed life. Despite any prior doubts or uncertainties, face to face with the warm glow of red candles and the tender attentions of a beautiful woman, it was challenging for a man to maintain his composure. Though they had experienced a small banquet at the Shun household, during which Lu Qingwan had not been fully aware, Xiao Jinrong had merely passively accepted the situation, rendering it less than fulfilling. Thus, on their wedding night, the couple indulged in their passions. Consequently, they were late in presenting tea the following day. Upon hearing the news relayed by the matrons from her daughter-in-law's quarters, Chenshi cast a subtle glance at her slightly awkward husband, yet refrained from displaying anger, instead calmly stating, "If it's a bit late, let it be. Just inform them not to worry." However, the reassurance did little to quell their anxiety, as it was not until the hour of the snake that they ambled into the Jinhua Hall. Even the usually good-natured Xiao Lao could no longer maintain his composure. Yet, seeing his daughter-in-law appearing as if on the verge of collapse, he could only shoot a disapproving look at his son. Xiao Jinrong felt unjustly accused. It had only been twice, after all. How had they ended up in such a predicament? Nevertheless, the appearance of his newlywed wife suggested sincerity. To honor the tea ceremony, Xiao Jinrong had risen early but had delayed, waiting for Lu Qingwan. After the tea was served and the elders had bestowed their gifts, the men took their leave, eager to witness the new daughter-in-law demonstrate her filial piety before her mother-in-law. Indeed, Lu Qingwan approached the neatly arranged walnuts and nutcracker in front of Chenshi and declared, "Mother, allow me to assist you." Chenshi felt a flicker of reassurance, only to be taken aback when her daughter-in-law beckoned her own maid. "Come here." Subsequently, she handed the nutcracker to the maid. The room fell silent in astonishment. Chenshi had attempted to lower her expectations, yet reality continued to drag them even lower. She had never anticipated that the cousin residing in the third room would behave in such a manner. As the sounds of cracking walnuts echoed in Jinhua Hall, the maid finished her task and presented the walnut kernels to her mistress, while Lu Qingwan merely placed them into the sweet white porcelain dish before Chenshi. A wave of frustration washed over Chenshi, prompting her to dismiss Lu Qingwan. "Enough. If you're tired, you may return. There are plenty of servants in your courtyard. There's no need for your maid to assist." After this incident, Lu Qingwan found herself at ease. However, merely a few days into their marriage, a scandal erupted concerning Xiao Jinrong's concubine. Chuanxing was discovered lying naked on the bed of one of the young servants. The maids of the second residence whispered amongst themselves, speculating that upon learning of the second young master's marriage, Chuanxing, feeling hopeless, sought solace with a lover, only for the situation to spiral out of control. Although Xiao Jinrong felt a pang of sorrow, he merely dealt with the young servant and moved on. Chen turned a blind eye, as if discovering for the first time that this frail daughter-in-law possessed a certain cunning. Upon hearing the news, Shuyao of Jianzhai could only sigh in silence. Nevertheless, she grew increasingly cautious of Lu Qingwan. The memory of their mutual involvement in the herbal incident sent shivers down her spine, although the Shun family ultimately bore the blame. She felt that Lu Qingwan's guilt was more pronounced. Had she not deliberately indulged in that pastry? If the Shun family could not be held accountable, the blame would inevitably fall upon her, wouldn't it? Yet, these were merely Shuyao's conjectures, devoid of any substantiating evidence. Following the engagement of Xiao and Lu, Wang began to meticulously prepare her plum appreciation banquet, sending invitations to the eligible young ladies in the capital. Thus, despite the ostensible purpose of enjoying the blossoms, everyone understood the true intent of the Duchess. Consequently, those young ladies who received invitations were elated, while those who did not were left in despair. Among the disappointed was the esteemed Princess Huayang. At that moment, she stood before her father, lamenting, "How could the Duchess forget about me? Am I not among the eligible young ladies?" The emperor, unable to withstand her entreaties, raised his gaze upon Xiao Mo, exclaiming, Ah, the rightful person has arrived. You should inquire with him. Upon encountering the real person, Princess Huayong felt a tinge of shyness but remained obstinate in her inquiry. Young master, pray tell. Why is this so? Xiao Mo glanced at the emperor in the distance, arching an eyebrow. It is likely due to the princess's elevated status. Though it was the truth, it was also a refusal. The emperor was aware, and so was Princess Huayong. On this day, Shuyao visited Songheng and coincidentally overheard the old matriarch discussing this matter with Xiao Mo. Your mother has long desired to host this banquet. Tomorrow, heed my words and remain in the residence. Upon finishing her words, the elder raised her head and spotted Shuyao. As Shuyao frequented Songheng more and more, both Mama Lu and the other servants began to regard her as a half-master of the establishment. Whenever the old matriarch found it inconvenient to respond, they would consult Shuyao, well aware of her wisdom, calm demeanor, and her avoidance of bullying others. Moreover, most of her assertions were correct, earning her the elder's approval more readily. Yao Yao has arrived. Come and sit. Having encountered such situations before, where the young master was present but the maid remained silent, Shuyao had grown indifferent. She approached, greeted both individuals, and settled beside the old matriarch on the calm. Noticing how Shuyao was dressed like a ball, the old lady smiled and reproached her. Did I not instruct you to wear that white fox fur cloak? This cotton garment is far too bulky. What young lady dresses in such a manner? The cloak had been a gift from the elders some time ago. Its fur was pristine and unblemished, providing warmth while being both lightweight and elegant. Shuyao, aware that the gentleman across from her was also observing her, felt her cheeks flush momentarily. Where was the bulkiness? She found her outfit quite satisfactory. With that, she tightened her thick cotton garment. Suddenly, a light laugh echoed in her ear. Chapter 64. A critical moment. Upon hearing the laughter of Xiao Mo, Shuyao felt an increasing sense of embarrassment. The old Madame Xiao gently tapped her grandson's head, admonishing him not to laugh at Shuyao, assuring him that her current state was of no consequence. She instructed him to take care of himself tomorrow. Shuyao had previously learned that the Duchess had sent invitations to all the eligible young ladies in the capital with the intent of selecting a daughter-in-law. Thus, she was not particularly surprised by the situation. The old Madame's jest was evident, given Xiao Mo's appearance and lineage. It was clear that he would be the one selecting others, rather than facing any scrutiny himself. Nevertheless, Shuyao cast a glance in his direction. Unlike her, the young master was not clad in cumbersome attire. He had shed his heavy cloak and donned a dark cloud-patterned robe, appearing much as he always had. Xiao Mo's smile glimmered as he revealed a set of pearly white teeth, inquiring if his cousin would be attending the plum blossom viewing the next day. Shuyao retorted, If you wish to speak, then speak of yourself. Why involve her? Yet, the old Madame Xiao interjected on her behalf. Of course she shall go. Why would she not? The Duchess has buried plum blossom wine in the garden, ready to be unearthed tomorrow. I have tasted it before. It is refreshing and sweet-sour, quite enjoyable. And I believe you young ladies will adore it. The old madam was unaware of the specifics of the recent gathering at the Shun residence. Yet the man across from her was not. Shuyao sensed the elderly lady's gaze upon her as she spoke, and she felt compelled to respond. Very well. Then I shall go. Adjacent to the Duke's residence lay a dilapidated garden, which the Xiao family had acquired a few years prior and had since restored, planting a copious number of plum trees. Just yesterday, a heavy snowfall had blanketed the ground, rendering it an ideal time for snow treading and plum appreciation. Today, not only had the young ladies who received invitations arrived, but even Princess Huayong made an uninvited appearance. Mrs. Wang was somewhat distressed by this, pondering who would dare approach her son with the princess present. Nonetheless, she found solace in the fact that Xiao Mo did not keep his distance today. A mere glance from him was enough to stir the hearts of the young ladies. However, due to the presence of the Duchess, everyone refrained from overt displays of affection. Shuyao's attendants did not invite the same overt scrutiny and disdain as before. Those who could partake in the plum blossom feast were certainly not of ordinary standing. And word had spread early. It was known that although she was a solitary girl, she had unexpectedly gained the favor of the old matriarch, making her someone not easily trifled with. Even Princess Huayong engaged her in conversation, asking, "Which branch are you from? How long have you been at the residence? Do you often see the young master?" To each inquiry, Shuyao responded, though the passage of time felt quite arduous. Being a princess, she could not afford to evade her questions entirely, yet she was equally cautious not to divulge too much. For instance, when asked about her encounters with the young master, she could not deny their infrequency, perhaps suggesting that he might not even recognize her. After finally sampling the plum blossom wine the old lady had mentioned, she excused herself from the gathering. The young ladies, guided by the Duchess, meandered to the left, ostensibly to admire the plums, while subtly assessing each other's decorum and eloquence. Certainly, what holds paramount importance is that the noble lady is aware of her son's whereabouts. Earlier, she merely caught a distant glimpse, yet she felt it insufficient. Wang, however, is not concerned about others overlooking Xiao Mo. She believes that among the young ladies, there are several admirable ones she wishes for her son to observe up close. Despite Xiao Mo's intelligence, he remains oblivious when it comes to matters of the heart, which greatly troubles Wang. She reflects on the maids in his courtyard, each possessing remarkable beauty, yet he has not shown interest in any of them. This truly vexes her as a mother. After parting from the crowd, Shuyao finally exhaled in relief. Noticing everyone had headed left, she chose to walk in the opposite direction. The snow on the ground lightly brushed against her ankles, and her deerskin boots made no sound as they treaded upon it. Occasionally, the weight of snow-laden branches would cause a gentle rustling sound, reminiscent of falling snowflakes. Shuyao reveled in this rare scenery. As she ventured to the end of the plum grove, she discovered a nearby bamboo thicket. From this vantage point, she could faintly discern a corner of a roof. Intrigued, she followed the narrow path through the bamboo and arrived at the front of the house. The door was slightly ajar, revealing no sign of servants inside. A lively coal fire blazed within, and a teapot simmered, releasing steam into the air. Just as Shuyao contemplated stepping inside to warm herself, she overheard voices. "Your Highness, your time is running short. The court has now wholly pledged allegiance to that individual." A jolt of shock coursed through Shuyao. "Your Highness, the Crown Prince?" The young heir was clandestinely associating with the Crown Prince. Her mind raced with thoughts as she quickly assessed her position. Should she exit, she would inevitably pass through that half-open door, and those within would likely notice her presence. To facilitate her discreet departure, she had earlier instructed Xiao Wei and Hui Xiong to remain among the group. If discovered, would she be silenced? Given Xiao Mo's previous actions, Shuyao deemed it entirely plausible. Moreover, even without him, the Crown Prince could easily dispose of her. Having contemplated the potential ramifications, Shuyao cautiously shifted to a corner at the back, entirely concealing herself behind the curtains of a wardrobe. She meticulously checked for any overlooked details on her person, even sniffing her cuffs and collar, finding no trace of perfume. Fortunately, she had anticipated the noble lady's intentions for the plum blossom banquet and had refrained from applying any fragrance before her outing. Quietly nestled in her corner, her heart raced. The conversation continued within, and though the voices were hushed, she could not help but overhear snippets. She pondered whether the young heir, having trained in martial arts since childhood, might have already detected her presence, and those elusive guards beside him could very well be lurking nearby, silently observing her. A wave of sorrow washed over Shuyao. If she were to leave, what would become of her younger brother? And what of Granny Zheng in Jian's studio, along with Xiao Wei and Hui Xiong? Granny Zheng had yet to deliver the pouch of money to her son, Xiao Wei and Hui Xiong, two individuals navigating their existence amidst the constraints imposed by their aunt, harbored great expectations for their mistress. As time dragged on, anticipation swelled, and eventually, someone emerged. Shuyao's heart raced, sensing the two parting ways at the door, only for that person to return and halt before the curtain. Suddenly, she felt a lightness in her body as she was lifted. The man's skeletal fingers glided across her neck, chilling and devoid of warmth, mirroring the coldness of his gaze. Shuyao's eyes widened in terror. She wished to utter something profound in this fleeting moment. Chapter 65. We are the same. A multitude of thoughts flashed through Shuyao's mind. Yet what escaped her lips was, "Cousin, we are alike." Xiao Mo gazed at the delicate, pale neck beneath his grasp, his expression inscrutable as he registered the fear in her eyes. He had merely made a brief appearance in the garden at his mother's behest, unaware that the Crown Prince would make an unexpected visit, leading to her being brought to this secluded bamboo grove. But where was the shadow? He glanced up at the ceiling, meeting the despondent face of a guard, whose expression suggested he was on the verge of tears. A faint, icy smile graced Xiao Mo's lips as he absent-mindedly brushed his fingers against the soft flesh. Alike? Shuyao managed to nod, feeling the grip on her neck ease slightly, which bolstered her confidence. Recalling the items entrusted to her by the young Chun, she spoke up, "Release me a bit. I shall retrieve it." Xiao Mo furrowed his brow and indeed loosened his hold. Yet, as Shuyao turned away, her hand delved into her garment. He lowered his gaze, and after a brief moment, she spun back around, her face tinged with a faint blush, declaring, "Here? This is it. My mother instructed me to keep it safe." Xiao Mo looked up to find a spherical bead nestled in her palm. He reached out to take it, scrutinizing it closely for a moment before twisting it between his fingers, causing the copper sphere to open. Witnessing this, Shuyao felt a jolt of surprise. She had seen this bead numerous times, but had never dared to open it. Faced with this unexpected situation and recalling the earnestness with which the young Chun had entrusted it to her, she resolved to take a gamble. Should Xiao Mo struggle to open it, she would have time to devise an escape plan. Yet, could it be that it concealed something of great significance? The man before her remained candid, unfolding the contents within the sphere, revealing a sheet of bright yellow paper filled with dense handwriting. This was evidently the medical records of the palace's master. Shuyao's emotions became a tumultuous blend of hope and trepidation. Had she made the right wager? As she leaned closer, the man folded the paper, producing a soft snap, leaving only the intact bead in his hand. The young lord then remarked, "Would you like to see?" Shuyu quickly shook her head, hoping it would not be known that the information came from her. Xiao Mo smiled, appearing quite pleased, and responded, "Very well. We are indeed alike." He continued, "Given the usefulness of what you've contributed today, I shall overlook your eavesdropping. However, this matter belongs to you. I trust you will remember that and not let it slip." Hearing his words, which were part threat and part favor, Shuyu found herself at a loss, uncertain whether to feel joy or anxiety. She touched her still sore neck, relieved to have preserved her life. Yet, she could not fathom why. In light of the current overwhelming political landscape, the Duke's residence would steadfastly support the Crown Prince. Xiao Mo took the item and glanced towards the beams of the ceiling. Without warning, a shadowy figure slid down from above. Shuyu recognized the guard and felt a surge of apprehension. She had suspected it would not be so simple. Discussing such crucial matters, it was impossible for there not to be someone observing. Thankfully, she had chosen not to leave immediately, otherwise, the consequences could have been dire. However, was this guard not excessively negligent? Did he not think to halt a living person approaching this way? As these thoughts swirled in her mind, she cast her gaze towards the shadowy figure. The guard, feeling guilty, turned his head away. He had clearly seen the Duchess take another path, and the young lord had sought refuge in the bamboo grove. Who could have anticipated that there would be a solitary cousin lingering here? In the heat of the moment, it was too late to call out, especially with a certain prince present inside. Seeing that the young lady had wisely concealed herself, the guard deemed it best for the young lord to handle this peculiar cousin personally, as he had previous experience in such matters. Unexpectedly, the outcome was quite favorable, bringing joy to all. The guard smirked, but upon noticing the young lord looking at him, he quickly adopted a contrite expression, apologizing for his oversight in not preventing the cousin's approach. Shuyu had been quite startled earlier, but now that the crisis had passed, she felt a chill envelop her. Regardless of whether the young lord remained, she hurried towards the robustly burning charcoal stove, extending her hands to warm them and shifting her deerskin boots closer to the fire. After a while, when she raised her head, she noticed Xiao Mo had not yet departed. She remarked, "I just saw the Duchess heading east. She may be searching for you now." Truly, what a masterful sleight of hand, leaving those young ladies and their mothers anxiously scanning the surroundings. Xiao Mo regarded her coolly and inquired, "What brings you here? Seeking me?" Shuyu chose silence, opting instead to act as a mute observer. Soon, feeling sufficiently warmed, she bowed respectfully to the young lord before taking her leave. Once she had departed, Xiao Mo turned to the guard and asked, "Where is Wu Ming? Did I not instruct him not to follow?" "Oh," replied the guard, "upon returning today, he shall receive 20 military lashes." The guard shuddered at the response. While 20 lashes were not fatal for someone of his martial prowess, it was still a considerable punishment. When Shuyao once again mingled among the young ladies, a robust woman approached her. "Where has the young lady from the Su family been? I have searched everywhere and could not find you." Upon Shuyao's arrival, she had made the acquaintance of these young ladies. Thus she was aware that the woman before her was named Ma Jingtang, the daughter of a deputy general serving the duke. She smiled and replied, "I went to the restroom." Ma Jingtang continued, "I saw you heading in another direction earlier. Did you happen to encounter the young general?" Noticing her confusion, Ma Jingtang elaborated. I mean the heir. We affectionately referred to him as the young general while at the border. Shuyao glanced at the group of young ladies nearby, who were engrossed in conversation with the Duchess, suddenly feeling a pang of concern for their futures, not to mention the esteemed royal princess present. It seemed this particular young lady had some history. The title of young general must surely be unique among these young ladies. Shuyao chuckled. That title is indeed quite distinctive. Distinctive? What do you mean? A deep and familiar voice resonated from behind her. Chapter 66. Let her critique the painting. Upon hearing the voice, everyone raised their heads to see the protagonist of the day, young Master Xiao, approaching from a distance. Young Master. Princess Huayang was the first to exclaim. The young ladies who had previously surrounded the Duchess looked over with bashful intrigue. Under the scrutiny of so many eyes, Shuyao felt as if she had returned to the days of being questioned at Songha Hall. She hurriedly bowed respectfully and gestured for Ma Jingtang to step forward. This sister was just telling me about the young master's bravery at the border, mentioning that everyone calls you the young general. I too find this title quite unique. So, that is the case. The man's gaze swept over her face, and the fear she had previously shown, claiming they were similar young ladies, was now replaced with an air of feigned respectfulness, his smile exceedingly insincere. He scoffed inwardly. Unlike the other young ladies, Ma Jingtang did not seem shy. It has been quite a while. Young general, Xiao Mo replied with a grunt, seemingly unsure whether to reminisce in front of so many young ladies or not. And he proceeded directly to the Duchess's side, calling her mother, and offering a bow to Princess Huayang. The gathering was situated in a relatively spacious pavilion. The Duchess and Princess Huayang were seated at the center, surrounded by several braziers burning smokeless red charcoal, with thick curtains draped around. Despite the pavilion's size, it felt cramped with so many people, especially after the arrival of the young master. Consequently, some had taken to standing in the corridor connecting to the pavilion, including Shuyao. Unlike the pavilion, the corridor was devoid of curtains, allowing a clear view of the plum blossoms on either side. Noticing Shuyao step out, Ma Jingtang glanced at the man not far away and, with a determined bite of her lip, followed her. Shuyao was uncertain about what to say to her. They were not well acquainted, and they had just been questioned about the young master. After some thought, she inquired, Sister Ma, can you ride? Ma Jingtang appeared somewhat distracted. Yes, it is essential at the border. What is life like at the border? She ventured, thinking that while discussing the young master was off limits, this topic should be permissible. Thus, the conversation with Ma Jingtang was opened, and she spoke with great eloquence. However, despite the gathering being a plum appreciation banquet, the topic unexpectedly shifted to painting plums. Shuyao had been engaging in conversation with Ma Jingtang along the corridor when suddenly, a maid brought over a table. She inquired if the two young ladies, Miss Su and Miss Ma, would like to participate. Shuyao shook her head, indicating her recent fatigue from painting numerous floral note cards. Similarly, the skilled horsewoman Ma Jingtang also declined. Upon seeing both of them refuse, the young ladies at the nearby tables exchanged glances of mild disdain. As daughters of the royal family, Princess Huayang undoubtedly possessed remarkable artistic talent. Additionally, there was another young lady from the Marquis of Chengguo's household named Feng Shufang, who hailed from the same lineage as the Empress Dowager. Both Feng Shufang and Empress Feng were exceptional artists. On this chilly snowy day, it was she who proposed that the young ladies create a painting of plum blossoms in the snow for the esteemed young lords to critique. However, just as the painting was halfway completed, Xiao Mo decided to leave, stating that his mother had sent him for a cup of hot tea, and as the tea had been consumed, it was time for him to depart. The Duchess, upon hearing this, exclaimed in urgency, with so many young ladies' paintings, will you not take a look? Xiao Mo glanced at the heads raised from the table and smiled. My mother is unaware, but I am not proficient in the art of painting. If my mother desires an appraisal, I can recommend someone. Who? Shuyao, who was observing the scene, noticed the young lord's finger pointing directly at her. They are Su's cousin. She had just been inwardly amused by the embarrassment of the young ladies, but now their faces turned pale. Feeling the piercing gazes around her, Shuyao inwardly loathed Xiao Mo. I cannot, she stammered. After her words, faint laughter could be heard from the side. Unable to bear the situation any longer, the Duchess remarked, this Su girl has recently gained the favor of the matriarch. It is unseemly to humiliate her in public. She turned to Xiao Mo. Enough, Mo. If you do not wish to look, then do not. It is far more fitting to have Princess Huayang appraise the paintings. Then she addressed Su Shuyao. Dear Su girl, your elder cousin is simply being lazy. He does not intend to embarrass you, so do not overthink it. Su Shuyao managed a forced smile and glanced at the instigator. The young lord wore a smile, yet his gaze was sharp, as though he sought to penetrate her very thoughts. Did he know something? Under his scrutinizing gaze, Su Xuyao's heart raced. Had her simple flower note cards been discovered since her arrival in the capital? Su Shuyao puffed her cheeks, feigning nonchalance as she spoke to the Duchess. It is of no concern, but even if my elder cousin were to ask me to critique the paintings, I would not be able to discern their merits. To me, all the paintings of the young ladies are exquisite. If I were to declare them all excellent, the rankings would surely be indistinguishable. Upon hearing this, laughter erupted among the assembly. After the haughty young lord departed, Princess Huayang indeed took the opportunity to step forward. However, with the absence of those who would appreciate the art, the once spirited young ladies lost their initial enthusiasm, and what began as a fervent competition concluded rather anticlimactically. The other young ladies, noticing Su Shuyao's stern expression, assumed she was in a foul mood after being ridiculed by the young Master Xiao. Was it not true? How could one who dared not even touch a painting serve as a judge? Was this not mockery? Su Shuyao contemplated that her best course of action might be to confess to the young master that the floral stationery was indeed her creation. As a young lady residing in the Duke's household, would it be a fault to sell her artistic talents for a bit of silver? Surely not, one would hope. Yet, it was certainly not something worthy of admiration. However, her dire financial situation was well known, even to the indifferent third miss of the Xiao family, and it must have ceased to be a secret within the Duke's residence. The two maidservants, too, wore expressions of concern, having witnessed their mistress create the floral stationery with their own eyes. The young master's gaze earlier seemed to suggest he was aware of something. With the absence of the event's main guest, the plum appreciation banquet concluded rather early. The most delighted was Princess Huayang, who not only had the pleasure of seeing the person she wished to see, but also gained recognition from the Duchess. Xiao Mo's actions undoubtedly served as a resounding slap in the face to those who had exerted themselves in hopes of impressing him. He offered no regard to anyone, indicating that he held no one in esteem, which brought a sense of solace to Princess Huayang, who had faced countless rejections, though he was unwilling to marry her. He also showed no inclination to wed another. Chapter 67. The Troubles of the Younger Brother After the Plum Appreciation Banquet. Madame Wang prepared a list and discussed it with her eldest son. This young lady from the Zhang family seems quite promising. Not only is she strikingly beautiful, but she also possesses a pleasant demeanor. Miss Zhang's grandfather is a revered Hanlon scholar, and her father, brothers, and uncles are all well-educated men. The Zhang family places high expectations on their children, and she exudes an air of elegance befitting her scholarly lineage, which I find quite appealing. Xiao Mo appeared to ponder the young lady's visage, but ultimately replied to his mother, I have no impression. After a moment's thought, Madame Wang continued, What about the Luo family? I find Miss Luo to be quite vivacious. Living alongside her would surely be entertaining. Xiao Mo chuckled, Surely it is you, mother. Who wishes to share a life with her? Madame Wang mused that a simple-minded person had a certain charm. Yet such a young lady might not be suitable as a young master's wife. For some reason, she thought of the royal princess, who, while somewhat proud, was not without her merits. After all, she was a princess willing to cherish him. What more could one desire? Although Madame Wang had previously heard that the princess was often persistent in her affections for her son, and considered the formidable nature of the princess's mother-in-law, she had not entertained the idea of her. However, the events of the plum appreciation banquet dispelled her reservations. Upon hearing this, Xiao Mo glanced at his mother, but made his way outside. Oh dear, I did not assert that it must be her. There are other candidates as well. With that, he looked at the meticulously organized booklet beside him and sighed. Yet, upon leaving his mother's presence, he was summoned by a messenger from Songha Hall. Xiao Mo furrowed his brows tightly, capable of crushing a mosquito, yet he dared not defy his grandmother. Indeed, upon seeing her eldest grandson, Lady Xiao chuckled, Has your mother been a bother? Xiao Mo wore a non-committal expression, neither affirming nor denying, merely smiling as he awaited his grandmother's next words. Take a seat. I have another matter to discuss with you. Have you forgotten our previous conversation? Lady Xiao inquired. Xiao Mo pondered deeply, but could not recall any task his grandmother had entrusted to him that remained unfulfilled. The old lady continued, I was speaking of your cousin Su. She will be emerging from mourning after the new year. Last time, I asked if you knew any suitable young men. Xiao Mo replied with a placid demeanor. Since when has grandmother taken such an interest in others' matrimony? The old lady, somewhat vexed, retorted, I wish to care for you, but do you allow me? Xiao Mo's face remained impassive. Is it Su's cousin who is eager to get married? You child, how can you speak of young ladies in such a manner? Who is in a hurry to wed? I do not appreciate that remark. A man ought to marry, and a woman ought to wed. Your cousin will be 17 after the new year. If I do not urge her, I fear no one else will. Your grandmother once had an acquaintance with her mother, and since she has come to our residence, it would be unwise to let the child linger without prospects. After this lengthy discourse, the old lady sighed deeply. Xiao Mo recalled the bead he had taken from her garment and fell silent. What are you dawdling for? Lady Xiao cast a glance at him. Xiao Mo lowered his eyes and replied softly, I did not expect grandmother to know Su's cousin's mother. I am asking you a question. Do you have any candidates in mind? Xiao Mo thought to himself that even if he did not assist her in finding a match, there would surely be suitors eager to present themselves. He offered an awkward smile. The end of the year is busy. Let us discuss it in the spring. Seeing her grandson's lackadaisical demeanor, the old lady resolved to wait until after the new year to take the girl out for a stroll. Ultimately, no young lady was determined during the plum appreciation banquet, and in the blink of an eye, the new year arrived. Su Shuheng returned home from the Imperial Academy, having turned 10, rendering him no longer suitable to remain in Jiyun's study. Chen arranged a room for him in the outer courtyard. Before his departure, Su Shuyu scrutinized her younger brother carefully. Aside from being tanned, he had also grown thinner. A pang of sadness struck her. How had he fared? Since he had entered the Imperial Academy, it was always those two maids who delivered him supplies, or occasionally, she would send Cheng and to fetch them. Su Shuyu had not deliberately sought to visit him. In the realm of the academy, where nobility abounded, her brother's status was indeed insufficient. A young lord without a background was already quite enough. Su Shuyu wished to keep her beautiful elder sister hidden from the prying eyes, for it would not serve as a blessing for him, but rather a source of trouble. Shuheng puffed out his chest and smiled. Sister, do not worry. I am doing well. Although difficulties certainly existed, they were not suitable to be shared with his elder sister before him. In just a few months, the 10-year-old boy had shed his naivety and fragility, donning his own armor. Perhaps it was not yet impervious, even easily pierced, but it was uniquely his own. Formed naturally by his environment, it was reinforced by his spirit and understanding, serving as a foundational framework. Su Shuyao glanced over at the servant beside her younger brother. Cheng'an chuckled, saying, It's nothing. We are all fine. The two boys' youthful demeanor could not escape Su Shuyao's notice, and her expression immediately darkened. If there are any concerns, speak them out. Do you intend to leave your sister unprepared until something happens? Su Shuheng remained silent, but after a moment, Cheng'an spoke up. There is a young master named Sun who keeps pointing at our young master to do his bidding. Before Cheng'an could finish his sentence, tears began to fall from Su Shuyao's eyes. She should have anticipated such matters. What is his full name? Which household does he belong to? Sun Xingyao. The Sun family? Su Shuyao recalled, having gained some understanding of the intricate families in the capital from her association with the Qin family. She remembered a Sun family, though they were not particularly illustrious. Did I not instruct you to claim ties to the Duke of Cheng's household? Su Shuyao asked. Initially, it was inconsequential. But after they heard we were associated with the Duke of Cheng's residence, that boy has been relentlessly tormenting young Master Shuang. Cheng'an replied, his face showing his helplessness. Su Shuyao pondered. Perhaps there is a conflict with some young master from the household? Observing her sister's insight, Shuheng added, he claims to be avenging his younger brother. For the fifth young master struck him previously. Upon hearing the name Xiao Jinli, Su Shuyao considered the temperament of the fifth young master of the Xiao family and deemed it quite plausible. It seemed likely he had inquired about her brother beforehand, knowing he was merely a child of a secondary wife living in the household. Given that this matter involved the third branch, Su Shuyao's thoughts turned to Xiao Jinwen, whose demeanor was comparatively more composed than that of the fifth young master. Seeing her sister's worried expression, Shuheng tenderly remarked, I told you, there was no need to worry. As long as they do not go too far, I can endure. Su Shuyao contemplated and managed to force a smile. It's nothing. I am merely considering how to resolve this. You give an inch, and they take a mile. Continuing like this is not a solution. However, now that we have returned, let us celebrate the new year peacefully in the residence, and we shall address everything after the festival. She continued. Chapter 68. New Year's Eve. Listening to the young lady's words, Chang'an felt somewhat relieved. Had Shuyao not inquired, he had intended to inform his father, or perhaps the second master would learn of it and assist their young master. Nonetheless, they had been somewhat reserved with Shuyao. For Sun Xingyao had grown increasingly audacious lately, especially since their young master had not dared to resist. Recently, he had even kicked him, leaving a considerable bruise on young Master Shuang. Shuyao proceeded to inquire in detail about the specifics of the conflict between the two before concluding the conversation. Due to her status as a woman, she did not accompany her brother to the outer courtyard, because Su Shuheng had been away from the residence for an extended period. And considering her niece's age, Chen had decided not to send her with a maid, allowing Yuju and Mulan to continue serving in Jian's studio. Both girls were delighted by this arrangement. Thus, Su Shuyao was accompanied by 2 first-class maids, 2 second-class maids, along with Granny Zheng and the previous workers, making for a substantial household staff in Jian's studio. On this New Year's Eve, Su Shuyao first partook in breakfast in her own courtyard before proceeding to Jinhua Hall to await her aunt and her party. In a swift turn of events, Lu Qingwan transformed from a mere cousin into the lady of the manor, leaving not only the servants momentarily bewildered, but also Su Shuyao, who hesitated for a moment before addressing her. "Cousin Lu." Lu Qingwan replied softly, "Cousin Su." Despite the presence of their matron, she no longer exhibited the same timorous demeanor as before. After exchanging greetings and scrutinizing her cousin with a thoughtful gaze, she remarked with a smile, "You seem to have lost some weight lately." Su Shuyao touched her own face, perplexed by the observation. Had she truly diminished? These past few days, she had been restless over her brother's troubles, and with a forced smile, she replied, "I suppose I'm doing all right." With their aunt present, along with her third cousin, Su Shuyao preferred not to mention her brother's plight unnecessarily. It was not out of malice, but rather a lesson learned from past experiences. Chen Shi, however, looked at her with concern and asked, "Are you feeling unwell? Do you need a doctor?" Xiao Jingshan also approached her, showering her with inquiries of care and comfort. In Chen Shi's eyes, her niece was at least more pleasing than her daughter-in-law, as she had recently been quite vexed by Lu Qingwan. Not only was their initial meeting devoid of warmth, but even the mere act of casting a glance in her direction felt suffocating. Su Shuyao discreetly observed the subtle power struggles within the second branch and chose not to meddle. After a while, once their aunt had finished her breakfast, they leisurely made their way to Songha Hall. Compared to their first visit to the old matriarch, the entourage of the second branch had noticeably swelled, prompting the third lady, Lu Shi, to comment with a hint of envy to Chen Shi, "You seem to be flourishing with your entourage, unlike me, solitary and alone." She herself found the statement awkward. Living in the same estate, news from the second branch frequently reached her ears, and as Lu Qingwan's aunt, she could not help but feel a twinge of guilt. Yet, being a niece, there was little she could do but utter trivial remarks that might irk others. At that moment, Chen Shi shared this sentiment, pondering how splendid it would have been if the fourth young master had wed someone else, instead of coming to the second branch to cause her distress. Upon their arrival at Songha Hall, they found the elderly matriarch already neatly attired and awaiting them. Today, she donned a brand new, crimson, stand-collared long jacket adorned with longevity motifs, even replacing her headband with matching satin fabric, though it bore subtle black patterns. At its center lay a vibrant green gemstone, making her appear quite sprightly. Upon seeing them, she smiled and instructed the maidens to bring forth stools. The 3 younger relatives obediently approached to pay their respects, offering auspicious greetings for the new year. Noticing that Su Shuyao had finally donned the white fox fur cloak, the old matriarch nodded approvingly, exclaiming, "Now that's more like it. Both light and beautiful." She then turned to the others, asking, "Don't you think Shuyao looks like a gem?" Su Shuyao wore an apricot-colored satin jacket underneath, paired with a black brocade skirt. At that moment, her white fox cloak remained draped upon her shoulders, enveloping her in a pristine aura. However, Xiao had taken special care to adorn her hair with a light apricot-colored chiffon flower, from which 2 pearl and jade ornaments dangled, lending her an air of delicate elegance. Although her cheeks bore a pallor due to a lack of rest, this delicate beauty was enhanced by an additional touch of fragility. Once the elder's words concluded, all eyes shifted to Su Shuyao, in stark contrast to the previous lady of the second house, who shared a similar beauty. Any notion of equality was swiftly dispelled. If Lu Qingwan's slenderness had previously complemented her youthful identity, now her pointed little face betrayed a hint of sharpness. The earlier unrefined innocence had faded, revealing that this woman was merely passably attractive. The young gentlemen of the Duke's household entered from outside, their gazes converging on the lady before the elder, yet none ventured to voice an opinion. Lady Xiao, noticing their presence, wondered why they had arrived so promptly today. She then beckoned Su Shuheng, who followed his sister's glance and approached the elder to pay his respects. The young gentleman's posture was impeccable, and his movements flowed with grace, prompting the elder to commend him for his gentlemanly demeanor, likening him to a true scholar. Su Shuheng, however, wore a modest smile, deflecting the elder's praise, attributing his current standing to her benevolence and the household's nurturing. Su Xiao recalled having expressed similar sentiments in the past. She was surprised to see her younger brother had now adopted them as well. A sudden pang of sorrow struck her as she noticed the scars that inadvertently peeked from his forearm. Hastily, she lowered her gaze and pressed her fingers to the corner of her eye. After a moment, she lifted her head, only to meet the indifferent gaze of the young heir, who swiftly turned to converse with several of his brothers. Su Xiao paid little mind to it, deeming it mere coincidence. The atmosphere in Songha Hall was filled with laughter and merriment, and no one wished to dampen the spirits on such a day. After a while, the second and third masters arrived. However, the Duke and the third young master, Xiao Jinyun, had yet to return to the capital this year. Wang Shi seemed accustomed to it, continuing to manage the household affairs with aplomb. Lady Xiao urged her to take a seat, assuring her that they were all family and she should let the steward handle matters, lest she exhaust herself. Turning to Su Xiao, she remarked, "You are no longer a child. After the new year, you should accompany your aunt to learn about managing the household." The moment those words left her lips, the room fell into a stunned silence. Particularly, Qinsher felt somewhat embarrassed. As Su Xiao's aunt, this responsibility should rightfully have been hers. Yet, preoccupied with her own grievances against her daughter-in-law and busy instructing Jingshan, she had little time to consider her niece. Then there was Lu Shi and Lu Qingwan, the Duke's wife managing the household affairs. The elder's intention for Su Xiao to learn under Wang Shi clearly indicated her high regard for her. Among the Xiao family's daughters, only the eldest, Xiao Jinru, had been raised by Wang Shi. Even Lu Qingwan, now a member of the Duke's household, could only manage the affairs of the second house under her mother-in-law's guidance, unable to touch the edges of the Duke's estate. Even Wang Shi herself was somewhat taken aback. However, the elder always had her reasons for her decisions. She sensed that her mother-in-law was quite fond of this young lady, wishing to nurture her and subsequently assist her in securing a suitable match. Thus, Wang had no reason to refuse. Even Su Xiao herself was taken aback for a moment before obediently responding affirmatively. Old Madame Xiao gazed at her with increasing affection. The warmth of Songha Hall contrasted with the snow gently falling outside. Although the midday meal was not an official reunion feast, the genders were seated at separate tables, yet not too far apart. The table was adorned with a goat spine hot pot, of which Su Xiao partook generously. After the meal, she strolled with two maidservants along the corridor beside Songha Hall. Growing weary, she leaned against the railing to watch the snow. Huixiang played in the snow, leaving footprints, which amused Su Xiao, prompting her to join in the fun. She asked Xiao Wei to fetch a cloak from inside, wrapping herself warmly before stepping outside. The snow had just begun to fall, laying a delicate layer on the ground, fluttering down to her hair and clothing, melting instantly upon contact. The icy sensation on her face inexplicably lifted her spirits. She picked up a stick and drew in the snow, while Xiao Wei approached, exclaiming in curiosity, "Is that not Huixiang in the drawing?" Su Xiao exchanged glances with her maid, and the two of them burst into laughter. The dim-witted Huixiang scampered over, asking, "Who are all these figures? Why do they resemble me as a ball?" Chunsheng, observing from within, sighed with envy, murmuring, "Cousin is truly delightful." Meanwhile, several young lords of the Xiao household were enjoying wine in the warm chamber of Songha Hall when they noticed the heir and Xiao Jinwen gazing out through the window. Second young master Xiao Jinrong leaned closer to inquire what they were observing. Xiao Mo turned back, pouring himself another drink. Xiao Jinwen chuckled, and in passing, drew the curtains closed. Second young master returned to his seat, yet his mind lingered on the radiant face he had just glimpsed, a smile as bright as flowers, bringing life even to the white, snow-laden scenery. Initially, he had assumed that the lady was as scheming as his stepmother, intent on manipulating his marriage prospects. Thus, even though he recognized her beauty, he managed to ignore it, even committing several indiscretions against her. But was his assumption truly correct? Reflecting on his cousin Lu, once regarded as a celestial being, now his wife, yet causing chaos in the household, he found himself in turmoil. Each day brought complaints about his stepmother or grievances against the maidservants. Chuanxing, who had served him for years, had met an untimely demise. And how could Xiao Jinrong remain unaffected? After enduring so long, he had promised to elevate her to concubine status after marriage. He could not afford to make such a grave mistake at this critical juncture. However, one must ultimately choose between the legitimate wife and the concubine. And thus he refrained from questioning the words of the second young mistress. Coughing persistently due to drinking too quickly, Xiao Jinrong suddenly found himself in a fit. Beside him, Xiao Jinwen patted his back, offering comfort. Take it slow. Who is competing with you? He had heard enough about the affairs of the second branch to feel a measure of sympathy for his elder brother. However, to Xiao Jinrong's ears, it sounded like a double entendre, for he had previously feared that his cousin Lu might be taken away. Consequently, he coughed even more vigorously. Xiao Mo cast a casual glance at his two younger brothers before returning to his drink. Due to the snowfall and the fact that everyone would gather for a reunion dinner later that evening, no one returned to their respective courtyards. The ladies engaged in lively chatter while playing mahjong, and Su Xiao, unfamiliar with the game, sat beside the matriarch, Xiao Laofuren, watching. After playing a few rounds, the elder woman expressed her desire to take a nap and called out, "Yao Yao, it's your turn." Su Xiao glanced at the table where Qin Shi, Lu Shi, and Xiao Jinshan were seated, along with Lu Qingwan, who, like her, had not yet joined the game. Perhaps let cousin Lu have a go. I haven't learned yet. Having observed the game for a while, she had grasped the general idea of how to play. However, Lu Shi lost 20 taels in no time, causing Su Xiao's heart to race. Qin Shi urged her, hurry up. Reluctantly, Su Xiao joined in. As expected, after a few rounds, she lost 10 taels. Fortunately, the game of mahjong did not last long. As dusk approached, everyone clamored to go outside and watch the servants set off fireworks. In previous years, Su Xiao had dutifully remained in Songheng and had never ventured out to see the spectacle. This time, she had no intention of going out either, but Xiao Laofuren insisted. You should go and enjoy the festivities. Why linger around with us old folks? Being of advanced age and having seen too much in the past, she was disinclined to join the excitement. Wang Shi, sensing that the Duke and her second son might be feeling low, chose to stay by her mother-in-law's side. Qin Shi, unwilling to move, felt disheartened despite her daughter's marriages being settled, as matters concerning her stepson had gone awry, leaving her in a melancholic state. Conversely, the third wife, Lu Shi, along with Lu Qingwan, made their way out. Su Xiao followed behind them. The fireworks display was set in an open area, a fair distance from Songheng. As Su Xiao walked along, she noticed the two ahead quickening their pace, but did not feel rushed. After a brief while, she spotted a crowd gathered in the distance. At that moment, the fireworks had already been ignited, prompting her to halt her advance. Turning back, she noticed that the spot where she stood had a low courtyard wall. She stepped slightly further in, finding shelter from the wind and snow, while still enjoying a clear view of the fireworks above. Miss, aren't you going forward? Rain Bamboo, who had hurried over upon hearing her voice, inquired. Su Xiao smiled and replied, if you wish to go ahead, feel free. Don't mind us. Rain Bamboo and Mo Lan hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to join the crowd. Su Xiao then tilted her head, gazing skyward. Xiao Jinwen arrived a bit late. While walking, he suddenly spotted 3 figures standing by the courtyard wall. He quickly closed his umbrella and approached Cousin Su. Ever since his fourth cousin had become engaged, Su Xiao had hardly spoken to him privately. Fourth cousin. After exchanging greetings, a silence enveloped them. As Rain Bamboo moved toward the group, Lu Qingwan, upon seeing her, asked, where's your mistress? She's over there. Standing further back is the same, came the reply. Chapter 70. Helping her out, Lu Qingwan, upon hearing this, peered through the swirling snowflakes and spotted a pair of young men and women standing by the courtyard wall. Fourth cousin. She scrutinized the scene with great care, a peculiar smile gradually emerging upon her face. Indeed, this cousin Su was exceptionally fortunate. During the last gathering at the Shun residence, Lu Qingwan inadvertently discovered the mischief of a maid, thus realizing that an opportunity had presented itself. Unfortunately, she could not ascertain the motive behind the Shun family's actions against her, prompting her to enlist Su's assistance. It was a well-known fact that Su Shuyao had been publicly questioned by Shin Jingzhu at Songheng. to ensure double insurance. Lu Qingwan had even sampled a piece of Su's confection. Should the Shen family remain unaccountable, she would shift the blame onto Su Shuyao. Wasn't Shen intending to unite her niece with Xiao Jinrong? Xiao Jinrong harbored affections for her, which kindled Su's jealousy. Lu Qingwan had already crafted a rationale for her companion and scattered a potent aphrodisiac powder upon her. This substance would take effect upon mere contact with skin, eliminating the need for olfactory detection. Yet, surprisingly, Su returned unscathed. Lu Qingwan found it hard to believe. Suspecting that the visit to the medical hall was merely a fade, while seeking a man was the true intent. She glanced up at her aunt, who was engrossed in the fireworks illuminating the night sky, reflecting on the past and the days of neglect and ridicule from servants after the Lu family had abandoned her. A smile graced her lips as she leaned closer to her amiable aunt's ear. "Aunt, look." The maid behind her felt a chill wash over her upon witnessing the second young mistress's smile. Meanwhile, Xiao Jinwan, upon noticing Su's presence, refrained from mingling with the crowd. Su Shuyao's feelings toward her fourth cousin were deeply complex. Previously, at the Shun family academy, he had taken great care of her younger brother and had treated Su with gentle words. In the unfamiliar environment of the Duke of Chengguo's residence, where everyone bared their fangs to remind her of the harshness of life, Xiao Jinwen had been a breath of warm air brushing against her heart. His gentleness was soothing, evoking an instinctive trust. As a blossoming young woman of 18, it was impossible for Su to remain indifferent to such a handsome and refined gentleman. Yet could she? She was acutely aware of the Lu family's lofty expectations for their son. Moreover, she recognized that Xiao Jinwen regarded her with a hint of distinction. Nevertheless, she had steadfastly adhered to her principles, and upon learning of his engagement, she had taken great pains to distance herself. To her satisfaction, this fourth son of the Xiao family had not pursued her relentlessly. He was a gentleman, fully aware of his desires, which sufficed. However, considering her brother's circumstances, Su Shuyao felt that this moment presented an opportunity. Fourth cousin. The crackling sound of fireworks echoed in her ears, compelling her to draw nearer to him. Xiao Jinwen had not anticipated encountering his cousin here. It was merely a wall, a fleeting, virtuous silhouette. He found himself unable to resist pausing. Since that morning at Songhang, when his mother had caught him, he had begun to understand his own feelings. With a sigh, he contemplated saying something to alleviate the awkwardness, but then noticed her moving closer. Instinctively, he straightened his posture, an inexplicable nervousness stirring within him. Su Xiao smiled and said, "I have something to discuss with my cousin." Xiao Jinwen leaned in closer, but just as Su Xiao was about to share half of her brother's matter, a voice laced with anger interrupted them. "What are you two doing?" They both instinctively looked up to meet the furious gaze of Lady Lu, the third wife. Beside her stood Lu Qingwan, who observed with an expression of calmness that belied her indifferent eyes. Additionally, there was Xiao Jinrong, standing next to his wife, appearing somewhat out of sorts. Also present was the fifth son of the Xiao family, and even Su Shuing. Su Xiao felt that they were outdoors, conversing in front of maids and others. Moreover, they were not far from where the fireworks were being set off. Why was there such commotion? Su Xiao shook her head and addressed Lady Lu. It was merely a casual conversation. Lady Lu then turned to her son. "You speak. Did she call for you? What did she say to you?" The thought of her son's impending marriage ignited her anger. Since the incident involving Lu Qingwan, Lady Lu had grown increasingly distrustful of these young ladies. Just because her niece had schemed against the second branch, did it mean that the second branch's niece would also plot against her son? She recalled her niece's earlier words. Fourth cousin Su might have been held up by someone. Initially skeptical, she now saw how close the two were standing. The answer was becoming evident. Xiao Jinwen found himself at a loss facing his mother's hysteria, momentarily at a loss for words. He wished to confess that the one with ulterior motives was actually himself, as he had approached Su Xiao upon seeing her alone. Little did he expect her to initiate a conversation with him, discussing serious matters. Had it not been for Su Shuang, she would have likely taken her leave to avoid suspicion. Just as Xiao Jinwen's lips parted to speak, the heir, Xiao Mo, approached. Dressed in a dark cloak, he strode through the wind and snow as if strolling leisurely toward everyone. "Su cousin," Xiao Mo suddenly called out. His arrival disrupted the standoff, and Lady Lu, who had always held some fear of this nephew, found herself momentarily at a loss. Although the grand residence seemed to be under the matriarch's control, it was clear that the true authority lay with this formidable figure before them. The mere thought of Xiao Mo's past actions made Lady Lu's scalp tingle. causing her to forget her intent to confront. When he called out to the solitary girl, she felt a flicker of uncertainty, unsure if he was indeed addressing her, and thus did not move. "Su cousin." Xiao Mo furrowed his brow and called again, beckoning her closer. Shuyao did not grasp his intentions, but, feeling no guilt, was not afraid. Yet, she couldn't shake the pangs of indignation. She thought of her aunt, Chun, and wondered if she would offer some protection to this now seemingly useless niece. What about the old matriarch of the Xiao family? Would she believe in her? After all, it was just a few words. Why all this fuss? Did the Lu family not realize that attracting such a crowd would be detrimental to Xiao Jinwen's marriage? Shuyao, with a heart full of conflicting emotions, approached Xiao Mo and bowed respectfully before inquiring, "May I ask what my esteemed cousin wishes to discuss with me?" Xiao Mo gazed at her quietly, his eyes as profound as ever. After a moment, he replied in a calm voice, "Did not grandmother ask you to find fourth brother? Why are you still lingering here?" Then, as if recalling something, he turned to Lu Shi and said, "I noticed that you seemed quite animated in conversation just now. What were you discussing? Might I be permitted to listen in?" Lu Shi's complexion fluctuated between crimson and pale, and even Lu Qingwan lowered her head at that moment. Chapter 71. Family Traditions. As Xiao Mo spoke, a faint smile played on his lips, and his gaze remained fixed on his third aunt, seemingly genuinely intrigued. Lu Shi replied dryly, "There is nothing of significance, merely summoning Miss Su to return to Songha Hall together." She added, "The banquet should be commencing shortly, should it not?" Shuyao lowered her head and softly replied, "I have only just encountered fourth cousin. I shall return now." Xiao Mo's eyes swept over her face, and with a nod, he continued on his way. Xiao Jinwen clenched his hands tightly in his sleeves, his complexion paling slightly. He felt guilty towards his cousin Su, both for his mother and for himself. Just moments ago, had it not been for his elder brother, he might have blurted out something regrettable. Such words would have worsened the situation, he feared. He dared not dwell on that possibility, knowing Shuyao was rational enough not to willingly become a concubine for anyone. Should his momentary impulse lead her into the realm of gossip and slander, it would be most unfortunate. The fourth son of the Xiao family closed his eyes briefly and silently resolved, so be it. As the heir had already taken his leave, the first to approach from the crowd was Su Shuang, his face etched with concern for his sister. Even fifth master Xiao Jinli seemed eager to speak. However, amidst the throng, Su Shuyao said nothing, merely gesturing with her eyes to indicate to her younger brother that she was well. Lu Qingwan's expression darkened, and Xiao Jirong lingered behind her, his thoughts a tangled mess. He had stood nearby while his wife conversed with the third aunt and had seen them approach. Aware that this matter concerned Lu Qingwan, he could only maintain his silence. Su Shuyao had initially believed Xiao Mo's words were casual, but to her astonishment, the elder had indeed summoned Xiao Jinwen into Songha Hall. Witnessing this, Lu Shi found herself utterly speechless. Faced with her son Xiao Jinli and the young gentleman of the Su family's discontented glances, she could not help but harbor resentment towards her niece. She chastised herself for being so gullible as to take rumors at face value, thus unnecessarily offending the esteemed relative of her matron. Afterward, the old matriarch summoned Su Shuyao into the room and, upon seeing her, spoke gently, "I was unaware until Jinli informed me that your brother has been bullied. Do not worry, my dear. As long as you reside here, you are under the protection of the Duke's residence. Moreover, this matter was instigated by that rascal, and I shall leave it to the young gentleman of the household to resolve. Just wait and see." Su Shuyao felt tears welling in her eyes. Recalling that today was New Year's Eve, she quickly wiped her face and softly called out, "Old madam." The rest of her words caught in her throat, unutterable. Yet everything remained unspoken, laden with meaning. Xiao Mo stood by the window, refraining from glancing back. However, the voices of his grandmother and the woman were distinctly audible to him. Xiao Jinwen pondered that today's predicament had finally been resolved, and he felt a quiet sigh of relief within him. Yet, the voice of his elder brother resonated clearly beside him, reminding him that now that an engagement had been established, he must be mindful of his words and actions. Even when approached by others, he ought to maintain a distance. As a man of stature, he must not tarnish the reputation of the Duke's residence. Listening to this felt like a sudden awakening for Xiao Jinwen, and he was enveloped in profound shame. He softly replied, "I understand." This matter was not only corroborated by the words of the heir, but also supported by the old matriarch's intent to provide protection. Thus, Both the Liu family and the newlywed second young mistress found themselves without recourse for argument. Next was the reunion banquet, during which Qin seemed to have heard whispers from Xiao Jingshan and had a vague understanding of the events outside. Throughout the meal, a few pointed remarks were made towards the Liu family. Aware of her own shortcomings, Liu responded graciously. The meal proceeded without major incident. The Duke's estate was expansive, and with snow falling outside, after the reunion banquet, the old matriarch instructed the ladies to return home early to rest. Only a few young gentlemen remained behind, continuing to keep their grandmother company through the night. Xiao Laotai inquired further about son Xingyao, asking how her fifth grandson had offended that young master. Xiao Jinli recounted that son Xingyao had a younger brother who had previously studied at the Shun family academy. This lad, frail and timid by nature, had one autumn fallen into a pond due to an accidental bump from the fifth young master. Xiao Jinli thought little of it, as the water was only waist deep, and falling in was inconsequential. One could simply climb out. He then proceeded to engage in conversation with others, yet son Xingyao's younger brother remained at the pond's edge, too frightened to move, only daring to emerge after Xiao Jinli and his companions had departed. That night, he returned home and fell gravely ill, never to return to the Shun Academy thereafter. Xiao Jinli learned of this incident only because son Xingyao once confronted him on the street. Otherwise, he would have remained oblivious. The man, with red-rimmed eyes, accused him of endangering his brother's life. It was said that the younger brother had succumbed to a chill a year later. Yet, a year had passed. Could he still be blamed? Xiao Jinli stammered before his brothers and grandmother, realizing the gravity of the situation, especially since it involved a life. It was no wonder that son Xingyao had held on to this grievance for years, despite harboring resentment towards the fifth young master. He feared the Duke's power and could only vent his frustration on the cousin residing in the estate. Upon hearing his fifth brother's account, the elder brothers were left somewhat uncertain. While the incident was significantly tied to the frail and timid nature of the young lad, it could not be entirely pinned on the fifth brother. Yet, how many in this world are unable to see reason? The Xiao brothers cast their gazes towards their grandmother. The elderly matriarch furrowed her brow, and after a long pause, she spoke to Xiao Jinli. Once the new year has passed, I will have your father visit the Sun family to offer an apology. The demeanor must be sincere, yet not overly submissive. Our aim is to transform hostility into goodwill, not to permit others to take undue advantage. It is crucial to emphasize the matter of our cousin, who is under the Duke's protection, should they seek retribution against him. The Xiao family will not stand idly by. Xiao Jinli nodded repeatedly, exclaiming, "Indeed, have they given him an inch? They fear the strong and bully the weak. If they have the courage, let them confront me." Observing his grandmother's furrowed brow, the fourth young master hastily shot a glare at his brother, urging him to hold his tongue. Subsequently, the old matriarch admonished Xiao Jinli, saying, "You must refrain from such recklessness in the future. For now, the Duke's estate can still protect you. One must possess compassion for the young and weak, and also maintain clarity of thought and perception. Do you understand?" Xiao Jinli awkwardly nodded. Once they had departed, the old matriarch turned to Xiao Mo, stating, "It is fortunate that this matter was brought to light early. It serves as a warning to those in the estate. The more one indulges in lavishness and ostentation, the more one must avoid arrogance. Remember, a 1,000-mile dam can be destroyed by an ant's nest." After a pause, she added, "If they fail to manage this properly, you must assist in tidying up." Xiao Mo smiled in response, "Of course." The old matriarch, taken aback, mused, "What has come over you today? So agreeable." The attentive grandson replied earnestly, "Grandmother, you are always right." He then cheerfully added, "Today is New Year's Eve. I wish you longevity. May you continue to watch over us." His heartfelt words nearly brought tears to the old matriarch's eyes, which is why he was the most favored among the younger generation. Chapter 72. Celebrating the New Year, Su Shuhing accompanied her sister back to Jian's studio, and along the way, they revisited the events of the evening. "When did you inform the fifth young master?" she inquired. "Just today, when I saw the third madam attempting to confront you. I told him that perhaps my sister was seeking fourth cousin for my sake." The fifth young master promptly dispatched someone to Songyang. "And as for how the young master later intervened, I am unaware." Su Shuheng glanced at her sister, a hint of confusion reflecting in her eyes. Su Shuyu contemplated Xiao Mo, realizing he was not entirely disagreeable. At the very least, during the confrontation with Lu Shi when she was being scolded and surrounded by onlookers, He had deftly alleviated her embarrassment. Regardless of whether it stemmed from the old matriarch's instructions, she felt indebted to him. Reflecting on his inquiry about Lu Shi's amusing remarks, she found herself recalling his smiling expression. Although he appeared somewhat mischievous, there was a sense of relief in his demeanor. After conversing for a while, Su Shuhing took her leave, leaving Su Shuyu to sit quietly for a moment. Outside, Xiao Wei announced that Ruju wished to see her. Su Shuyu raised an eyebrow. "Come in." Upon entering the inner chamber, Ruju immediately knelt down, exclaiming, "Mistress, it is all my fault. I should not have revealed to the second young madam where you were." Su Shuyu gently shook her head, interrupting her, "It is not your fault. Even if you had remained silent, she would have found out. I never sought to avoid anyone, so I am not concerned about being seen." However, it was Lu Qingwan again. Ruju observed her mistress, who remained silent for a while, her head bowed, her eyes betraying an uncontainable chill, causing Ruju to involuntarily shiver. "I have heard you frequently seek out the maidservants of Ningxiang courtyard for conversation." After a long pause, the seemingly light remark sent a jolt through Ruju's heart. "Yes, it is that Xiao-chan who wishes to speak with me." They had always avoided others during their encounters, and since that matter had transpired some time ago, she had not anticipated that Miss Biao would be aware of it. Ruju had harbored some resentment when she was assigned to Jian's studio. In the second courtyard, it was not easy to enter the chamber of the second madam, who was reluctant to attend to the meager pair of siblings. However, under the orders of Madame Qian, compliance was unavoidable. Yet, as Yu Zhu observed the demeanor of her cousin, she gradually grew more solemn. Upon hearing the name Qiao-chan, Su Shuyao couldn't help but smile, thinking that this cousin Lu must not have high hopes for her maid. "Oh, what have you said?" the maid stammered. Yu Zhu hesitated. "I have not disclosed anything about the young lady." Su Shuyao lowered her gaze to examine the pale-faced woman before her, and after a long pause, she simply said, "You may leave." After Yu Zhu departed, Xiao Wei entered, puzzled. "Miss, are you letting her go just like that?" "About that letter." Su Shuyao anticipated her words and waved her hand, indicating that the lady from Ningxiang courtyard likely sensed her ulterior motives and had intentionally inquired to plant doubts in her mind, seeking a pretext to dismiss her. Xiao Wei was confused. How does the mistress know that Yu Zhu has a grudge against the second young madam? Su Shuyao smiled, recalling the previous letter from Qiu Gongzi that Xiao Wei had not delivered. At that time, she had merely suspected Yu Zhu, but it was later revealed that Yu Zhu had been close with Chun Xing, the maid from Xiao Jinrong's quarters. Now that Chun Xing was deceased, whether Lu Qingwan felt guilty or feared retribution from this maid, she would need to wait until Yu Zhu left Jingyun's study before taking any action. After hearing the mistress's analysis, Xiao Wei was greatly impressed but then expressed her concern. "With someone like her, we cannot keep her in Jingyun's study for long." Su Shuyao chuckled. "Perhaps she could serve as a sharp blade? Let us wait and see." She concluded with an instruction: "Keep a close watch on her. Should this maid fail in her vengeance and fall into a trap, Lu Qingwan would certainly place the blame on Jingyun's study." At that moment, in Ningxiang courtyard, Lu Qingwan had just completed her grooming when Xiao Jinrong walked in. She was somewhat surprised. Although she had married into the Duke's residence as she wished, it was not as effortless as she had imagined. Madame Chen did not favor her, and now even her aunt had grown weary of her. In truth, the Lu family had long disdained her. She could only cling to Xiao Jinrong. However, since Chun Xing's death, he rarely visited her chamber. Today was New Year's Eve. Could it be that he finally thought of her? "My husband." The woman's voice was melodious, her eyes sparkling with laughter. Xiao Jinrong's expression was complex, yet he still asked, "Did you intend to provoke third aunt to confront Su cousin?" Upon hearing this, the smile on Lu Qingwan's face suddenly faltered. Nevertheless, she replied, "My husband, could it be that you have misjudged? Su cousin is standing right there with fourth cousin. What need is there for me to interfere?" Xiao Jinrong found himself at a loss for words, recalling that those two were indeed close by, their atmosphere remarkably harmonious. This was the first time he had seen Su cousin standing alongside another gentleman, her brows and eyes filled with warmth and kindness, a stark contrast to the coldness she had shown him. A self-deprecating smile crept across his face. Lu Qingwan noticed this, her expression gradually growing colder. After New Year's Eve came the New Year. Early in the day, Su Shuyao prepared red envelopes for the maids and servants in Jingyun's study, though few. It was meant to bring good fortune. Afterward, she had her breakfast in her chamber before heading to Songhe Hall. Last night, snow blanketed the grounds. enveloping the estate in a pristine shroud of silver. As they made their way, despite their flushed cheeks from the cold, their spirits remained buoyant. Arriving at the entrance of Songha Hall, they were greeted by peals of laughter emanating from within. Shuyao stepped inside to find Wang, Chun, and Lu gathered around the matriarch, engaging in light-hearted banter. She too offered her respects to the elder, exchanging auspicious words for the new year. The matriarch bestowed red envelopes upon her, as did Wang, Chun, and Lu. After a brief wait, Xiao Jingshan and Lu Qingwan arrived, regardless of any prior tensions. Within the warm confines of Songha Hall on this first day of the new year, everyone donned a mask of amiability and camaraderie. Shuyao adeptly navigated the social dynamics, extending polite greetings to Lu and Lu Qingwan. As the women reveled in their merriment, the gentlemen soon joined them, and the matriarch ensured each received a red envelope. Xiao Jingshan, having received her share from her grandmother and aunts, playfully solicited more from her brothers. Generously, they obliged, with Xiao Mo presenting the most substantial gift of 100 taels in silver notes. Observing this, the matriarch urged Shuyao, "You should go too. You are just a year older than her." Feeling the warmth of attention, Shuyao's cheeks flushed. She could not retreat under their gaze. With a smile, she approached her cousins to extend New Year's greetings. When it was Xiao Mo's turn, he regarded her with amusement. "Cousin, as a guest, if your auspicious words please me, you may receive 2 envelopes." He then playfully jingled the red envelopes in his hands, exuding a sense of extravagance. Shuyao smiled back, replying, "May my esteemed cousin find a new partner in the new year, as vibrant as flowers, year after year, basking in the spring breeze." Her words elicited laughter from the assembly within Songha Hall. Xiao Mo, however, lowered his gaze and begrudgingly offered just 1 red envelope. The matriarch protested. "But how splendidly she spoke. Her words resonate with both my heart and your mother's." After navigating the social exchanges, Shuyao found herself in possession of an envelope, regardless of whether it was 1 or 2. Thus, the first day of the new year unfolded in a delightful atmosphere of laughter and conversation. On the second day of the new year, the eldest Miss Xiao Jinru and her younger sister Xiao Jini returned home. In stark contrast to Xiao Jinru's radiant demeanor, Xiao Jini appeared rather haggard. The second master accompanied his brother-in-law, while Xiao Jini followed her mother to Jinhua Hall, where the pair engaged in hushed conversation. With a troubled expression, Xiao Jini entered and called out, "Mother." Upon hearing her daughter's quavering voice, Chen was taken aback. Her eldest was typically composed, rarely displaying such vulnerability. "What is the matter? It has only been 4 months since your marriage. The last time you visited, you seemed unwell. Yet I had no opportunity to inquire." Xiao Jini's face flushed as she replied, "I've just completed my confinement." "Then why are you not resting at home? Why return now?" Chen scolded, evidently upset with her daughter. "You've been in confinement, and yet I received no news from you. Please do not fret." "It has been nearly a month since I last returned," Xiao Jini replied. "My dear child, how could you be so foolish? You are the second daughter of the Duke's household. How can you run around while pregnant?" Her mother was exasperated, clearly distressed. The commotion startled Mrs. Wu, who was not far away. Xiao Jini glanced around awkwardly, her voice tinged with sorrow. "Mother, could you keep your voice down? At least spare me some dignity." "Dignity? At this point, do you still care about dignity? What value does dignity hold? It has barely been a month since your last visit. If you do not take care of yourself during your confinement, you will suffer the consequences. How could I have given birth to such a foolish daughter?" With that, she began to lament, thumping her chest in despair. "Is your mother-in-law not advising you? Allowing you to run about like this?" After pacing the room in frustration, Mrs. Chen finally managed to calm down and sit, her emotions stabilizing considerably. "How long has it been? How did it happen? Tell me everything." Xiao Jini recounted everything. "I didn't realize I was pregnant before. There was much to manage in the household, and as I had just begun to oversee matters, I couldn't simply hand them over to others. It wasn't until I experienced my symptoms that I called for a physician, who informed me that I was already 2 months along, but by then it was too late to preserve it." Mrs. Chun continued, "Find someone to prescribe a remedy. Your complexion is poor. Were you still handling household affairs before the new year?" Anger surged within her again. "Your health is of utmost importance. Without it, nothing else matters. Do you understand? And what of your mother-in-law? What about your husband? Is he indifferent to your condition?" Xiao Jini murmured. "But there is still a cousin living in the household, who is quite affectionate, and calls him brother with such intimacy." Mrs. Chen lowered her gaze. "What is her appearance like?" Is she as lovely as your cousin? Xiao Jini shook her head. Not nearly as beautiful as she. If she is not, what is there to worry about? Mrs. Chen huffed. Xiao Jini whispered. He seems to be quite taken with her. Mrs. Chen scoffed. Then that settles it. Men do not solely judge by appearance. They must also be capable. Just look at your second sister-in-law. Despite her frail demeanor, she is quite formidable. Finally, Mrs. Chen admonished her daughter to focus on her health rather than the household matters, urging her to prioritize her well-being. Shuyao, upon hearing from her aunt's messenger that her second cousin had returned, hurriedly changed her attire and made her way to Jinhua Hall. However, after walking a short distance, she encountered the second master and a man approaching from another path. She quickly bowed her head and greeted her uncle. The second master chuckled. You are here to see your second cousin, I presume? She is with your aunt. We are on our way there as well. He gestured to the man beside him, saying, This is your cousin-in-law. At that moment, Shuyao had a fair idea of the man's identity and thus offered her respect. Since they were heading to her aunt's, she did not walk ahead but waited for the two to pass first. To her surprise, as she stepped aside, she heard a light laugh from in front of her. When she lifted her gaze, she could only see the back of her cousin-in-law. Xiao Jini had married the eldest son of the Li family, hence upon entering the household, she was expected to manage the kitchen affairs. This cousin-in-law was said to possess remarkable talent, and while he may not have appeared particularly outstanding, he certainly carried himself well. Yet, what was the reason for his laughter? Such mirth directed at his wife's cousin seemed rather inappropriate. Shuyao furrowed her brow, standing still for a moment before trailing behind them at a distance. As she gradually approached Jinhua Hall, she discovered that her aunt had already begun to bid farewell to the guests. Upon seeing her, the aunt, with a hint of displeasure, remarked, You have finally arrived. But your cousin cannot possibly wait here indefinitely. Today, with her daughter and son-in-law visiting, Chen did not exhibit a trace of joy. Shuyao, having interacted with her frequently over the past 2 years, recognized that her aunt was the type to vent her frustrations on others when in a foul mood. It seemed that today was no exception, likely due to other matters weighing on her mind, hence her sharp remarks. Shuyao smiled gently, saying, Isn't that so? Just in time to see my second cousin off. Xiao Jini wore an uncomfortable expression and forced a smile as she replied, Please do not blame my mother. It is I who has caused her discontent. Shuyao nodded, and then heard her continue. Your brother-in-law just mentioned he saw you. So my mother assumed you were deliberately dawdling behind. Shuyao looked up to see her brother-in-law's face adorned with a faint smile, directed towards her. Instantly, her countenance fell, and Xiao Jini, noticing this, could only manage an awkward smile in return. Once the second cousin had departed, Shuyao walked back with her aunt, feigning ignorance of her sour mood. As for why she had been summoned, her sister Xiao Jingshan was nowhere to be seen. Shuyao speculated that her sister was likely still in bed, just like herself, who had arrived early due to her lack of a habit for winter afternoon naps. Had she not encountered the two elders and her brother-in-law, she might have arrived even earlier. Upon meeting them, she had, as her second cousin suggested, lingered a bit intentionally. She remained silent, yet Chen seemed to have suddenly found her conversational stride, exclaiming, Yao Yao, your second cousin is quite foolish. Shuyao gazed quietly at her aunt, patiently awaiting further elaboration. However, after noticing Shuyao's lack of engagement, Chen quickly added, Never mind, what am I even saying? In any case, you young ladies, whether at your in-laws or at your natal home, must take good care of your health and not overexert yourselves. Perhaps reminded of her own daughter, the second wife of the Duke's residence spoke with a tone that bore the weight of a caring elder towards her niece. Shuyao paused momentarily, then nodded with understanding, acknowledging the sentiment. Chapter 74. The incident. Shuyao refrained from inquiring further. Others' troubles were beyond her ability to resolve and held little significance for her. The outcomes were invariably of two kinds. One that would be transferred unto oneself, and the other that merely offered platitudes of reassurance. The former was undesirable to her, while the latter was not in her nature to accept. This was a truth Shuyao had grasped since childhood. To seek benefit and avoid harm was an innate human instinct and her path to survival. Of course, life was not solely a performance. There were those like her younger brother, Zheng Mama, who had accompanied her since childhood, and the ever-supportive old Madame Xiao. Yet, even though Shuyao wished to remain uninvolved, there were those who persisted in engaging her. The following day, Xiao Jingshan arrived at Jiyun's study with a countenance marked by distress. After sulking in the modest chamber for a while, she awkwardly inquired, Cousin, Is marriage truly as dreadful as it seems? Shuyao lifted her gaze from her embroidery frame, responding, I do not know. Xiao Jingshan let out a soft exclamation, her delicate face contorting into a look of discontent as she muttered, I wonder what kind of place the Qingyuan Marquis's residence is. Shuyu, visibly annoyed by her cousin's silence, urged, you ought to speak up. With a composed demeanor, Shuyu replied, like you, I am equally in the dark. However, you might observe your uncle and aunt, your third uncle and aunt, as well as your second brother and sister-in-law. Their happiness is contingent upon how you nurture your relationships. Xiao Jingshan fidgeted with her fingers, reflecting, my parents are quite decent, and my third uncle shows great respect to my third aunt. As for my second brother and sister-in-law, let's not discuss them. I feel that my second sister is unhappy with her second husband, which has nearly driven my mother to despair. So that was the crux of the matter. Ultimately, Xiao Jingshan's ambiguous words left Shuyu perplexed about her second cousin's situation. Su's father had passed away in the first month of the year, thus by the eve of the Lantern Festival. Shuyu and her brother were ready to pay their respects. During their time at the Duke's residence, she had not observed any particular taboos. Aside from avoiding bright clothing and keeping her adornments simple, Xiao seemed quite pleased, brimming with eagerness to showcase her talents. Even the old matriarch of the Xiao family regarded her with a mysterious smile. On the day of the Lantern Festival, the main streets of the capital would be adorned with exquisite lantern displays. Officials and scholars alike were given leave to join the common folk in the streets to enjoy the festive atmosphere, truly a celebration shared with the people. The old matriarch, although not venturing out herself, wholeheartedly approved of the younger generation's outing to explore and take in the sights. She reminisced about her own youthful days spent admiring lanterns alongside her brothers, her expression filled with nostalgia. Go and have a look. She encouraged the young women before her. The household had prepared new garments for them for the new year, and considering Shuyu was in mourning, Wang Shi had specially selected a crimson fabric for her cloak. Since Shuyu began learning the intricacies of household management, her aunt seemed to take a greater interest in her. Following her advice, she accepted the crimson attire without hesitation. Make sure you don't get separated. Heir will likely be summoned to the city tower by the sovereign that day and won't be able to attend to you. So stick with the other young gentlemen. The old matriarch advised after a moment. Shuyu sat beside the elder, her mind drifting to the dreams she had not visited in a long while. Her father had mentioned that her biological parents might have been citizens of the capital. She wondered if, upon visiting, she would feel a sense of familiarity. Yet, many years had passed, and surely the surroundings had changed dramatically. The Lantern Festival was celebrated at night, so after dinner, the young ladies and gentlemen of various households would set out as the lanterns lit up. They traveled either by carriage or on horseback, creating a lively and festive atmosphere. After a bit of fussing from Xiao, Shuyu was finally ready to leave. She shared a carriage with Xiao Jingshan and Xiao Jingtong, while Lu Qingwan and Xiao Jing'er remained behind, accompanied by the fourth and fifth young masters, as well as Su Shuang. The fourth young master rode on horseback, while the fifth young master and Su Shuang shared a carriage. As they journeyed, Xiao Jingshan turned her gaze towards Shuyu, exclaiming, Cousin, your outfit is truly beautiful. Shuyao was adorned in a delicately patterned white coat with floral motifs, complemented by a set of 12 black skirts embellished with gold speckles. Over this, she wore a striking scarlet fox fur cape, her hair elegantly styled in a drooping xiangji bun, adorned with a pearl comb and a delicate blush-hued chiffon flower. Upon inspecting her attire, she noted that aside from the slightly conspicuous color of the cape, everything else remained unchanged. Yours is lovely as well, she remarked, referring to Xiao Jingshan's pure white cape, which concealed a pink coat beneath. The younger cousin, merely 12, wore a refreshing aquamarine dress, exuding a cheerful charm. Upon receiving her compliment, Xiao Jingshan smiled shyly, then began to appraise her outfit once more. Shuyao deduced that her cousin likely had an engagement with a young gentleman from the Wang family. She turned to Xiao Jingtong beside her and inquired, Shall we go together later? Yet, recalling that the latter had a particularly strong maidservant, she felt little concern. The most bustling area of the lantern market lay along Xiao Mo Street, which stretched towards the palace gates, marked by a towering city pavilion. Each year, the emperor, accompanied by the empress and esteemed officials, would ascend the pavilion to behold the throngs in the lantern market, a form of shared revelry with the populace. Typically, the carriages of officials were not permitted into Xiao Mo Street, requiring them to disembark at the entrance. However, The situation was different for the Duke of Chengguo's household. Both the esteemed Master Xiao, responsible for city defenses, and the young heir commanding the imperial guards were figures of considerable repute. Thus, upon seeing the insignia hanging from the carriage, the guards allowed passage without hesitation. The carriage eventually halted near the pavilion. The driver explained, "Ahead lies the Grand Lantern Mountain, where the Emperor will ascend the pavilion to admire the lights with everyone. We may go no further." Upon disembarking, Shuyao looked up to behold the magnificent Lantern Mountain, shaped like a colossal giant turtle, soaring nearly 3 stories high. The lower tier featured figures of the 8 immortals alongside colorful lanterns, the middle adorned with various deities, while the upper tier resembled pavilions, symbolizing celestial abodes. Having grown up in Huzhou, Shuyao had never encountered such a breathtaking spectacle, rendering her momentarily spellbound. Xiao Jingshan, observing her awe, remarked, "Isn't the capital splendid? You all carry on. I'll step aside for a moment." After exchanging farewells with Xiao Jingwen, she departed with her maid and attendant. Shuyao smiled, unbothered by her cousin's departure. Her younger brother and the 5th young master also disembarked from the carriage. The latter grumbling, "Had I known, I wouldn't have ridden with you. It was quite suffocating." He then glanced at his older brother. By this time, Xiao Jingwen had already alighted. Since the events of New Year's Eve, Shuyao had grown somewhat distant from the 4th young master. However, today, as the eldest among them, he felt compelled to look after his younger siblings. Noticing that they had moved ahead while Shuyao lingered behind, he hesitated to leave her side. Reluctantly, Shuyao followed them forward, an inexplicable unease stirring within her, perhaps a remnant of childhood memories. Seeing that my younger brother and Xiao Jinli were still moving forward, I called out to them with a smile, urging them not to proceed any further. Stand back and observe from a distance. Only then can one appreciate the grandeur of the complete Penglai Fairy Mountain. Up close, all one sees are mere piles of colorful lanterns assembled by craftsmen. Upon hearing this, Shuhing also chuckled and halted. For a moment, everyone stood still, yet as the crowd swelled, the entourage from the Duke of Cheng's residence found themselves pushed to the periphery. Just as Shuyu felt a pang of regret, a colossal lantern mountain suddenly toppled from above. Gasps and cries erupted from the crowd, as those in front heedlessly retreated. In a moment of panic, Shuyu searched for her brother's figure, but was swiftly whisked away by a strong arm. The cacophony of noise enveloped her, and she felt as if she had returned to that dreamlike state of a little girl, being swept away from all that was familiar. Her feet kicked out in a frantic struggle, only to feel a tightening grip around her waist. When she turned to face him, she found herself staring into Xiao Mo's eyes, which sparkled like cold stars. Stammering, she struggled to articulate her thoughts, but was quickly silenced as he covered her mouth and nose. "Do not speak," his voice whispered close to her ear. They were so close that she could feel each other's breath, yet the dire situation left no room for Shuyu to ponder further. Following Xiao Mo's gaze, she noticed several craftsmen clad in work attire stealthily emerging from the left side of the fallen lantern mountain. Ahead, people lay scattered, bloodied and broken. Some had already succumbed, while others still fought for their lives. But the collapsed glass lanterns had ignited into a sea of flames, leaving little hope for survival. Xiao Mo glanced down at her, then surveyed their surroundings before swiftly lifting her and soaring backward. Once he had placed her safely in an empty shop, he instructed, "Stay here," before preparing to leave. However, her garment was caught in his grip as she implored, "Save my brother." Her eyes shimmered with a mix of desperation and resolve. Xiao Mo extricated his sleeve from her grasp and replied coolly, "Very well." After he departed, Shuyu cautiously peered out through the window frame. The fire raged fiercely, with oil splattered everywhere. The very spot where they had stood moments ago was already ablaze. Yet, due to the several steps leading up to the shop, its elevation offered a temporary reprieve from the flames. While she worried for her brother's safety, she also feared that her sanctuary would not endure for long. Was she truly to remain here indefinitely? Fortunately, with the arrival of the firefighting personnel, the flames gradually began to dwindle. These brave souls extinguished the fire while tending to the charred remains of those who had perished. After a while, Shuyu was relieved to see her 2 maidservants, Qiao Wei and Hui Xiong, arrive. Although they appeared somewhat disheveled, they were largely unscathed aside from a few scrapes on their hands. "What about Shuang? Have you seen him?" she inquired with urgency. Sensing her distress, Qiao Wei quickly reassured her, "He's fine, truly. Everything is well, as long as he is unharmed." Upon hearing this response, She momentarily shed the burdens weighing on her heart, disregarding the few soiled stools remaining in the shop, and unceremoniously sat down. Perhaps due to the recent incident, even the usually stoic Xiao Wei exhibited a hint of emotion. "My lady, thank goodness. Thank goodness you called out to us. How did you know it was unsafe?" Shuyao pondered for a moment. Perhaps it was an instinct. She then inquired, "What about them? Where are they now? Did the young master send you here to find me?" "Yes. After locating everyone at the Duke's residence, he instructed us to search for you, my lady. However, the third and fourth young ladies have already returned. The young master mentioned he would arrange a carriage for you shortly." Shuyao nodded. No matter the circumstances, it was a relief to be able to return. After the great fire, the air outside was thick with the acrid scent of charred remains, which, carried by the night breeze, sent an involuntary shiver down her spine. They waited until the night had deepened into silence. And just as Shuyao thought the young master might have forgotten about her, a carriage hurriedly approached. Upon recognizing the familiar driver seated in front, she immediately boarded the vehicle. Inside, she discovered that Xiao Mo was also present. Noting her gaze, the man, appearing somewhat fatigued, stated, "You shall return with me," and then turned his attention away from her. Under normal circumstances, the company of a lone male and female in a carriage during such a desolate hour might induce some discomfort. However, after witnessing the recent upheaval and the sight of neatly arranged corpses, Shuyao found herself devoid of any inclination for conversation. Leaning against the carriage wall, she drifted into a light slumber. Xiao Mo's gaze briefly swept over her face, and he too began to feel drowsy. Upon arriving at the back entrance of the Duke's residence, after the young master departed, Xiao Wei entered to rouse her mistress, prompting Shuyao to awaken slowly. "How long have I been back?" she inquired. "Not long," Xiao Wei replied, adding, "The young master has left." Observing her mistress's sleep-ridden countenance, Xiao Wei couldn't help but smile inwardly. Her previous worries about the young master deliberately keeping Shuyao behind were now rendered inconsequential, as it was evident that he had simply left without a second thought, while the young lady had succumbed to a deep sleep. Shuyao acknowledged with a soft "oh" and, with the maid's assistance, stepped outside. Passing through the second gate, she inquired of the steward at the entrance whether her younger brother and the Xiao family members had all returned. Only after receiving an affirmative response did her heart truly ease. The night was heavy with dew, making it unsuitable to personally check on each courtyard. Knowing that everyone was safe was sufficient. Yet, Xiao Mo returned after freshening up and changing his attire before leaving the residence. The following day, news of the Lantern Tower's collapse spread like wildfire. This structure, built at great expense by the current emperor to showcase his benevolence, had fallen on the night of the Lantern Festival. Not only had it collapsed, but the casualties were also severe. The emperor found himself in a most embarrassing predicament, and the officials responsible for overseeing the matter faced the risk of accountability, ranging from dismissal to execution or exile. Upon learning that the incident implicated the Minister of Works, who was also the father of the Crown Prince's consort, even Shuyao felt this was no mere case of official negligence. The underlying issues likely pertain to the struggle for the Crown Prince and the factional conflicts between the two royal princes. The eldest prince, born of the late empress, is rumored to be somewhat disfavored by the current emperor, and he himself seldom makes public appearances. The former empress remains in the depths of the palace, yet has been relegated to the status of a discarded consort. Shuyao pondered over the medical case left by her maternal grandfather, as well as the current position held by the heir, which filled her with concern. Su Hengqin visited Jiyun's study and, reminiscing about last night's events, expressed his lamentations. "Sister, did you see? It was utterly tragic. I watched those people, who clearly had a chance of survival, become unrecognizable in an instant due to the flames. After my cousins and I escaped to higher ground, we could do nothing but watch. We knew third cousin was not nearby, and when fourth cousin joined us, you were the only one missing. I was quite worried. However, fourth cousins made claim she had seen you, stating that you escaped even faster than they did. That maid is quite strong and helped fourth cousin flee. I was skeptical at the time, but when the heir arrived, he informed us of your safety." Shuyao, amused by her brother's rare verbosity, recalled a question. "So how did you manage to leave afterward?" Su Heng replied, "The scene was chaotic. The heir instructed us to return first, assuring us that he would ensure your safe return to the residence." Chapter 76, Teasing After a While. Third cousin arrived at Jiyun's study in a flurry. As soon as she entered, she exclaimed, "Cousin, Where did you disappear to last night? We waited so long for you." Shuyao gazed at her rosy face and teased, "Isn't it you who ran off? I was right here waiting for you." Xiao Jingshan, blushing slightly, awkwardly replied, "You know exactly what I meant. There was nothing to see at the Lantern Festival, so we went to the city moat. We only hurried back upon hearing that something happened to you. It was quite alarming that a casual outing to see the lanterns had led to such a serious incident." Upon returning home last night, although they had all reported their safety to Songha Hall, seeing everyone now full of life brought a sense of relief to the elderly matriarch, who remarked, "From now on, I shall refrain from encouraging you all to go out." Shuyao nodded in agreement. Realizing that both the visit to the Shun family and the Lantern Festival had resulted in trouble, there was no blame to be placed on the matriarch. In the Dayan Imperial Palace, Empress Feng, upon receiving news from her confidant that the emperor had visited that place again last night, coldly snorted, "Truly, he is quite devoted." Even when presented with evidence years ago, he remained unconvinced. "Though I have been relegated to a discarded empress, I am still provided with sumptuous meals and drinks daily. And the emperor still remembers me. I cannot compare." The palace attendant, a long-serving aide of Empress Feng, was equally ruthless in her demeanor, making a gesture on her neck as she spoke. Empress Feng chuckled softly. "Do you think I do not wish to protect him as one would their own eye? Yet, how could I ever get close?" Nevertheless, as she considered the emperor's age, a faint smile crossed her face. Regardless of how favored he is now, in the current court, who still remembers the once resplendent Wei Empress? After the abdication of Empress Jue, Empress Feng began to scheme. At that time, vague rumors circulated within the court, suggesting that the emperor had grown weary of the crown prince due to the empress's deposition. Consequently, the second prince gradually stepped into the limelight. Presently, a significant portion of the Dayan court leaned towards the second prince, rendering the emperor's sentiments less of a concern. On the evening of the 15th, Xiao Mo entered the palace through a secret passage and engaged in closed-door discussions with the emperor, the details of which remain unknown. Nevertheless, following the conclusion of the Lantern Festival holiday, petitions to investigate the Minister of Works, Wei Zhongyang, multiplied within the court. Wei Zhongyang, the biological father of the crown prince's consort and the brother of the formerly deposed Empress Wei, had long been esteemed by the Minister Ma for his integrity and fairness. However, due to the catastrophic collapse of the Lantern Mountain resulting in numerous casualties, even the steadfast arguments of Minister Ma proved futile. With the Emperor's nod of approval, many believed that the Crown Prince's faction was nearing its twilight. Not long after, the Emperor fell ill, and matters of state were temporarily entrusted to the second prince. Xiao learned of these developments while she was at the ink shop with Xiao Wei, delivering flower notes. Since the day of the Plum Appreciation Banquet, when Xiao Mo had requested her to critique paintings, Xiao had indeed harbored some concerns. However, over the past few days, the young lord had not shown any inclination to seek retribution. After a brief respite, unable to withstand the persistent inquiries from Manager Yang, she resumed her task of creating flower notes. As she needed to learn household management from the Duchess, her visits to the elderly matriarch were shifted to the afternoons. On this particular day, noticing Xiao Mo emerging from Songha Hall, she hurriedly took her leave from the matriarch. Seeing him heading towards the pavilion, she followed closely. Xiao Mo sat leisurely, brewing tea, and upon noticing her, gestured for her to sit. Reflecting on the events of the Lantern Festival night, she expressed her gratitude to the young lord. Xiao Mo did not respond, but instead poured a cup of tea and had a maid deliver it to her. While sipping the tea, she glanced at the maid standing by. Observing that he had indeed dismissed them, she took a seat beside him, smiling flatteringly. "Cousin." Standing with the crown prince, Shuyao said, "The same as you. Is it too late to withdraw now?" Upon hearing this, the shadowy figure in the tree could hardly suppress a laugh. Xiao Mo regarded her coolly. "This young lord has also stated that the item belongs to you." After pondering, Xiao extended her hand. "Then perhaps you should return it to me. It would be best to destroy it now." Xiao Mo cast a frosty glance her way, reaching into his robes, and indeed retrieved the small sphere. He toyed with it, appearing as if he might open it. When Xiao leaned closer, he quickly clasped the copper sphere tightly in his hand. "Want it?" The man raised an eyebrow and smiled, his expression revealing ill intentions. "Here you go." He indeed placed the small ball in Xiao's hand. Then, he leisurely walked away. Noticing her still in a daze, he instructed his maid, Jichuan, "See our guest out." Xiao returned to Jun's studio, attempting to open the small ball like Xiao Mo had done, but it remained stubbornly shut. Frustrated, she twisted and turned it, yet to no avail. With no other options, and recalling that it was a keepsake from her mother, she decided to wear it. In the ensuing days, the political situation at court deteriorated. The emperor's health declined severely, and all the imperial physicians summoned from the palace were of no help. The second prince had nearly seized control of the entire court and had begun to take action against officials who opposed him, even imprisoning a deputy commander of the imperial guards. Most officials were bracing themselves for a change in dynasty. However, at this critical juncture, the Wang of Liang, far away in his fief, sent a decree to visit his ailing mother in the capital. The ministers unanimously opposed it, yet inexplicably, the second prince consented to the Wang of Liang's request. Some sought to consult the emperor, but Empress Feng tirelessly attended to him, leaving no opportunity for the ministers to gain an audience. Others turned to the crown prince, who claimed it was inconvenient to meet, suggesting that matters should be decided by his younger brother. Listening to the gossip brought in by Xiao and observing the unchanged atmosphere at the Duke of Cheng's residence, Shuyao felt a sense of relief. The old matriarch of the Xiao family simply remarked that it was a tumultuous time and advised them not to leave the estate carelessly. As for Xiao Mo, during their rare encounters, he maintained his usual indifferent demeanor. Chapter 77. A trap for the emperor. The Wang of Liang was the fourth son of the late emperor and had previously remained inconspicuous among the princes. However, he later emerged as a formidable contender against the crown prince, secretly cultivating considerable influence within the court, which posed a significant threat to the current emperor, who was the former crown prince. The Wang's mother, consort Shui, was favored by the late emperor, who granted her a golden pardon before his ascension, allowing her to retreat to her fief. This long-standing barrier had kept them apart, and over the years, the Wang of Liang had become a local sovereign in the southern regions, with his prestige and influence seemingly spreading to neighboring areas. Now, taking advantage of the emperor's illness to return to the capital, his intentions were unclear. Some within the court sought to leverage the Duke of Cheng's son, claiming he was highly regarded by the emperor, urging him to find a way to thwart the Wang's ambitions. If he failed, they needed to prepare for chaos in the capital. After all, the son of the Xiao family commanded nearly 200,000 troops in the outskirts. If the Wang of Liang aimed for usurpation, he would need to consult with the young lord first. Yet, at this critical moment, Xiao Mo remained elusive. Furthermore, in the camp on the outskirts, the newly appointed deputy commander of the second prince had recently shone brightly, subtly positioning himself as a rival to the Xiao heir. Witnessing this, those who had previously supported the crown prince and several old officials unwilling to ally with the second prince believed the tide had turned and prepared themselves to resist with their lives in dire circumstances. Little did they expect that as soon as the king of Liang entered the palace, he would be swiftly apprehended by the forces secretly deployed by the young master Xiao, under the grave accusation of plotting against the emperor. Not only that, but even the emperor, who was supposedly gravely ill, miraculously recovered. At this juncture, it became evident to astute observers that the emperor's serious illness was likely fabricated, or perhaps it was merely the king of Liang who troubled his mind. For years, the king had remained in the southern territories, fortifying his forces, all in preparation for the day he might return to the capital with vengeance. Unable to reach him directly, the emperor ingeniously staged a performance, inviting the greedy to ensnare themselves in their own traps. The courtiers believed this to be a clever duet between the emperor and the second prince, yet upon hearing the news of the king's capture, Zhu Ruijing was gripped by a chilling dread. Captured? Zhu Ruijing, who usually exuded confidence in the eyes of the palace attendants, suddenly stammered, revealing his genuine fear. The attendants averted their gazes, reluctant to confront their master's troubled expression. And what of the empress? Zhu Ruijing inquired. The emperor had declared that the empress needed to recuperate due to her illness, and had asked concubine Qiao to assist in managing the inner palace. Having spoken, the attendant cautiously stole a glance at the second prince's pale visage, and dared not utter another word. Previously, Empress Feng had often used her own ailments as a pretext to ensure the quiet disappearance of less favored concubines or attendants from the depths of the palace. Yet now, it was her own turn, and she could only wonder what grave offense had provoked the emperor's wrath. The attendant reflected silently as the second prince hurriedly exited. Once he confirmed that the attendant's account was entirely accurate, he rushed back to the prince's residence. Currently, aside from concubine Shun, the second prince's residence also housed the recently elevated princess Shuyao, alongside a side concubine from Empress Feng's family. Originally, the marriage between Shi Chiyue and the second prince was not meant to occur so swiftly, but due to Shi Zhongyu's misfortune and the second prince's burgeoning reputation, which hinted at imminent ascension to the throne, the Shi family had petitioned to advance the wedding date. All three women were distinguished in both talent and background, leading to a competitive atmosphere within the residence. Shi Chiyue, the legitimate daughter of the general's house, though lacking in scholarly accomplishments compared to Shen Jingshu, was adept in martial arts and practiced daily with Zhu Ruijing. The Feng lady, delicate and graceful, though a secondary daughter, represented the empress's family and thus had no reason to yield. All three vied for the second prince's affection. Upon his return, both side concubines found excuses to visit the princess's courtyard to pay their respects. After Zhu Ruijing conveyed the news of the emperor's recovery, the king's imprisonment due to his failed plot, and the empress's diminished power, the faces of the three women paled. The emperor's recovery signified that they still had time to endure, coupled with the king's immediate incarceration upon entering the palace. It was clear to them that the emperor's illness was but a ruse. Not only had their recent hopes been dashed, but the empress, once the second prince's greatest ally, now found her position precarious. Returning to the matter at hand, now that the second prince has regressed to a position akin to that of the first prince, if not worse, what then is the urgency of their eager pursuit to marry into the royal family? The one who suffers the most from regret is undoubtedly Shi Chiyue, who, had she foreseen this outcome, might have chosen to bide her time. The most anxious among them is the daughter of the Feng family. With Empress Feng as her greatest support, her own status hangs precariously in the balance should anything happen to the empress. As a concubine born of humble origins, how could she hope to contend with the other two ladies of the household in the future? Shen Jingshu remained silent throughout. When confronted with the gravity of the situation, she instinctively adopted the demeanor of her mother from the Shen family's main branch, calculating and unyielding in her pursuit of self-interest. Given that the emperor's health is stable, why then the palpable anxiety? Shouldn't one be devotedly attending to his side, displaying joy? After a brief pause, Shen Jingshu finally spoke. Zhu Ruijing had just returned to the palace in a state of utter confusion, now plagued by regret. Beyond his concerns for his mother, he feared that his ambitions might be discerned by the emperor. Furthermore, the emperor's plans against the Liang prince unfolded while he remained blissfully unaware, treated like a fool. The Liang prince had always been kind to him, and his agreement to the Liang prince's requests had, in fact, been predicated on his mother's intentions. Though he did not fully comprehend the implications, he complied. The emperor's dissatisfaction with his mother likely stemmed from this very matter. Zhu Ruijing's thoughts swirled. For throughout his princely life, he had often sought counsel from his mother, who served as his steadfast anchor. Observing the calm and astute demeanor of this Shen lady, distinctly different from the women of the inner court, brought him a sense of relief. Lady Shen speaks wisely, Zhu Ruijing remarked with a smile. Yet his gaze fell upon the visibly distressed Shi family, clearly reflecting his discontent. The second prince bypassed the prince's consort and the concubine Feng, making his way toward Shen Jingshu, his eyes gentle as water. Do assist me in my grooming, dear Jingshu. I shall return to the palace shortly. After this exchange, Shi Chiyue quickly grasped the implications of her earlier behavior, realizing it had displeased her husband. However, being the proud daughter of a valiant general, she understood that her husband, despite currently holding only a princely title, would undoubtedly require the support of the Shi family and her father in due course. Why then should she be in such a hurry? The Shen and Shi families, one embodying literary grace and the other martial prowess, had been meticulously chosen by the empress for her son. Yet she remained the primary consort, did she not? Even if this Lady Shen appeared exceedingly composed and sagacious, her status could never eclipse her own. The matter of the medicine she administered to her cousin that day remained unresolved. The future would reveal much. Chapter 78. Assisting her with the sweat with the emperor's recovery, the court erupted in fervor. Those who had previously aligned with the second prince, upon hearing the news from the palace of Empress Feng's reprimand by the emperor and the potential threat to her very life, scrambled to distance themselves from her. During the emperor's grave illness, the mother and son had engaged in numerous underhanded maneuvers. It now appeared that the sovereign was indeed astute. Just look at the Liang prince. Was he not completely undone by a single misstep? Some had reluctantly joined the ranks, coerced by the circumstances, and now lamented their predicament, fearful of retribution in the aftermath. Fortunately, The emperor had yet to make a definitive statement. The Xin family, who were simultaneously engaged in a marriage alliance with the second prince, alongside the Shi family, live in a state of trepidation. Xin Jingshu returned to the Shun residence overnight to deliberate on their situation, while Xin Xinyan candidly expressed that the Shun family would remain loyal solely to the emperor and would not engage in any futile efforts for an uncertain prince. He further asserted that as a woman who had entered a prince's household, she should dutifully serve her husband and refrain from meddling too deeply in his political affairs. The matriarch, Mrs. Ruan, found herself in a difficult position. Though she felt sympathy for her daughter, the alliance with the prince was not the Shun family's desire, and she had to consider her husband and son's future as well. With no assurances gained, Shun Jingshu returned disheartened. Days had passed by the time Ji Qizhai conveyed these matters to her master with great flair. The Liang prince had been imprisoned, and the emperor promptly appointed a capable individual to manage the aftermath. Previously, the elderly matriarch had feared that her grandson would be dispatched to the southern frontier, but thankfully, another was chosen instead. That afternoon, Su Shuyao visited Songheng, where the matriarch was engaged in conversation with Xiao Mo regarding this matter. You are not a child anymore. You must hasten to settle your own marriage, lest you find yourself unexpectedly dispatched elsewhere, which would truly be a delay. The matriarch spoke with earnestness. Xiao Mo furrowed his brow slightly, and, upon raising his gaze, encountered a young lady adorned in spring attire, resembling a blossoming peony, radiant and graceful. Su Shuyao approached respectfully, addressing him as cousin, her demeanor appearing somewhat ingratiating. Xiao Mo maintained a calm expression. Reflecting on her previous request for a small ball, he internally scoffed. He concluded that he had not misjudged this cousin of his. Aside from her cunning nature, she was a timid and self-preserving young lady prone to betrayal in a crisis. With Su Xiao's arrival, the matriarch chose not to pursue the topic further and instead began to strategize for her, as the upcoming Huazhao festival, a celebration for young ladies, was approaching. Has the household prepared new garments for you? Su Shuyao raised her head to find the gentleman's expression inscrutable, seemingly listening intently, which made her slightly uneasy. She turned her face aside, playfully retorting, "Yes, indeed. You previously mentioned not encouraging us to go out." The matriarch, caught off guard by her question, insisted, "Even if I do not say so, you would still be going out. It would be unwise to abstain for fear of potential mishaps." Su Shuyao laughed, "Indeed. I intended to go regardless, and it has nothing to do with you." Xiao Mo, overhearing the playful banter between the elder and the younger, found a smile unconsciously gracing his lips. Throughout that afternoon, Su Shuyao remained with the matriarch in Songheng until Xiao Mo departed early. However, as she passed the pavilion on her way back to Jianzhai at dusk, she encountered the young heir once more. Upon seeing her, he beckoned her over. Su Shuyao noticed the daylight still lingered and approached him. Xiao Mo remained silent, striding ahead. She initially assumed he had a query, but as she observed him ascending the mountain path, she felt a sense of urgency. "Why did the heir summon me?" Xiao Mo pointed ahead, suggesting, "Climbing the mountain?" Su Shuyao suspected there was something amiss with him, but having come this far, she decided to follow him nonetheless. Xiao Mo ascended effortlessly, while she found herself somewhat breathless. As the two individuals reached the summit, they beheld a pavilion constructed there, accompanied by prepared spring water and the tools for brewing tea. Su Shuyu gazed down the mountain, and in that moment, the entire landscape of the Duke's residence unfolded before her eyes. In the distance, the sun had yet to set, casting a magnificent display of fiery clouds across the sky. With a soft sigh, she exclaimed, "What beauty!" "Quite agreeable," came a voice from behind her. Su Shuyu turned to survey her surroundings. At the mountain's peak, there were only herself and this young lord. Regret suddenly washed over her. She should not have left her maid waiting below. After speaking, Xiao Mo had already taken a seat in the pavilion, methodically preparing the tea. Su Shuyu raised an eyebrow, thinking that perhaps this young lord found solitary tea-drinking tedious and had simply summoned her for company. With her head bowed, she was unexpectedly offered a handkerchief. "Wipe away your sweat," he said, his brow furrowed in mild discontent. Su Shuyu lifted her hand, barely brushing against the damp fabric, when that hand, holding the handkerchief, reached toward her, the cloth grazing her skin with a gentle touch. She widened her eyes at him, but Xiao Mo kept his gaze lowered, his expression inscrutable. "I can manage it myself," Su Shuyu stammered, startled by his sudden gesture. She reached for the handkerchief, but Xiao Mo's slightly calloused hand caught hers firmly. She struggled to free herself, growing anxious. "Let go." The man's eyes were enigmatic. After a moment, he released her, returning to the stone bench. Shuyao's mind was a whirlwind, her heart still racing even as they descended the mountain. What did Xiao Mo mean by his actions? Did he act on a whim? Did he regard her as just another young lady to be treated casually, like the many who flocked to him for his status and looks? No. She was of a much lower standing, more vulnerable and without support. There was no need for him to bestow upon her the title of a legitimate wife. As dusk settled, Xiao Wei and Hui Xiong grew anxious. Suddenly, a figure appeared ahead, and they hurried to greet it. Noticing Su Shuyao's pallor, they refrained from questioning her. Both maids were aware of the subtle entanglement between their mistress and the Duke's heir. Su Shuyu, observing Xiao Wei's worried expression, shook her head to indicate that she was unharmed. What could possibly be wrong with her? Reflecting on her previous encounter with the herbalist and the recent lantern festival, had she truly been frightened in a non-urgent moment when both were fully aware? Even as darkness enveloped the sky, Xiao Mo remained seated in the pavilion atop the mountain. The two guards, nameless and silent, exchanged glances, too apprehensive to utter a sound. The young lady had stormed off in a huff, leaving the young lord to ponder alone. Sipping his cold tea, one guard recalled his master's previous fastidiousness regarding tea, feeling at a loss for words to describe it. Chapter 79. The selection of the flower deity. Though initially startled, Su Shuyu later returned to Jian's studio and contemplated the incident, deciding to treat it as if it had never occurred. Regardless of Xiao Mo's motivations for his actions, it changed nothing. Every morning, she continued her studies in household management under the guidance of the Wang family, and in the afternoons, she spent some time at Songha Hall. Each time she arrived at Songha Hall, she would first inquire with the maid at the entrance to ensure that the young master was not present before stepping inside. As days passed, Su Shuyao indeed did not encounter him again. With each inquiry met with a shake of the head from the maid. She gradually eased her heart and became increasingly convinced that the man's earlier actions were merely impulsive and that he likely had not given them much thought. However, on the eve of the flower festival, old Madame Xiao mentioned several young gentlemen in the household, remarking that the eldest grandson had been quite busy and had not visited Songha Hall for several days. Upon hearing this, Su Shuyao was momentarily taken aback, realizing that her previous concerns had been unfounded. The following day, February 25th, marked the flower festival of the Great Yin Dynasty, a traditional celebration honoring the birthday of the flowers. On this day, unmarried young ladies would don their most exquisite garments and gather at the flower god temple in the outskirts of the capital, selecting a flower that represented themselves to adorn their hair. The young gentlemen attending the ceremony would then choose a young lady from each flower group to represent them, thus designating the 12 flower gods. Being selected as one of the 12 flower gods was a symbol of beauty and purity, regarded as an honor that would significantly aid young ladies in their future courtships. On the afternoon of February 24th, the newly crafted garments were delivered to their respective courtyards. Xiao Jingshan, as a betrothed yet unmarried young lady, was also eligible to participate in the selection of the flower god. If chosen, her future family would not only take pride in her public appearance, but would also view it as a reflection of their honor. Consequently, Chen Shi made considerable investments for her daughter's participation in the flower festival, opting to forego the household's garments and instead inviting the proprietress of Yunxiu Pavilion to personally tailor an exquisite outfit for Xiao Jingshan. To complement the dress, matching jewelry was also crafted, underscoring the significance of this occasion. In addition to the three unmarried young ladies, Lu Shi, Chen Shi, and Lu Qingwan would also leave the house that day, though they could not partake in the selection of the flower god. On the morning of February 25th, the weather was clear and pleasant, and the person in bed was enjoying a comfortable slumber. "Miss, wake up." Zheng Momo entered with a radiant smile, pulling aside the curtain and gently coaxing the person out from under the covers. The young lady, now 17, had yet to secure a match. As the elderly caregiver who had raised her, Zheng Momo could not help but feel anxious. With the second mistress not being a reliable source of support, and old Madame Xiao's advanced age hindering her involvement in matters of marriage, Zheng Momo fervently hoped for her young lady to be chosen as the flower god, seizing the opportunity to make an impression among the ladies and gentlemen of the capital, which might ease the path to a marriage proposal. Su Shuyao opened her eyes to see Zheng Momo's somewhat exaggerated smiling face. Tilting her head, she then noticed Xiao Wei behind Zheng Momo, holding the prepared dress and peering in with a grin. Glancing outside at the still early morning light, Su Shuyao murmured, Why the rush? The matron meticulously detailed the morning's preparations for the young lady. She must first rise to bathe and dress, then comb her hair, apply fragrant ointments and facial creams, and finally partake of breakfast. All these activities require ample time, and any delay would be regrettable. Xiao Mo chimed in, indeed. What hairstyle shall the young lady wear today? I have already devised a lovely plan. The maid, with a smile in her eyes, was of similar age to her. Were it not for her own circumstances, she might have played the role of matchmaker for her. However, Shuyao was soon stirred from her drowsiness by their enthusiasm. Xiao Mo presented Shuyao with a white robe embroidered with yellow flowers and a pale blue skirt, her hair styled in a side bun adorned with a pearl comb. Upon gazing into the mirror, she acknowledged her beauty, yet wondered if it might appear overly delicate. As her previous attire lacked yellow, this sudden change felt somewhat disconcerting. Yet, Xiao Mo reassured her, how could that be? You are undoubtedly the most elegant young lady here. Just wait and see the adornments of the third young lady. Shuyao had heard that her aunt had prepared a gown for her third cousin, embroidered with large, blooming peach blossoms. The peach tree is flourishing, radiant in its beauty. She mused, fitting for a young lady indeed. When they arrived at the second gate to board the carriage, they beheld Xiao Jingshan in her floral ensemble. A white base adorned with pink peach blossoms, her hair also embellished with a cluster of embroidered flowers. Not only was this third cousin striking, but the fourth cousin, Xiao Jingtong, was equally resplendent in vibrant pink. In comparison, Shuyao finally grasped Xiao Mo's earlier sentiments. Chen observed her niece and remarked, you are indeed lovely, yet perhaps a tad too refined. There are many young ladies competing for the flower god selection, and if one does not stand out, it is easy to go unnoticed. Shuyao smiled and replied, very well then. I am not accustomed to overly flamboyant attire. Today, the entire household, save for the elderly matriarch, was in attendance. Even the Duchess Wang joined in on the excitement. Shuyao shared a carriage with Xiao Jingtong, while Xiao Jingshan rode with Chun, leaving Lu and Lu Qingwan in another carriage, with the Duchess in yet another. The gentlemen, meanwhile, rode horses, parading through the streets in splendid fashion. Before boarding her carriage, Lu Qingwan glanced at the vibrant assembly before her, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Lowering her gaze, she pondered something, then turned her attention to her fourth cousin and husband. Noticing a change in their expressions as they gazed in a particular direction, their eyes darkening ominously. Lu had already boarded the carriage and urged her to hurry, quickly. If we delay, we shall not secure a good vantage point. Near the Flower God Temple, several viewing platforms had been prepared specifically for noble families, complete with elegant seating, allowing them to enjoy the spectacle without mingling with the common folk. From their elevated positions, they could survey everything below, sipping peach blossom wine and savoring fruit confections while critiquing the young ladies participating in the selection. The procession from the Chengguo Duke's residence was grand and imposing, and along the way, they exchanged pleasantries with the carriages of the Qingyuan Marquis and the Wooding Marquis before continuing on their way. Chen was quite pleased with Xiao Jingshan's appearance, all the while keeping an eye out for familiar faces along the route. Only their carriage made its way to the temple of the flower goddess, where she, along with the other women, ascended to the elevated viewing platform. Yet she did not catch sight of her eldest daughter, Xiao Jini. This absence cast a shadow over her previously joyful demeanor. Chapter 80. Rescuing the temple of the flower goddess lies at the foot of the Yanyun mountain, with a verdant meadow sprawling before it, adorned with delicate pale pink flowers. Surrounding the meadow are vibrant peach and apricot blossoms. Young women, dressed in their finest, gathered in small groups upon the grass. Some laughing merrily, while others exchanged pleasantries. Occasionally, a gentle spring breeze would carry the sweet fragrance, though it was unclear whether it emanated from the youthful maidens or from the naturally blooming peach and apricot flowers. Shuyao observed that in front of these young ladies were 12 flower baskets, each containing a distinct flower representing the 12 flower goddesses. Xiao Jingshan approached the basket of peach blossoms, plucked a silk peach blossom, and adorned her hair with it, joining the line of participants. The other young women cast envious glances at her exquisite attire, for the selection of the flower goddess was not determined by status. Many of the contestants hailed from modest official families. Upon seeing the layers of embroidered peach blossoms on Xiao Jingshan's attire, they couldn't help but feel a sense of inadequacy. Xiao Jingtong, just 13 years old and of eligible age for the flower goddess selection, chose the hibiscus flower. When it was Su Shuyao's turn, She glanced at her attire and resolutely took her place at the end of the line, selecting a daffodil with a hue of white and yellow to wear in her hair. Her upper garment, a white robe adorned with yellow flowers, complemented the daffodil beautifully. In the distance, the fifth young master remarked to his brothers, "It is rare to see cousin Su in such delicate yellow. I was curious about her choice of flower. A daffodil, indeed splendid." He stroked his chin, affirming it once more. Su Shuheng, having returned to the residence that day, noticed the fifth young master's gaze lingering on his sister and felt a pang of displeasure, choosing to turn away and ignore him. Xiao Jingwen merely glanced over before shifting her attention elsewhere. Even though she was the most simply attired among the group, she still drew the gaze of many. Throughout the journey, Xiao Jingwen had overheard inquiries about the daffodil maiden. Xiao Jingrong, for once, admonished his younger brother, saying, "You should speak less." Nearby, someone who had perhaps overheard their conversation approached and inquired, "Do you know the daffodil maiden? Could you introduce me to her?" The group looked up to meet the smile of a frail scholar and collectively replied with annoyance, "We do not know her." When it came time for the final selection, the unbetrothed young men would step forward and turn to present a peach blossom to the flower goddess they deemed worthy. Each suitor was allowed only one opportunity to offer a flower. They could not select the apricot blossom goddess and then switch to the peach blossom goddess. Among the 12 flower goddesses, the daffodil was positioned last, placing Su Shuyao's group at the end of the line. Xiao Wei felt somewhat disheartened. Had the third young lady not previously declared her choice of the peach blossom, she would not have hastily changed her attire and found herself at the rear. Su Shuyao did not take it to heart. Her circumstances remained unchanged. Even if she were to be named one of the 12 flower deities, it would not alter the fact that she was an orphan, reliant on the kindness of others. However, the outcome turned out to be rather unexpected. Many had forsaken the earlier blossoms of peach, apricot, and peony, bestowing upon her the sole peach blossom they held. Thus, by the end, Su Shuyao, the last of the daffodils, received more flowers than those who came before her. Xiao Wei beamed with delight, observing her beloved girl basking in the glory. Xiao Jingshan achieved her aspiration of being named the peach blossom deity. Chen sat upon the elevated platform, her emotions a tangle as she watched Xiao Jingshan and Su Shuyao. She had expended considerable resources and effort for her daughter's flower deity festival, only to see her niece's unintentional success surpass her own. The Duchess also mentioned Su Shuyao. "That girl is truly remarkable. These past days, under my stewardess' guidance, she has shown great diligence and clarity of mind. Perhaps it is time for you to help her find a suitor?" Chen felt a twinge of embarrassment upon hearing this. She could not bring herself to admit that her niece had only recently completed her filial duties and thus had not yet taken notice. If she had truly cared, she would have acted much sooner rather than waiting until now. It was indeed her stepson's disobedience that complicated matters. Though she had achieved her wish of marrying her daughter to the second branch, the situation was far from ideal. Rumor had it that Xiao Jingsong had not entered his wife's chamber for several days. Casting a cool glance at Lu Qingwan, who was not far off, Chen remarked, "It is indeed time to pay attention. Yao Yao is a good girl, unlike some young ladies who pursue dubious paths." Chen's words were laced with veiled criticism. Lu Qingwan, upon hearing this, merely lowered her gaze and sipped her tea, seemingly unfazed. She refrained from voicing her opinions about both her own niece and the daughter of the second branch. With 2 sons of her own and the cautionary tale of the second branch in mind, she felt compelled to remain vigilant regarding these young ladies. It was prudent to arrange marriages, regardless of the particulars. Such exquisite maidens meandering through the estate daily could easily incite the affections of the young lords. Su Shuyao, along with the other chosen maidens, accompanied the chief priest to the flower deity temple, with crowds of onlookers lining the path, inquiring about her name. Xiao Wei stood among the throng, smiling at her, clearly pleased with her creation. After the sacrificial rites concluded, the young ladies either returned to their friends and family or dispersed to enjoy the scenery. The spectators on the elevated platform also descended. Wang instructed the servants to find a clean and refreshing patch of grass, laying out embroidered mats, fruits, tea, pastries, and stools, inviting the maidens to rest and converse. No sooner had Su Shuyao settled than she noticed the arrival of guests from the Qingyuan Marquise greeting Wang, with Xiao Jingshan appearing quite bashful. Wang Zhujuan, who had seen Su Shuyao at the previous gathering at the Shun residence, remarked with a smile, "Madam Su, your attire is truly splendid. I just saw several young lords casting glances your way." Such a statement was rather audacious. Shuyao smiled shyly in response, but as her gaze shifted, she spotted a child accompanying Wang Zhuojuan, eagerly shoving a cake the size of a copper coin into his mouth. The maid, who was holding the child, was also listening to their conversation and did not pay attention to the little one. Before Xiao could intervene, the child's face turned a deep shade of purple, appearing as though he could not catch his breath. At that moment, those around them were alarmed, their faces paling in horror. Seeing that the crowd was about to summon a physician, Xiao had no choice but to rise and approach the child. By the time the doctor arrived, it seemed the child was beyond saving. Swiftly, she snatched the child from the maid's grasp, positioning him head down and delivering firm pats to his back, one after another. The maid, initially taken aback by the suddenness of the action, attempted to reach for the child upon witnessing Xiao's method. The onlookers were bewildered as well. After a few vigorous pats, the child finally expelled a mass from his mouth and began to wail loudly. Gradually, the child's once purplish face returned to its normal hue. Xiao then adjusted the child in her arms, gently soothing him, and addressed the crowd, explaining that it was likely a morsel of pastry lodged in his throat. At this point, everyone understood the situation upon seeing the substance expelled from the child's mouth. Chapter 81. Recognition. The little boy appeared to be around 2 or 3 years of age. Though not particularly sturdy, he possessed striking features. At that moment, his eyes were red, glistening with tears, rendering him utterly endearing. Xiao gently patted his back and softly inquired, "Are you feeling better now?" The little fellow shyly nodded and called out, "Sister." Xiao smiled and prepared to set him down, only to find him clinging to her, reluctant to let go. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, she glanced around and noticed a considerable gathering had formed. In addition to the ladies from the Duke's household, there were Wang Zhujun, the woman who had previously sought a proposal from her cousin, as well as Wang Xiaowei, the second son of the Wang family, and several cousins from the Xiao family. As the little boy clung to her, Xiao, being merely a young lady in her teens, felt her cheeks flush. Suddenly, a commanding male voice called out, "Yin Gur." Upon hearing the voice, the child slipped from her grasp. Surprised, Xiao turned to see a man dressed in a cloud-patterned robe. He bore a resemblance to the little boy, exuding a refined demeanor typical of a cultivated gentleman. The man took the child in his arms and turned to Xiao, expressing, "Thank you, Miss Su, for your timely assistance." Unlike the authoritative expression he held toward the child, his eyes now sparkled with warm gratitude. Xiao found his smile oddly familiar and recalled their encounter at the stationery shop. The man had worn a similar smile then, presenting himself as a well-to-do scholar rather than the son of a powerful family. Wang Zhujun appeared slightly astonished, as her elder brother rarely initiated conversation with young ladies, especially not while adorned with such a charming smile. At that moment, the wife of the Marquis of Qingyuan, Lady Zhou, approached with a look of heartfelt appreciation, exclaiming, "What a good child! We owe you much gratitude, otherwise, we would have been at a loss." Lady Zhou, still shaken, cast a stern glance at the maid, who was now pale and trembling on the ground, quaking in fear. The third young lady, Xiao Jinshan, felt hesitant to speak, for the child had taken the pastries from the small table before her, and she feared that someone might hold her accountable. Fortunately, her cousin had rescued the child, otherwise, it could have jeopardized her engagement with brother Jingcheng. From the conversation around her, Xiao quickly learned that the little boy was Wang Qinyan, the eldest grandson of the Zhou family, affectionately known as Yin Go, and the child of Wang Xiaowei's elder brother. The man who had first called out to the boy was none other than the young lord of the Qingyuan Marquisate. Upon realizing this, Xiao felt a twinge of surprise. She had not contemplated such details while saving him. Returning to her senses, Mrs. Wang remarked to her sister-in-law that she ought to express her gratitude. She then felt a pang of guilt. It was unfortunate that they had not noticed sooner. The child was quite astute, and it was no wonder the matriarch of their household held him in such high regard. Clear-eyed and composed in the face of adversity, coupled with his fine appearance, had it not been for their modest circumstances, she might have been moved to consider him further. Due to the incident, the group's mood had dampened considerably. Yet, having ventured out, they could not simply return home. After a while, once the people from the Qingyuan Marquisate had departed, Xiao Jinshan gradually regained her spirits. The Duchess inquired of Xiao how she had known to save the child in such a manner. Xiao smiled and recounted that she had raised her younger brother, who had once choked on food. In her panic, she had sought the aid of their nurse, Zhang, who had similarly patted his back as she had done earlier. "Ah, I see. The Duchess said, "You have truly endured much. However, today you have saved Qingyan, and I am aware that my sister-in-law is not one to offer mere verbal thanks." Mrs. Chun expressed her relief, having observed her daughter's demeanor. She had surmised that the pastries had indeed come from her. It seemed the Wang family had either not considered this aspect or simply neglected to mention it. Nevertheless, the child's safety was paramount, far outweighing any other concerns. This outing had led to both young ladies in the household being honored as flower deities, a joyful occasion indeed. Furthermore, Su Xiao's act of heroism had forged a connection of goodwill, which Mrs. Chun felt warranted celebration. Lu Shi also regarded this as a fortuitous event, for the Wang family was affluent, and the gratitude they would extend would surely be substantial. Although she harbored some reservations towards the Su family, she had no intention of competing for favors among the younger generation. The one least pleased among the ladies was Lu Qingwan, who frequented Songheng with Su Xiao daily. This cousin of hers displayed a knack for ingratiating herself. To her astonishment, after currying favor with the Duchess, she had now endeared herself to outsiders as well. After all, she was not yet married. Thoughts of her cousin from the Wang family, the heir to the Qingyuan marquise, whose striking appearance was well known, crossed her mind. It was said that he had lost his wife and doted on this precious son, indulging him beyond measure. It was indeed a stroke of luck that Su Xiao had come to his rescue. She felt a sense of inadequacy in comparison to Su Xiao's timely intervention. Meanwhile, seated in the carriage returning to their estate, Wang Qingyan leaned closer to his father, relishing the rare moment when he was not reprimanded. Wang Wending smiled, but did not acknowledge the child's little gesture. In response, the boy boldly nestled against him, seeking comfort in his embrace. Wang Wendong paused, lowering his gaze to his somewhat frail son. With his wife gone and the child's inherent weakness, the Wang family had always indulged him. As a father, he felt compelled to be more stringent. Ordinarily, he would have admonished the boy, insisting on proper posture, yet today he found himself reluctant to do so. The image of the little one nestled in the girl's embrace stirred something within him, prompting the question, "Why did you choose to stay in that sister's arms?" Wang Qingyan's dark eyes flickered, and he lowered his head. "Sister is fragrant." Wang Wendong snorted softly. "The sister saved Yen'er. She is gentle," and patted his back. The child added. After a moment of silence, Wang Qingyan, perplexed, drifted into slumber, having not heard his father's response. Wang Wendong suddenly recalled the impulsive inquiry he had made to his cousin, only to learn of the girl's unfortunate circumstances. The young lady is without parents. Admittedly, he felt a pang of disappointment. For the sake of Wang Qingyan, he had hoped to marry a vivacious woman as a stepmother. If the young lady's past were too tumultuous, he questioned her capacity for love. Upon first encountering Su Shuyao, he had envisioned her emerging from a household marked by simplicity and mutual affection. Her radiant smile revealed no trace of shadow, and despite the impudent gaze directed at the men, she exhibited no semblance of wariness. Chapter 82. Proposing upon Su Shuyao's return to her residence. The Wang family indeed sent gifts the following day. Among the offerings was a stunning set of ruby and gold hair ornaments specifically for her, alongside a pair of gem-encrusted earrings and a pair of Hitian jade bracelets. Each woman in the Xiao household also received a piece of jewelry as a token of gratitude. Su Shuyao, gazing at the box overflowing with treasures that the old matriarch had instructed her maid to present, felt a surge of joy. Such riches could not be amassed even over a lifetime of painting exquisite flower notes. The matriarch smiled. "Take these. When the time comes, adding them to your dowry will bring you esteem in your new household." Su Shuyao shyly accepted the gifts. The matriarch continued. "I heard from my eldest daughter-in-law that you were chosen as the water narcissus deity. I can only imagine how lovely you must have looked. Alas, I, an old woman, lack the fortune to witness it." Since the old matriarch had given prior instructions, they had left directly through the second gate. Thus, she had not seen Su Shuyao's attire. At the compliment, Su Shuyao smiled, thinking that no deity could rival the beauty of the living, breathing Yao Yao before her. As she spoke, noticing the matriarch's wide-eyed expression and exaggerated demeanor, she felt a tinge of embarrassment. Just as she lowered her head, the matriarch remarked, "Did you know he has returned?" Startled, Su Shuyao raised her head to see Xiao Mo, casually attired in a fiery patterned robe, leaning languidly against the entrance screen. A glimmer of amusement sparkled in his eyes, and with a slight smirk, he inquired, "Is cousin Su here?" Su Shuyao steadied herself and called out, "Elder cousin." Xiao Mo nodded at her, and proceeded to sit on the chair the maid had brought, his posture relaxed and devoid of any formality. Observing his demeanor, Shuyao felt her worries dissipate entirely. She aspired to cultivate harmonious relations with everyone in the household, particularly with him. Should her refusal have caused the esteemed heir to lose face and rendered their meeting awkward, it would have been quite unfortunate. Fortunately, he did not seem to take it to heart. However, what Shyo was unaware of was that in the very moment she lowered her head, Xiao Mo's gaze swept past her once more, devoid of any trace of mirth. With the heir present, Shyo promptly took the box of jewelry sent by the Wang family and made her exit. As Xiao Mo observed the young lady's somewhat joyful silhouette, he overheard the old matriarch recounting how she had saved the heir of the Chengguo Ducal that day. After a moment of silence without a response, he lifted his head to find him reclining against the chair, eyes half closed, seemingly asleep. The elder, filled with concern, hastily instructed a maid to cover him with a light quilt. Inside Jynzhi, upon seeing Shyo return with a box of jewelry, Zheng expressed her delight. She likely shared the same sentiment as the old matriarch, believing that a woman ought to possess sufficient dowry and adornments to ensure a respectable marriage in the future. While everyone around her was anxious, Shyo herself felt no such urgency. Yet, if she were to remain unmarried indefinitely, it would not be appropriate to continue living off the duke's estate without contributing. Thus, even with these new possessions, she understood the necessity of establishing a source of income. Consequently, despite her newfound treasures, the shop must continue to operate. The small stationery store, buoyed by her exquisite stationery, had indeed seen a marked improvement in business. From last year until now, it had amassed a surplus of over 100 taels of silver, a sum previously thought unattainable. Unable to venture out, Steward Yang had entrusted Qiu with a letter for her, which contained the account books from the past few months, brimming with joy. As they merrily admired the jewelry in Jynzhi, the following day they heard word that Lady Tichu from the Qiu Marquis had arrived. The news, of course, had been relayed by the maids from Snght to Qiu. Shyo frequently visited Snght, and the maids there had grown familiar with her own attendants, who 11 and Qiu, facilitating the exchange of news between both parties. However, the contents of Lady Zhu's visit remained unknown, as only Lu the elder matron by the old lady's side, had been present at the time. Renowned for her discretion, Lu would not divulge information as easily as the younger maids. The purpose of Lady Zhu's visit remained unclear, but 2 days later, the old matriarch specifically requested to take Shyo to offer incense at Qiu Temple, nestled atop Q11 Mountain, which lies to the east of the imperial city. Reaching the temple requires a half-hour carriage ride along the official road after exiting the eastern city gates. Although Q11 Mountain is not particularly high, its name is derived from the morning glow rather than the evening sunset. Legend has it that a venerable monk once traveled here and was greeted by sunlight piercing through the clouds, casting a spectacular glow upon the mountain, leading to its naming. Atop Q11 Mountain, one can find not only the sprawling ancient temples, but also lodgings for pilgrims and delightful vegetarian meals. Since arriving in the capital, Shyo had yet to visit, and the old matriarch had a habit of spending a few days at Qiu Temple, ranging from 2 or 3 days to 10 or even half a month. Shyo thought this timing fortuitous. Her younger brother had just entered the Imperial Academy and would not be returning anytime soon. The following morning, having prepared herself, she boarded the same carriage as the old matriarch. Shuyao, as usual, brought along Xiao Wei and Hui Xiang, while the old lady was accompanied by Lu Mama and Chun Sheng, as well as a few guards. Once Lady Xiao boarded the carriage, she inquired, "Have the matters regarding Jian's studio been arranged?" She continued, "I have instructed several of the young masters in the household to intervene if necessary." Naturally, Shuyao assured her that everything was fine, since the third master had taken the fifth young master to the Sun family to apologize after the new year. Sun Xingyao had ceased to trouble her brother. She recalled her brother's words. He knew of her parents' passing and had brought her food several times, promising to watch over her henceforth. Shuyao was unsure how he had come to this realization so swiftly, yet she felt grateful to the old lady. After a moment, the old lady added, "You must be curious as to why I have brought you and not the third and fourth young ladies." Seeing the kindly expression on the elderly woman's face, Shuyao tentatively replied, "The third cousin is busy embroidering her dowry, and the fourth cousin is still quite young. The old lady nodded, acknowledging this as one reason. Furthermore, she continued, the wife of the Marquis Qingyan visited the other day, intending to discuss a marriage proposal for you, her nephew from her family. Though I have not met the boy, I believe that since you once saved her grandson, they would not send someone unsuitable to harm you, which is why I agreed to take you to meet him. I wanted to give you a heads up, so you are prepared. The old lady's words were straightforward enough for Su Shuyu to grasp the purpose of the Zhou family's visit that day. However, she found it unreasonable to refuse. Residing in the household, one could hardly escape the prospect of marriage, especially when the proposal came from someone she deeply respected, Lady Xiao. She quickly nodded and replied, all right, I will go meet him. Instantly, a smile spread across the wrinkled face of the old lady, who remarked, you are truly well behaved. She thought of her eldest grandson, who braved the elements each day without anyone to care for him. Just the other day, he had fallen asleep on a chair in Songha Hall. The old lady had meant to let him rest, but when she returned from the inner chamber, she found only his blanket piled on one side, with no sign of him. Chapter 83. The Face of a Peach Blossom. By the end of February, the weather was warm and gentle, with peach and apricot blossoms beginning to bloom. As they set off early, the carriage encountered many vendors carrying vegetables and mountain goods into the city for the market. Su Shuyu opened the curtain a crack and noticed food vendors glancing her way, though they hesitated to approach given the carriage's grandeur. The carriage was draped in black satin, adorned with golden thread cloud patterns, the wheels painted in red, and the reins dyed purple. Anyone with a discerning eye would recognize its distinguished status. In the capital, it was common to encounter officials with just a few steps. Su Shuyu inhaled the fragrant aromas of various snacks and heard the vendors calling out in exaggerated tones, pea cakes. Oh, big chunks. She fondly remembered enjoying these treats on the streets of Huzhou. They were a popular spring delicacy made from peas, osmanthus, and honey cake, cut into delicate pieces that left a fragrant taste on the lips. Noticing her longing gaze, Lady Xiao smiled and instructed her maid, Dong Mei, to purchase some. After a short while, Dong Mei brought over a bundle wrapped in reed leaves, which, when carefully unwrapped, released a sweet, fragrant aroma. Su Xiao first offered a piece to the old lady, then took one for herself, though it lacked the delicate texture she had previously savored in the residence. The pea cake, freshly made and still warm, possessed a rustic and pure flavor that was delightful in its own right. Both Su Xiao and Madame Xiao indulged in several pieces, sharing the remainder with the maidservants. Observing the satisfaction on Su Xiao's face, Madame Xiao chuckled, reminiscing about her own youthful fondness for such sweets, recalling how she would eagerly purchase them during her outings in the marketplace. As she spoke, a nostalgic light graced her features, her still bright eyes softening with fond memories. Su Xiao listened intently as she recounted tales from her youth, including the days spent adventuring outside the manor with her brothers. Madame Xiao, whose surname was Cui, evoked the illustrious and enigmatic Cui clan of Qinghe, stirring excitement within Su Xiao as she absorbed the elder's tales. Engrossed in the elderly lady's reminiscences, Su Xiao lost track of time until the carriage came to a halt, signaling their arrival at Qishao Mountain. Su Xiao recalled a young man with the same surname as the Zhou family, rumored to be a distant relative of the Duchess, who had recently moved to the Marquis' residence for his studies. He had achieved the rank of Jinshi at just over 20 years of age, an impressive feat for one so young. As Su Xiao assisted Madame Xiao down from the carriage, they took a moment to sit in a pavilion at the foot of the mountain before someone approached them. The first to arrive was Zhou Shi, who, tall and commanding, perhaps due to her long service as the Duchess, exuded an air of competence. Surrounding her were several maidservants, and as Su Xiao glanced behind her, she caught sight of a handsome young man. Their eyes met briefly before they both looked away. Zhou Shi approached to greet Madame Xiao, then took Su Xiao's hand, expressing her gratitude, particularly concerning her grandson. Yin Gu has been well since returning. He eats and sleeps soundly. I truly appreciate your assistance that day. Su Xiao smiled, responding, it was merely a trivial effort. Duchess, your verbal thanks are sufficient. However, I feel somewhat guilty about the gifts you later sent. During the previous visit, the gifts had not been delivered directly to Jian's High, and such polite expressions were best reserved for face-to-face encounters. In mid-spring, the weather was neither too cold nor too warm. Su Xiao donned a pale, apricot-colored robe adorned with lotus patterns, paired with a white skirt featuring subtle floral designs and ruffled edges. Her hair was styled in twin loose buns, accented by a delicate apricot-hued flower. She wore pearl earrings, each the size of a yellow bean, peeking out from beneath her half-up hairstyle, presenting a distinctive charm. Zhou Yin cast a fleeting glance at her, stirring a subtle ripple of intrigue within him. He approached to greet Madame Xiao and then addressed the young woman before him, calling her cousin Su. Su Xiao returned the greeting, calling him cousin Zhou. For their intricate familial ties rendered such address appropriate, regardless of the distance between their branches. The Zhou family, upon observing the respectful greeting exchanged, realized that the elderly matriarch was en route to Qingning Temple to pay her respects. They announced their intention to accompany her, and thus, the group commenced their leisurely ascent along the mountain path. The hill was not particularly steep. Lady Xiao insisted on walking unaided, while Su Shuyao positioned herself slightly behind to offer support should the elder falter. Zhou noticed her attentiveness and praised her as a considerate child. Furthermore, she remarked, "I hear you hail from Huzhou. You must not have visited Qingning Temple before. Later, let your cousin Zhou guide you to admire the peach blossoms blooming on the temple's back hill. They should be in full bloom now." Su Shuyao responded with a hint of surprise. So direct? She glanced at the young man ahead, who met her gaze with a subtle smile. "Very well then. After all, we have servants with us," she replied. Lady Xiao interjected, "Just meander around the back in trance. Do not stray too far." Seeing that the elder shared her sentiment, Su Shuyao softly agreed, "All right," and continued on her way. After approximately the time it takes to burn an incense stick, they reached the summit, the hour now approaching noon. The attendant monk, who had already received word of their arrival, promptly welcomed them, exclaiming, "Amit Ba? The elder and esteemed patrons have endured a long journey." The monk appeared remarkably familiar with the elderly lady from the duke's residence. Su Shuyao first escorted the matriarch to the main hall, before emerging at Zhou's urging. Accompanying her were only Qiao Wei and Hui Xiang, while a guard from the esteemed residence trailed behind. Zhou maintained a considerate distance as they walked. "Has your cousin ever visited Qingning Temple?" he inquired, seeking conversation as they strolled. "Not yet. In truth, aside from the peach blossoms on the back hill, the plum grove below was also breathtaking." "The plum grove, you say?" "I have indeed seen it at the duke's residence." "I wonder what prompted you to seek out the plum blossoms here in the dead of winter? And who might be accompanying you?" Su Shuyao's thoughts wandered, leading her to ponder too deeply. She raised an eyebrow. "Is that so?" The duke's residence also boasts a plum grove. Reflecting on the previous year's splendid gathering in the grove, where the young heir was the center of attention, a smile graced her lips. "Indeed, the plum grove of the Chengguo Duke's residence is quite renowned," Zhou acknowledged with a nod. "I have heard you have a younger brother. May I inquire his age?" Su Shuyao replied candidly, "He is 10 years old." After this exchange, Zhou Yin fell silent. Su Shuyao did not pursue further conversation. The peach orchard was indeed resplendent, and with the recent favorable weather, it was a sight to behold. The trees, adorned with delicate blossoms, radiate vibrant hues that warm the spring air. Within the orchard, aside from their group, a scattering of other visitors could be seen, engaged in laughter and conversation, starkly contrasting the distance felt between Su Shuyao and Zhou Yin. While she admired the blossoms alongside her maid, Zhou Yin stood at a measured distance, his expression taut, lost in contemplation. Chapter 84. A brief stay at the temple. The group did not linger long in the back hill. Although Su Shuyao had exchanged merely a few words with Zhou Yin, it became evident that their paths were unlikely to converge. Both had come in deference to their elder's goodwill, yet neither sought a definitive outcome. Conversely, upon recognizing Zhou's disinterest, she felt a sense of relief. At present, Adi is still quite young. If she were to marry, who would remember to attend to her needs? Upon returning to the front hall, they continued their light-hearted banter, and no faults could be found in their etiquette. However, the specifics of their mutual regard would have to be discussed privately once they returned home. After the departure of the Zhou couple, the elder Mrs. Xiao did not inquire about Su Shuyao's opinion regarding the young gentleman. The old woman was perceptive and did not require anyone to state the obvious. On this day, Xiao Mo entered the most renowned tea house in the capital, taking a seat in the elegantly appointed room. Wang Xiaowei sat opposite him, exclaiming, "What a surprise! What brings you here? Speak, what do you seek from me?" He lounged casually across the table, pressing for an answer. Xiao Mo tapped his fingers lightly on the table and asked with a furrowed brow, "I have heard that my aunt is arranging a marriage. Who is it for?" Wang Xiaowei recalled that his mother had seemingly taken that cousin to the temple today. It was acceptable for young ladies to visit the temple to pray. But for a young gentleman to go there was either to discuss a marriage prospect or to escort the ladies of the household. If his mother required an escort, it would naturally be one of them, so Wang Xiaowei surmised that they were indeed there for a match. He smiled knowingly and said, "I don't think it's a matter of great concern. Does this really require your personal inquiry?" In fact, Wang Xiaowei had also been present during the Flower God Festival. His mother, recalling how Su's cousin had saved his elder brother's child, had learned that she had delayed her marriage due to mourning and perhaps thought of Zhou Yan. Xiao Mo cast a subtle glance at his companion and remarked, "Grandmother sent someone there," implying that it was an inquiry on behalf of the family's elders. Only then did Wang Xiaowei candidly reveal, "It is a cousin from the Zhou family, who is distantly related. Having passed the imperial examination last year and now serving in the Hanlin Academy." Before he could finish, Xiao Mo let out a derisive laugh. "Just this?" Wang Xiaowei looked up, seemingly perplexed by his meaning. Did he think his mother should not act as a matchmaker? That individual resided in the residence of the Marquis of Qingyuan, and Wang Xiaowei occasionally interacted with him. He was indeed passably handsome, yet his background remained rather shallow. Although Su's cousin was also an only daughter, her father held an official position, unlike the Zhou family, who had been merchants for generations. Even though the young man had recently passed the examination, such accomplishments were not rare in the capital and within the Hanlin Academy. One could toil for a decade without making significant headway. Sigh, my mother seeks someone like this, all in the name of gratitude. Wang Xiaowei mused, furrowing his brow at the thought. If his cousin found this arrangement unsatisfactory, how might Shuyao perceive the Marquis's household? After inquiring about what he wished to know, Xiao Mo refrained from further commentary and departed. The second son of the Wang family had not heard Xiao Mo's words, but the guards had. Does the young master also believe that he is unworthy of Su's daughter? Wu Ying ventured to ask. Xiao Mo shot him a cold glance, remaining silent, prompting Wu Ying to hastily quiet down. Meanwhile, Wu Ming playfully nudged his companion, grinning mischievously. At Qingning Temple, the resident monk guided an elderly gentleman and a young one to their respective lodgings. As they traversed the fragrant halls filled with the scent of sandalwood, they were accompanied by the rhythmic chants of Buddhist hymns. Shuyao and her companions arrived at the courtyard where they were to stay. In the center of the courtyard stood a well, adorned with a blossoming Shifu begonia, which was just beginning to bloom, marking the perfect time for flower viewing. The maidservants placed all the accompanying items into the guest room, which contained 2 small chambers, one for bathing and the other for the maid's rest. The elderly matriarch, having endured a long journey, felt somewhat fatigued and laid down on the couch, reluctant to move. Shuyao stood in the courtyard, admiring the flowers. A cat, unafraid of people, leapt from the eaves and approached a few individuals, sniffing curiously. Huixiang considered seeking out the temple's monks to procure some dried fish for the cat, but walked a short distance before returning. After a brief nap, the matriarch awoke just as the temple's vegetarian meal was served in the courtyard, a plate of tofu, a bowl of mushroom soup, and several dishes of vegetables. Concerned that Shuyao might not find the food to her liking, the matriarch was pleasantly surprised to see her finish a bowl of rice and even partake in the mushroom soup, which brought a smile to her face. If she were comfortable, perhaps they could extend their stay for a few more days. The mountain air was invigorating. After expressing this thought, the matriarch seemed to recall something. Her expression tinged with concern. Shuyao surmised that she might be contemplating her own marriage and quickly shifted the conversation. She felt quite pleased and suggested that after the matriarch had rested from the meal, she would take her for a stroll. The elderly matriarch visited Qingming Temple annually and had explored its surroundings extensively. Acknowledging her goodwill, she warmly replied, "Very well." As Zhou Shi and Zhou Yin descended the mountain together, it was inevitable that they would discuss his opinion of the young lady. Zhou Yin pondered for a moment before stating, "Su Xianyang is indeed commendable, both beautiful and composed. Yet my nephew's family lacks a presence in the capital and has no foundation, which may cause her hardship." His words were delicately phrased, yet subtly conveyed his stance. The union of 2 young individuals, both without a solid background, did not promise a favorable beginning. Zhou Shi understood his implication, feeling as though she had just grasped the sentiments of this distant nephew for the first time, having been a marquise for many years. She refrained from confronting him openly, but felt a slight discomfort within. Although she had not been well acquainted with Shuyao before, witnessing her follow closely behind the matriarch, seemingly fearful of her falling, stirred something within even her, an outsider. Moreover, the young lady was remarkably beautiful. Given the matriarch's esteem for her, it was likely that a substantial dowry would accompany her marriage. If she were to offer some support to her nephew by renting a spacious residence in the city, it would be a commendable family. Yet Zhou lightly remarked, "That is acceptable. People often say that good things come with challenges. Perhaps your fated bond has yet to arrive." Though she spoke of you, her heart was not particularly inclined to involve herself in his matrimonial affairs. Zhou Yan lowered his gaze, remaining silent. Shuyao and the elderly matriarch resided in the temple, and after a couple of days, the wife of the Marquis of Qingyuan sent a letter, subtly conveying Zhou Yan's sentiments and expressing her apologies. The matriarch read the letter but did not mention it to Shuyao. She had never thought highly of that individual, believing him unworthy of Shuyao, and now, with such picky behavior, her disdain only deepened. They enjoyed a comfortable stay at the temple, and Shuyao often strolled along the corridors resonating with the sounds of chanting in the early morning or twilight, accompanied by 2 maidservants and a cat. Eventually, they acquired some dried fish from the temple kitchen, and Huixiang looked at her in disbelief, exclaiming, "Miss, in this temple, there is unexpectedly fish. One wonders whether the monks indulge in meat." Shuyao playfully tapped him on the head, and at that moment, she encountered the abbot of the temple and a young gentleman approaching her. Chapter 85. A Thief in the Temple. She stepped aside to allow them passage. The monk held his prayer beads and performed a one-handed salute, uttering, "Amit Ba." Xiao Mo, clad in a Taoist robe, stood beside him, a stark contrast to his usual attire. Shuyao cast a fleeting glance before lowering her gaze. As Xiao Mo and the abbot ascended the steps, they turned back, their eyes landing upon the top of the young woman's head, adorned with a pure white camellia, still carrying the freshness of morning dew. Soon, the two passed by her. Upon returning, Shuyao did not mention her encounter with the young lord to the matriarch. Perhaps he had pressing matters to attend to. At the residence of the Marquis of Qingyuan, Wang Xiaowei returned home and went to his elder brother's courtyard, where he happened upon his nephew, Wang Qingyan. Recently, Wang Wendong had been somewhat kinder to his son, prompting the little one to cling to him, unfazed even by his father's occasional cold demeanor. At that moment, he was practicing horse stance in the yard. Though it was somewhat strenuous, he persevered without uttering his fatigue. Wang Xiaowei gestured to his elder brother, commenting, "He only listens to you. However, at this tender age, a brief standing is sufficient." Wang Wendong chuckled and waved to his son. Just as Wang Qingyan was about to run over to his second uncle, he suddenly exclaimed in surprise. The two standing men hurried over. "What happened?" they inquired in unison. Wang Qingyan pouted, "My foot's gone numb." They paused in place, and after a while, the child joyfully dashed away, leaving the two brothers to converse in the courtyard. Wang Xiaowei regarded his elder brother and asked, "What has come over you? Weren't you the stern one before? Why this change of heart these past few days?" Wang Wendong could not quite articulate the reason. He merely recalled the moment he saw the child nestled in the embrace of the young lady, feeling a pang of tenderness. "Is there?" He smiled. "Indeed, there is. It was merely an accident. Fortunate that it turned out well. There's no need to dwell on it." Wang Xiaowei reassured his brother. Then he recalled something. "You may not know, but mother wishes to match that young lady Su with Zhou Yan." Wang Wendong appeared not to have fully grasped this. "Which Miss Su?" Yet, as soon as the words left his mouth, he began to comprehend, adding, "What a haphazard pairing." To speak of his mother in such a tone was indeed somewhat harsh, revealing his considerable agitation. However, as the eldest son and heir of the Marquis of Qingyuan, Wang Wendong held a certain authority in the household. Although Wang Xiaowei was surprised by his brother's emotional response, he did not dwell on the matter. After Wang Xiaowei departed, the elusive Wang Qingyan approached, inquiring, "Who was my uncle speaking of?" Noticing his father's scrutinizing gaze, he continued, "That young lady who saved me, right?" Wang Wendong was taken aback by his son's keen ears, momentarily at a loss for words, until his son mumbled, "Why doesn't he father marry her?" Hearing this, Wang Wendong felt a jolt within. Indeed, why did he not marry her? He recalled the gentle way she had patted Yan Gu's back under those circumstances. She had not known Wang Qingyan, but had still reached out to help, which was a testament to her fundamentally kind nature. Most importantly, Yan Gu was quite fond of her. As night fell, when Madame Zhou and her maid came to fetch her grandson, she casually mentioned today's visit to Qingning Temple. "I heard that your mother took cousin Yan to Qingning Temple." Madame Zhou recalled that Zhou Yan was also quite upset, and when her eldest son inquired, she did not conceal the truth. That young lady saved Yan Gu that day, and I am genuinely grateful. I considered proposing a match for her, but I find it somewhat difficult to articulate, especially since your cousin has other intentions. After finishing her thoughts, Madame Zhou added, "Never mind. It would only cause unnecessary displeasure for the young lady, turning a good deed into a bad one." Upon hearing this, Wang Wendong felt a sense of relief wash over him, and a smile gradually emerged in his eyes. "It's for the best that it didn't work out," he remarked, gazing at his mother. Madame Zhou wholeheartedly agreed, not probing into the deeper meaning behind her son's words. After a brief pause, she nodded. Who could argue otherwise? She then turned her attention to teasing Yengu advising him, "You are still young, and the child is small. You should make a decision regarding the candidates I mentioned last time." Wang Wendong responded with an amused Madame Zhou felt a slight sense of comfort. It had been over 2 years since her daughter-in-law passed away, and previously, whenever the topic of remarriage arose with her eldest son, he would display overt rejection. Yet today, inexplicably, he had nodded in agreement. After Madame Zhou and Yengu departed, Wang Wendong's mood remained unchanged. It was rare for him to make such a resolution. But once determined, he found every aspect appealing upon further reflection. The Qingyuan Marquisate and the Duke's household were already connected by marriage. His cousin was also set to marry into their family by the end of the year. Fortunately, that young lady was not from the Duke's family. Otherwise, the two sisters marrying two brothers would surely attract gossip. He had heard she had a younger brother who was currently studying at the Imperial Academy. Wang Wendong felt it was his duty to offer support in the future, especially since he had a young son. Only by considering each other could they lead happier lives. As for his mother, she should be agreeable, right? He was remarrying and had a son. Surely, she would be pleased at the prospect of him taking a wife. He momentarily recalled the young lady's delicate, blooming face, and a warmth surged within him. The maid attending to his writing noticed her master had laid a book before him, yet had not turned a page for a long while. His expression fluctuated between joy and worry, creating a rather peculiar sight. At Qingming Temple, in order for Shuyao to return to the city for the Dragon Boat Festival, old Madame Xiao had decided to return to the estate on the morning of the first day of March. On the evening of February 29th, the maids began gathering various items. However, later that night, Shuyao, in a drowsy state, was awakened by a commotion outside. Two maids had also emerged from their small quarters, and upon exchanging glances, they all wore expressions of unease. Shuyao donned her clothes and stepped to the door to listen. "May I ask what brings you all here at such a late hour?" spoke old Madame Xiao. "The temple has been robbed. Otherwise, we would not disturb you at this hour," replied a male voice, which Shuyao surmised belonged to a monk from the temple. A jolt of alarm coursed through her. The man continued, "We kindly request the elder to allow us to enter and conduct a search. It will not take much time." Realizing a search was imminent, Shuyao put on her outer garment, arranged her hair with a pin, and signaled for the two maids to open the door. The visitors were indeed monks from the temple. Yet, she could not comprehend what treasures a temple could possibly harbor that would warrant such a grand intrusion. The candles inside had already been lit, and as the door swung open, she stood quietly to the side. After rummaging through the old lady's quarters, the men turned their gaze towards her. The monks, holding lanterns, scanned the area and noticed a young lady of striking appearance standing by the door, flanked by two maids who regarded them with wary eyes. Upon observing the disarray of the bed and the various feminine belongings scattered throughout the room, they averted their gaze uncomfortably. As they stepped outside, one of them remarked, "Little benefactress, please do not let us disturb you. We shall take our leave." They then exited the small courtyard. Chapter 86. An unexpected encounter. Shuyao ventured next door to check on the situation, finding the elderly matron, Lady Xiao, disturbed from her slumber, engaged in hushed conversation with Mama Lu. Upon seeing her, Lady Xiao offered reassurance, "You should rest, dear. There is nothing to worry about. I have stayed here several times each year. The temple is quite secure." Shuyao nodded. "I am well. Please do take care of yourself." After exchanging these words, she stepped outside only to encounter a guard from the neighboring courtyard approaching. Shuyao briefly recounted the earlier incident, advising him to remain vigilant throughout the night. Otherwise, as had just occurred, intruders could easily breach their defenses. The man, appearing to be in his 30s, chuckled amiably, acknowledging her concern. "You are correct, young lady. It was our oversight. I assure you, we shall not succumb to sleep again this night." With that, he positioned himself to keep watch over the courtyard. Shuyao felt powerless to protest, and allowed him to remain. She instructed her maids to securely close the courtyard gate before returning to her own room. Once inside, as the two maids retreated to the small inner chamber, Shuyao removed her outer garments, intending to place them on the rack. However, she noticed a silhouette cast upon the wardrobe, flickering in the candlelight. Just as she instinctively withdrew her hand from where she had set her clothing, it was too late. Suddenly, she was pushed against the wardrobe with a soft thud. Shuyao widened her eyes in shock, meeting the piercing gaze of Xiao Mo. His hand, which had previously rested near her face, now pressed firmly against her lips, and she caught a faint whiff of sandalwood. "Miss, what is the matter?" came the muffled voice of Xiao Wei from the adjacent room. With her lips covered, Shuyao could not respond, so she shot a glare at Xiao Mo. He sheepishly released his grip, allowing her to retort, "It's nothing." Though one hand was lowered, the other remained firmly clasped around her waist. Dressed in a thin spring garment, she wore only her nightclothes beneath. Their bodies were closely aligned, and the warmth of his breath brushed against her face and neck. Shuyao tilted her head slightly. At that moment, a voice from the guard outside called out, "Miss, the monks are back." Before she could fully comprehend the situation, the shadow before her vanished. Shuyao, still reeling from the encounter, glanced towards the ceiling and back window, but Xiao Mo was nowhere to be seen. The newcomers, however, did not enter. They merely inquired and then departed. Alone, Shuyao stood silently for a moment before returning to her bed, her mind racing with thoughts of the earlier incident. How could Xiao Mo possibly be in the temple? Did those people come repeatedly in search of him? What exactly did he take? Lost in thought, she turned around and felt a subtle pain in her side. Eventually, she unknowingly drifted off to sleep. Upon awakening the next day, the sun had already risen high in the sky. Due to a restless night, the elderly matriarch, Madame Xiao, suggested delaying their departure, allowing them to take their time. However, Shuyao was eager to return, fearing any delays would push their journey to the next day. She was not keen on encountering any unexpected visitors that night. The temple, which appeared utterly safe in the eyes of the matriarch, now seemed fraught with peril to her. Fortunately, after the elderly lady had caught up on some sleep and they had dined at the temple, she instructed her attendants to gather their belongings for the descent. The little cat followed, mewing pitifully, evoking sympathy from Huixiang. Shuyao remained silent, uncertain if the cat had an owner. Besides, she was already dependent on others for shelter. Taking in a cat was not feasible. Ultimately, the matriarch, unable to bear the sight, asked Huixiang to carry the cat and added, "If anyone inquires, I shall take the responsibility." At that moment, the two maids in her room, along with Dongmei and Chunsheng, were all delighted. The group, with their pockets filled with the dried fish obtained from Qingning Temple, amused the little cat, their return filled with laughter and joy. Shuyao, however, felt little enthusiasm. She had truly not rested well. Furthermore, her mind was preoccupied with the events of the previous night. She was indifferent to whether her cousin was indeed the thief from Qingning Temple. Such a powerful individual would undoubtedly have means to resolve any troubles that arose. Considering his swift disappearance the previous night, why would he need to seek refuge in her room? It was she who was still feeling the ache in her side. In any case, regardless of whether he approached her intentionally or unintentionally, she could not allow him to come near. If anyone else were to propose a match, she would have to think twice. The longer one stays, the more troublesome it becomes. Meanwhile, in a wooden cabin nestled in the mountains east of Qingning Temple, an elderly man clad in coarse garments was tilting his head, gazing at the portrait of the 24 heavenly sovereigns before him, smacking his lips in approval. "Not bad. After all, it's my eldest disciple. You managed to carve this out, huh? That old bald donkey tricked me into painting these. He took advantage of my drunkenness to sneak them back to his temple. I wonder where he'll find them now." Xiao Mo lounged lazily on the only rickety chair in the room, indifferent to the old man's ramblings. "Hey, I'm asking you, eldest disciple, have you seen my door-closing disciple? I hear she is a bit short on funds at the moment. What if I sell this to that bald donkey? How much silver do you think he could give me?" The old man scrutinized the torn edges of the portrait, clicking his tongue as he spoke. Xiao Mo rolled up the portrait and left. The old man hopped up behind him, exclaiming, "You little rascal. What happened to the filial piety you promised me?" He continued with a string of expletives, suddenly recalling, "Wait, where's my cat? What have you done with my cat?" Xiao Mo waved the rolled-up portrait dismissively. A voice echoed from behind, "Oh dear, this unfilial disciple," followed by another round of curses. Yingxin remarked that the old man indeed had a temper. as he had been deceived by the abbot of Qingming Temple regarding this portrait, and even after all these years, he still insisted that their master remove it from the wall. Because of this portrait, the master had taken refuge in the chamber of the young lady. In the Qingyuan Marquette, Wang Wendong, upon hearing that the elderly lady Xiao and Su Shuyu had returned from the temple, promptly made his way to his mother Zhou's courtyard. Zhou had just finished her evening meal, and at that moment, she was watching the maid play with Yan Gur. Upon unexpectedly seeing her son, she hurriedly beckoned him to sit and instructed a maid to brew some tea. Wang Wendong was clad in a dark blue robe adorned with cloud patterns, his hair tied back with a jade crown. Though his appearance did not rival the youthful handsomeness of a lad in his teens, he exuded an air of refined tranquility. He was quite tall, even towering over the statuesque Zhou by a head. Since the passing of his wife, Zhou had rarely seen such a smile on her son's face. Thus, she jested, "What brings you here today? Have you settled on a lady?" Ignoring his mother's playful inquiry, Wang Wendong turned to the maid encircling Wang Qingyan, saying, "Take Yan Gur outside for a stroll." Such a serious request piqued Zhou's interest entirely. Once everyone had exited, her eldest son addressed her, "Mother, regarding the candidates you inquired about, I believe I can disclose my choice now." Meeting Zhou's expectant gaze, he continued, "It is that young lady, Su." Chapter 87. The new bride. Zhou's heart jolted at the revelation. "Who do you mean?" She looked up to find her son gazing at her with sincere, unwavering eyes. She had indeed heard him, yet her astonishment compelled her to ask again. Just days prior, she had mentioned the young lady to Zhou Yin, who, while admirable, had never crossed her mind as a potential match for her son. She had not only her son, but also two others. Previously, her late daughter-in-law hailed from a scholarly family and shared a deep bond with her eldest son, yet her health had failed her, and she had passed away just a few years after their marriage. In contemplating her son's remarriage, Zhou considered young ladies of comparable backgrounds from the capital. If it were that Su, Zhou's gaze involuntarily returned to her son, who sat there, evidently resolute in his decision. "Why her?" Zhou inquired. "As you mentioned, her temperament is quite agreeable, and most importantly, Yan Gur is fond of her," Wang Wendong replied with a smile. "Very well." Zhou furrowed her brow in contemplation for a moment before responding. Wang Wendong's smile gradually blossomed, and he bowed to his mother, expressing, "Then I shall trouble you with this matter." After her son departed, Zhou lingered in the room for a while, when her chief maid, Yuzhu, entered with a pale countenance. She had been standing behind the curtain, having overheard the young master's words clearly. Zhou grasped her hand. "You heard that, did you?" Yuzhu awkwardly nodded, and Zhou smiled. "I have always known you to be a good one. Once the new mistress arrives, I shall have you attend to her." Yuzhu, aptly named, possessed a round and smooth visage, her cheeks rosy and her figure ample. Having just celebrated her 18th birthday, she was in the prime of her youth. Zhou had originally intended to introduce Yuzhu to her son, but at that time, the bond between him and his late wife left no room for others. Later, the daughter-in-law departed, and the eldest son, showing no interest in women, rendered her hesitant to broach the subject. Upon hearing this, Yuzhu's face flushed crimson, while Mrs. Zhou, with a gentle smile, patted her hand and chose to remain silent. The truth could not be concealed forever. News of Wang Wendong's visit to his mother's courtyard reached the ears of the second brother, Wang Xiaowei. He was momentarily taken aback, reflecting on that spirited and resilient young woman, evoking a deep sense of sentiment within him. As he emerged from the palace that day, encountering his cousin, memories of his mother proposing a match for Zhou Yin resurfaced, alongside thoughts of his elder brother's decision. He felt it prudent to drop a hint. "You should be aware that the proposal from that day did not come to fruition. I might as well inform you that my mother intends to send a matchmaker to your home." Wang Xiaowei spoke with a smile, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Xiao Mo, subtly inviting inquiry with his demeanor. Xiao Mo cast a cold glance in his direction. "What proposal? Wasn't one already made?" "See, I knew you wouldn't grasp it." Wang Xiaowei chuckled lightly. "It is, of course, a proposal for my elder brother." Upon mentioning his elder brother and recalling their journey back to the capital from Huzhou, he found himself pondering the unpredictability of fate. Who could have anticipated that the clever and cunning young lady would soon become his sister-in-law? In the heart of the second son of the Wang family, his elder brother was akin to a dragon among men, having inherited nobility. Although it was a second marriage, his household was unblemished and his character commendable. There was certainly no reason he would be deemed unworthy of that young lady. Moreover, given their familiarity, Having the young lady marry close by would allow her to care for her younger brother, an arrangement more favorable than any other. Xiao Mo remained silent. Yet the guards behind him felt a jolt of shock. Marrying a second wife to the eldest son of the Wang family? Presently, the Duke Cheng's residence had only one cousin left, making the identity of the prospective bride glaringly evident. The nameless attendant discreetly raised his head to observe his master, who stood still, lost in thought. The second son of the Wang family continued to speak. The bride in question is your cousin Su. Thankfully, she was clever enough to accompany us safely to the capital. Otherwise, I would have had to search far and wide for my sister-in-law. The attendant found the young master excessively verbose and could not refrain from calling out, Your Highness. Xiao Mo returned to his senses, responding coolly. He then proceeded forward. Directly toward a nearby carriage, the curtains swiftly drawn shut, severing any intrusive gaze. At the Duke Cheng's residence, upon returning home, Su Shuyao and the old madam had scarcely settled in before they were greeted by their third cousin, Xiao Jingshan. The maidservants in Jian's studio were busy organizing boxes when a voice called out from outside. Is my cousin here? Soon, Xiao Jingshan appeared at the door, her face beaming with delight. You have finally returned. It has been so dreadfully dull here while you were away. Su Shuyao, lounging on the couch, felt utterly drained. How could it be dull? Did you not manage well in the years before I came? Xiao Jingshan's eyes widened in reproach. But grandmother is not here. How could that be? She questioned, recalling how little affection had been shown between her and the old lady. Su Shuyao pondered this, unsure of how to respond. Ultimately, Xiao Jingshan rambled on in Jian's studio about various trivial matters, how her mother had asked her to embroider dowries, which strained her hands, and how her own siblings were in a quarrel. Mother no longer speaks to Lu Qingwan, and she expresses concern for my elder sister, Xiao Jini. My sister is excessively strong-willed. Ever since she assumed the role of housekeeper in the Li residence, she has been reluctant to relinquish her duties. As a consequence of her relentless toil, she lost her child, yet she still hesitates to rest adequately, neglecting her recovery during the postpartum period. The physician has warned that this could lead to difficulties in bearing children in the future. Although Su Shuyao had previously heard fragments of such tales, she had not encountered them with such specificity until now, as Xiao Jingshan recounted them. It was a poignant revelation. What had once appeared to be a splendid and enviable marriage, even admired by the second young mistress, was, in truth, fraught with distress. However, Su Shuyao thought of her cousin in the household. Despite having interacted with her for 2 years, she still found herself at a loss to truly understand her. The former cousin, though seemingly well-rounded, concealed her true feelings beneath a veneer of propriety. In contrast, the current cousin appeared more straightforward. With a sigh, Su Shuyao listened as she continued, You are unaware? There is a cousin residing at the second brother-in-law's residence, who has been there for several years and is particularly adept at ingratiating herself. Not long ago, the second brother-in-law unexpectedly spent the night in her room, which has caused quite a scandal. The blame lies with him, and the lady of the Li household has declared her intention to elevate this niece to a favored concubine. She mentioned that, considering my sister's noble lineage from the Duke of Cheng, otherwise, even a primary wife could be a possibility. Su Shuyao's eyes widened in disbelief. Such a situation arising within less than a year of marriage seemed utterly absurd. Did her uncle know? From her understanding, although her uncle possessed a gentle disposition, he was a commendable man. If he were to learn of his daughter's plight, he would likely take action, even if it meant informing the matriarch of the household. She would not remain passive. The Xiao family, having risen through military merit, would not allow their dignity to be so easily trampled. Even Su Shuyao, who merely resided in the household and maintained a lukewarm relationship with her cousin, felt a surge of indignation. Chapter 88. The Qingming Festival. Xiao Jingshan then turned the conversation to the upcoming Qingming Festival. Cousin, what attire do you plan to wear tomorrow? Recently, they had just celebrated the Flower Festival, during which the Chun family had spared no expense for their daughter, and they would not be investing further at this time. The household was no different. With only a few days left, it was too late to have new garments made, so they would have to wear outfits that had not been donned for the Flower Festival. Besides the purposes of prayer and warding off evil, the Qingming Festival also serves as an occasion for young men and women to meet. Every year, during this time, gentlemen and ladies would venture to the banks of Ling Creek in the eastern suburbs, either to enjoy each other's company, exchange peonies, or partake in singing and feasting. Su Shuyao recalled how the matriarch had hurried back from the temple specifically for her, understanding that she simply had to attend. "It will be that pink one," she said to her third cousin. "Oh," Xiao Jingshan nodded in response, recalling that she had previously donned a costume as the Peach Blossom Fairy, and would not wear the same attire again. That evening, Shuyao took great care to rejuvenate herself, and the following day, she did not require Granny Zheng to rouse her, much to the latter's surprise. Not only that, but while being adorned by her maid, she even offered suggestions regarding her appearance in the mirror. Granny Zheng felt greatly reassured upon witnessing this. Her young lady's appreciation for beauty suggested that the red phoenix star was soon to be in motion. On this day, Shuyao donned a delicate pink blouse adorned with butterfly patterns, complemented by a tea-white, intricately designed chest-length skirt. Her raven hair was styled into 2 cascading buns, with 2 strands braided and a cluster of pink and white silk flowers adorning one side. Once she was ready, she set off to the second gate accompanied by 2 maids. En route, she encountered her third and fourth cousins. Upon seeing her, Xiao Jingshan remarked, "Cousin, your attire is truly lovely." Dressed in a striking crimson ensemble, Xiao Jingshan's vibrant personality and charming appearance indeed suited the delicate pink hues. Shuyao then turned her gaze to her fourth cousin, Xiao Jingtong, who was clad in a lively canary yellow dress that exuded youthful exuberance. She smiled and complimented, "Your outfit is also beautiful." At the second gate, they met Xiao Jingshu and Xiao Jingli. The latter had matured into a robust young man. Yet Shuyao fondly remembered him as the boy who once had crumbs scattered across his face while indulging in pastries. In his presence, she instinctively adopted the role of an older sister. With a smile, Shuyao greeted the two, as they chatted merrily and prepared to board the carriage. The young lord approached briskly from a distance, clad in a white robe embellished with cloud patterns. His hair secured with a jade hairpin and a waist adorned with black jade, appearing less formal than usual. However, the sight of the imposing guards trailing him evoked an involuntary sense of alertness. The fourth and fifth young lords stepped forward, addressing him as elder brother. The 2 cousins quickly joined them, while Shuyao maintained a slight distance, not wishing to intrude. Initially, she assumed he was departing on official business, but to her surprise, he boarded the carriage with 2 young gentlemen from the estate. Xiao Jingshan, leaning against the carriage, inquired, "Are you also heading to Lingxi with us?" Upon receiving an affirmative response, she joyfully climbed aboard. "Is Xiao Mo going as well?" On the occasion of the Shangxi festival, a day that naturally drew unmarried men and women to Lingxi, the intentions of all were unmistakable. Yet, what concern was it of others if Xiao Mo also attended? Shuyao recalled last year's plum appreciation banquet that had nearly included most of the noble ladies of the capital, feeling a pang of injustice. Nevertheless, she reassured herself that he might not have the same purpose as her third cousin in seeking a romantic encounter. As they settled into the carriage, the gentlemen from the estate mounted their horses. It was yet another splendid day, with the road filled with young men and women heading to Lingxi. The young ladies, upon spotting the heir of the Duke of Chengguo, eagerly peeked through the curtains. "Indeed, elder brother attracts attention," Xiao Jingshan remarked. Shuyao lifted the curtain to glance outside, just in time to see Princess Huayang's procession approaching. Dressed in an exquisite snow blue gown adorned with cloud and phoenix patterns, her hair styled into a lofty, immortal bun, and adorned with a golden butterfly hairpin, Princess Huayang greeted Xiao Mo from her carriage. Closing the curtain, Shuyao turned to her third cousin and asked, "Are we not disembarking?" Xiao Jingshan shook her head, indicating that the princess would soon pass, and since they were out for leisure, it would likely be inconsequential. Indeed, when Shuyao peered outside again, the princess's entourage had already moved far ahead. She cast another glance at the young lord on horseback, only to find him looking back at her with an intensity that seemed almost otherworldly. In a flurry, Shuyao hastily drew the curtains shut. After the carriage had traveled a little further, the shimmering stream of Lingxi came into view, winding gracefully into the distance like a silken ribbon. Along its banks, weeping willows, peach trees, and apricot trees flourished. Beyond that, lush green meadows spread out, vibrant with the vitality of early March, though the grass was still short. The scene was brimming with life. On either side of the stream, numerous men and women gathered, some standing while others lounged on mats laid out by their servants, sipping tea and engaging in leisurely conversation. Upon disembarking from the carriage, Shuyao spotted the 3 young masters of the Qingyuan Marquise standing not far off. Xiao Jinshan blushed as she stole glances across the way, where the third young master of the Wang family was smiling back at her. Shuyao smiled in return and nodded at them, intending to depart with her fourth cousin. "Su cousin," a voice suddenly called out from behind her. Shuyao turned, slightly taken aback, to see the eldest son of the Wang family standing there, while Wang Xiaowei was chatting with a lady at a distance. Xiao Jinshan and Wang Jingsheng had already left. After Wang Wending beckoned her, he approached her with a friendly demeanor. "Wang young master." Shuyao replied with a courteous nod. "Would you care to take a stroll?" Wang Wending asked, his eyes sparkling with mirth. It was an evident invitation, unexpected yet not unwelcome. Shuyao glanced around at the scattered men and women, all holding peonies and engaging in jovial banter. Turning back, she noticed her fourth cousin was with her fifth brother, while the fourth young master was presumably off to meet his betrothed, Joshua. Just behind them stood the young lord. Xiao Mo noble ladies, clutching peonies, hovered nearby, hesitant to approach, save for Princess Huayang, who stood beside him. They seemed to be engaged in conversation, and as he smiled, his demeanor remained as leisurely as ever. Shuyao returned her gaze and smiled. Very well. On this day, which held a significance distinct from the ordinary, she exuded an air of naturalness, shedding any semblance of girlish shyness. The two of them strolled side by side toward the stream, encountering a young lady with peonies who seemed to be approaching the Wang young master, but diverted her path upon spotting Shuyao. She smiled, only to be met by a child selling peonies, who eagerly called out, "Young master, would you care to buy a peony? They're beautiful and fragrant." Then, addressing Shuyao, the child added, "This young lady is unparalleled in beauty. Among all here, she is the fairest." Shuyao couldn't help but chuckle, while the young man beside her had already taken a peony in hand. Once the child had departed, he offered the flower to her, which she accepted with a coy smile. As she turned her gaze, she spotted Princess Huayang walking not far away with the young lord. Chapter 89. Riding together in her hand, the peonies were beautifully layered, truly exquisite. Assuming that the Wang young master had called her over regarding his son, she took the initiative to inquire, "How has Yin Go been since returning home?" Wang Wending gazed at the young lady before him. Today, she wore a delicate gown embroidered with butterfly patterns in soft pink and white, her lustrous black hair adorned with matching silk flowers, and her hair styled into two small braids. Her peach blossom eyes sparkled with laughter, appearing even more radiant than when they had met in the shop. He averted his gaze, his voice taut as he spoke. "My son is well. I am immensely grateful for your life-saving grace that day." In turn, Shuyao also mentioned his assistance at the ink shop, and the two exchanged pleasantries as they gradually strolled along the banks of Lingxi. The water before them was crystal clear, revealing the fish swimming within. Shuyao casually plucked a blade of grass and tossed it in, the gentle ripples carrying it away into the distance. Wang Wendong watched her, about to approach, but before he could draw near, a servant from the Qingyuan Marquis's residence hurried by, exchanging a few hurried words with him. After the servant departed, Wang Wendong gazed at the young lady by the water's edge, a hint of regret on his face, yet he bid her farewell and departed. Once the young master of the Wang family had left, Shuyao idly stirred the water with the stem of a flower in her hand. Occasionally, unfamiliar young gentlemen would approach, suggesting a walk together, but she gracefully declined their advances. Fish began to swim towards her, nibbling and sniffing at the peony petals, which amused Shuyao. She extended the flower stem further into the water. "Be careful." A hand suddenly grasped her wrist, pulling her back. In her moment of panic, she turned to find the familiar face of the young lord from the estate, who had now tucked his hand behind his back, frowning as he looked down at her. Shuyao glanced back, but did not see the noble and beautiful princess. "What are you looking at?" Xiao Mo squatted down, not far from her. Shuyao shook her head, continuing to tease the fish in Lingxi, soon reducing the peony to a mere stalk. Xiao Mo, seated on the soft mat prepared by his guard, wore a radiant smile and raised his cup towards her. "Would you care for a drink?" Shuyao assumed he was offering wine and politely declined, content in her amusement with the fish. A glimmer of amusement danced in Xiao Mo's eyes. "It is not wine. It is tea." Tea indeed. At that moment, she felt a genuine thirst. Upon learning it was tea, she approached, and the guard offered her a stool. Xiao Mo poured her a cup from the teapot, and after she took a sip, he produced a painting from his robe. Upon seeing the artwork, Shuyao's eyes widened in astonishment. Where did the young lord acquire this? She recognized it as the work of the old man she had watched complete it. The old man's surname was Qian, and it was from him that Xiao had learned her painting skills. After her mother passed away, her father, engrossed in his official duties, left Xiao without guidance. At a tender age, she often disguised herself as a boy to wander the streets of Huzhou. Once, while enjoying a bun and watching a performance, she had casually offered a piece to an old man whose hand reached out. He insisted on teaching her the art of painting. Eventually, unable to shake him off, she brought him to her mother's ink shop, providing him with a sheet of rice paper to demonstrate his craft. The old man promptly painted a corner of the shop, depicting the modest shelves stocked with brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones, nearly identical to the real scene. However, Xiao had little time to spare outside. Occasionally, when matters arose at home, she might not be able to step out for 10 days or even half a month. The old man had resided in the ink shop for several years, intermittently teaching Xiao, who had made significant progress in her artistic skills. However, when she encountered a prolonged illness affecting her younger brother, she ceased her visits. Upon returning to the shop, the manager informed her that the old man had departed. Xiao knew little of his past. He was an exceptional painter who never charged her for lessons. He claimed his surname was Qian, which made her smile. Xiao Mo observed her emotional journey, from agitation to calmness, and raised an eyebrow, inquiring if she wished to see him. Xiao nodded. Xiao Mo glanced at the guard, who promptly began to gather the tea utensils. Xiao Mo adjusted his robe and rose to his feet, striding forward. Xiao hurried to catch up, her urgency evident as she asked if they would leave immediately. He smiled at her, seemingly seeking her approval. Gazing into his sparkling eyes, she quickly nodded, her desire to meet the old man overpowering her concerns about the others at the Duke's residence returning to find her absent. Xiao Mo assured her it would be fine. As they departed Lingxi, she hesitated upon seeing horses grazing ahead. Xiao Mo nimbly mounted his steed and looked down at her. It will be fine, he reassured her. Xiao turned back toward Lingxi, where laughter could still be faintly heard. Although returning would take some time, it wasn't too far. Before she could finish her thought, a hand extended toward her. In the blink of an eye, she found herself seated before him. We do not have much time. We must be swift. Xiao Mo's voice echoed in her ear. Xiao felt a surge of panic. Initially, she believed the old man resided within the city, and her only concern was sharing a carriage with the gentleman before her, a situation she had already faced during the Lantern Festival. However, they were now heading into the mountains, and she would have to ride alongside him. Despite her mental reassurances, unease settled within her. His proximity allowed her to sense his breath against her ear, causing her to instinctively shrink away, only to quickly adjust her position forward. Yet, the mountain path was rugged, and the horse galloped swiftly. Eventually, she turned, gripping tightly onto the front of Xiao Mo's robe, while he, to prevent her from falling, firmly clasped her waist. Riding was challenging for Xiao, and though she held a deep-seated fear, she trusted that Xiao Mo would keep her safe, which led her to cling to him resolutely. Xiao Mo looked down at the perspiring young lady in his embrace and casually asked, "What do you think of my cousin?" Xiao, clutching his chest, replied indistinctly, "He is indeed a good person." As the horse crossed a mountain stream, she instinctively leaned into him. Xiao Mo raised an eyebrow, seemingly disapproving as he adjusted her posture, instructing her to sit properly. Yet, she was too preoccupied to heed his admonitions, and despite sitting correctly, her grip remained steadfast. Chapter 90. Siblings, had I known, I would not have accompanied you. What an old miser, residing in this desolate mountain. Let this be the last time I witness such a sight. At this moment, Shuyao was filled with regret. However, what could she do but rely on the person before her? After the horse had crossed another ditch, she could no longer suppress her lament. Where exactly do we reside? Just as she felt on the verge of collapse from the jolting, a small wooden house finally came into view along the mountain path. Xiao Mo dismounted first and then offered her a hand. Xuyao's legs felt weak. As Xiao Mo entered the dwelling, she remained rooted in place for a moment before she could move. A moment later, an elderly man emerged from the house. "Girl, how did you find your way here?" He turned to glance at Xiao Mo and inquired, "Do you two know each other?" "Know each other?" Shuyao recalled their earlier encounter and wished to avoid the topic entirely. Nevertheless, seeing the old man's joyful countenance, she pouted and forced a smile. After several years apart, witnessing this old man standing before her brought a wave of emotion, causing her to lower her head, her eyes growing misty. They had agreed that she would visit him at the shop to celebrate his birthday, and she had even painted a picture of him sitting beneath a bamboo fence. admiring chrysanthemums while enjoying wine, her most heartfelt piece since she began painting. However, her younger brother fell ill, and it was quite some time before he recovered. By the time she sought the old man again, he seemed to have vanished without a trace. Shuyao often pondered where a solitary old man could have gone. Perhaps he was angry with her, having insisted on teaching her his lifelong painting skills after she merely ate a bun. Such a poor old man, indeed. Old Qian approached her. "Girl, you are not crying, are you? That is not in your nature." His dry, weathered hand patted her back. "Do not cry. Do not cry. I have merely stepped away, not departed from this world." He then shouted at Xiao Mo, who was leaning against the door, observing them. "Have you been bullying her?" Seeing the smile on his face, he lowered his head and picked up an object to toss it toward Xiao Mo. Xiao Mo bent down and caught it effortlessly. Shuyao felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Curiously, she wondered how the two were so familiar with each other. "Are you two quite close?" Both men shook their heads. Once inside the small wooden house, Shuyao casually found a place to sit, only to hear old Qian muttering, "Disciple, I had no idea you were in such need of money upon seeing those ledgers." He then produced 2 banknotes from his pocket, attempting to thrust them into her hands. Upon hearing about the ledgers, Shuyao felt flustered, her face flushed. "What ledgers? Old Qian, do not speak nonsense." After scolding him, she discreetly glanced at Xiao Mo, relieved to see that he seemed to be paying no attention to their exchange. The elderly man insisted on pressing the banknotes into her hands, and Shuyao could only reply, "Old Qian, please take a good look at my attire. I am quite well off, and there is no need for money." Finally, he ceased his attempts to give her the banknotes, and she sighed in relief. Yet he continued, "Indeed, since you know him, if you are short on funds, just ask your senior brother." He said this with an air of conviction. Shuyao murmured, "Senior brother? Is it not him?" He spoke while gesturing toward Xiao Mo, who was not far away. Then he added, "Girl, you may not have known this before, but now you do. With such connections, you must learn to utilize them well." Shuyao glanced at Xiao Mo and noticed him looking back at her, his eyebrows slightly raised, with a hint of a smile in his eyes. Shuyao thought to herself, what an extraordinary fate this is. Although it seemed somewhat absurd for a martial artist and military leader to take up painting, it was not entirely outlandish. Heirs from noble families undergo rigorous training from a young age, honing not only their martial skills, but also mastering the 6 arts: rites, music, archery, charioteering, calligraphy, and mathematics, with many also dabbling in painting and calligraphy. Shuyao found it incredible that old Qian was actually Xiao Mo's teacher. They were indeed senior and junior disciples. She felt a surge of joy upon seeing the old man, who had been one of the few warm figures in her life over the past decade. However, recalling the arduous journey she had undertaken, she realized she must return. And thus, she did not linger in the small cabin. The return trip, being downhill, was significantly easier and more stable, likely due to her senior brother's adept control. Having learned from her earlier experience, Shuyao still clutched his robe tightly, but was now able to anticipate the violent jolts, thus avoiding crashing into him again. The horse came to a halt not far from Lingxi, where the crowd of visitors was beginning to disperse. Shuyao made her way directly to the carriage of the Duke of Chengguo. Shortly thereafter, she saw her third cousin approaching with a beaming smile. Wang Jingxing stood beside her, and after exchanging a few words, they reluctantly bid each other farewell. Upon entering the carriage, Xiao Jingshan was taken aback and exclaimed, "Cousin, you haven't been sitting in the carriage all this time, have you?" Shuyao chuckled, "Not at all, I just got on." Her third cousin, seemingly invigorated by love, had a rosy complexion and sparkling eyes. She leaned closer to Shuyao and said, "I saw the eldest son of the Qingyuan Marquis calling for you earlier. Do tell. What were you two discussing during your journey?" Observing her cousin's curious demeanor, Shuyao replied nonchalantly, "We merely spoke of that child and how he fared upon his return." Although Xiao Jingshan was skeptical, Shuyao skillfully redirected the conversation. "You vanished as soon as you arrived today. Where did you go with young Master Wang?" Thus, the third young lady of the Xiao family forgot her inquiries and began to recount her day with Wang Jingxing. Shuyao leaned back against the carriage, gradually succumbing to drowsiness, and only straightened up as they approached the second gate of the Duke of Chengguo's residence. Qiaowei and Huixiang had remained with Xiao Mo's guards at the foot of the mountain, wondering what had exhausted their master so. Upon returning to Jian's studio, Shuyao ordered water for a bath, feeling sticky and uncomfortable after sweating profusely on the way up the mountain. She sat in the bathing tub, gently stirring the water, and recalled old Qian's insistence on giving her silver notes, which made her smile softly. Meanwhile, at the Qingyuan Marquis' residence, Wang Wendong had intended to converse with the young lady before his mother sent a matchmaker. Since his marriage, he had not visited Lingxi in quite some time. Today I arrived, but due to the nurse's report that the child was unwell, I had to return early. A physician was summoned to the residence, and fortunately, the boy's condition was not serious. He merely developed a rash. After taking the prescribed medicine, he gradually improved by evening. Wang Wendong felt a sense of relief, and after washing up, he lay down on his bed, inevitably recalling the young lady he had encountered earlier that day. She possessed a beauty that surpassed the finest blossoms. When her autumn-like eyes smiled in his direction, they seemed to shimmer like rippling waters, causing his heart to flutter uncontrollably. Sleep eluded him, and he tossed restlessly. He pondered that he was not typically a man swayed by mere appearances, yet today, thoughts of that young lady stirred something within him. At the entrance to his chamber, a shadow flitted by, and a voice inquired, "Is the eldest young master asleep?" Chapter 91. His proposal. Yuzhu, sent by Madame Zhou, stood outside with a bowl of soup, her heart racing as she gazed into the dimly lit room. Although she had seen the young master on numerous occasions, encounters in solitude were rare. In the past 2 years, he had been consumed by grief for his deceased wife, and Madame Zhou had not made any promises to her. However, the situation had shifted. She overheard the nurse in the room mention that the young master had specifically visited Lingxi to see Miss Su today. Did he hold her in such high regard? It was said that Yin Gur also admired her. Yuzhu tightened her grip on the soup bowl. "Young master, it is I." A woman's voice called from the doorway. Wang Wendong propped himself up, and, upon recognizing it was a maid from his mother's quarters, felt his mind clear somewhat. He sat up and inquired mildly, "Is it soup from my mother again?" Yuzhu replied softly, "Yes, young master. It is golden jade soup." The ingredients for the golden jade soup include yam, chestnuts, and goji berries, adjusted seasonally. As it was spring, the main ingredients featured fresh shepherd's purse and pig liver. Wang Wendong was accustomed to this and did not even raise his brow, merely gesturing toward the small table beside the bed. Yuzhu cautiously approached, but as she set down the bowl, her eyes involuntarily wandered to the young master sitting there. The man had spread his legs, and perhaps due to the thinness of his nightclothes, his form became increasingly apparent. "Leave," the man suddenly commanded from his bed. Yuzhu's face flushed red, and it took her a moment to realize he was addressing her. Flustered, she retreated in haste. Once the maid had exited, Wang Wendong's expression darkened immediately. He felt a wave of irritation and took a cold shower before settling down again. Yuzhu, trembling with embarrassment and shame over the earlier incident, stepped outside. Madame Zhou, noticing her unusual demeanor, recalled that Yuzhu had just delivered soup to her eldest son. Though she did not directly inquire, a knowing smile graced her lips. After 2 days, Madame Zhou visited the residence of the Duke of Zhongqing. The Duchess was well known for her amiable nature, making her the first choice for matchmaking. The Duchess, being very gracious, readily agreed upon hearing the purpose of the visit from the lady of Qingyuan. However, as the young lady was nearing her time of delivery and her son was absent from the residence, she mentioned that she would be available in a few days, and Madame Zhou had no reason to decline. The daughter-in-law has been away for over 2 years, yet there is no rush for the moment. Upon returning home, Mrs. Zhou quickly learned of this. "Is your urgent haste due to this matter?" Mrs. Zhou gazed at her son, puzzled by his impatience. Although she felt a hint of grievance, she ultimately refrained from voicing it. Facing his mother's probing gaze, Wang Wendong felt somewhat uneasy. Indeed, he was a bit too anxious. He smiled and said, "Isn't it your wish for me to remarry, mother? I cannot have only Yin Go as my child. No mother wishes for anything less than a bustling household filled with grandchildren." After Wang Wendong uttered these words, Mrs. Zhou couldn't help but smile. In Songha Hall, old Madame Xiao received a letter from Qinghe, sent by her sister-in-law, expressing that her grandson was to be married. With thoughts of their long separation, she felt quite sentimental. The old lady remarked to her eldest grandson, "I do wish to return for a visit, but it is rather far." Xiao Mo seemed to ponder seriously. "If grandmother wishes to return, I shall dispatch more guards to escort you. But who will accompany you? Mother must manage the affairs of the Duke's residence, and the second and third aunts must tend to their husbands and children." Old Madame Xiao fell silent for a moment, only to hear him suggest, "Since grandmother has affinity with cousin Su, why not have her accompany you? You often say she is adept and resourceful, do you not?" The old lady shook her head. My journey would take 2 months. She is not suited for such a trip. Xiao Mo chuckled. What makes you think she is incapable? Why do you doubt her at such a crucial moment? Old Madame Xiao replied with a smile. It is not that I distrust her. It is simply that she is at the age for courtship, and it would not be appropriate for her to be wandering about. Xiao Mo seemed to ponder. Then, let her leave with you first, and upon your return, I promise to help her find a suitable husband. Would that suffice? Seeing his serious demeanor, the old lady was somewhat surprised. Do you have someone in mind? The person before her nodded. Thus, old Madame Xiao began to contemplate deeply. By evening, Songha Hall sent Chunxing to Jian's study to summon the young lady, stating that the old lady wished to seek her opinion. Xiao hurriedly changed her attire and, upon reaching outside Songha Hall, encountered the young master emerging. She lowered her head and called, eldest cousin. Xiao Mo regarded her for a moment. A carefree smile upon his face. See you in 2 months. Xiao intended to inquire further, but he had already departed. She shook her head at his retreating figure before promptly ascending the steps. Upon seeing her, old Madame Xiao beamed with warmth. Yao has arrived. Come sit. She took her hand. I have something to discuss with you. Xiao recalled the young master's cryptic remark about meeting in 2 months, feeling a flutter of nervousness. She looked earnestly at the elderly woman. Please, go on. I plan to visit my hometown in Qinghe. It has been many years since I returned after marrying into the Duke's residence. Old Madame Xiao smiled. I called you here so that you might accompany me. Before she could respond, the old lady continued. As for your younger brother, I have instructed Heir to keep an eye on him. He shall want for nothing, and he certainly will not be bullied. Xiao understood that Qinghe was nearly 1,000 miles away, and the journey would take about half a month along the postal road. She currently had no pressing matters at hand, so she promptly replied, all right. The elderly matriarch of the Xiao family chuckled, remarking that it would do her good to venture out during her youth. She further reassured her, saying, do not worry too much about your marriage. Perhaps this journey will lead you to a suitable match. Shuyao was reluctant to forfeit the opportunity to accompany the matriarch on this trip, yet she felt a twinge of concern for her younger brother. The matriarch seemed to possess great confidence in her eldest grandson. Should she trust Xiao Mo? The only person she could think of within the household was her cousin. But after the incident on New Year's Eve, she felt it inappropriate to trouble him again. The fifth young master had such a brusque demeanor that Shuyao found herself at a loss for whom to rely on. Ultimately, she penned a letter to Manager Yang at the shop, clearly stating her intention to travel and requesting him to discreetly keep an eye on her brother. Should any insurmountable issues arise, he was to seek assistance from the young master at the Duke's estate. Having made up her mind, Shuyao took the opportunity to thoroughly instruct her brother upon his return to the estate. Following that, she began to pack her belongings, aware that the lengthy journey would necessitate additional clothing. Although she had not acquired any new garments herself in the past 2 years, the Duke's estate provided new attire each season, which would suffice. Meanwhile, within the Zhongqin Bo's residence, the Wu family had welcomed a baby boy the previous night. Upon learning this news, Zhou promptly prepared a gift, recalling that the Bo's wife had previously expressed her intention to propose after the baby's third-day celebration. Chapter 92. Farewell. This matter was unknown to both the matriarch and Shuyao, as their maids and servants busily prepared for the journey. Wang, having learned early that the matriarch intended to return to her hometown, began making arrangements for a carriage suitable for long-distance travel. To ensure the elders' comfort, they layered the carriage with soft cushions and installed shock-absorbing features. At Ming's Hitang, the young master personally brought over a dozen guards to see his grandmother off. Shuyao shared a carriage with the matriarch, while the maids and servants occupied another carriage, and a third was laden with gifts from the Duke's estate. Xiao Jingshan appeared somewhat restless, yet upon reflecting on her impending wedding and the unfinished wedding gown, she found herself at a loss for words. She simply grasped Xuyao's hand and, with a tone of envy, remarked, I have yet to travel far in my life, yet you are embarking on your second journey. After a moment's thought, she added, if you encounter any fascinating or unique items, do not forget to bring some back for me. Shuyao smiled and nodded in agreement. As it was the matriarch's departure, everyone from the Duke's estate came out to bid farewell. Chen took her hand and advised her niece, you are still young. Take good care of the matriarch during the journey. I know you are a clever child, but remain vigilant. Shuyao nodded in acknowledgement. A fleeting thought of her second cousin crossed her mind, yet she hesitated to inquire about the matter. However, Shuyao had frequented Songha Hall in recent days, and had not heard the matriarch mention it. Was it that she had kept it from the elder, or that she had not yet taken a concubine? She opened her mouth to speak, but ultimately swallowed her words. Her aunt, though seemingly astute, was quite proud and likely preferred to avoid any mention of such matters, especially considering how enviable and well-matched the initial betrothal had appeared. As Shuyao seized the opportunity to converse with her aunt, she lowered her voice and said, "While the old lady and I are away from the residence, if you encounter any difficult decisions, you may seek advice from uncle or the young master." Upon hearing this, Chen's expression momentarily paled. The second master possessed commendable character. While Xiao Mo was exceptionally capable, although he had not treated her kindly, he would likely spare no effort to assist if the duke's family was in distress. Following Chen's words, Wang also offered a few reminders to Su Xiao. Lu Qingwan stood at a distance, exchanged polite words with the old lady, and then positioned herself beside the second young master without specifically addressing Su Xiao. The latter paid her no mind. Reflecting on Yu Zhu, who still resided in Jiyun's study, she realized there were unresolved matters between them. If she could restrain herself and refrain from taking action, it would be for the best. However, should she choose to act, Su Xiao would not hesitate to let her face significant consequences. Concerning the Shun family's affairs, she struggled due to a lack of evidence, especially since the other party had become the second young mistress of the duke's household. Lu Qingwan was the host, while she was merely a guest. Su Xiao suspected that the other residents of the household would not side with her should she seek revenge. Therefore, she endured and awaited an opportunity. As the carriage gradually journeyed into the distance, she reluctantly lowered her waving hand. The others remained outside the residence, while only the young master, Xiao Mo, rode his horse, followed by more than a dozen guards. When she finally lowered the curtain, the old lady smiled and remarked, "This journey may prove arduous, yet it will also present us with diverse scenery." Su Xiao nodded, recalling the youthful tales the old lady had shared, her heart swelling with anticipation for the voyage. The elderly lady removed her shoes and reclined on the prepared soft couch, then added, "Not bad. You should lie down and try it." On either side of the carriage, there were soft couches, crafted upon the suggestion of the duke's wife. Su Xiao could feel the plushness beneath her, utterly comfortable. Should she lie down? She felt a twinge of shyness. However, the old lady's beaming countenance seemed to beckon her. After a brief moment of hesitation, Su Xiao finally began to remove her embroidered shoes, then slowly reclined as instructed. Stretching her body, she noticed the old lady still watching her and smiled. Very pleasant. With this affirmation, the old lady closed her eyes, and just before drifting off, she instructed, "Your elder cousin will only escort us to the outskirts of the city. Call for me when he departs." Su Xiao responded with a cheerful all right. The March breeze, filtering through the curtain, caressed her face with warmth. Su Xiao blinked and turned to face the outside of the carriage. Occasionally, the wind would lift the curtain, allowing glimpses of the scenery, shops lining the streets, vendors selling their wares, and Xiao Mo's long legs straddling his horse. Occasionally, a beam of light would penetrate the carriage, illuminating her porcelain-like face, prompting her to raise her hand to shield her eyes. As her eyelids grew heavy, she found herself lulled by the rhythmic clatter of the carriage wheels. In a daze, she sensed someone observing her. Startled, Su Xiao opened her eyes wide, only to find the carriage curtain fully drawn back, revealing Xiao Mo, who had dismounted and was now standing before her window, seemingly having lingered there for quite some time. He seemed to gaze toward the pair of feet clad in white silk stockings resting on the couch, and instinctively shrank within her skirt. Xiao Mo averted his gaze, a hint of amusement sparkling in his eyes as he asked, "Awake?" Perhaps wary of disturbing the elderly matriarch, he leaned closer to the carriage wall and whispered, "I shall take my leave. Should anything arise on the road, summon Wu Ying." He pointed to a burly man nearby, whose appearance suggested he was nearing middle age, with a ruddy complexion akin to that of a rogue. Yet, upon turning his head, he revealed a set of pristine white teeth and smiled at them. "Heh." Su Shuyao's lips curled into a smile. "All right." Xiao Mo continued, "His surname is Qiao. He is not a guard from the manor, but rather has roamed the rivers and lakes. With him and Wu Ying accompanying us, we should have no trouble with ordinary bandits or highwaymen." He glanced at Su Shuyu, his brow suddenly furrowing. "If there is indeed danger, I have something for you." He then retrieved a concealed, dart-like weapon from his bosom and gestured for her to wear it on her wrist. Following his instructions, Su Shuyu donned it, and as he gently pressed the mechanism, a short arrow shot forth with a whoosh, embedding itself half an inch deep into a willow tree by the roadside. The guard attempted to pull it out, but struggled momentarily. Curious, Shuyao watched as Xiao Mo pointed out which arrows were poisoned. Once he had clarified everything, he mounted his horse, ready to depart. She recalled the matriarch's words and anxiously pointed at the seat opposite her. However, Xiao Mo merely shook his head with a gentle smile. Shuyao nodded, gripping the concealed dart on her wrist. Suddenly realizing that the young master had exhibited a touch of tenderness. Perhaps he felt a flicker of kindness, considering that she would be accompanying the elderly matriarch on the journey. Just then, a voice interrupted, "Emoer, are you leaving?" Chapter 93. Proposal postponed. Shuyao turned her head to see the matriarch slowly awakening, and she promptly nodded. "Cousin is worried he might disturb you." After which, she displayed the concealed dart on her wrist. "He just gave me this." Madame Xiao, having donned her shoes, approached and after a moment of contemplation, nodded. "Quite impressive. Much more formidable than what I used to have." Moments later, Shuyao listened as she recounted tales from the past. Upon exiting the city, the carriage proceeded along the official roads. In the balmy spring of March, it was indeed the finest season of the year. At times, Shuyao engaged the matriarch in conversation, and when fatigue set in, she would recline on the couch for a brief nap. Upon waking, she would part the carriage curtains to glimpse the scenery outside. The guards accompanying them were dutiful and vigilant. Occasionally, she would see Wu Ying flitting about in front of the carriage, while at other times, he would be absent for an extended period. Nevertheless, whenever she disembarked to stretch her legs, he would follow closely, repeatedly reminding her to wear her veil. Even when conversing with the man surnamed Xiao, he remained by her side. Though she found it peculiar, she did not take offense, understanding that if anything should befall her or the matriarch, the one tasked with their protection would bear responsibility. Thus, they journeyed by day and lodged at relay stations by night, and before long, they had traversed more than half of their journey. Meanwhile, in the capital, the washing ceremony for the Duke of Loyalty and Diligence had just concluded, and the lady of the Duke was preparing to visit the Duke of Chengguo alongside the Zhou family. It is said that the suitor for the match has greatly won the favor of the elderly matriarch within the household, prompting her to dress with an unusual degree of formality, thus rising early. However, upon their arrival at the gates of the Duke of Cheng's residence, they were informed that both the young lady and the matriarch were absent, necessitating their return home. In the Mingzhetang, Xiao Mo, upon hearing the news, merely responded with a nonchalant Nevertheless, the arrival of the lady of Qingyuan, accompanied by the lady of Zhongqin, was nonetheless known throughout the household. The lady of Zhongqin is a well-known matchmaker in the capital, and upon inquiring with her sister-in-law, the Duchess discovered the purpose of their visit. Wang, astonished, realized that her nephew had taken a fancy to their cousin. Although the young lady's background is somewhat lacking, she possesses remarkable qualities in every other respect. Should the Wang family wish to pursue a union, it would indeed be a splendid match, regrettably hindered by the absence of both the matriarch and the young lady herself. After inquiring about the matriarch's whereabouts, Zhou had no choice but to postpone the matter. Wang Wendong soon learned of this from his mother and could not suppress his disappointment. Though he consoled himself with the thought that good things often take time, yet he could say little, for having ventured far, there would eventually be a time for return. That evening, within the Duke of Cheng's residence, Xiao Jinrong returned to the Ningxiang courtyard. Upon seeing Lu Qingwan, he inadvertently broached the subject of the cousin Su, expressing his astonishment that the Wang family would seek a marriage alliance. He muttered in disbelief, prompting Lu Qingwan to reflect in kind. Despite Su Xuyao's considerably inferior background, she seemed to surpass Lu in both social standing and matrimonial prospects. Having saved the child, she was now poised to become a stepmother. Although she would be a secondary wife, Wang Wendong was set to inherit a title, thus elevating her status to that of a legitimate duchess, far surpassing Lu's own standing. Envy crept into her heart as she observed Xiao Jinrong's expression of bewilderment, prompting her to speak with a hint of sharpness. "Is it that you harbor regrets, my husband?" Startled, Xiao Jinrong quickly replied, "What nonsense are you speaking?" After months of matrimony, he had come to see the true nature of the person beside him. The bond between them had already solidified. Any talk of regret was now too late. In that moment, Lu Qingwan's delicate arms entwined around him, but Xiao Jinrong, lacking any inclination, hastily concluded their interaction and returned to his own quarters. Once he departed, Lu Qingwan remained seated on the bed, lost in deep contemplation. Observing her, Su Mama inquired, What troubles you, my lady? Having finally entered the Duke's household, according to Su Mama's advice, she should now diligently serve her husband and bear a child or two. Given Lu's frail constitution, it was also essential to seek remedies for her health. Lu Qingwan looked at her and replied, "Do you think I do not desire this? Yet, you have seen for yourself, he seldom visits my quarters." Su Mama, with earnestness, implored, "Men require coaxing. The second young master is no different. He never favored the second branch, and to dwell on past grievances will only invite discord." However, Lu Qingwan remained unconvinced by Su Mama's reassurances. Her sensitive nature and inherent skepticism led her to her own conclusions. Xiao Jinrong had indeed begun to regret. He let out a sigh through his nose, clinging to a piece of driftwood that had once seemed his only hope, though he looked down upon it in his heart. He could not allow the other party to think of anyone else. Su Mama, observing such a master, found herself at a loss. In the Li residence, Qiu Yuyan was a distant relative of the Qiu family, having resided there for many years, always addressing the eldest son as cousin. Whether there had been any romantic feelings between them remained a mystery. However, after Li Daizong married the legitimate daughter of the Chengguo Duke's secondary wife, he became entangled with Qiu Yuyan less than a year into the marriage. The events that transpired were as clear as day to Qiu, a woman of the inner chamber. Yet, helpless as she was, her son had fallen prey to temptation, and Qiu Yuyan was linked to her by blood. If she were to confront the matter head-on, both her reputation and her son's career would be jeopardized. Reflecting on her daughter-in-law Xiao Jin's behavior over the past 6 months, she felt a tinge of disdain. Thus, she chose to exaggerate the situation, knowing full well that a person of Yuyan's caliber would never truly be treated as a legitimate wife or favored concubine. It was merely to intimidate her daughter-in-law. Her son had heired, and it was only fitting to bring the woman into the household. However, given that the daughter-in-law hailed from the Chengguo Duke's family, she could not truly assert her dominance over her. Through a combination of soft and hard tactics, Qiu ultimately managed to secure Yuyan's position as her son's concubine, though it was with the daughter-in-law's own consent. Today, Xiao Jini returned to her maternal home and finally discussed with her mother the Li family's handling of the situation. Her tone was markedly less frantic and outraged than before. "My mother-in-law privately mentioned that Yuyan harbored ill intentions and lured my husband away, but if this were to escalate, it would hinder my husband's career. Hence, she suggested that I merely acquiesce and allow Yuyan to enter the household. Otherwise, should the Qiu family pursue the matter, I would inevitably have to seek the title of favored concubine or legitimate wife, which would lead to significant losses for me." After speaking, she took a sip of tea, and a smile began to grace her face. Chen sighed inwardly, having been preoccupied with the affairs of the Li residence, struggling to eat or sleep. She thought it implausible that such titles of favored concubine or legitimate wife were even mentioned. It seemed more like a bluff. Yet, seeing her daughter's demeanor, she sensed satisfaction with the outcome. Jean E had just lost a child and must have once envisioned a beautiful lifelong partnership. Now, however, as long as no favored concubine threatened her position as the young mistress, that was enough. How was it that a person's standards could be lowered step by step? Chapter 94. The journey. Chen felt a moment of despondency. She had always been strong-willed but lacked a son, and her daughters proved to be of little use. Thus, seeing the smile on Xiao Jini's face, she merely responded vaguely. She thought of Su Shuyao. If she were to encounter a situation like her daughter's, surely she would not be so naive. The girl who had managed to extricate herself from her own calculations with her stepson could not be so simple-minded. Reflecting on the words she had spoken upon leaving, Chen could not help but feel a pang of nostalgia. Perhaps her niece had heard something that prompted her to speak so. She interrupted Xiao Jini, asking, "Did you come here today merely to discuss this matter with me? Regardless of whether it is about taking a concubine or a favored concubine, there is little to celebrate. Your mother-in-law is quite cunning. In the future, do make an effort to engage more with your cousin. How remiss of me not to inform you that she recently accompanied your grandmother to Qinghe." Upon hearing the mention of Qinghe, Xiao Jini momentarily faltered, exclaiming, "Which Qinghe?" "It is your grandmother's maternal home, the Cui family of Qinghe, a place the elder has not visited in many years." Suddenly recalling it, she decided to return, bringing your cousin along. Chen's tone unexpectedly turned a touch sour. She had borne 2 daughters, yet the old matriarch showed little affection for them, while she seemed quite in tune with Su Shuyao. After all, how could one not praise that girl for her cleverness? Upon realizing her own daughter's lacked prospects, she swiftly endeavored to curry favor with the elder. Chun had little to say. After all, it was a testament to Xuyao's capabilities, yet she could not help but feel a twinge of regret for her own daughters. Why had the grandmother chosen now to return? And why bring her cousin along? Xiao Jini's voice turned somewhat sharp and hoarse. The Cui family of Qinghe, a mysterious and illustrious clan, was rumored to have a significant presence in the county. Traversing the ancestral home, which spanned several miles, was no trivial feat in her childhood. Xiao Jini had occasionally heard her grandmother speak of it, with an unmistakable pride in being a Cui daughter. She lowered her head, aware that her mother hailed from a less distinguished background and had married into a secondary branch, which made her vigilant regarding their behavior, fearing that the elder might look down upon them, while simultaneously worrying that her daughters might not measure up. Yet now, she felt a pang of envy towards her cousin. After a brief while, Xiao Jini rose to leave. Upon exiting, she encountered her sister-in-law, who had come to pay respects to her mother. "It has been some time since I last saw you. How have you been?" she asked with a smile. Lu Qingwan regarded the second young lady of the household, noting that her complexion appeared somewhat improved. Initially, she had envied the advantageous match Xiao Jini had secured with the Li family, though she had heard it was not as splendid as it seemed. In a world where secrets rarely remain hidden, as someone who had sparred with Chun, she felt compelled to inquire about various matters. However, she merely replied, "Indeed, you should visit the manor more often, lest we grow estranged." After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Xiao Jini took her leave again. As for Shuyao, their journey progressed smoothly, primarily due to the formidable reputation of the Duke of Chengguo's household, which deterred any ill intentions toward them, particularly with over a dozen skilled guards accompanying them. The old matriarch, despite her age, maintained good spirits and slept soundly, though she often voiced her dissatisfaction regarding the food at the inns. When Shuyao felt inspired, she would procure ingredients along the way and personally prepare meals in the kitchen. Occasionally, she would whip up a few simple dishes, such as mushroom and lean meat porridge or green rice dumplings, to delight the elder. On occasion, if she had prepared more than necessary, she would share the leftovers with the guards and servants accompanying them, who greatly appreciated her offerings. Previously, the old matriarch had only tasted her medicinal porridge and pastries, but upon witnessing her culinary skills, she could not help but chuckle. "How did you grow up to be so talented? I can hardly bear the thought of you marrying off." She then sighed, reflecting on Xuyao's background, having lost her mother at such a tender age. Life must have been challenging for her. Xuyao simply smiled, her eyes sparkling, and declared that she would not marry, choosing instead to remain by the old matriarch's side. This sentiment pleased her, though the elder likely only spoke in jest. Moreover, considering the advanced age of the matriarch, Xu could not help but feel a sense of melancholy. On this day, the group arrived at a somewhat larger inn, approximately 100 kilometers from Qinghe. Earlier, while passing through a market, Xu had instructed her maid to procure some dried plums and spring bamboo shoots. That evening, she prepared a dish of stewed meat with dried vegetables and oil-sought bamboo shoots, also having rice boiled in jade water made for the meal. The old lady expressed her delight for these two dishes, ultimately asking for a small additional bowl. Xu felt a surge of happiness and planned to distribute the excess food to the others below. Just then, Wu Ying hurriedly approached, mentioning that some guests at the inn had caught a whiff of the enticing aroma and were seeking something to eat. Xu did not think much of it and instructed to serve a bowl, noting that there would not be much left for them. Wu Ying nodded and departed, but she soon sensed something amiss. Their group was not simply dressed. The luxurious horse-drawn carriages adorned with crimson wheels and purple reins had entered the inn, indicating that even the most oblivious would refrain from approaching. The key was that Wu Ying, acting as Xiao Mo's personal guard, had agreed to this. Who could these individuals be? Curiosity piqued. She could not resist following outside. She observed Wu Ying conversing with another individual clad in similar guard attire, clearly not from the Duke of Cheng's residence. Behind them stood a man in a round-collared robe, embroidered with a 5-clawed golden dragon, exuding an air of authority. Who might this man be? Such attire could only belong to a prince or the emperor. The emperor was far away in the capital and certainly no longer of this age. Could he be a certain prince? She recalled hearing that the Prince of Chun's fief seemed to be nearby. At that moment, the man appeared to notice her. Casting a calm glance in her direction, Xu slightly inclined her body and then departed. Upon returning to the guest room of the inn, she recounted the events to the old lady. After hearing her descriptions of the man's approximate age and attire, the elderly lady remarked. It must be the Prince of Chun. She pondered for a moment and added, consider it unknown to you. Those dishes were likely requested by him. Su Shuyu obediently nodded, having no desire to be acquainted with any nobility. After a while, Wu Ying returned, confirming their suspicions. He informed the matriarch, the Prince of Chun was not feeling well today. Upon catching the delightful aroma from this room, he inquired and learned that it was from the Duke of Cheng's household, thus sending his guards to seek a taste. The old lady said nothing further. Indeed, Qinghe was not far from the Prince of Chun's fief. Even if the Duke of Cheng's household had no intention of mingling with these princes, their presence here made it unwise to offend them. Wu Ying then produced a letter, stating it was from the young master to the matriarch. Su Shuyu assisted her in reading it. The letter was brief, seemingly anticipating their resting place. Apart from some reminders along the way, the tone shifted abruptly, suddenly mentioning the young master sitting atop a mountain watching the sunset. It was described as exceptionally splendid, occurring daily, with his grandson alone sipping tea in a pavilion, feeling rather bored. Thus, it appeared that this sharp-tongued young master also experienced moments of solitude. However, when he spoke of sipping tea while watching the sunset, was he referring to the pavilion on the mountain? Su Shuyu recalled the evening she witnessed. The setting sun melting into gold, the evening clouds merging beautifully, truly deserving the description of being exceptionally splendid. The child, Mo, often frequents my residence, and now that I have departed, he must be feeling somewhat bored. The elderly matron, Lady Xiao, reclining on the guest room bed, interrupted her thoughts. Who among us isn't? If I had not accompanied them, I too would miss the venerable matron, Su Shuyu replied earnestly. Within the estate, she visited the Songha Hall almost daily. Since arriving in the capital, her bond with the matron had grown even deeper than that with her aunt, a realization she had not anticipated prior to her journey to the capital. The following day, they departed from the inn without bidding farewell to Prince Chun. 3 days later, Su Shuyu and her entourage finally arrived at Qinghe County, where an official from the Chui family was already awaiting them at the crossroads. Upon seeing the elderly matron from the duke's household, the official appeared quite exhilarated, exclaiming "Aunt" with such fervor that it startled Su Shuyu. This gentleman, sporting a goatee and seemingly no younger than Lady Xiao, was indeed her nephew? After exchanging pleasantries, the official dispatched a subordinate of the same surname to guide them. Lady Xiao lifted the carriage curtain, gazing at the small hills resembling hairpins on either side and the distant archway barely visible. She smiled at Su Shuyu and remarked, "A majority of the inhabitants of Qinghe County bear the surname Chui, so do not be too astonished." Su Shuyu nodded thoughtfully. Shortly thereafter, the carriage reached the archway inscribed with the Chui family's name, and after traveling a bit further, it came to a halt at the estate's entrance. The vermilion-painted door, adorned with metal rings and inscribed with a plaque extolling loyalty and filial piety, bore testament to the deep grain of the rosewood. Flanking the entrance stood imposing stone lions, silently narrating the rise and fall of the Chui family over generations. As Su Shuyu disembarked the carriage alongside the matron, she noticed an elderly lady with a similarly kind visage approaching, accompanied by a throng of men and women. "Sister," the woman exclaimed with a voice tinged with emotion, swiftly embracing Lady Xiao. The two, having not seen each other for many years, were enveloped in a heartfelt reunion. Throughout the journey, Su Shuyu listened to the matron recounting tales of their relatives in Qinghe and surmised that this silver-haired matron must indeed be the elder sister-in-law she had mentioned. In her youth, Lady Zhao's elder brother had entered the capital for official duties, and she had accompanied him to broaden her horizons, ultimately catching the eye of the old duke, who took her as his daughter-in-law. At that time, the Chui family was prosperous and deeply rooted in the court. But as the old emperor grew wary, they gradually retreated from public life. Her brother eventually resigned from his post and returned to Qinghe, never to re-enter the capital again. As Su Shuyu stepped into the legendary Chui family estate for the first time, she was awestruck by its profound heritage. Nearby, a woman was attempting to coax the two elderly ladies, while a delicate young lady approached her, exclaiming, "I shall call you cousin." The girl, with sparkling eyes, donned a peach-colored dress and styled her hair in a cascading bun, smiling brightly at her. Su Shuyu returned the smile, replying, "That would be delightful, cousin Chui." After a brief pause, she added, "My surname is Su." She was well aware that Lady Chui had a 15-year-old granddaughter, rumored to be exceptionally beautiful and lively, who had penned most of the correspondence to the duke's household. The young cousin immediately took her hand, saying, Come, let us go inside. Shuyao glanced up and noticed that the two elderly ladies seemed to have much to discuss, so she nodded in agreement. Upon entering the main hall, the venerable matriarch, Madame Xiao, introduced Shuyao to everyone. This is my second son's niece, currently residing in our household. We have developed quite a rapport. I am grateful for her company on this journey. Instantly, all eyes turned towards Shuyao. She was adorned in a delicate, lotus-pink patterned robe, paired with a plain white skirt embellished with vine flowers. Her hair was neatly styled into small braids, accentuated by two exquisite jade flowers at the side of her head, presenting an image of elegance and beauty. The girl's eyes sparkled with clarity, her complexion radiant as snow, offering a different allure compared to the most outstanding granddaughter of the Chui family. Madame Chui, beaming, exclaimed, "Come closer, let me have a look. I do adore these lovely young ladies." Shuyao approached and respectfully curtsied to the elderly matriarch. As the elder sister-in-law, Madame Chui was naturally a few years senior to Madame Xiao. It was said that when she first married into the Chui family, she took great care of her younger sister-in-law. Though age had settled upon her, her eyes still glimmered with vitality. After observing Shuyao for a moment, she nodded approvingly. "She is even more beautiful than my own Xiaoran." The girl who had escorted Shuyao earlier winked at her. "Xiaoran, how lovely that name sounded." Laughter erupted among the Chui family members, while the cousin, Chui Xiaoran, chimed in, "Indeed. It appears grandmother has just realized I am not the most beautiful." Chui Xiaoran was the daughter of the third branch of the Chui family, with her sisters already married off. She remained the youngest and had spent the most time accompanying her grandmother. Having been blessed with beauty from a young age, she was cherished by all in the household. The matriarch had never spoken ill of this granddaughter in front of any girl. Chui Xiaoran's candid remark elicited further laughter from the gathering. Shuyao joined in the laughter, saying, "The matriarch is being overly modest. In my eyes, my cousin is exceedingly beautiful," with her natural charm accentuated by a warm smile. She prompted the Chui family members to marvel internally. Indeed, the capital S environment nurtures such grace. The atmosphere within the room was lively with laughter and chatter, and arrangements were made for their accommodations. Shuyao was to stay beside Chui Xiaoran, while the matriarch would reside with Madame Chui. After nearly half a month of travel, they were both weary. Having spent these days with the matriarch, Shuyao felt somewhat unaccustomed to the change. Madame Xiao, patting her back with a smile, encouraged, "Now that you are here, take some time to rest. Once you have recovered, your cousin Xiaoran will show you around." Shuyao was momentarily taken aback, but upon noticing the matriarch winking at her, she saw Chui Xiaoran approaching with a smile, making her blush with shyness. "All right." Shuyao nodded in agreement. With Madame Xiao returning to familiar grounds, she surely had countless stories to share, allowing Shuyao to relax. Following Chui Xiaoran,